Capítulo 60, Chapter 60, Combination Spells. Daphne quickly grasped the concept and eagerly ventured. So, we shouldn't just aimlessly attack the enemy. While attacking and defending, we should also strategize to limit the opponent's actions, right? Observing Skylar's affirmation, Meredith chimed in with another inquiry. I have one more question. In terms of combo spells, I feel there's still untapped potential. Do you have more examples to share? Since Skylar was dedicated to training the two women with his right and left hands, he was open about his methods. There are numerous examples of such combination spells. For instance, when facing foes with robust magical defenses, like werewolves or massive creatures, you can initially employ a corruption curse or hardening curse to weaken the skin on a specific area. Afterward, direct a cutting or smashing curse at the same spot, allowing the second wave of attacks to penetrate the opponent's skin and magical defenses more effectively. Naturally, this demands precise spell accuracy. Curiosity piqued, Daphne inquired, "What is the corruption curse? I've never heard of it." Skylar didn't hold back and disclosed, "I recently devised this curse, which is an improved version of the water-making curse. It emits highly corrosive acid. Additionally, I created the sticky curse, which releases high-viscosity adhesive to hinder an opponent's mobility. Both spells are incredibly practical." He retrieved his notes on these two spells from his pocket, handing them over to Daphne and Meredith. "Here are the records for these two spells. You can practice them and reach out to me if you have any questions." Returning to the topic of combination spells, Skylar added, "There are numerous single-attack combo spells. With some thoughtful consideration, you can easily devise your own combinations. For example, the Incisor Teeth Big Stick spell makes it impossible for someone to close their mouth. Now, imagine how it would work if coupled with a mad laughter curse. Grin." Daphne couldn't help but laugh. "Skylar, you're mischievous. They'd just be stuck laughing without closing their mouth." Skylar shook his head, explaining earnestly, "I'm not suggesting we play pranks. Consider that spells like the tongue-locking throat spell or the front tooth matchstick are essentially attacks that hinder clear spell incantations. However, students in the 5th grade and above must learn silent casting. While not everyone may master it, a fair number can perform it silently. For these individuals, the effects of the aforementioned spells won't be effective. Now, ponder how adding the laughter curse could impact even silent casting. Laughter includes syllables and can interfere with silent spellcasting." Daphne and Meredith, both quick-witted and composed, maintained their attentiveness despite Skylar's playful dig. They were now contemplating how to combine the spells they knew creatively. After that day's training, the two girls seemed to have stumbled upon a new world, continually generating fresh ideas for combo curses. Some were genuinely promising, while others amused Skylar with their sheer absurdity, like combining the leglock curse with the dance curse, Tarantai pull dance, to make people hop around with their feet together. It was quite comical. The girls around Skylar never questioned Skylar about the sudden increase in training activities. They understood that their role was to cooperate wholeheartedly. They realized that, as long as they could keep pace with their newfound mentor's strength, Skylar would eventually divulge the knowledge they needed. If they fell short in strength, acquiring more knowledge would serve no purpose. Although Skylar didn't vocalize it, he couldn't help but grasp their unspoken determination. Seeing his beloved lovers committed to rigorous magic practice, he was touched, but kept these emotions hidden in his heart. In parallel with this, Skylar's research on the Death's invisibility cloak was progressing smoothly. He had successfully unraveled its primary principle. This achievement was attributed to Skylar's comprehensive inheritance of Nicholas Flamel's knowledge and the alchemy course from the current semester, which bolstered his foundational understanding and led to a significant leap in his alchemical expertise. While a typical invisibility cloak is crafted from the fur of invisible creatures, the Death's invisibility cloak employs an Icelandic Gyruni's magic talisman called Hjulinjalmur to etch the invisibility effect. The Nepalese translation of this talisman is Invisible Helmet, derived from Icelandic legends. According to the lore, donning the helmet grants the wearer invisibility. The Gyruni's charm, while intricate in design, is represented by a central circle, a 45-degree rotated square, and an octagon. It features an outer octagon adorned with 8 protruding fork-shaped patterns. Readers interested in visualizing this symbol can search for it on their own. Nonetheless, the Death's invisibility cloak conceals more than meets the eye. It is not simply about inscribing the Gyuruni's talisman. Schuyler conducted over 300 detection methods on the cloak and managed to identify most of the components. Schuyler determined that the pigment used for inscribing the Gyuruni's charm requires a drop of blood from the index finger of the left hand, a drop from the index finger of the right hand, and then 6 drops from the heart of a live raven. These drops are mashed together and mixed with raven's brain matter to create the paint. However, Schuyler reached an impasse in his research. He experimented with several pieces of fabric, but all of them failed. It appeared that, in addition to the paint, the chisel used for engraving runes had specific requirements. Schuyler tried sterling silver, bronze, and black charcoal chisels, but none proved effective. It seemed that completing the transformation of the Supreme Wizard's robe before the semester's end would be a considerable challenge. This was, of course, to be expected. Otherwise, no alchemist would have invented an equivalent product for nearly 1,000 years. The 3 Pevrier brothers' alchemical prowess was certainly no joke. However, Schuyler had samples to study, giving him an advantage that other alchemists lacked. All in all, Schuyler was quite content with his achievements for the semester. Thanks to the magic enhancement potion, his magical power now rivaled that of senior students, and his strength had greatly increased since mastering spiritual magic. The successful Patronus charm exchange and the immense popularity of Me and the Basilisk at Hogwarts had catapulted his reputation to new heights. It seemed like everyone at Hogwarts knew his name. While the attention had attracted prying eyes from pureblood diehards and the Ghost Society, Schuyler considered it a testament to his accomplishments. Harry from the original books never faced such scrutiny. They evidently hadn't taken the Savior seriously. In their eyes, Hermione, with her determination to bring about reform, might pose an even greater threat. The week preceding the Easter holiday had arrived. On this particular day, following Hagrid's outdoor magical creatures class, a group of Slytherins lounged on the grass as they returned to the castle. Since Black's second intrusion, stricter security measures had limited Harry and his friends from venturing outside the castle, leaving them to engage with Hagrid at this time. Buckbeak's execution had been averted thanks to Schuyler's intervention, but Hagrid still bore the weight of his mistake, which had complicated Dumbledore's life. Mrs. Shabini, after Buckbeak's disappearance, had become incensed and accused Hagrid of deliberately freeing the creature, despite Dumbledore's guarantee. Media outlets, notably the Daily Prophet, started to scrutinize Dumbledore's actions, accusing him of concealing Hagrid's dubious employment and neglecting the student's education in the defense against the dark arts class. Dumbledore himself faced mounting concerns, fearing the fallout if students' parents discovered their defense against the dark arts professor was a werewolf. This revelation could potentially jeopardize his control of the school board, despite Lucius's expulsion. Meanwhile, Fudge could offer little support, as he faced intense public backlash following Black's 2 breaches at Hogwarts, which had been exposed thanks to an anonymous letter. Parents had grown discontented with the ministry's incompetence in ensuring their children's safety. Additionally, the presence of Dementors had significantly disrupted the business and daily life of Hogsmeade Village, leaving its merchants and residents outraged. They felt the Dementors hadn't fulfilled their intended purpose. Dumbledore's approach was distinct from the Dark Lord's. He didn't rely on force to persuade people, but rather played within the confines of the political landscape. This time, Hagrid refrained from releasing Buckbeak. However, his actions were deftly linked to the hiring of a new defense against the dark arts professor, portraying Dumbledore as incomprehensible and suggesting that nepotism influenced his decision. It seemed there was a mastermind manipulating public opinion behind Mrs. Shabini. In all fairness, Schuyler strongly disapproved of Dumbledore's actions. While Hagrid might be capable of being a professor of magical biology, it didn't necessarily mean he was the best candidate for the role. Schuyler didn't object to giving Hagrid a chance, but the condition was that he should have a fair opportunity, competing among other applicants, rather than being promoted through a non-transparent process influenced by Dumbledore's nepotism. Even the formal recruitment process seemed to have been bypassed. As for the defense against the dark arts professor, the situation was even worse. Whether it was hiring Quirrell in the first year or Lockhart in the second year, it appeared to be closely tied to Harry's development. This, Skylar believed, was unfair to other students. Hogwarts wasn't Dumbledore's personal enterprise. It was the only wizarding school in the UK, and it should be run with fairness and transparency. Regarding the defense against the dark arts class, Skylar was particularly critical. The argument that it was challenging to find suitable professors didn't hold up, given the past appointments of Lupin and Mad-Eye Moody. Returning to the current situation, Hagrid has been under significant public pressure recently. He struggled to hold back tears, and his emotions got the best of him. As he walked away from the group, he buried his face in his handkerchief and made his way quickly to his cabin. Noticing Hagrid's distress, Draco couldn't resist his urge to mock. He commented on Hagrid's tears and displayed a lack of empathy, saying, "Look at him crying like a baby. Have you ever seen such a pathetic creature? Is he even fit to be our teacher?" Harry and Ron reacted angrily to Draco's cruel remarks, but Hermione was even quicker. She slapped Draco with all her might, confronting him for his heartless words and insulting behavior. The slap left Draco's face stinging, and it triggered a deep sense of shame. This was the second time he had been humiliated at Hogwarts. The first time was when he was beaten by Ron due to his arrogance, but at least it was done privately. The second time, in front of everyone, a Muggle-born witch had slapped him in the face. "How dare you, you crazy mud-blood!" Draco's anger flared, and he shouted a derogatory term at Hermione. He quickly drew his wand and attempted to cast a spell at her, but Harry's disarming spell was faster. Draco narrowly avoided Harry's spell, but missed his own target. The situation quickly spiraled into chaos. Other Slytherin students like Goyle and Crabbe joined the conflict, casting spells at Harry. Ron and Hermione rushed to Harry's side as they realized he was outnumbered, while other Slytherin students, led by Pansy and Blaze, also got involved, escalating the confrontation. Capitulo 61, Chapter 61, Falling Out. Amidst the chaos of the battle, a resounding dragon's roar filled the sky. Skylar's patroness, the silver-white dragon, descended between the warring factions, forcefully separating them. To the surprise of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, their wands suddenly slipped from their grips, flying towards Skylar, who now wore an expression of icy resolve. It was a side of him that Hermione had never seen before, and it sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her perturbed by his unfamiliar demeanor. Skylar's voice, devoid of sentiment, cut through the tension. "Hermione, did you strike my brother?" Hermione, now trembling, summoned her courage and replied, "Yes, I did. He insulted Hagrid." Skylar's response sent an even deeper chill down her spine as he retorted, "This is Hogwarts. If he's in the wrong, the professors will handle it. Striking him in public is akin to attacking the Malfoy family." He sneered and continued, "Luckily for you, I don't strike women, but from this day forward, we are no longer friends." With a casual toss, Skylar discarded the 3 wands on the ground as if they were worthless, then turned to Draco's group and whispered, "Brother, consider this a favor. Can we forget about today? The professors are on their way, and it's not worth it for them to violate school rules." Draco hesitated for a moment, his anger still burning, but Skylar's cold demeanor gave him pause. His instincts warned him not to cross his brother now. Finally, he grumbled, "You got lucky this time." He then led Crabbe and Goyle away, leaving Skylar behind. When the other Slytherin students saw the confrontation had ended, they mumbled amongst themselves and dispersed. Harry and Ron, finally freed from Skylar's oppressive aura, retrieved their wands. Even Ron, known for his quick wit, dared not say anything more about Skylar. The presence Skylar emanated was so chilling that it seemed to pierce through his soul, leaving him mentally paralyzed. As Harry handed Hermione her wand back, he noticed 2 glistening tears that clung to her cheeks. This sight left Harry, who had just regained his composure, somewhat bewildered. He asked, "Hermione, what's wrong?" Hermione, without a word, covered her face, then swiftly retreated to the castle, leaving Harry and Ron looking at each other in confusion. In the Slytherin common room, Daphne and Meredith anxiously watched Skylar. They had known him for over 2 years, during which time he'd always been composed and gentlemanly. This was the first time they had witnessed Skylar's darker side. In fact, everyone present had likely sensed it. The anger Skylar had radiated wasn't the kind that arose from the Malfoy family's insults. It was a chilling, calculated anger. At that moment, Skylar had resembled a Dementor, void of emotion. The two girls, being particularly familiar with Skylar, recognized the source of this unsettling feeling. They detected traces of soul magic that had momentarily affected Skylar's composure. A fear curse that penetrated fear deep into the soul, leaving people devoid of resistance. Despite the Malfoy family's prestige, the target was just a young girl and Skylar's former friend. Skylar's reaction had indeed caught them all by surprise. After a moment of silence, it was Daphne who cautiously broached the subject, asking, "Skylar, are you all right?" Skylar shook his head with a sigh, replying, "I'm fine, I just lost another friend." "Again?" Meredith inquired, catching the nuance in Skylar's words. Skylar nodded and shook his head simultaneously, a sense of complexity in his eyes. "It's Gemma. We've had a falling out and now we're more enemies than friends. You should be careful around her. There's more to her than meets the eye, and I haven't discovered who else is backing her." Daphne sought clarification, saying, "I still don't understand. Does Gemma's situation have anything to do with today's events?" Skylar clarified, "The two incidents are unrelated. Gemma and I had differing views on half-blood and muggle wizards, even though we share a pureblood heritage and are both Slytherins. A minor conflict was inevitable, but it shouldn't have escalated into a life-or-death rivalry." As for Hermione, Skylar understood the staunch beliefs of the pureblood diehards, who claimed superiority due to their bloodlines, but were now recognizing a half-blood wizard as their leader. Skylar did not believe these pureblood diehards would follow him to the end. Hermione, however, was a principled individual, as evidenced by her efforts to free house elves and her public altercation with Draco. There was an irreconcilable gap between them in terms of values and principles. This was a stark reminder of the choices he would have to make in the future. Skylar was not Harry. He hadn't entered Hogwarts with the aura of a chosen one, nor had he received Dumbledore's special attention. He had carefully planned his path, and after 2.5 semesters of hard work, he had firmly established his place in Slytherin. However, this had attracted the attention of the pureblood diehards and the Ghost Society, two shadowy factions that considered him a potential adversary. At this point, he could not afford to let any unusual incidents within Slytherin alienate its members. Skylar briefly fell silent before continuing, "Hermione and I are not the same. There are numerous instances where my path diverges from her love, principles, and values. After 3 semesters, you will observe it more clearly. Hermione, Harry, and Ron are Dumbledore's chosen ones. It seems that he intends to mold them into the saviors who will defeat the Dark Lord." Meredith responded with a hint of disdain, relying on them to defeat the Dark Lord. Is that even possible? Skylar fixed his gaze on Meredith, delivering his next words with grave seriousness. "Believe me, under Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated plan, anything is possible." Meredith met Skylar's gaze and nodded in solemn agreement. Over time, the two girls had developed an almost unwavering trust in Skylar. If he said something was possible, it most likely was. Skylar elaborated, "The issue lies here. If Harry and the others defeat the Dark Lord as saviors, it's not difficult to imagine that their backgrounds will drive the next wave of reforms in the wizarding world. One of them is a Muggle-born orphan, one is a Muggle-born wizard, and the other is a pure-blood renegade. The traditional glory of pure-blood families might become a thing of the past." Skylar's thoughts were not random. In a web chat within a fan club, Rowling had mentioned that after the final battle, Kingsley would become the Minister of Magic, Harry would become the head of the Auror Office, and Hermione would initially work in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, significantly improving the lives of house elves. She would then transfer to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to dismantle laws favoring pureblood families. Under this wave of reforms, pureblood families officially receded into history. While the Malfoy family continued to live comfortably, their days became more discreet, focused on leading a peaceful and undisturbed life. Social status, fame, and influence were no longer concerns, and their best-case scenario was peaceful living. In the worst cases, families of Death Eaters or fugitive Death Eaters were under constant surveillance and faced the threat of revenge, living in perpetual fear. Skylar paused before continuing. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not a proponent of pure-blood ideology. In my view, bloodline theories are merely excuses for the pedantic, old-fashioned individuals to flaunt their supposed nobility. But I want to preserve the Malfoy family's prestige. Reformation might be possible in the wizarding world, but the Malfoy family must play a part in it. They should even lead the way rather than fading into obscurity in the annals of history. Confidence radiated from Skylar's eyes. He clenched his right hand, lifting it high as though he aimed to grasp the sun in the sky, and declared with solemn determination, "No matter how challenging the road ahead, I believe I can accomplish it." Daphne and Meredith, inspired by Skylar's resolve, joined in enthusiastically, proclaiming, "We believe in you too." Skylar turned to them, a bright smile lighting up his face, and he said, "I knew you would." As for Hermione, since their recent disagreements and strained interactions, perhaps they were destined to forget one another. Does Skylar have feelings for Hermione? He isn't sure. But one thing he knows is that if he must choose between Hermione and his family, he will always choose his family, where his true bonds lie. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor, things were equally tumultuous. The three good students, Hermione, had rarely skipped class, especially in an essential course such as curses. Fellow Gryffindors were curious about what had caused Hermione's unusual behavior. The afternoon's divination class brought Hermione back to the fold. In this class, young witches and wizards began learning crystal ball divination, and Professor Trelawney had hinted that the ominous vision in Harry's crystal ball would play a role in the final exam. As the class proceeded, Hermione stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, this is simply a matter of fate. Enough of that absurd ominousness." Mysterious voice, "Hermione, do you believe in destiny?" Professor Trelawney first displayed an incredulous expression, which then transformed into anger, but behind the gleaming lenses of her glasses, her eyes revealed a subtle hint of mockery. Parvati and Lavender whispered to each other. These two girls were avid fans of Professor Trelawney, and they shot disapproving glances at Hermione, feeling that their idol had been insulted. Professor Trelawney, visibly angered, stood up and addressed Hermione. "I deeply regret to inform you, dear, that from the moment you first entered this class, it has been evident that you lack any inclination for the noble art of divination. In fact, I cannot recall encountering a student with such a mediocre and utterly hopeless intellect." The entire class was left stunned. Hermione slung her bag over her shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "Fine, I surrender, I'm leaving." She then marched toward the trapdoor, kicked it open, and disappeared down the ladder. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't quite put their fingers on what was wrong with Hermione, but they sensed that something was amiss. To complicate matters, Lavender chimed in at an inopportune moment. "Oh, Professor Trelawney, I remember. You foresaw her departure, didn't you, Professor? Before Easter, one of us will leave us forever. You mentioned this prophecy long ago, Professor." Lavender and Parvati gazed in admiration at their teacher, and even Ron and Harry found themselves entertaining suspicions about the validity of divination. Capitulo 62, Chapter 62, Giliana Cleopatra. After that particular day, Skylar found himself even more driven and dedicated to his studies. It seemed like he was perpetually engrossed in thick, complex books, reading them with unwavering attention. He began by completing 100 Changes and Thousands of Magic Secrets, and then delved into the dark magic tomes, Dark Potion, and Fallen Creatures, hidden in Malfoy's secret chamber. These books were dense and ancient, often filled with content that was difficult to comprehend. They were both long and tedious, occasionally featuring dark magic so potent that it could easily ensnare and corrupt unsuspecting readers. However, Skylar, resolute in his goals, refused to be deterred by the drudgery of those pages. He wouldn't let the intricate content wear down his patience, nor would he let the allure of quick success and instant gratification compromise his temperament. With a vision of his own future spanning time and space, he simply had to take one step at a time toward his destination. In the pages of Fallen Creatures, he came across the research of an obscure dark wizard who had attempted to unravel the curse of lycanthropy. Skylar, of course, had no intention of curing werewolves, but aimed to keep them permanently in their transformed state while being under his control. The dark wizard's research ultimately proved futile. Interestingly, the direction of this research bore some resemblance to the old Armenian wizard's notes Skylar had acquired from Lockhart. Both were inspired by the ancient magic passed down from the Seleucid Empire. This led Skylar to realize that the breakthrough in the humanoid restoration curse might be found in these sources. In Dark Potion, he stumbled upon a potion that could significantly enhance his magical abilities, the Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion. While most of the potion's ingredients were relatively easy to procure, they were often quite expensive. For instance, the beating toadstool had been collected from the Forbidden Forest as a spare. Frog brain and dragon claw powder could be obtained from various apothecaries in Diagon Alley. The tricky part was the rune snake egg, classified as a Class C prohibited trade product, which couldn't be found in conventional stores. Skylar's only options were the underground black market in Nocturne Alley or perhaps Nicholas Flamel. You might wonder why Skylar wished to brew Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion. This potion was known to significantly enhance a wizard's cognitive abilities, often confused with intelligence boosters. While intelligence boosters could only clear one's thinking, the Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion could actually develop and improve memory and cognitive abilities. Many seventh-year students resorted to the black market to obtain Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion to boost their grades for newts. Yet Skylar saw a deeper potential in this potion. He believed that its most valuable application was in enhancing a wizard's mental prowess, which, in turn, determined their spellcasting precision. Many complex incantations require a high degree of mental power to master. Moreover, Skylar had realized during his experiments with the pain mask that magical power growth wasn't a fixed rate. It was influenced by two factors. By strengthening his soul and mental power, he could gain a bonus in his magical power growth rate. Currently, Skylar had no concrete plans for strengthening his soul, but taking the Buffy Brain Rejuvenation Potion was undoubtedly the most direct and accessible method for enhancing his mental strength. Before he knew it, the Easter holiday had arrived. The Easter holiday proved to be anything but relaxing for most students, particularly the third-year Gryffindors. A barrage of homework assignments had left Neville Longbottom seemingly on the brink of a nervous breakdown. He was not alone in his suffering, as the cries of frustration from Ron and others struggling with their homework often echoed throughout the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was arguably the busiest of them all. Despite not having divination class and having Skylar resolve Hagrid's matters, she still managed to cram in more classes than anyone in her year. She regularly left the common room well past midnight and was the first to be seen in the library each morning. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored those of Professor Lupin, and she appeared perpetually weary. The day Hermione had clashed with Draco, Harry and Ron had approached her. They had reconciled with her, and Ron had forgiven her for her troubles. Still, it had been some time since they'd seen a genuine smile on her face. It was as if the once arrogant, bright-eyed girl had undergone a transformation. Harry had his hands full with daily Quidditch training, not to mention the countless discussions and tactical planning sessions with Oliver Wood. Gryffindor's match against Slytherin was scheduled for the first Saturday following Easter. With Slytherin leading the league by 200 points, Harry had an uphill battle ahead. To secure victory, he needed to win by more than 200 points, meaning he had to keep Draco from capturing the snitch until their team had a substantial lead. The challenge was significantly greater than before. In contrast, Skylar enjoyed a rather leisurely period. His holiday homework was long completed, and he had no obligations to attend Quidditch training. 2 days after Easter commenced, he used the Flu network to travel from Hogwarts to Sardinia, Italy. Sardinia, the second largest island in the Mediterranean, was a melting pot of cultures. Sardinian, a language derived from Latin, was spoken across the island. In the northern part, Catalan from the Iberian Peninsula was commonly used, and the Lycian dialect was prevalent in the southern region. Even native Italians sometimes struggled to understand and communicate with the local dialects. Throughout its history, Sardinia had been a strategic battleground for various military forces, including the Phoenicians, Romans, Vandals, Goths, and Byzantines. However, in the wizarding world, the island had served as the headquarters of the European Wizards' Federation during the Middle Ages. Before the establishment of the International Confederation of Wizards, the International Wizarding Congress took place here. Today, the International Confederation of Wizards has taken over these responsibilities and held significant influence within the international wizarding community. The European Wizards Federation from the Middle Ages still held sway, largely due to its extensive collection of ancient books on Grindelwald's magic and its connection to the Silver Spear, responsible for hosting the European dueling competition. When Schuyler emerged from the fireplace in Sardinia, he was covered in ashes but suffered no dizziness or discomfort. He gazed with satisfaction at the undamaged anti-stunning bracelet on his wrist, which had undergone countless improvements to withstand such long-distance travel without breaking. The invention of the anti-stunning bracelet was a success. Schuyler, using a descaling curse on himself to remove the soot and ash, then surveyed the spacious auditorium in which he found himself. The auditorium was adorned with intricate medieval-style decorations and carvings. Its walls were adorned with portraits of renowned European wizards from the Middle Ages. Among them, Schuyler could identify many, including the German magical theorist Cornelius Agerliebe, Swiss alchemist Palather, the famous Irish witch Cleona, and of course, the one Slytherin was most proud of, Merlin. These portraits retained most of the memories of their subjects, from their birth until the moment they were painted. Upon Schuyler's arrival, they gathered in clusters, whispering among themselves about his identity. It seemed that visitors to this place were rare on regular days, leaving these portraits somewhat dull. Schuyler strolled over to the reception desk, which was adorned with an array of silverware. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged witch dressed in a style reminiscent of the Middle Ages, with her wizarding robes adorned in fluffy and extravagant lace. Schuyler couldn't help but stifle a secret smile as he remembered Ron's reaction to a similar design back when they were in the 4th grade. Exuding the perfect manners and decorum of an aristocrat, Schuyler inquired politely, "Hello, madam. I am Malfoy, and I am from Great Britain. I have an appointment today with your chairwoman, Ms. Cleopatra. May I ask you to inform her of my arrival?" The witch, recognizing Schuyler's impeccable etiquette, surmised that he hailed from an ancient European family. She dared not to delay and hastily wrote down Schuyler's name on a small piece of paper. She then rolled up the paper and placed it inside the mouth of a silverware creature. As soon as it went in, the paper burst into flames as if incinerated. Observing Schuyler's fascination with the silverware, the witch explained, "This is a messenger that can directly transfer the note to another connected piece of silverware." It wasn't long before a piece of paper emerged from the mouth of the silverware with a spark. The witch took a quick look at it, rose from her chair, and led Schuyler to a side chamber. From there, they ascended a long spiral staircase. This magical staircase had an automatic rotation feature, similar to a Muggle escalator, carrying passengers upward step by step. They reached a door marked Juliana Cleopatra, where the witch curtsied and left Schuyler. Schuyler opened the door and found Ms. Cleopatra, whom he had communicated with frequently throughout the semester. To his surprise, Cleopatra appeared quite young, with Schuyler estimating her age to be around 29 to 32. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, but her keen eyes behind the lenses remained visible. Despite her intellectual and elegant appearance, Schuyler was more drawn to the rings on each of her fingers. Each ring bore a distinct shape, and without exception, they all had a Grindelwald talisman engraved on them. Under the influence of a magical gaze, Each exuded unique magical energy fluctuations. Cleopatra's lips curved into a smile. "Skylar, I hope you don't mind if I address you that way. It's clear that you're a prodigious talent, an early bloomer, a hero." Skylar appreciated the informality coming from such a beautiful and distinguished lady, particularly given that they were not far apart in age in the wizarding world, where age was measured differently. Addressing him by his name created a sense of camaraderie between peers, making him feel more at ease. Skylar responded thoughtfully, "Thank you for your kind words, Sister Giuliana. Your accomplishments and grace are truly remarkable. Holding such a high position at such a young age, combined with your beauty, is truly impressive." Cleopatra couldn't help but laugh as she playfully covered her mouth, lazily raised her jade-adorned hand, and elegantly brushed her hair behind her ear, casting a captivating glance at Skylar. "You have such a sweet tongue. But dear, remember to address me as Sister Giuliana. Be as kind as you are now." Skylar obediently replied, "Sister Giuliana." Cleopatra's smile reflected satisfaction as she continued, "Very well, no more teasing. I believe you've read the details in my letter. Skylar, I am fond of your potential, and I'd like to invite you to join the medieval European Wizards Federation as a youth representative for the Council. In simpler terms, you'll become our spokesperson. This role won't come with many practical obligations. You merely need to associate all your personal achievements with the Council. For instance, if you develop a combination of the Happy Charm and the Patronus Charm, you'll retain the title of the inventor. Still, you'll need to add the prefix, Medieval European Wizards Federation Youth Representative, before your name." She continued, "Of course, in exchange, the Council will offer you various benefits: knowledge, power, wealth, status, and honor. Our private library, which has never been accessible to outsiders, will be at your disposal. We'll also provide you with a silver spear for your convenience so that you can participate in duels whenever you like. As for wealth and status, I believe you don't require them at this time. However, when it comes to honor, I must clarify that although the Daily Prophet is firmly under the control of the British Ministry of Magic, we have no influence there. Yet." Cleopatra's sharp eyes gleamed as she continued, "At least 70% of the media in Europe belongs to our industry, including the French Le Cri de la Gargoyle, which you might be familiar with, as well as the Nordic Viking Dagblad. They cover media such as the Lost and Delirious Gossip magazine, Witches Weekly for women, the hunting magazine The Devil, the sports publication Quidditch Times, the Broomstick Guide, the Flying Broomstick, and more. Imagine this. With all these media outlets under our control, they will stand behind you, singing your praises, creating a public image and reputation for you. What kind of fame and recognition do you think they could provide?" Capítulo 63, Chapter 63, Skylar's Fame. The offer seemed almost too good to be true, and Skylar wasn't naive enough to believe in a sky-high deal without any doubts, even though being reborn in itself was like winning the jackpot. His hesitation was evident, and Cleopatra was quick to notice it. She gently inquired, "I can tell that you're troubled by the generosity of our offer, right?" Skylar nodded in agreement. Cleopatra offered a reassuring smile and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Your potential is what has truly piqued our interest. To be honest, both the Defense Against the Dark Arts League and the International Wizarding Federation have taken note of you as well." She paused briefly and then continued, "The Defense Against the Dark Arts League can't compete with the terms we're offering, and the International Wizarding Federation is known for its high standards and rarely recruits underage wizards. In fact, Dumbledore himself was invited 5 years after graduating from Hogwarts. It's important to understand that once you accept our terms, you become our representative and share both the glory and responsibilities with us. This also means you forgo the chance to join the Defense Against the Dark Arts League and the International Wizarding Federation in the future." With this explanation, Skylar understood the situation better. Several organizations were essentially competing to have him on their side. On the surface, the Muggle world's equivalent proverb, "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush," held true. Furthermore, Skylar couldn't afford to wait until adulthood, especially in these turbulent times. He made up his mind. "Sister Giuliana, thank you for your patient explanation. I've made my decision and I accept your terms. In the afternoon, during a grand awards ceremony attended by reporters, Schuyler received the Wizard Scholar Contribution Award and the prize of 5,000 gold galleons. That evening, he returned to Hogwarts via the Flu network. The next morning at breakfast, when Schuyler entered the auditorium, a murmur of voices spread throughout. He noticed that many students were holding various newspapers and magazines. When Schuyler sat at the Slytherin table, Draco excitedly approached him. "It's incredible. Schuyler, do you know that numerous newspapers throughout Europe are reporting about you today? It's not just a small mention. Even other magazines have mentioned your name one way or another." He handed Schuyler a copy of the Daily Prophet. It became apparent that despite the Daily Prophet being under the control of the Ministry of Magic, it still needed to take into account reports from other countries' media. Otherwise, a British wizard's achievements might go unnoticed in his own country while gaining recognition abroad. Schuyler glanced at the newspaper. The cover displayed a photo of himself on stage receiving the Wizard Scholar Contribution Award. In the photograph, he appeared energetic and heroic, waving and smiling warmly at the readers. The cover story primarily focused on the reason for his visit to the medieval European Wizards Federation to accept the award, his remarkable contributions to improving the Patronus charm. Schuyler Malfoy, recipient of the Special Medal of Sir Merlin, youth representative of the medieval European Wizards Federation, and winner of Transfiguration Today's Most Potential Newcomer Award, was awarded the Wizard Scholar Contribution Award in Sardinia yesterday. According to our reporter, Rita Skeeter, Mr. Malfoy hails from the noble and ancient Malfoy family and has risen to prominence after enrolling at Hogwarts 3 years ago. He has earned the favor of many professors, with numerous articles published in major academic journals. Wow, it's all positive news, just as expected. Schuyler flipped open the newspaper to continue reading. Subsequent pages were filled with small reports and introductions of several notable deeds, such as his encounter with a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets incident, where he saved a young girl. Other stories included his wise investments in the Ellerby and Bardmore Broom Company, leading to substantial profits. The paper also highlighted his championship in Merlin's test competition and the receipt of the Special Medal of Honor from the Merlins. In addition to his distinguished background and academic achievements, Mr. Malfoy has also displayed remarkable courage and an extraordinary sense of justice over the past few years. According to our reporter, Rita Skeeter, he bravely ventured into the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets alone to rescue an innocent child trapped within. His later book, Me and the Basilisk at Hogwarts, reveals that the monster in the chamber was a highly dangerous basilisk, emphasizing the thrilling nature of the entire ordeal. Mr. Malfoy has proven to be a business prodigy as well. Reports suggest that his investments in Ellerby and Spudmore Broom Company have yielded over 6 times the initial return within a year. In the same year, Mr. Malfoy defeated 3 sixth-year and 2 fourth-year students, passed Merlin's trial, and was honored with a special medal by the Merlins. Curiously, the newspaper made no mention of the Dementors' attack on the Quidditch Stadium and Schuyler's confrontation with hundreds of Dementors. This omission likely resulted from instructions by the Ministry of Magic, as the ministry would never publicly admit that Dementors could go out of control. The fact that Schuyler had slapped Harry twice in the face was also conspicuously absent from the coverage. While this might have been an interesting story for Rita Skeeter, Dumbledore's influence likely played a role in suppressing it. Dumbledore wanted Harry to maintain his savior image, especially since, at this stage, the Ministry and Dumbledore enjoyed a harmonious relationship, and the Ministry wouldn't do anything to tarnish Harry's reputation. Schuyler remained unperturbed by his newfound fame. He knew that indulging in fame could lead down a troublesome path, as he'd seen from Professor Lockhart's example. However, he was content with the positive effects of these reports, understanding that he now had the power of public opinion to back him up, which was an essential asset. In fact, the reward Schuyler received the day before far exceeded what was reported in the newspapers. Inside his suitcase, nestled quietly, were a silvery rune egg and a bottle of gleaming gold. According to Cleopatra, these 2 items were her personal gifts and served as a welcoming ceremony for Skylar to join their extended family. The reason for choosing these 2 gifts was that Skylar had been asked if he had any special requests. Rune snake eggs obtained. Blessing agent obtained. Daphne entered the auditorium, took a seat beside Skylar and whispered, "Do you have time to visit my house this summer vacation? My dad wants to meet you." Skylar couldn't help but be surprised by the thought of meeting her parents so soon. Still, he also understood that his recent display of potential and value might have led the Greengrass family to seek a meeting to renegotiate their collaborative relationship. He agreed, "Certainly, please convey my message to your father. I'll definitely visit during the summer vacation." This breakfast was particularly demanding for Skylar. A constant stream of young wizards took turns congratulating him, turning the meal into a social event. Fortunately, it was the Easter holiday, and Skylar didn't have to rush to class, allowing him to fully engage with the well-wishers. Otherwise, he might have missed breakfast entirely. After breakfast, a senior student delivered a message from Dumbledore, summoning Skylar to his office. Inside Dumbledore's office, 2 other guests were seated, along with Tiberius McLagan, whom Skylar knew from a previous encounter during the summer vacation. The other was a middle-aged witch with short gray-white hair, a square chin, and a pair of monocles, projecting an air of competence. Tiberius greeted Skylar enthusiastically, as if they were old friends, even though they had only met twice before. Amelia Burns, the Law Enforcement Department director and a member of Wisengamot, smiled kindly, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, I've heard about you from my niece, Susan Bones, who is in the same year as you, a Hufflepuff. She didn't exaggerate, you're truly remarkable and talented." Dumbledore interjected, "Skylar, we've brought you here today because both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic believe that your accomplishments deserve greater recognition. So, the Ministry has sent a representative here to discuss this matter." Skylar couldn't help but smirk inwardly, wondering if this was an attempt to curry favor. What had they done earlier? In the original story, both Tom Riddle and Harry and Ron received a special contribution award to the school after resolving the Chamber of Secrets incident. In Skylar's case, there was no such recognition. If he hadn't documented the incident in a book, it might never have become widely known beyond Hogwarts. Skylar contemplated these matters quietly, carefully avoiding any visible signs of his inner thoughts. Dumbledore continued, explaining the honors being offered to him. Dumbledore stated, "Hogwarts has chosen to bestow upon you a special contribution award to the school in recognition of the honor you've brought to our institution. As for the Ministry of Magic," he turned his gaze toward Amelia. Amelia then added, "Mr. Malfoy, the Ministry of Magic has engaged in extensive discussions with Sir Merlin regarding your achievements. Sir Merlin has also agreed to bestow upon you the more formal Merlin class, III medal. Additionally, the Ministry is willing to reward you as a representative of the Wisengamot youth, akin to an alternate seat within the Wisengamot organization. When there are undecided votes, alternate opinions will also be considered. You may even become a full member when a vacancy arises within the Wisengamot, such as a member's death or removal." Skylar observed Dumbledore's reaction and chose his words carefully as he inquired, "Ms. Bones, I have a question for you." Amelia responded kindly, "Don't be so formal, you're Susan's classmate. Just call me Aunt Leia. I'll ask Susan to invite you to our home when you have the opportunity." Skylar began to appreciate the dynamics at play. While Dumbledore's expression remained unreadable behind his half-moon glasses, Skylar understood the complex relationship between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Although the allure of the Ministry's power, status, and honor was undeniable, Skylar was still a student, bound to Hogwarts for several more years, and he couldn't ignore Dumbledore's perspective. Furthermore, he wasn't inherently ruthless and couldn't sacrifice his principles for ambition, as Percy did. He also had to consider the opinions of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, who had treated him kindly. "Aunt Leia, I am genuinely appreciative of the Ministry's generosity. However, I've never heard of the official Order of Merlin's Medal being awarded to young wizards. I am only 13 years old. Isn't this grand honor a bit premature for me? Regarding the Wisengamot, I've heard of the youth representatives and alternate seats, but I'm not well versed in wizarding laws and procedures. I'm concerned that the media might misinterpret this, and it wouldn't reflect well on me. Capítulo 64, Chapter 64, Business Plan. The relationship between Amelia and Dumbledore is undeniably intricate. In the past, the Bones family and Dumbledore had enjoyed a very close relationship. During the First Wizarding War, Amelia's brother, Edgar Bones, had joined Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, fighting alongside him against Voldemort. Regrettably, Edgar's sacrifices didn't bring good fortune to their family. Instead, it led to their tragic downfall. Edgar had originally enjoyed a happy life with his wife and 3 children. Yet the entire family fell victim to Voldemort's Death Eaters. They were mercilessly killed, and the family's innocence didn't spare them from the brutality of the war. Amelia's elderly parents also met a grim end, and another brother, one who was selfless and dedicated to saving lives at St. Mungo's Hospital, similarly faced the same fate. The entire Bones family, who were originally purebloods and not initially Voldemort's targets, were unwittingly caught up in the cruel conflict. The sole silver lining in this tragedy was that Susan, her brother's daughter, managed to escape the disaster. Presently, Amelia and Susan stood as the last surviving members of the Bones family. Amelia harbored no ill feelings towards Dumbledore or held him accountable for the loss her family had suffered. She recognized that her brother, Edgar, had made the choice to sacrifice his life for a noble cause. However, in 1990, when Millicent Bagnold retired as Minister of Magic, the leading contender for the post was none other than Barty Crouch, the then head of the Law Enforcement Department. To everyone's astonishment, Barty was ultimately betrayed by his son, Barty Crouch Jr., who was not only a Death Eater but also responsible for torturing 2 Aurors into madness. This scandal seriously tarnished Barty's public image and rendered him unfit to compete for the ministerial position. The situation became clear as a result. Amelia, who was then the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, was a formidable candidate. Nevertheless, to everyone's surprise, the ultimate victor was Cornelius Fudge, the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Fudge's ascension to the post of Minister of Magic was not due to exceptional merit or outstanding wartime achievements. In reality, it was largely influenced by the political climate of the time. The wizarding world needed a Minister of Magic who could navigate the interests of pureblood families as well as Muggle-born and Muggle-wizard groups. Fudge, who had established a close relationship with the Malfoy family and had Dumbledore's endorsement, secured the position thanks to Dumbledore's influence. Throughout Fudge's campaign, he didn't hesitate to associate himself with Dumbledore and frequently sought his counsel. Publicly, he emphasized Dumbledore's role in planning behind the scenes, exploiting Dumbledore's reputation and political sway to secure the election. Dumbledore readily supported Fudge's campaign. In Dumbledore's judgment, Fudge was better suited to bridge the class divisions between pureblood families and Muggle-born and half-blood wizards. Consequently, Amelia's prospects were sacrificed in the process. She was undeniably a more qualified candidate both in terms of capability and reputation. As if to compensate for her lost opportunity, she was appointed as the director of the Law Enforcement Department, filling the void left by the former head, Barty Crouch. While her position seemed prestigious on the surface, few knew that she had actually lost more than she had gained. The deep-rooted connection between Dumbledore and the Weasley family was evident to anyone with a discerning eye. Consequently, Dumbledore, supported by the Weasley family, sought to suppress the Malfoy family, who stood as their staunch adversaries. It was under Dumbledore's influence that Lucius Malfoy was expelled from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The details of the incident were known to Amelia as clearly as if they were written on a mirror. In compliance with Dumbledore's faction, Amelia had collaborated with Arthur Weasley and granted him a search warrant for Malfoy Manor. She had initially believed that Dumbledore's influence would safeguard the Malfoy family to some extent, but they would undoubtedly endure significant setbacks. In the preceding year, the Malfoy family indeed suffered substantial losses. Besides losing their position as school managers, they had also forfeited a house elf and inadvertently brought trouble to other pureblood families. However, the Malfoy family's downfall was reversed by an individual who was not yet 14 years old. This remarkable young man had built a stellar reputation in the academic world, received endorsements from a prestigious international organization, and had even ventured into business. He had formed connections with several influential figures in the political sphere, including Tiberius McLagin, a member of Wisengamot who was accompanying him on this occasion. Rumor had it that even the unconventional Rufus Scrimgeour viewed this young man with newfound respect. Amelia was not naive. She swiftly recognized the value of the young man before her. "Skylar, may I call you that? Please don't worry. Your feats, such as slaying a basilisk as a student and rescuing your classmates, merit recognition from the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, your contributions to the British wizarding community have earned you the privilege of receiving a third-level Sir Merlin medal in my eyes. As for matters pertaining to wizarding law, you need not fret. I will have Susan send you some legal textbooks. With your intellect and aptitude for learning, you will undoubtedly excel. If you have any questions, feel free to visit me during the summer vacation, and I will provide guidance. My home is always open to you." Seeing Amelia's warm invitation and her offer of guidance, Skylar had every reason to accept, lest he appear ungrateful. "Ms. Bones, I sincerely appreciate your recognition and willingness to guide me. Here is what I propose. I would graciously accept the third-level Sir Merlin medal. However, with regard to the Wisengamot alternate seat, let's delay it. I shall dedicate the next few years to honing my skills and expanding my knowledge of wizarding law. Once I am more well-versed in these matters, we can revisit the topic. What do you think of this arrangement?" Skylar had tactfully left a door open for Dumbledore, intending to appease the headmaster's expectations. This decision to accept the Ministry of Magic's reward was not an easy one for Skylar, but his circumstances and Dumbledore's considerations left him with little choice. Amelia was content with Skylar's response and agreed to his proposal. She made it clear that if he achieved any significant accomplishments in the future, he would not be permitted to decline an invitation to join Wisengamot. Skylar couldn't help but smile inwardly. The agreement was in his favor. Following their meeting with Amelia, Skylar left the headmaster's office and composed a letter to Lucius, which he dispatched home using the school's owl. Given that it was the Easter holiday, Lucius retained the privilege, as a parent, to visit his child during the break. Several hours later, Lucius materialized in Skylar's bedroom, his presence cloaked in dust. "My son, Father is so proud of you for what you've achieved." Lucius greeted Skylar with warm praise. Upon seeing Skylar, Lucius expressed his paternal pride with warm words. It was an unusual display of praise from the typically reserved father, which filled Skylar with a sense of accomplishment. "Thanks to Father's teachings ever since I was little, I get to enjoy the fruit of my own efforts. It's all thanks to you, Father," Skylar replied gently. He responded with humility, acknowledging the influence of his father's teachings on his achievements, which had contributed to the glory of the Malfoy family. Lucius couldn't suppress the smile that graced his lips, his son's achievements filling him with paternal pride. "You have done well," he remarked. "Now, let's get to the matter at hand. I assume you didn't call me here just for compliments." Skylar explained to his father, "Father, I've learned that life in Hogsmeade Village has been severely affected by the disturbing presence of Dementors lately. House prices have plummeted as a result. I've taken an interest in a shop, and I'm wondering if you could assist in acquiring it." He unfolded a map of Hogsmeade Village and marked the location of the shophouse. This particular shop is situated on a side street branching off from the main commercial avenue near the Hog's Head Bar, a popular spot for both locals and tourists. I've been unable to rent it out for several years, and its current market value is estimated to be around 2,000 galleons. Given the situation with the Dementors, with your help, Father, there's a good chance we could secure it for 1,500 galleons. Lucius wore a pensive expression as he responded, "Skylar, you're aware that the location of this shop isn't considered prime. Most of the older wizards in Hogsmeade prefer to stay put, and younger wizards tend to favor areas closer to the southern coast, such as Dingworth, St. Catchpole Village, and Godric Valley. It's possible that Hogsmeade's population dynamics may change in the future, with a potential decline. Businesses will likely rely on the patronage of students and travelers. Unbeknownst to Lucius, Schuyler harbored a secret he couldn't divulge. The shop had a hidden room underneath it, accessible through a secret passage leading directly to the large mirror on Hogwarts' 5th floor. Schuyler couldn't allow the shop to fall into others' hands, risking the exposure of the concealed passage. Additionally, the shop served a valuable purpose to him. However, Schuyler couldn't reveal the real reason behind his interest in the shop, the existence of a secret room beneath it and a passage leading to the large mirror on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. Instead, he provided another reason. "Father, it's not just about the location," he explained. "My plan is to open a store in Hogsmeade Village selling alchemical products I've invented, such as this anti-stun bracelet. It can effectively prevent the discomfort caused by encountering magical items like flue powder, port keys, and door keys. I believe that, with your involvement and by negotiating with the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department to make it a standard accessory for flue networks and port keys, we can succeed. The shop's location is of secondary importance. What's more critical is having someone trustworthy to manage it. With your busy schedule and my ongoing education, we need to find a reliable individual to oversee the business." Schuyler then produced an anti-stun bracelet from his pocket and handed it to Lucius. Lucius examined it closely, impressed by the invention. He fell into deep thought for a moment. After some reflection, Lucius spoke again. "You have truly surprised me, Schuyler. This anti-stun bracelet is quite remarkable. Leave it to me. I'll speak with Minister Fudge, register a patent with the Ministry of Magic, and endeavor to make it a standard accessory for flue networks and port keys. As for manpower, don't worry too much. We can reassign personnel from the members of the main Malfoy line. Your great-grandfather's godson's family is reliable and loyal." Schuyler felt relieved, knowing that his father was willing to support his endeavors and utilize the family's resources to make the business a success. Schuyler expressed his gratitude to his father for the support, noting that he had recently received a sum of 5,000 galleons from the Medieval Wizards Association. He believed that 2,000 galleons should suffice for the purchase of the shophouse, as well as for renovation and patent applications. Lucius, with a trace of amusement, retorted, "Don't forget that you'll also need to allocate a sum of money for the parasites at the Ministry of Magic. Fudge will require funds, and the Department of Transportation will also need a share. However, don't worry. I'll provide the necessary funding for these payments. Consider it a reward for your exceptional performance. I anticipate we'll have results within a week. Be ready for my good news." At this point, the Ministry of Magic was grappling with the aftermath of the Black Incident, incurring significant expenses related to the investigative team's overtime pay, compensation for merchant losses, and more. Lucius's timely donation was likely to be well received by Fudge, who was unlikely to reject the funding under the circumstances. After delivering this financial assurance, Lucius departed, realizing the substantial business opportunity this endeavor represented. He recognized that this was a prime chance to expand the family's influence and enhance its reputation within the wizarding world. With every wizard requiring Malfoy family products, the name Malfoy was poised to become synonymous with quality, just like the renowned Ollivanders. As Schuyler watched his father's departing figure, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had gradually gained experience in the world of business over the past few years, and had come to understand the unspoken rules and intricate interpersonal dynamics that lay within. Entrusting Lucius with this business venture saved him considerable trouble. While opening a shop and conducting business served as the initial phase of Schuyler's plan, his ultimate objective was to infiltrate the wizarding business world step by step and build a substantial presence. Having already established some notability in academia and international organizations, it was time to extend his influence into other realms. The anti-stun bracelet served as a starting point, and he intended to venture into combat protective equipment, alchemical props for escape, and the international trade sector. Aware of the events foretold in the original work, Schuyler understood that the wizarding world would soon plunge into another war. During this tumultuous time, the demand for combat protective equipment and alchemical items for escape would be significant, promising steady and substantial profits. Stopping Voldemort and defeating him was Harry's task as the chosen one. Still, Skylar had set his own mission: to elevate the Malfoy family's status in politics, business, education, and academia during the turbulent times. Capitulo 65, Chapter 65, Ravenclaw's Secret Room. The entire Gryffindor Academy was fixated on the upcoming game, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, unlike any other match in memory. The tension between the two teams and academies had reached a boiling point following the Easter holiday, leading to minor scuffles and even a hospital visit for a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year student, both with leaks in their ears. Harry's life had taken a particularly unfortunate turn. Under the leadership of Marcus Flint, all Gryffindor players were marked as targets. Harry, being the youngest and the possessor of the firebolt, was the primary focus. His exceptional flying skills and the fact that he owned the only firebolt in both academies made him a priority for protection, especially in the eyes of Oliver Wood, who was adamant about safeguarding Harry. "We need to be vigilant, especially when it comes to Harry. He needs someone to watch over him." Wood's determination was unwavering. Harry weakly protested, "I'm fine, Wood. Don't make a big deal out of it," but the majority rejected his protests. "Don't worry, Oliver. Harry's safety is our responsibility," the Weasley twins reassured, patting their chests. It was evident that any Slytherin students who dared to cross their path would likely receive a warm welcome in the form of dung bombs, fang frisbees, and more. In the coming days, Slytherin students experienced a series of unfortunate events. Dung bombs would mysteriously appear on their dining tables, fireworks would disrupt their potion cauldrons, and fang frisbees would swoop down and nibble at their hair in the hallways. Stairs seemed to trip them with a mischievous cord, causing a rash of unfortunate accidents. After a few days, the Slytherins appeared worn out, lacking energy and living in perpetual fear. Skylar remained uninvolved, as his reputation at Hogwarts was enough to deter the younger Gryffindors from targeting him. Meanwhile, Draco maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public and always accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe for protection. However, an incident during an attack on a senior Slytherin student inadvertently involved Astoria, who happened to be passing by innocently. She ended up covered in dung, reeking, and in tears, fleeing back to the dormitory. Daphne, who cared deeply for her sister, confronted Skylar, saying, "Gryffindor has gone too far. We didn't want to get involved in this mess as you suggested, but even Vincent and Gregory couldn't bear it. I may have taken it, but being targeted is unacceptable." Skylar, originally inclined to avoid such tedious disputes, realized that he couldn't stand by while those close to him were bullied. His plan was initially to settle matters on the Quidditch pitch, with Draco securing a victory for Slytherin. But seeing his allies being harassed prompted him to take action. With a determined glint in his eyes, Skylar responded, "Don't worry, we'll use Draco's firebolt to secure victory. This will show our strength, and then we'll avenge Tori," Astoria's nickname. Feeling reassured, Daphne kissed Skylar on the cheek before setting off to comfort her sister. The semester was drawing to a close, and Skylar remembered his agreement with Luna. He decided to visit the Ravenclaw common room to meet her, all the while pondering the mysterious eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. Ravenclaw's common room entrance was atop a spiral staircase to the west of the castle. There, an old wooden door with only an eagle-shaped bronze knocker stood. Skylar gently raised the knocker and knocked twice. The eagle's beak on the bronze knocker creaked open, and it spoke in a gentle, rhythmic voice, "Where do people go after they die?" Skylar found the question quite challenging. It wasn't a matter of capability, but rather a question with few known answers. Life and death remained among the highest mysteries in the wizarding world, understood by only a handful of individuals, with the Department of Mysteries in the British Ministry of Magic handling such enigmatic matters. Skylar quickly responded, "The Netherworld or Limbo." However, the door remained shut. After a brief pause, the eagle knocker posed another question: "Where can one go from the Netherworld?" Is it one question per answer? Schuyler recalled Luna's description of this bronze eagle door knocker. It was known to grant one question per visitor. Puzzled, he inquired, "Are we limited to answering just one question?" The eagle knocker remained silent, and Schuyler continued, "Choosing forward leads to the realm of the dead, while choosing return results in returning as a ghost. There are exceptions, such as individuals with incomplete souls or those whose souls are anchored to reality through specific connections." A third question followed after a brief pause: "What is the true meaning of life?" These questions were clearly philosophical and profound, far from typical student queries. For the first time, Schuyler felt the challenge of these questions. After some contemplation, he responded, "Life emerges from nothingness, exists in the tangible world, and ultimately fades in reality, moving towards the realm of the dead. Life is more than mere existence. It involves exploring the truth of oneself and the universe. Everyone has their unique perceptions and understandings of life, so I believe that life's essence comprises body, mind, and spirit. In simpler terms, it refers to the body, consciousness, and emotions. Life is a harmonious combination of these aspects. Without any of them, one cannot be considered complete, as in the case of Voldemort and ghosts." The bronze eagle's eyes began to gleam, and it ceased asking questions, returning to its original form as a weathered bronze door knocker. Realizing that he had passed the test, Schuyler glanced at it and pushed the door open, revealing a simple yet elegant room. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with books, sky-blue curtains were drawn, and an array of magical objects floated on the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. A desk cluttered with books stood before him. Although Schuyler had never been to Ravenclaw's common room, he could tell this wasn't a student lounge. The room was far too austere, with no doors or passageways leading to the dormitories. It felt more like an office belonging to a certain professor. A translucent, eagle-shaped phantom, resembling the miniature eagle on the bronze door knocker, materialized midair. "Welcome to Ravenclaw's secret room, chosen one." Ah, Slytherin isn't the only house with secret chambers and legacies to leave behind, thought Schuyler. He needed to understand why he was selected. "Dear Senior, may I ask why I was chosen? I'm a Slytherin." The translucent eagle knocker chuckled. "You're cautious, indeed. Do you have Ravenclaw's relics with you? They serve as the key to access this room. To be a chosen candidate, one must possess the key and successfully pass my test of truth. Both conditions are necessary." Schuyler presented Ravenclaw's diadem, which emitted a faint silver glow with visible and active magical fluctuations. "Is this what you referred to, Senior?" The eagle-shaped phantom, now named Aquila, responded, "Don't call me Senior. It makes me feel old. Call me Aquila. Yes, what you're holding is indeed the crown of wisdom, the key to entering this place. But why does this crown look different from what I remember?" Schuyler swiftly explained that the crown had been stolen by Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, and had been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Aquila displayed a complex expression, remarking, "Horcrux, that's dark magic. I didn't expect Hogwarts to teach such wizardry." Anticipating that Aquila was about to delve into this topic, Schuyler redirected the conversation back to the secret room, inquiring, "What is the purpose of this secret room? What benefits will I gain as a candidate, and what tasks are required of me?" Aquila wore a knowing smile. "It seems you've explored the secret chamber of another old guy, haven't you? Let me guess, it was Slytherin's secret room, right? His secret room is the most conspicuous, especially for someone like you, a pureblood wizard." Schuyler was taken aback. "You guessed correctly, but how did you know about Slytherin's secret room?" He didn't want the other founders to know, and he intended it to be used only by his descendants to deal with Muggle-born wizards in the future. Aquila chuckled. The old man thought he was being secretive, but he was rather careless. In the year he departed, Lord Ravenclaw employed profound spatial magic to discover the secret room. Don't forget that the school's location was chosen by Lord Ravenclaw. This revelation intrigued Schuyler. He had never heard of this before. He assumed Hogwarts was founded by the four creators, and his expression grew more curious. Aquila continued to elucidate. Lord Ravenclaw was guided by a dream to select the current site of Hogwarts. This place conceals numerous secrets that not even the four founders fully comprehended. Lord Ravenclaw, however, had the deepest exploration and understanding of this location. Nonetheless, considering Slytherin's contribution to the school's foundation and the possibility that his ideas were not entirely incorrect, the three founders decided to preserve the secret room. In the event that a Muggle-born wizard truly betrays us and endangers the wizarding world, this secret room could serve as a contingency. Aquila continued, "Now, let's discuss your current status. You're merely a candidate, not a fully recognized heir to Ravenclaw. You have permission to enter this secret room at any time, but you cannot bring anyone else inside. You are also permitted to read and take any of the books and tomes here. These books constitute the magical knowledge that Lord Ravenclaw acquired throughout her life, containing her vast wisdom and dedication. As you know, Ravenclaw is renowned for her wisdom. The magical legacy she left behind is the most extensive and abundant among the four founders. The books within this chamber are part of her private collection and have never been circulated. I trust that someone as intelligent as yourself recognizes the value of these books." Skylar indeed understood the worth of these books. The four founders of Hogwarts were the most exceptional wizards of their era, and their selfless establishment of a magical school, as well as the sharing and dissemination of their magical knowledge, was already a remarkable legacy. It's understandable that these founders kept their unique secret skills privately, like a hidden ace up their sleeves. This wasn't due to selfishness, but rather a necessity in the dark ages of the Middle Ages. During that era, revealing all of one's strengths as a wizard could be a sure way to meet an untimely end. Aquila continued, "If you wish to become the true heir, you only need to complete two tasks. First, read all the magical books within this chamber and inherit the knowledge of Ravenclaw, then seek out the next candidate for this secret room. Second, discover the true purpose of the Crown of Wisdom. But I believe that, before that, you may need to cleanse the crown of the contamination from the Horcrux. You need to accomplish just one of these two tasks to be officially recognized as Ravenclaw's heir, and you'll earn my loyalty." Skylar pondered for a moment and asked, "Aquila, I'm curious about your existence. What could I possibly need your loyalty for?" "Aquila, I am Lord Ravenclaw's proudest magical creation from thousands of years ago. I accompanied her through countless magical studies and participated in numerous magical battles alongside her. Ravenclaw valued me even more than the Crown of Wisdom. What do you say?" Aquila responded. It indeed sounded like a combination of a research assistant and a battle summoner, and Skylar found this to be a valuable asset. The first task seemed manageable. With Skylar's intelligence and the time turner, he believed he would eventually finish reading the entire collection. As for the second task, he had a plan in mind. He would attempt to destroy the Horcrux using a pure silver dagger without harming the crown, possibly with the assistance of soul magic. Then, he could seek information about the crown's true purpose from history books or consult Professor Binns directly, which appeared to be a reasonable course of action. Capítulo 66, Chapter 66, Black. Saturday finally arrived, and the Quidditch finals were underway, determining this semester's final College Cup ownership. However, Skylar chose not to attend. In the laboratory, within his enchanted suitcase, he was completing the last steps of refining Brain Enchantment Potion. He had gathered all the necessary ingredients since returning from Sardinia, where his sister Giuliana had provided him with rune snake eggs. Before commencing the potion-making process, Skylar drank a sip of the Felix Felicis to ensure his success. He added dragon claw powder, beating toadstool, and frog brain to the potion, carefully controlling the fire to maintain the correct temperature. Under the effects of Felix Felicis, his intuition was greatly enhanced, allowing him to add materials at precise moments with just his gut feeling. As the potion began emitting a faint fragrance, Skylar introduced the snake-like eggs, and a small pot of dense green liquid appeared. Skylar took out a portion of the green concentrate, diluted it with water in a test tube, and watched the color lighten. He then administered the diluted Brain Enchantment Potion to Silver Paw. The effects were almost immediate. Silver Paw's mental state became highly excited, and he was visibly energetic. Satisfied that Silverpaw had experienced no side effects after half an hour, Skylar consumed 3/10 of the undiluted concentrate himself. Upon swallowing the potion, Skylar felt his mind relax, and his thinking became sharper than ever before. It was a sensation beyond mere refreshment. With the brain enchantment potion consumed, he could think about a multitude of topics simultaneously. When he opened his eyes, he rapidly jotted down his thoughts in his notebook. Skylar also decided to test his Patronus charm. With heightened mental power, he found that the Patronus duration nearly doubled. His magical prowess had advanced to the level of senior students. This extended Patronus duration might soon rival that of adult wizards due to better control over magic power output. Upon returning to the auditorium, Skylar witnessed Slytherin's victorious return and the crestfallen Gryffindors. "That's what I'm talking about. We show those Gryffindors who's better than them." Draco, brimming with confidence, took the opportunity in the auditorium to boast about his achievements and express his delight. The tactics Skylar had suggested to Draco earlier had proven effective. Slytherin played defensively, focusing on preventing Gryffindor from scoring goals. Despite Gryffindor being behind by 200 points, Harry did his best to interfere with Draco in the early stages of the game. However, Draco's extensive training paid off, combined with the exceptional performance of the Firebolt, ultimately enabling him to capture the snitch, even under Harry's resistance. After Slytherin finally secured the Quidditch Cup, the excitement lingered among the students for at least a week, and Draco's popularity soared. Notably, girls began to notice that Daphne and Meredith were frequently accompanying Skylar. They realized Draco was not too different from Skylar, irrespective of family background and appearance. It was like sharks sensing blood in the water, and they started to surround Draco. Pansy, feeling nervous, guarded Draco more vigilantly. The weather seemed to be in a celebratory mood too. June was approaching, bringing clear, cloudless, and hot days. People craved iced pumpkin juice, and they eagerly sat down in the sunshine, playing a few rounds of gobstones or admiring the dreamy sight of the giant squids swimming in the lake. Speaking of the giant squid, Skylar had encountered one during his previous adventures in the Caribbean. He was certain this was not the same species as the deep-sea giant squid in the Muggle world. The Hogwarts giant squid had a gentle temperament and an otherworldly presence. It might be due to domestication by wizards, but there was no denying its unique nature. The deep-sea giant squid couldn't adapt to the conditions of the Black Lake, let alone consume the bread students fed it. While Skylar scoured the Hogwarts library and his extensive family collections, he never encountered any information about the magic giant squid. This sparked a daring idea, one that he couldn't resist entertaining. However, the students were unable to fully embrace the summer atmosphere, as final exams were looming. They had to remain indoors, resist the allure of the gentle summer breeze outside the window, and diligently prepare for their tests. Skylar remained unfazed by the upcoming exams. For him, they were just a routine, and their outcomes wouldn't matter in the tumultuous times that lay ahead. Besides, Skylar had never worried about financial resources. He could easily amass galleons through his abilities. With a bit of luck, if he could secure the Malfoy family's future, their wealth alone would provide him with a lifetime of comfort. Even in the original plot, despite the Malfoy family's diminished status, Draco didn't need to work to maintain a comfortable lifestyle, illustrating the depth of the Malfoy family's wealth. So, while others toiled away studying, Skylar snuck into the Forbidden Forest in search of rare magical ingredients. As he entered the forest's periphery, Skylar was taken aback by an unexpected sight. Under a towering ancient tree, he found Sirius Black leaning against the trunk, unconscious and severely injured. His clothes were torn, revealing dried blood and a fist-sized bruise on his exposed chest. After a moment of contemplation, Skylar fetched a vial of first aid potion from his pocket and carefully administered it to Sirius. It took some time, but Sirius eventually opened his eyes. Startled and pained, Sirius tried to push himself up, but his injuries prevented him from doing so. With a grunt of pain, he fell back to the ground. Seizing the moment, Skylar cast a hypnotic spell on Sirius. In his weakened state, Sirius succumbed to the spell, falling into a deep sleep. Skylar began piecing together the story of his attack from the unconscious Sirius. Regarding the absence of the need for chanting a mantra, both chanting and hypnotic spells serve the purpose of unlocking the secrets within a person's mind. These kind of spells, however, can forcefully and directly intrude into an individual's thoughts to pilfer memories. This method is convenient and fast, but leaves distinct traces behind and often results in the subject experiencing memory disorientation. Consequently, most curse practitioners must also be skilled in obliviation spells to help the subject forget what they have undergone. In contrast, hypnotic spells are more complex and time-consuming. The spellcaster gently guides the subject into a deep slumber through a series of spoken words and gestures, using language to induce them to share the required information. Although this process is slow and intricate, it leaves no noticeable traces, and the subject only perceives it as a dreamlike sleep. The attacker is none other than Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, Skylar's brow furrowed even more. Peter Pettigrew is synonymous with timidity. It seems implausible that he would confront Sirius, given his notorious reputation. He remained at large from the very beginning, even after successfully deceiving everyone. How could such a cowardly individual carry out an attack on Sirius, whom he has long envied and resented? Furthermore, considering Peter Pettigrew's limited magical abilities, it is challenging to inflict the kind of damage Sirius sustained, even in a surprise attack. Setting aside these perplexing thoughts, Skylar continued to employ hypnotic spells to coax Sirius into revealing the secrets he sought: the Black family's secret room and Sirius's Gringotts vault code. Once he had gathered all the necessary information, he ended the spell, causing Sirius to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he would have no recollection of their encounter. Skylar carefully considered the situation and ultimately decided to confide in Dumbledore. It was evident that Peter Pettigrew's actions were beyond his control, and Sirius, despite being weakened during his escape from Azkaban, remained a formidable Auror-class figure. Confronting these unknown variables, particularly the dwarf Peter, who operated outside the bounds of the original plot, would be an incredibly risky endeavor. Skylar recognized that he was not Harry and didn't possess the protection of the protagonist's plot armor. He had achieved impressive feats such as defeating the basilisk, conquering Dementors, and handling a werewolf, but these accomplishments were grounded in his knowledge of the challenges he faced. When confronted with an unpredictable adversary like Peter, acting recklessly would be akin to courting death. With that in mind, Skylar placed the sleeping Sirius within his magical suitcase and hurried to the headmaster's office. While the entrance to Dumbledore's office required a password, Skylar understood that the portraits and statues throughout the castle were Dumbledore's watchful eyes, and there was little within the castle's confines that could escape his surveillance. It was certain that Dumbledore was aware that someone was seeking an audience with him. As anticipated, Skylar did not wait long before the entrance to the headmaster's office revealed itself. The stone-winged gargoyle at the entrance, seemingly having received some form of instruction, moved aside to expose the entryway behind. Recognizing this as an invitation from Dumbledore, Skylar ascended the entrance staircase. In Dumbledore's office, Skylar removed Sirius from his magical suitcase and explained to the headmaster that he had coincidentally discovered Sirius, a comatose wanted criminal, in the Forbidden Forest, and had brought him to the headmaster for proper handling. The headmaster observed Skylar's suitcase with keen interest and then turned his meaningful gaze towards the unconscious Sirius, remarking, "Skylar, you are quite the student, constantly surprising me." Skylar didn't dwell on the exact implications of Dumbledore's words, but quickly responded, "Headmaster, it's not thanks to me that Black was apprehended. I encountered him purely by chance. Nevertheless, it seems that Black's situation is far from straightforward. Should we investigate who inflicted such severe injuries on him?" Dumbledore employed a spell Skylar hadn't witnessed before, using his wand to release healing magic. Sirius' condition visibly improved at an astonishing rate. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Dumbledore by his side, Sirius wisely chose not to provoke any conflict. He opted to bury his grudges and share the events leading up to his incarceration, including his escape from Azkaban in animagus form and the recent assault by Peter Pettigrew in the Forbidden Forest. It was clear that Sirius held no animosity toward Dumbledore for his earlier imprisonment. Dumbledore, on the other hand, didn't appear surprised. He had harbored doubts about the events of 12 years ago and the continued existence of Peter Pettigrew. The missing piece of the puzzle was Peter Pettigrew's identity as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. With this newfound knowledge, he could connect the dots and uncover the larger truth. Promptly, Dumbledore summoned Professor Lupin, who swiftly corroborated the entire story. The sequence of events wasn't difficult to piece together, particularly given Lupin's recent transformation into a werewolf due to the wolfsbane potion, which was a clear indication of Peter Pettigrew's involvement. The adults would manage the remaining details of the situation, and Skylar graciously offered to leave. However, Dumbledore had other plans. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint as he inquired, "Skylar, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Skylar paused for a moment and replied, "What do you think, Professor? If you believe Mr. Black to be innocent, our priority should be to locate him and confront him directly. That way, we can unveil the truth and clear Mr. Black's name." Dumbledore probed further, "You often come up with excellent ideas. Can you assist us in devising a plan to locate Scabbers?" After careful consideration, Skylar responded, "Scabbers is small and skilled at hiding. Finding him won't be easy. For now, our best option is to lure him out, using Mr. Black as bait. Scabbers must be aware that Mr. Black is still alive, so if we can expose the concealed signs of Mr. Black's grave injuries, Scabbers will undoubtedly make another move." With a plan in place, the group initiated their arrangements. Capitulo 67, Chapter 67, Peter Pettigrew. The following morning, in the Great Hall, Hagrid urgently reported to Dumbledore that he had discovered unidentified individuals engaged in illegal hunting near the Forbidden Forest. The substantial amount of blood at the scene suggested that one of the hunters might have been injured. Professor Sprout, who overheard this conversation, stood up and revealed that several precious pots of fresh white fresh had been stolen from the greenhouse. This rare herb could be used to treat injuries. The students engaged in fervent discussions, speculating whether the injured hunter was Sirius Black. They considered the fact that, in the Forbidden Forest, hunting for food was not uncommon, as it was home to various magical creatures as well as wild deer and foxes. Injuries during the hunting process might result from dangerous encounters with magical creatures. That night, while Sirius was stealthily entering the greenhouse, he was suddenly ambushed by a dark figure. This time, he was prepared and swiftly dodged a killing curse. The attacker was a bald, short man with gray hair, a rodent-like visage, and a pointed nose. None other than Peter Pettigrew, the object of Sirius' vengeance. Sirius, his eyes red with fury, exclaimed, "You, the traitor, dare to show your face in front of me." Peter Pettigrew displayed no concern and sneered, "Sirius, who do you think you are? It seems that 12 years in prison have made you lose touch with reality." With a cold glint in his eyes, Peter Pettigrew continued, "I am not the same person I used to be. I've acquired new powers. I no longer fear you. Killing you means that I can erase your existence and restart my life, free from your threat. You will meet your end as a traitor." At that moment, Professor Lupin emerged from concealment, positioned himself behind Peter Pettigrew, and joined Sirius in confronting him. Lupin's voice was filled with anger as he declared, "It's you. Peter, it wasn't enough for you to betray James. Now you want to betray Sirius as well. You despicable villain, I will end you today." Lupin and Sirius both drew their wands, with Lupin lending one to Sirius. They unleashed a relentless assault on Peter Pettigrew, their spells launching deadly curses into the night. Peter Pettigrew, the cunning little dwarf, sported a sly smile. He traced a large circle in the air with his wand and silently released a dark, eerie vortex, a whirlpool that devoured all of their spells without a trace. He spoke coldly, "Why bother? Remus, I intended to kill Sirius alone. I didn't anticipate that you'd uncover the truth. It seems I'll need to add another soul to my wand today." Lupin retorted, his voice cold and resolute. "Do you really think that learning a bit of new magic makes you a match for both of us? Do you believe you're the only one who's improved over the years?" The little dwarf Peter didn't conceal his contempt. "Ignorance, you have no idea how far we've come." With that statement, Peter Pettigrew's body exuded a visible, dark mist that swirled and swished around him. In response, Lupin and Sirius launched their most potent attacks in unison. Peter Pettigrew's power suddenly surged, accompanied by a hoarse scream, as if his very being was racked by unbearable torment. A beam of inky black light erupted from the tip of his wand, shattering Lupin and Sirius's spells and persistently advancing toward them. Upon contact, it violently repelled them with a relentless force. The black light clung to them as though it had a malevolent will of its own. Both Lupin and Sirius felt their magical strength rapidly draining, their bodies growing weaker, unable to mount any resistance. The diminutive dwarf Peter sneered with triumph. "It's the end, my friends. Let me guide you on your journey." Suddenly, a brilliant and potent white light burst forth. Peter Pettigrew hastily raised his wand in defense, retreating 5 steps, his gaze wary as he peered in the direction from which the white light emanated. He spoke coldly, unexpectedly, "You're here, Dumbledore." Dumbledore regarded him with a complex expression and sighed. "Peter, you've fallen far. Is your soul truly so corrupted that you would slay your former best friend?" Though Peter Pettigrew had significantly augmented his power, his underlying nature of timidity and caution remained unchanged. He knew full well that he stood no chance against Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard of the century. Today's plan had been a complete failure with Dumbledore's arrival. All he could do now was return to a life of fleeing and hiding. While it would be a life filled with misery and frustration, at least he would survive. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a tide of humiliation and resentment surged through him, and he roared frantically, "Best friends! They only saw me as a lackey, a servant they'd summon and cast aside at their whim. When have they ever considered me an equal friend?" 5 strange green sparks emitted consecutively from the tip of his wand, glaringly distinct against the darkness. Sirius froze for a moment. His memories immediately transported him to the Muggle Street from 12 years ago. He distinctly remembered this magic. It was the moment when Peter Pettigrew, who had been sobbing in front of him, abruptly produced a green spark at his wand's end, and then detonated the entire street into ruins. He shouted, "Danger!" but he and Lupin were gravely injured and incapable of movement. They could only passively accept their impending demise. It wasn't death that he feared, but the unbearable knowledge that he would fail to avenge his friend James and in the process would drag another friend, Lupin, into the abyss. The 2 friends locked eyes, sharing a tragic smile, extending their hands to clasp each other's in preparation to face death together. Yet neither of them perished. Dumbledore had positioned himself between them, erecting a holy white light barrier that warded off Peter Pettigrew's assault. This act, however, provided Peter Pettigrew an opening to escape into the Forbidden Forest. Sirius bellowed hoarsely, "Forget about us, he's trying to escape. Once he enters the Forbidden Forest, he can apparate." Dumbledore wore a knowing expression and responded, "Not necessarily." Peter Pettigrew indeed seized the opportunity to vanish into the Forbidden Forest, but he didn't disapparate as Sirius had expected. It wasn't for lack of willingness, but a lack of ability. The dark spell he had just employed was a form of blood magic demanding a gruesome price. 12 years ago, when he confronted Sirius, he sacrificed a finger. This time, out of fear of Dumbledore, he offered up his entire right hand. What was once a hand missing a single finger had now become a mangled and decaying mass of flesh on the ground, his grisly payment for harnessing this dark magic. His strength waned significantly, both from the tremendous magic power expended and the substantial blood loss. He was now incapable of performing the complex magic required for apparition appearance. His plan was to seek refuge in the Forbidden Forest, biding his time until his strength recovered enough to apparate safely. As he staggered deeper into the forest, he was suddenly struck by a silent and unseen curse that originated from a shadowy recess in the forest's distant corner. Peter the dwarf had been so vigilant that even as the curse closed in on him, he remained unaware. Petrificus todellis, a voice came from the shadows, casting a spell toward Peter. Consequently, he was inexplicably ensnared by a full-body immobilization curse, rendering him unable to move. Skylar dispelled his invisibility magic and emerged from the shadows, his smile carrying a hint of amusement. "Greetings, little dwarf. This is our first encounter. I am Skylar Malfoy. You're familiar with my name, aren't you?" Peter rasped, "I do know you. Of course I do. You are the second scion of the Malfoy family and a rising star at Hogwarts. Your father and I were both Death Eaters. Please, I implore you, get me out of here, and I shall repay your kindness." Skylar asked with interest, "You feel quite helpless without your animagus form. Let's discuss how you might repay me first." Peter Pettigrew, sensing an opportunity, quickly responded, "I can grant you power, and I can divulge the secret of my power. With this power in your grasp, your exceptional talents will soon eclipse even Dumbledore." Skylar nodded, saying, "It's truly enticing, but alas, I have no need for such power." Undeterred, Peter the dwarf persisted in his efforts to persuade Skylar, elaborating on the allure of this power. However, observing that Skylar remained unswayed, he eventually relented, asking, "Then what do you seek?" Skylar smiled and replied, "You must understand that I am as ambitious as any Slytherin. I desire your unwavering allegiance." Peter the dwarf considered his options for a moment, then spoke with a flattering tone, "It would be my honor to pledge loyalty to a future powerhouse of your caliber." "Your willingness is certainly refreshing, but I have reservations about your loyalty. You once betrayed the Order of the Phoenix and subsequently defected, evading capture after the fall of the Dark Lord. You don't appear to be the most reliable follower." No, they were different from you. They were far too zealous. My lord, you've inherited the Malfoy family's discerning nature and a strong sense of self-preservation. Following you is undoubtedly the right choice. Nonetheless, I feel compelled to take precautions." Skylar retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket. "This is a unique brew I've developed. After drinking it, should you ever entertain thoughts of betrayal, you'll experience the agony of being pierced by 1,000 arrows until death claims you. Drink the entire vial, and I shall accept your allegiance and ensure your safe exit." Though Peter the dwarf harbored reluctance in his heart, he was, at his core, a survivor. With no other recourse, he begrudgingly consumed the potion. Surprisingly, Skylar's supposed unique potion was nothing more than a concoction of his imagination. No such potion existed in the wizarding world. In reality, what Peter Pettigrew had ingested was ecstasy. As the effects of the substance began to blur his consciousness, Skylar seized the moment to cast a hypnotic charm, compelling Peter to divulge the secrets behind his sudden empowerment. Indeed, Peter Pettigrew had not returned to seek refuge with Voldemort. His newfound strength was derived from a clandestine underground organization known as the Shadow Dragons. This group consisted of formidable dark wizards, several of whom were infamous wanted criminals from the same era as Voldemort. As a young Tom Riddle, before he became Lord Voldemort, he had encountered and associated with these individuals. It was through these interactions that he acquired numerous secrets of dark magic, such as the means to alter his own body through dark magic, thus greatly enhancing his magical abilities. Tom Riddle, during his time at Hogwarts, was strikingly handsome and bore no resemblance to the fearsome Dark Lord he would later become. His transformation into that loathsome appearance was a direct result of his association with these dark arts. Dumbledore himself alluded to Riddle having, mixed with the most evil guy in the wizarding world, undergone several dangerous magical transformations, and re-emerged as Voldemort. In this story, these individuals are designated members of the enigmatic organization known as the Shadow Dragons. Peter Pettigrew possessed only limited knowledge about this organization. He knew that they had an interest in a student at Hogwarts. They had imbued Peter with a particular dark power, resulting in a dramatic leap in his magical abilities. In return, Peter Pettigrew had made an unbreakable vow to assist them in the abduction of a student, though he was unaware of the student's identity. The organization expected Peter to eliminate any potential disruptive elements and would reveal the subsequent steps of their plan to him. The Shadow Dragons, an organization never mentioned in the original books, had found its way into Hogwarts. Their true intentions and motivations remain shrouded in mystery. Capítulo 68, Chapter 68, End of Terms. The emergence of the Shadow Dragons organization filled Skylar with a sense of foreboding. He had an inkling that the world of Harry Potter was gradually veering off its original course. The Shadow Dragons might be just the beginning, and in the near future, more concealed and underground forces could come to light. However, he decided to set these concerns aside. After all, he was still a student, and if any significant issues arose, he trusted that Dumbledore would take charge. With the information he needed now in his possession, Skylar made certain arrangements for Peter Pettigrew. He then waved his wand to awaken the dwarf. When Peter Pettigrew awoke, he couldn't recall how he had been hypnotized. His attitude towards the young boy before him had transformed from disdain to deep respect. He addressed Skylar with reverence. "Lord Malfoy, I have proven my loyalty. Is there anything you require of me?" Skylar nodded and stated, "I don't need you by my side. Instead, I want you to journey to the Albanian forest to help me locate the remaining soul of your former lord and repledge your allegiance to him." At the mention of the enigmatic figure, Peter Pettigrew trembled, his voice betraying his fear. He implored, "My lord, do you not want me to stay close to that person as your undercover agent? He can see into people's hearts, and I can't endure it." Skylar scrutinized Peter Pettigrew carefully, giving him the sense that his secrets were laid bare. He was aware that Peter Pettigrew was evading the truth. His occlumency skills were not weak, allowing him to conceal his true loyalties from Dumbledore and even inform Voldemort. Although the actions of James and others were the primary reason, Peter Pettigrew must have played a role himself. While Dumbledore couldn't confirm him as a traitor, he harbored suspicions regarding his behavior. Nevertheless, Skylar chose not to delve into this matter any further. He replied, "Do not worry. You only need to return to him and serve his interests. I don't require you to be my spy or transmit information. Trust me, the return of this mysterious individual is only a matter of time. The first person to find him and lend support will reap unexpected benefits. I have my own plans in motion, and you need not concern yourself with them." Peter Pettigrew's blinking eyes conveyed his contemplation of various schemes, and he finally responded, "Very well, I promise you, my lord. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will repay you for the favor you've shown me today." The dwarf consumed a blood-replenishing potion and a magical recovery elixir provided by Skylar. When he felt his strength was restored, he apparated away from the forbidden forest. Skylar was confident that Peter Pettigrew could locate Voldemort. Peter had managed to use rodents to find Voldemort's remnants in the vast forest. In the original book, this was how he stumbled upon Voldemort and subsequently advanced the plot of the fourth year. Furthermore, Skylar had cast a unique house elf tracking spell on Peter Pettigrew, and if needed, he could summon Dobby to apparate him to his location at any time. He had also added specific ingredients to the potion that Peter had ingested. If Voldemort followed the canonical plotline and used Peter Pettigrew's flesh and blood for his resurrection, it was certain to yield a significant surprise. Following this incident, the exam week began. In the Transfiguration exam, the task was to transform a teapot into a turtle. While Skylar's performance wasn't explicitly mentioned, Professor McGonagall's smile hinted at a perfect score. Meredith made a minor mistake with her turtle transfiguration, and Daphne forgot to add nails to the turtle's feet. The curse class exam featured a jinx that was indeed a joyful one. Shellen, who had known the question in advance, had prepared all the Slytherin students, ensuring they all achieved full marks. The next morning, Hagrid conducted the Care of Magical Creatures exam, where students had to care for Flobber caterpillars, an unexpectedly easy task. Their success hinged on keeping the caterpillars alive for an hour. Despite the exam's simplicity, the students couldn't help but reflect on the fact that they had learned very little throughout the semester, except for the first lesson on hippogriffs and the subsequent one on salamanders. Skylar was puzzled about the value of such knowledge, when it came to exams. In the afternoon, the potions exam took place, and Slytherin students excelled. The topic was the confusion potion, and nearly all the Slytherins submitted perfect potions. Goyle was the only one who added too much water, resulting in a slightly runny potion. Other than that, the class earned full marks. Astronomy was the next midnight exam, held on the tallest tower. On Wednesday, the students faced exams in history of magic and herbology. Thursday morning brought the penultimate exam, defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin had devised an unconventional outdoor test that resembled an obstacle course. It required students to navigate a deep pond with grindylows, pass through a series of holes inhabited by red caps, traverse a swamp while ignoring misleading information from an easel, and finally, climb into an old trunk to wrestle a boggart. Sharon, Daphne, Meredith, and Draco all achieved full marks. The rest of the students excelled in the initial obstacles, but there were issues with the boggart. Pansy screamed and fled when she saw her own reflection, Blaze reacted aggressively, and the hippogriff startled the students. The final exam was in the field of alchemy. Skylar skillfully repaired a damaged golden snitch and received the only perfect score in the class. Professor Borgin informed Skylar that he should visit his office to learn about the restoration of the vanishing cabinet. After the exams, there were still 3 weeks left before the end of the semester. Students celebrated their impending summer vacation with joy and shared their plans. However, Harry was feeling down after the exams. His favorite teacher, Professor Lupin, had decided to resign and leave Hogwarts. This decision was prompted by Snape revealing Lupin's werewolf, causing significant pressure on Dumbledore from the school board and angry letters from parents. The Daily Prophet covered the incident extensively, although the newspaper editor, Barnabas Cuff, artfully avoided implicating Fudge and left out the Ministry of Magic's approval of Lupin's appointment. In addition to Dumbledore's appointment of Quirrell and Lockhart's dubious history, there were growing concerns about the process of hiring professors at Hogwarts. The public began to voice their opinions, calling for the Ministry of Magic to intervene and make the appointment of professors more transparent and fair. The idea was that the headmaster should no longer have sole authority over professor appointments, and that the process should be subject to third-party review. At this critical juncture, Mr. Gareth Greengrass, a member of the school board, stepped up. He voluntarily took on the responsibility of establishing a faculty appointment committee. This committee would be in charge of conducting thorough evaluations of the headmaster's choices for professors. The headmaster would still be responsible for identifying candidates, but formal hiring would require the committee's approval. For the sake of fairness, the committee would consist of 2 department heads, 2 school board members, 2 parents of students, and 2 student representatives, ensuring that the perspectives of all stakeholders were considered. After extensive discussions, the committee's composition was finalized. The 2 department heads were Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. The school board members were Gareth himself and Mrs. Selwyn from the Selwyn family. Representing the parents of the students were Lucius Malfoy and Amelia Bones. As for the student representatives, the protagonist, Skylar Malfoy, was chosen. Despite his young age, his reputation and abilities had earned recognition from many young witches and wizards. Among the committee's members, aside from Mrs. Selwyn, most were somewhat acquainted with Skylar, and they welcomed his inclusion. Another student representative on the committee was Ron Weasley. While his appointment surprised many, it was not entirely unexpected, considering the political factors involved. According to Skylar's estimation, the Dumbledore faction had initially favored Hermione for this role, given her impressive academic performance and skills. However, Hermione lacked a magical heritage from a pureblood family. Ron served as an apt alternative. He had a strong friendship with Hermione and could consult with her on various matters. Ron also hailed from a long-standing pureblood lineage, and with Harry, who carried the mantle of the Chosen One, as his close friend, Ron was a suitable choice for this position. The Malfoy family appeared to be the primary beneficiaries of the ongoing changes. If Lucius returned to the ranks of those in power at Hogwarts, the Malfoy family would hold 2 seats on the committee. This situation might have raised eyebrows at other times, but in Skylar's case, it seemed entirely natural, given his lofty standing in the wizarding world. During this period, Harry learned from Professor Lupin the truth about the incident involving Sirius 12 years ago, including the fact that Sirius was Harry's godfather. This revelation brought more frustration to Harry. He had finally discovered a living relative, but was unable to leave the Dursleys, his detested guardians, since Sirius still carried the burden of being a fugitive. As a side note, Ron had a tougher time accepting the truth than Harry when Lupin confessed Scabbers' true identity as Peter Pettigrew. "What are you talking about? Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew," he exclaimed. "No, this can't be." Despite Sirius's promise to give him a new pet as compensation, Ron couldn't help but feel attached to Scabbers, which showed just how deep his feelings for the old pet ran. Another matter weighing on Harry's mind was the unsettling divination exam. Professor Trelawney, typically unreliable in her predictions, had uttered an eerily accurate prophecy. The Dark Lord lies alone, without allies, abandoned by his followers. Now, his servant, imprisoned for 12 years, shall break free from his chains before midnight tonight. With the aid of his servant, the Dark Lord shall return, more powerful and fearsome than ever. Despite Harry's concern over this ominous prediction, Ron and Hermione scoffed at Professor Trelawney's divination abilities, not considering the prophecy as something to be taken seriously. For Harry, things couldn't seem to get any worse. However, the harsh reality taught him how to endure adversity. When he went to retrieve his invisibility cloak from the secret passage beneath the one-eyed witch statue on the 4th floor, he discovered that the cloak had vanished. This cloak held immense significance for Harry. It was his only magical protection from being seen, and more importantly, it was a precious heirloom passed down from his father. Its loss weighed heavily on his spirits. Yet there were moments of joy as well. Harry and Ron managed to pass all their classes, even if it meant just scraping by in some subjects. Furthermore, Harry was able to recover the Marauders map from Lupin. The map held a special place in Harry's heart as it served as a testament to his father's and his friends' adventures at school. In terms of academic performance, Hermione's grades had noticeably dipped. She ended up in 4th place, trailing behind Meredith and Morag. Most attributed her decline to the overwhelming workload of taking 12 courses, but the true reason remained locked within her heart. She yearned for a word of encouragement from a particular teenager before the exams, a comforting look, something to reassure her, but it never came to pass. Hermione had her moments of tears in the dead of night, but she was Hermione, and instead of succumbing to despair, her fighting spirit was ignited by the examination results. She resolved to let go of the past, regroup, and take control of her life. She scrutinized her mistakes in the final exams and made the tough decision to drop the divination class and Muggle studies in the upcoming semester. However, she knew she would have to return the time-turner to Professor McGonagall. Capitulo 69, Chapter 69, Ravenclaw's Heritage. Skylar possesses the attributes of a gifted high school student, and his mental prowess, memory, and comprehension are further enhanced due to the brain enchantment potion. He suspects that his IQ has reached the Mensa level, and he's likely among the top Mensa members. Mensa's IQ requirement is at least 140, with the true elites surpassing 200. Without a doubt, he once again secured the first place in his year. Thanks to Skylar's exceptional academic performance and Draco's remarkable performance on the Quidditch pitch, Slytherin accumulated numerous points and claimed victory in the House Cup once more. Following the announcement of the House Cup, the Slytherins had little time to celebrate as they received a second piece of good news. Skylar was honored with the Special Contribution Award for bringing prestige to Hogwarts in the international academic arena during this semester. This accolade is the highest honor a student can achieve at Hogwarts, with the last known recipient dating back more than 50 years ago. It carries special significance for students, as those who receive it often go on to become prefects by default. Furthermore, the names of awardees are engraved in the Hogwarts Hall of Fame, etching their place in the history of Hogwarts alongside the names of the past headmasters and headmistresses, such as Dippet, and Dumbledore. Each of these figures is celebrated as a great wizard, and their legacies are preserved through the ages. This strengthened the Malfoy brothers' already formidable reputation within Slytherin. In the next semester, the current Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, will graduate and leave. Draco received an advance notification from Professor Snape that he would be the next captain. Though Draco was elated, Skylar knew that the Quidditch matches would be cancelled for the upcoming year due to the Triwizard Tournament, which meant Draco would have to wait until his 5th year to take up the role of captain. Over the last 3 weeks of the semester, Skylar led a very busy life. First, he utilized Sirius's presence at Hogwarts to help him recover from his injuries, and had Dobby apparate him to 12 Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore had explained that the black magic used against Sirius and Lupin had a unique property of sapping magical power. Even Dumbledore couldn't break it directly. So, the two would need to hide and recuperate for at least 3 months before making a full recovery. Skylar arrived at Grimmauld Place and found a way to distract Kreacher, allowing him to access the secret room within the Black House. This secret room, with its size and layout, resembled the secret chamber at Malfoy Manor. Skylar quickly proceeded to the corner where the dark magic books were stored. Without inspecting them, he gathered all the books in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, Skylar retrieved a mask exuding powerful magical energy from the secret room. Although this mask bore some resemblance to the ominous mask, its magical aura far surpassed that of the latter. Skylar acquired an unnamed mask, as well as the Black family's privately owned collection of dark magic books. Grimmaud's mask obtained. After sealing the secret room, Skylar didn't forget to visit the studio on the 2nd floor, where he obtained the Slytherin pendant box. With the imminent return of Sirius to hide there, and the future establishment of the Order of the Phoenix headquarters, it was uncertain if Skylar would have another opportunity to return. Skylar carefully placed all these items into his suitcase's expanded space, then apparated away from the Black family's old house. He secured the Slytherin pendant box within his suitcase space, alongside the wand and sterling silver dagger that he always kept with him, safely stored in the secret pockets on the left and right cuffs of his attire. Skylar ensured his most precious belongings were well guarded within the suitcase's secure compartment, protected by non-disclosure spells. Without delay, he proceeded to Ravenclaw's secret room. Skylar had already made thorough preparations, intending to complete the Ravenclaw challenge right before the end of the semester. In preparation, he reviewed the family curse of the Black family, which leaned towards soul magic, and found a suitable curse for this moment: the Tormenting Soul Curse. This curse directly subjected the soul to excruciating agony resembling fiery torment, yet it inflicted no physical harm. Skylar aimed his wand at the Ravenclaw diadem and cast the Tormenting Soul Curse. A horrendous, prolonged scream emanated from the diadem, echoing through the room. Skylar remained vigilant throughout, aware that it was a battle of willpower between him and Voldemort's remaining soul, testing whether Voldemort's remnants could endure the pain or if Skylar's magical power would deplete first. Ultimately, Voldemort's remnants couldn't bear the agony. Skylar tormented the remaining soul for half an hour, exhausting it. Skylar, though equally drained, was well prepared and promptly consumed a magic recovery potion he had previously prepared, renewing his assault on Voldemort's remnants. After an additional half-hour of torment, Voldemort's remaining soul was compelled out of the diadem's surface, forming a dark, spectral sphere. Skylar seized the opportunity, drawing a pure silver dagger from his cuff with his other hand. He stabbed the sphere, causing it to dissipate into a grotesque, spectral countenance before unleashing an anguished cry and vanishing. Skylar took a short rest, consumed another vial of magic recovery potion, and repeated the same process with the Slytherin pendant box. After driving out Voldemort's remnants, both artifacts regained their original appearance and emitted a faint magical resonance. Skylar secured the Slytherin pendant box first, then proceeded to inscribe an intricate magic circle on the secret room's floor. Placing the diadem in the circle's center, he chanted a multitude of complex spells directed towards the circle. A radiant white light surged, illuminating the entire circle, and various small objects hanging from the ceiling appeared to be affected by some force, each emitting a myriad of vibrant colors. The brilliant radiance bathed Ravenclaw's crown as if it had received a sacred blessing. An ancient, pure, and sacred song resonated within the void. The magical energy surrounding the crown grew increasingly active, and a subtle feeling of reverence seemed to emanate from it, pressing down upon Skylar. Aquila's phantom emerged hurriedly, expressing disbelief. "What an astonishing young wizard you are. The secret room opened not long ago, and yet you've already completed the test. I'm genuinely astounded." Skylar comprehended that he had successfully activated Ravenclaw's crown and passed the test, and couldn't wait to place the crown upon his head. His already potent mental power experienced a significant boost, and he closed his eyes, attentively sensing the spiritual transformation. It felt as though his spirit had expanded in a tangible manner, continually extending until it encountered an imperceptible barrier. Just when Skylar couldn't discern any further, the crown above his head emitted a brilliant radiance. In response, Skylar's spirit experienced a potent surge, breaking through the confines of the barrier with a burst of energy. Within the void, there was a soft, echoing sound akin to the cracking of an eggshell, and Skylar's spirit appeared to have freed itself from the limitations of the human body, soaring freely and uninhibited. His sensation was comparable to the legendary concept of an out-of-body experience, as if his consciousness had detached itself from his physical form and was roaming freely throughout the secret room. It was an indescribable sensation, a unity with his surroundings where everything was subject to his perception. Aquila's voice seemed to originate from a distant place, exclaiming, "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." Gradually, Aquila's voice became more distinct. "Young man, the crown holds Ravenclaw's wisdom crystals, a unique substance Ravenclaw condensed his consciousness with before her death. This crystal greatly augments a wizard's mental power. You, a fortunate youth, are unaware of how to tap into this blessing. Before absorbing the wisdom crystals, your mental power was already nearing the human body's limitations, on the verge of reaching the spiritual shackles." Skylar recognized that this was a result of his awakened bloodline power, the unlocking of magical sight, and the inherent spiritual power that far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, after the Easter holiday, he had even consumed an enchantment potion for his brain, so it was unsurprising that his mental power had been previously constrained. Aquila continued to explain, "With the aid of the wisdom crystals, you've shattered the spiritual shackles. Young man, you might not realize the magnitude of this. Can you sense the ability to emanate your mental power now? Throughout history, there have been exceedingly few individuals capable of releasing their mental power, and they were all the most exceptional figures of their time. You, young one, are truly fortunate." Skylar abruptly opened his eyes, and as he did, a brilliant flash burst forth from his pupils, akin to lightning illuminating a dark, rainy night. This single gaze illuminated the entire secret room, exposing every detail within. Each particle of dust in the room's farthest corners was rendered visible. The power of the magic eye abruptly surged, and Skylar's eyes tingled with an intense sensation. Aquila distinctly observed Skylar's pupils oscillating among the four colors: orange, turquoise, azure blue, and milky white. A faint trace of the Gellert Grindelwald's magical talisman was also discernible, leaving Aquila astounded. Sensing the remarkable transformation in his mental power, Skylar inquired nonchalantly, "Aquila, are you referring to an enhancement in perception?" Aquila donned a complex, almost human-like expression and conveyed to Skylar, "Perception is but a facet of it. With dedicated practice, you can master Ravenclaw's ancient skills, including the luminous insight." Aquila proceeded to expound on the principles and methodologies of the luminous insight. In simpler terms, it involved using high-frequency mental power to observe comprehensively, integrating all the elements in one's surroundings into one's observation. This enabled the practitioner to anticipate their opponent's actions and intentions through their various behaviors, effectively gaining insight into potential opportunities during battles. Skylar meticulously absorbed all the information Aquila imparted. If what Aquila explained was accurate, this newfound knowledge was invaluable. The luminous insight could be a formidable asset during group battles. Skylar obtained Ravenclaw's exclusive secret, learned the luminous insight. Subsequently, Aquila lowered its head and in a solemn, almost sacred tone declared, "As Ravenclaw's heir, you are officially acknowledged. From this day forward, both this secret room and I belong to you. We shall accompany you until the end of one of our lives." Aquila's phantom then circled around Skylar's head before transforming into a beam of light that pierced the back of Skylar's neck. On the skin above, an intricate black eagle with outspread wings materialized, resembling a lifelike tattoo. Aquila's voice resonated in Skylar's thoughts. "Master, I shall exist by virtue of your magical power. When you require my presence, be it for research or battle, a mere thought will summon me. Nevertheless, it is imperative that I caution you, despite being Ravenclaw's heir, that you should peruse the books within this secret room. Upon completing this task, I shall reward you with a momentous secret." Ravenclaw's beast, Aquila, has been obtained. Capitulo 70, Chapter 70, Miraculous Alchemy. Having successfully dealt with the Black House and Ravenclaw's secret room, Skylar embarked on the establishment of his shop. Lucius exceeded Skylar's expectations by not only selling him the Hogsmeade shop for a mere 2,000 galleons, but also facilitating the acquisition of the Malfoy brand from the Ministry of Magic's Magic Equipment Control Bureau. The registration of a patent for the anti-stun bracelet further demonstrated Lucius's commitment. With ample funds remaining, Skylar directed the surplus toward enhancing the shop's decor. In naming his shop, Skylar chose to deviate from the conventional approach of many wizarding businesses, eschewing a cliched name like Malfoy Alchemy Shop. Drawing on his Muggle background and sales principles, he named the establishment Miraculous Alchemy, signifying the creation of miracles through alchemy. Most wizarding retail stores in the UK are typically named after the owner's last name, such as Ollivander's Wand Shop, Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, Borgin and Burke's, etc. Exceptions include the Leaky Cauldron, Magical Menagerie, Quality Quidditch Supplies, Honeydukes, and Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, which is a fictional edition. Skylar wanted to establish a name for himself. He thought that if he put Malfoy into the store's name, then most of the clients would be someone who entered the shop simply for the sake of seeing Malfoy's name. Just like how the possible clients who despise the Malfoys would possibly evade the shop for particular reasons. Lucius, demonstrating his trust, assigned the management of the alchemy workshop to a young couple, the offspring of the Malfoy family. Skylar, unaware of Lucius's potential machinations, chose not to delve into the means used to ensure their loyalty. Although the couple lacked prior exposure to alchemy, Skylar opted to personally engrave the runic symbols on the anti-stun bracelets. The subsequent steps of beautification, carving, and perfection were delegated to the couple. Skylar enlisted Draco, Daphne, Meredith, and Pansy's assistants at Hogwarts, producing 1,000 initial supplies and entrusting them to the shop assistants. Skylar's trust in the first three individuals was unwavering, while Pansy's evolving personality, influenced by Draco, secured her place as a valued collaborator. This semester marked a notable change in Pansy's demeanor, shedding the mean and aggressive traits seen in the original book. Skylar considered her akin to a sibling, given her connection to Draco. Draco, who becomes more mature and popular, influences Pansy's transformation. Recognizing the need for change to maintain her position in Draco's affections, Pansy alters her attitude, hoping to stay by Draco's side for life. Skylar doesn't distrust Astoria, but acknowledges her youth and lack of experience in alchemy and runes. According to Skylar's calculation, her inexperienced knowledge would bring more losses than profit. The alchemy workshop, conveniently located not far from Hogwarts, boasts a direct secret passage allowing Skylar seamless entry and exit. While this operational choice consumes some of Skylar's valuable time, it represents only the initial phase of his plan. Once the business gains traction and the capable couple prove their mettle in the early stages, Skylar intends to impart the full production process's steps and secrets. Naturally, a new unbreakable vow will be established to guarantee their discretion. On the shop's grand opening day, media outlets across the UK and Europe enthusiastically advertised the miraculous alchemy shop. Other media outlets promoted Schuyler's venture for free beyond the modest discounted advertising fee Schuyler paid in the daily profit. This widespread coverage owes much to the presence of the beautiful Juliana Cleopatra standing behind Schuyler. The shop experienced a constant influx of people on its first day, with entire village side roads teeming with eager customers. The anti-stun bracelets provided relief from the lingering effects of flu travel, and wizards could finally bid farewell to the days of dizziness and disorientation. Minister Fudge promptly placed a substantial order of 500 bracelets at Amelia's suggestion, significantly contributing to Schuyler's profits. This single transaction alone allowed Schuyler to recoup all the opening expenses. An anti-stun bracelet with a gross profit of 4 galleons is quite reasonable. I think this would be a great price to start, because it will only lead to more promotions which will rake more customers in. Schuyler mused to himself. Subsequently, Schuyler took a day to consult Professor Borgin about the vanishing cabinet. Although Professor Borgin did not harbor a particular fondness for Schuyler, his test performance stood out among his classmates. For Schuyler, this opportunity represented a rare chance for learning. Repairing the vanishing cabinet was a secondary goal. The primary focus was gaining a deeper understanding of its structure and the contained space magic, offering the potential for significant insights. The inventor of the vanishing cabinet initially aimed to create a secret escape passage. However, Schuyler contemplated alternative uses for the technology. If a smaller vanishing cabinet could be created with manageable manufacturing costs, it could replace owls, becoming a conduit for delivering letters and parcels. Under Professor Borgin's guidance, Schuyler surpassed expectations and successfully repaired the dilapidated vanishing cabinet in a single day. In the original book, Draco spent most of the semester achieving this feat during his 6th grade, highlighting Schuyler's advanced alchemy skills. Professor Borgin's expertise in the vanishing cabinet also played a pivotal role, as Draco, in the original book, had only learned a minimal amount from Mr. Borgin. Mr. Borgin once mentioned that seeing the real object and the damage could potentially expedite the repair process. Mr. Borgin is unrelated to the Burks family. The Borgin shop is a joint business of 2 families. In this life, they have been destined as the Borgin family, as a vassal of the Borgin family, due to the latter being one of the 28 sacred families. Both families are renowned for alchemy. After the restoration of the vanishing cabinet, Schuyler requested its removal under the pretext of conducting a more in-depth study of its structure. Although the cabinet technically belonged to Hogwarts, it had been abandoned and disregarded since Pippi's destructive actions, prompting Professor Borgin to generously grant Schuyler permission. The vanishing cabinet has been obtained. Schuyler planned to visit Nocturne Alley later to purchase the vanishing cabinet from the Borgin and Burke store, establishing another secret route directly to Hogwarts. With all other matters settled, Schuyler had one final task, dealing with Harold Dingle, allowing him to fully immerse himself in reading Ravenclaw's collection. Astoria's animosity towards Dingle had not faded. The following day witnessed a sensational event at Hogwarts. Harold Dingle attempted to intrude into the women's bathroom to spy, but was thwarted by a senior girl, failing to achieve his ill-intentioned goals. "Ha ha ha, laughing at me." In Schuyler's dormitory, Daphne couldn't contain her laughter, clutching her belly. Witnessing Dingle's battered state as he was taken away by Filch, Schuyler, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, said, "Tolly, I'll avenge you for your grievances. I bet this guy never dreamt of finding a girlfriend at Hogwarts before graduating." Schuyler subtly cast a confundus charm on Dingle as he passed the women's bathroom. To their amusement, he mistakenly entered, resulting in a chaotic scene of screams and a group of girls chasing the pervert, causing a commotion throughout the castle. While being pursued, Schuyler silently and endlessly lifted the confundus charm. Finally, Schuyler Fawcett, a 5th-grade Ravenclaw girl, caught Dingle and handed him over to Filch. It wasn't until Filch, informed of the incident, Arrived that Dingle, looking defeated, was escorted away. Note: Fawcett is a character from the original book, and the college and grade are official establishments, with the name assigned by the author. Filch handed Dingle over to Professor McGonagall, who was incensed upon learning the whole story. Dingle, attempting to use the Confundus charm as an excuse for entering the women's bathroom, faced Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, which revealed the falsehood. Unaware of the events preceding Dingle's attack, Astoria was genuinely moved by Skylar's actions. Ignoring her sister's presence, she rushed to kiss Skylar on the cheek. After this, Astoria felt her face grow warm and her neck turned red. "Thank you, Senior Skylar. You're so kind to me." Observing the scene, Daphne seemed to grasp something, casting a bitter look at Skylar that conveyed, "She's my sister. How could you do this?" A cold sweat broke out on Skylar's forehead. He felt wronged. He hadn't intended for this to happen. Only Skylar knew the truth in his heart. However, the matter was far from over. During breakfast the next day, the hall echoed with the resounding impact of a roaring letter. Harold Dingle's mother believed he had disgraced the Dingle family and, through the letter, vehemently expressed her disappointment. This incident significantly affected Gryffindors, standing among the other houses. While Gryffindor had a history of pranks, the likes of the Marauders and the Weasley twins, they had always adhered to an invisible boundary. Dingle's actions had clearly crossed that line, earning widespread disgust. Subsequently, Dingle's life took a challenging turn. Schuyler Fawcett's boyfriend, Stebbins from Hufflepuff, confronted Dingle over the incident. The unity and support within Hufflepuff became evident as fellow Badgers stood firmly behind Stebbins. If they encountered Dingle in the corridors, even if they refrained from uttering insults, they would cast him disdainful glances. Ravenclaw's members, led by Schuyler Fawcett and Roger Davis, began distancing themselves from Dingle and his friends. Cormac McLagin initially pledged to handle the matter for the Gryffindor Cubs in his class, assuring a swift resolution. However, to everyone's surprise, the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students involved showed no regard for Cormac's authority. Skylar even witnessed Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe, usually gentle and amiable, walking away indifferently when Dingle approached. Dingle, left with no support, faced an embarrassing situation. Under this mounting pressure, Dingle found himself facing discontent even within Gryffindor. Voices of complaint emerged among his fellow Gryffindor Cubs, forcing him into silence and a low-key existence. He even resorted to bringing his meals back to the dormitory, avoiding public spaces. Capitulo 71, Chapter 71, Ravenclaw's Knowledge. There are still 2.5 weeks left before summer vacation. During this time, Skylar decided to seclude himself. He retreated to Ravenclaw's secret room, racing against time and studying tirelessly. Utilizing expensive nutritious potions instead of regular meals, invigorating drafts in place of sleep, and donning the crown of wisdom to enhance his intelligence, coupled with the extended time granted by the hourglass, he delved into the books within Ravenclaw's secret room one by one. Skylar's exceptional intellect and mental prowess became evident during this period. After consuming the brain enchantment potion, his reading speed nearly tripled, allowing him to devour at least 30 books a day. One could say he read a line and comprehended 10. The most remarkable aspect was not just his ability to recall all the information, but also his immediate organization and summarization of the complex data in his mind. He analyzed and edited, transforming it into coherent knowledge, even developing his own insights. Although Skylar read 30 books a day in the public library area during his first year, the Ravenclaw collection is evidently more esoteric and challenging. This proves how great of a knowledge Rowena Ravenclaw herself had amassed throughout her entire life. That's probably the reason why Ravenclaw is associated with cleverness and wisdom. Ravenclaw, known for her wisdom and thirst for knowledge among the Hogwarts founders, amassed the most precious collection of the time. Her books covered various fields of magical research, providing unique insights. Among the numerous volumes, Skylar discovered a significant surprise. A Bedelval, too, acquired. A Badal is a comprehensive magical book divided into 8 fragments due to a Middle Ages conflict, each corresponding to a magical field. The Malfoy family obtained the first volume on spiritual magic, propelling their rise and glory. The Malfoy family's emphasis on spiritual magic in their secret charm underscores the importance of this book in their lineage. Ravenclaw's collection of A Badal fragments focuses on curse magic. This form of curse magic doesn't align with the malevolent curses often associated with dark arts, but involves placing magic on something at a distance through an invisible link. Dark arts include the malevolent jinx, hex, and curse, categorized by the strength of the curse, although distinctions are often blurry, depending on the user's magical abilities and control. For instance, the curse Voldemort placed on a defense against the dark arts professor's position is a type of curse magic. Similarly, the curse on the Gaunt family ring falls under this category. Yet these pale in comparison to the most sinister curse, the bloodline curse. The bloodline curse persists beyond the host's death, passing a malevolent legacy through generations. Just like how many curses dating back to the ancient Egypt, they demanded sacrifices as fuel to break the curse away. Skylar discovered from Ravenclaw's research note that Ravenclaw herself bore the burden of a blood curse. Her blood curse was absolute reason, stripping her of normal emotions, no anger, sorrow, or joy, only unwavering rationality. Ravenclaw dedicated her life to researching ways to break the blood curse. Although she eventually found a theoretically feasible solution, her grief over her husband's death, Mr. Ravenclaw, not the other founders, prevented her from implementing the cure. Thus, her idea to break the curse remained a theoretical concept on paper and was never confirmed in practice. Of course, this was an unrepeatable coincidence. Ravenclaw's formidable strength allowed her to resist most of the curse's power, making it successfully solvable only once under intense emotional stimulation. One could say her curse was actually a blessing for her at the time. Ravenclaw had the perfect curse of not caring about anything emotionally, which drove her to drown with research and lots of experiments without being affected by internal or external emotions. The cursed person's strength is a factor affecting the curse's power, preventing Voldemort from directly cursing the position of Headmaster Hogwarts and concluding the entire story. Even though Ravenclaw ultimately lifted the curse, the heart curse planted by the blood curse had taken shape during her adulthood. This heart demon left an invisible magical crack in her mind, meaning that, when faced with her daughter's betrayal, when her daughter Helena stole her crown, she would succumb to broken heart due to a momentary loss of emotional control and depression. Sometimes in life, perhaps our curse is meant to be a gift after all. The densely packed notes contain various research and thoughts on the blood curse. Ravenclaw repeatedly mentioned that many of her ideas and inspirations originated from A Badal Volume 2. She emphasized in her notes that her heirs must carefully study A Badal, as it contains crucial theoretical knowledge that could deepen their understanding of her ideas. On the last page of the notes, Skylar saw Ravenclaw expressing regret that she could only peek at a scroll throughout her life despite her eagerness to glimpse all 8 volumes of A Badal. Ravenclaw's bloodline research notes are now in Skylar's possession. In the wizarding world, research on bloodline power is rare. Skylar first read Merlin's research notes in the library's restricted area, followed by the research notes of the Greengrass family. With the addition of Ravenclaw's research notes, his knowledge in the field of bloodline power has reached an astonishing height. While he currently lacks ideas on how to stimulate the bloodline power hidden in his body in the short term, Skylar has numerous concepts on how to modify the bloodline of species and break bloodline curses. Another surprising book for Skylar was The Mystery of Space. While the magic world primarily knows space magic for the extension charm and 3 types of magical shifting, Skylar recognizes that space magic goes beyond these basics. Books like The Room of Requirements, Vanishing Cabinet, and Peeping Glass showcase more complex and advanced principles of space magic. The Mystery of Space delves directly into the essence of space magic. Space magic delves into a realm considered one of the top secrets in the magical world, the limbo. The only mention of this space in the original book occurs when Graham Monty is forcibly stuffed into the broken vanishing cabinet while attempting to deduct points from the Weasley twins. During this incident, the vanishing cabinet, which was broken by Pippi, couldn't send Monty to the other one, trapping him in a dark void space. In this space, his body was immobilized, but his consciousness remained awake, allowing him to hear the movements of Hogwarts and the voices from the Borgin and Burke's shop. The author addresses the lack of knowledge about the vanishing cabinet's use at Hogwarts. The cabinets were not simultaneously in good condition due to historical events, with the one in the Borgin and Burke store being lost to the original owner, sold to the Borgin and Burke shop, and repaired by Professor Borgin around 1992. Pippi broke the Hogwarts cabinet in the same year. Realizing his escape was unlikely, Monty resorted to apparating the next day. Despite not passing the apparition test, he ended up stuck in a toilet on the 5th floor of the castle. In the following weeks, Monty remained in a trance, unable to recover from the fright of being trapped in the toilet. Void space, the gap between spaces, lacks light, sound, and the flow of time. Magical transportation utilizes this space to link two teleportation points. The transmission route can be determined through thoughts, apparating, pre-linked magical pathways, flu networks, vanishing cabinet, or the guidance of anchored object locations, port keys. Apparition's advantage lies in its convenience, available anytime and anywhere. However, its distance is limited, and bringing others during the movement is perilous. Flu powder overcomes this limitation, but can only travel between connected stoves in the flu network, making it less convenient than apparition. The door key addresses flu powder's limitations and safely transports multiple people simultaneously. However, it requires touching an object to initiate the shapeshift, leading to stringent ministry of magic control. The potential misuse of port keys, transporting unsuspecting individuals into unexpected situations, is a significant concern. Having grasped the essence of void space, Skylar recognized that Wizard's use of space magic was still at a rudimentary stage, neglecting its potential in battles. Contemplating the possibilities, even against the seemingly unstoppable Avada Kedavra, which boasts no counter-curse, wouldn't that offer a solution if space magic could be employed to redirect the curse to another location? With precise control, it might even be possible to teleport the life-threatening spell back to its caster. The mystery of space was a triumphant acquisition, and considering the vastness of the Ravenclaw collection, containing around 500 books, Skylar strategically selected volumes he deemed most useful for immediate study. Despite time constraints, he didn't forget Aquila's promised rewards for perusing all the books. After 2 weeks of intense reading, Skylar had covered the majority of the collection. Before departing, he employed a doubling charm to duplicate all the books, storing them in his private library for future exploration during the summer vacation. His private library now boasted contributions from the Malfoy family, the Black family, the Drula family, professors, and girlfriends, exceeding a count of 1,000 books. As a dedicated bookworm reveling in his love for literature, Skylar surveyed the shelves adorned with a plethora of books. A profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment filled his heart. The journey of Ravenclaw's trial and error, which resulted in her own unique thoughts on tackling the magical problems, along with the rare books that she referenced, is at the touch of Skylar's fingertips. Not to count Aquila, who had already turned into his magical beast, the presence of the Ravenclaw's diadem paired with her knowledge is taking Skylar to a new level. Capitulo 72, Chapter 72, Knott's Gifts. Having exited Ravenclaw's secret room, Skylar returned to the long-lost Slytherin common room, finding his friends engaged in discussions about the recent events. "Hi, everyone," Skylar greeted, casually taking a seat between Daphne and Meredith. Curious, he inquired, "What happened recently?" Draco, sporting a smile, filled him in. "What else? Since Dingle's incident, Gryffindor's little ghosts have died down and dare not come out. I heard that Potter seems to have lost something, a terrific item that hit him so hard, I don't know if it was something his muggle relative left him." Skylar, well aware of the reference to the invisibility cloak now in his possession, grinned without uttering a word. Turning to Blaze, he continued, "Blaze, how is your mother's place? Are you still going to pursue Hagrid?" Brace, raising his eyebrows, responded, "Mom said it's just that. It's weird. It's not like her character." Draco chimed in, "That's right. Now the students know that Lupin is a werewolf. As far as I can see, if I can take this opportunity to kick the old white beard from Hogwarts in one fell swoop, then perfect." Skylar shook his head. "Brother, you think things are too simple. The school board is almost all Dumbledore's people, and there are many places Fudge needs to rely on Dumbledore now, and he will not agree, but..." He sneered, "This is just the beginning. Because Dumbledore hired a werewolf, the masses have questioned and attacked Fudge. The relationship between him and Dumbledore has been cracked. I dare to say that Fudge will be given a few more years before he dares to turn his face with Dumbledore." "Where have you been recently? I feel like you have changed a lot recently." Pansy, not bothered by the ongoing discussions, observed Skylar intently. What's the change? I'm just the same, staying in the bedroom and reading," Skylar dismissed with a disapproving smile. No, it's definitely not the reason. I feel you are more confident and handsome." Audrey Runcorn gazed at Skylar, propping her chin with both hands. Simultaneously, Daphne and Meredith snorted and moved closer to Skylar, as if attempting to meld into his form. With a dry smile, Skylar responded, "You guys think too much. I just stayed in the house for 2 weeks. What can be changed?" Yet, Skylar realized that, after receiving Ravenclaw's inheritance, his magical prowess remained unchanged on the surface, but his knowledge had surpassed most wizards in the magical world. Armed with unknown spells and killer skills, he gained newfound confidence. Even compared to Voldemort and Dumbledore, his knowledge reserves were substantial. Perhaps Skylar was slightly inferior due to his age, but it was no longer an insurmountable gap. What followed was a shift in his mindset. No longer considering himself an ordinary student, he confidently stepped onto the path of strength, possessing the consciousness of the formidable. This newfound self-assurance resonated in his demeanor, akin to a sharp blade in its prime. At this juncture, Not, usually reserved, spoke up. "Skylar, my father said I want to establish communication with you in alchemy and even establish a business relationship. What do you think?" The Knott family and the Borgin family are the two major alchemy families in the UK, known for their profound knowledge in alchemy. However, their relationship with the Malfoy family turned awkward when, during Gemma Farley's attack on Skylar, the Knott family sided with the Lestrange family. Theodore Knott, born into a single-parent family, lost his mother at a young age, leaving him with his elderly father, Old Knott. This upbringing shaped his quiet, low-key, and unsocial demeanor. Having been a follower of Voldemort since 1965, Old Knott was over a decade older than Lucius Malfoy. The Knott family and the Malfoy family had no prior conflicts and maintained various business connections. However, when Old Knott chose to oppose the Malfoy family, it was driven by his reluctance to see them grow more influential. What seemed like a strategic move turned out to be a miscalculation for Old Knott. Within a month, news flooded in. Skylar became the youth representative of the European Wizards Federation, received Sir Merlin's third-level medal, and was rumored to be courted by the Ministry of Magic for recruitment into the Wisengamot. Lucius returned to the Hogwarts Power Circle, inventing the well-known anti-stun bracelet, gaining Professor Borgin's attention, and acquiring the technology of the Vanishing Cabinet. After Voldemort's fall, Old Knott, like the Malfoy family, the Avery family, and the Carlow family, saw the opportunity to escape safely. Realizing the changing tide, he decided to alter his course and allegiance. Old Knott's change in attitude did not surprise Skylar. The thoughts Old Knott harbored about Skylar were clear. Skylar stated indifferently, "Theo, for your face, there is nothing wrong with the exchange and cooperation, but should you show some sincerity?" While Skylar had no qualms about forming an alliance with the Knott family, he made it clear that a mere statement wouldn't erase the past. Knott, prepared for this conversation, produced a simple black chisel and a white jade gourd with the finest jade color from his pocket. My father asked me to forward this to you, and he said it will satisfy you. This chisel is made of black dragon spar, and the black dragon blood in Hiatus has been poured on it for many years by special means. Completed only a year ago after 30 years of effort. It is said that using this chisel to engrave the Gyuruni's talisman can yield twice the result with half the effort, undoubtedly adding more wings to your alchemy. This book can be considered the origin of Voldemort's Horcrux production. Allegedly, there are only 3 copies in the world, with a prohibition against copying or reproduction. Initially stored in the restricted area of the Hogwarts library, it was later moved to Dumbledore's office due to Voldemort's incident, and unexpectedly, the Black family had one as well. Skylar couldn't help but speculate that Sirius' younger brother, Regulus Black, might have relied on this book to uncover Voldemort's greatest secret. The secret of cutting-edge, black magic has been obtained. White Jade Gourd has been obtained. The book, The Secret of Cutting-Edge Black Magic, chronicles numerous extremely taboo and evil black magic practices, with Horcruxes being just one of them, perhaps not even the most malevolent. The first section of dark magic introduced is Horcrux's creation. At the top of the page is a portrait of a man with a hideous, distorted expression, undergoing the separation of his soul. He appears to be in great pain, yet a cruel smile graces the corner of his mouth. The book details the sources, principles, and methods of producing Horcruxes, along with test records and precautions for each step. The initial step in creating a Horcrux involves splitting the soul, achieved through committing murder. Subsequently, a series of intricate steps are undertaken to separate the divided soul from the main soul. According to the label at the bottom of the book, Skylar learned that while killing is the easiest way to split the soul, it doesn't imply that one murder equates to one soul division. The power required to split the soul is formidable, derived from evil and cruel acts. The crucial factor lies not in the act of killing itself, but in the degree of malevolence. This explains why Voldemort could create numerous Horcruxes, while Snape didn't split the soul when killing Dumbledore. At that time, Dumbledore's lifespan was nearly spent, and Snape's act was more akin to a compassionate release for the latter than a true act of murder. Capitulo 73, Chapter 73, Review the Gains. The entire process of creating Horcruxes is incredibly demanding. As the number of soul splits increases, the requisite degree of malevolence and the difficulty of the procedure rise linearly. For most dark wizards, the limit lies in splitting their souls once. No wizard can fragment their essence into more than 2 parts and successfully create more than one Horcrux. The agony involved is sufficient to drive the caster to the brink, and the act of soul splitting renders the primary soul highly unstable. Skylar holds the view that achieving what Voldemort did, splitting his soul multiple times to create numerous Horcruxes, is simply an impossibility. After the soul is severed, the subsequent step involves selecting a suitable receptacle for the Horcrux and infusing the soul into it. While any item can serve as a Horcrux, the transfer necessitates an exceptionally potent spell to shield the Horcrux and an ample supply of magical power to complete the entire process. This underscores that, even if a dark wizard possesses the malevolence to split their soul, success in creating a Horcrux is contingent on robust support. The text emphasizes the imperative for the dark wizard to adequately safeguard their Horcrux. Damage to the Horcrux invariably affects the main soul, exacerbating its already precarious state. The immediate consequence is a gradual descent into madness for the dark wizard. However, their power remains unaffected. In fact, the soul's increased malevolence enhances proficiency in wielding dark magic. Skylar inwardly chuckles at this revelation, recognizing it as less than ideal news. Destroying 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom's diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket, may seem to bring him a step closer to demise, but in reality, it doesn't effectively diminish the potency of Voldemort's corporeal form. Instead, it makes him more formidable. Beyond Horcruxes, The Secret of Cutting-Edge Black Magic delves into various malevolent spells, such as the curse known as the Kiss of the Dementor. This curse, rooted in the study of the Dementor's kiss, directly targets a person's soul, extracting it from the body and rendering the individual irreversibly damaged. In the future, the book promises detailed insights into topics like the creation and control of Inferi, the 3 unforgivable curses, and more. However, Skylar, for the time being, isn't intrigued by refining corpses and unforgivable curses. This is due to the fact that, like all minor wizards, he has traces implanted on his body by the Ministry of Magic. Contrary to the fan fiction from his previous life, Skylar doesn't consider the magic wand as the solution to every problem. If that were the case, why would Mad-Eye Moody, during the 7 Potters encounter, bother risking his life and losing an ear? Instead, Skylar is aware of a mysterious alchemical item in the Ministry of Magic's office for the prohibition of the misuse of magic, an artifact dating back to Merlin's time. Originally designed to identify magically gifted children in Great Britain, it now serves a different purpose: monitoring the spellcasting of minor wizards. The role of this alchemical item has since been taken over by Hogwarts, Quill of Acceptance, and Book of Admittance, but its initial purpose was to detect magical ability early on, preventing potential tragedies. The Ministry of Magic justifies its surveillance, citing the need to monitor minor wizards to ensure they don't cast spells in front of muggles, thereby violating international secrecy laws. However, the scope of detection extends to all magic within the vicinity of the young wizard. In essence, casting spells like the unforgivable curses in the presence of Lucius could be considered cheating, leading the Ministry to suspect Lucius of breaking the law. Despite certain places, such as Malfoy Manor, being fortified with extensive shielding magic, rendering them undetectable even to the Silk's power, Skylar dismisses these magical options as unnecessary in the short term due to his current time constraints. One particular dark magic that captures Skylar's interest in the secret of cutting-edge black magic is the taboo. In the original narrative, Voldemort cast a forbidden word spell on his name, using it to hunt down members of the Order of the Phoenix. This magical taboo marks any spoken word, enabling immediate tracking of the speaker's location, a highly useful tracking spell. Although initially intended to instill panic and dread, it lacks the overt impact of curses like the Imperious, the Killing Curse, or the creation of Inferi, making it less conspicuous to the Office of Forbidden Magic. Setting aside the secret of cutting-edge black magic, Skylar picks up another tome, Forbidden Transfiguration. This book explores the taboo realm of transfiguration, introducing numerous irreversible transformation magics. For instance, Circe, an ancient Greek witch, was known for transforming lost sailors into pigs on the island of Ea. The McLevo family on Delia Island utilized a spell to turn rival families into bloodthirsty, 5-legged beasts known as quintapes. Further perusal reveals the Transmigrifian torture, a magic Skylar finds distressingly familiar from the research notes left by Lockhart. It stands out as a particularly insidious spell, capable of inflicting pain and agony through the deformation of the human body. Examples include needles piercing fingertips, penetrating eyeballs, and pricking the second child with a pin. The true horror lies not just in the pain itself, but in the anticipation before it occurs. Like the moment a sharp needle aims at the pupil or the unsettling sensation of lightly rubbing the second child with a barbed clip. Few possess the psychological fortitude to endure such pressure. In contrast to the heart-drilling curse, this form of black magic derives its potency from transfiguration rather than requiring malevolent thoughts, making it distinct from traditional spells. The transfiguration torture spell demands 2 prerequisites: a high proficiency in transformation and precise control over the spirit, conditions ideally suited to Skylar's capabilities. Turning the pages, one discovers an array of malevolent polymorphisms, such as the aging curse that transforms individuals into elderly figures, the 4-legged beasting curse, compelling a beast-like posture, and the horrifying corpse-turning curse. While effective at repulsing others, these transfigurations lack practicality, appealing mainly to a select group of cruel and aberrant wizards. Skylar's true fascination lies in stone transfiguration, a magic that petrifies individuals into stone statues. Unlike the basilisk's petrification, which results in rigidity and paralysis without visible alteration, the stone transformation technique transforms subjects into lifelike stone statues. Unless scrutinized by a discerning wizard, most individuals would perceive them as mere statues. Remarkably, both the petrification effect of the basilisk and the stone transformation technique can be countered by the mandrake grass resurrection potion. Taboo transfiguration has been obtained. With the acquisition of taboo transfiguration, Skylar secures yet another compelling addition to his magical repertoire. Delving further into the black magic book of the Black family, Skylar discovers a remarkable find, the elusive abatal volume III. This fragment, integral to the Black family's magical heritage, focuses on soul spells. Recognizing the inherent overlap between soul magic and spiritual magic, Skylar sees the potential for synergistic gains that could enhance both aspects. As his mental power has already reached its limits, he hopes to glean insights from abatal volume III to bolster the strength of his soul. Having accumulated volumes on spirit, soul, and curse, Skylar marvels at his extraordinary luck compared to the ill-fated Ravenclaw. At just 14, with his birthday celebrated 3 weeks ago, he contemplates the prospect of fulfilling Ravenclaw's last wish to collect all 8 volumes of the entire book. As June 30 arrives, marking the end of the school year, the young wizards board the Hogwarts Express. In Skylar's compartment, alongside the familiar trio, Astoria joins the journey, adding a new dynamic to their adventures. Senior Skylar, I clinched the top spot this semester. Any rewards for me? Hee. Ever since the Dingle incident where Astoria kissed Skylar, she seemed to shed her reserved demeanor, displaying a mischievous expression as she playfully interacted with Skylar. A subtle glimmer passed through Skylar's eyes, but a gentle smile adorned his lips. Certainly, Astoria, you deserve a reward. Rest assured, this summer vacation holds an unexpected surprise for you. Casually inquiring, as if nonchalant, he asked, how did the others in your session fare? Astoria tilted her head in contemplation before responding. Students from other houses in our year were formidable too. Besides me, Slytherin had another standout. The grades were quite commendable. My sister Hestia Carlo secured 5th place, and Flora Carlo, my other sister, claimed the 6th spot. The Carlo family. Skylar's eyes flickered with indecipherable thoughts. Then a furrow formed on Skylar's brow. Slytherin's performance is no more than that. It's unexpected. Since establishing his influence in Slytherin, there had been a noticeable shift in the snake's ethos: unity, mutual assistance, and appreciation for knowledge and respect for teachers. By benefiting from Skylar's academic guidance, Astoria was encouraged to share study notes with classmates, fostering camaraderie and enhancing Slytherin's overall strength. Who secured 2nd to 4th place? He inquired. 2nd place goes to Melinda Bobbin from Ravenclaw. She's remarkably skilled in potions and herbology, surpassing even some second-year students. 3rd is Demerza Robbins from Gryffindor. Her proficiency in spells, transformations, and flying earned accolades from Professor McGonagall for her vivid imagination. In 4th place, there's Hufflepuff's Joanna Derwent, typically unremarkable, but she unexpectedly excelled in the exams and shone brightly. Skylar noted an intriguing pattern. The top 6 positions were all occupied by young girls. Where were the young wizards? This summer, there's the Quidditch World Cup, Daphne exclaimed. You promised my dad to visit our house, right? Why don't we attend the World Cup together? My dad can definitely arrange tickets. Yes, Senior Skylar, let's go together. Astoria chimed in, her tone playful. Turning to Meredith, Skylar found her shrugging. Since Mom and Dad passed away, it's just me and the house elves at home. I've agreed to Uncle Gareth, making the Shaffick family a vassal family of Greengrass, hoping to revive the family's glory. I'll spend the summer at Greengrass Manor. We can head to the World Cup together if you can make it. Skylar planned to utilize the time before summer vacation for personal endeavors. After a quick calculation, he agreed, all right, let's go with that plan. We'll meet again a few days before the World Cup begins and head to the game together. Capitulo 74, Chapter 74, The Malfoys' Preparation. July ushered in the lazy days of summer, scorching and lethargic. Lucius Malfoy, satisfied with the performance of his two sons in the past semester, especially Draco's remarkable achievements, had become more tolerant towards them. Draco's academic improvement and his role as the hero of the Slytherin Quidditch team had elevated him to the potential position of the next Quidditch captain, an honor usually bestowed upon students in grades 5 to 7. As doting as ever, Narcissa continued to shower her son affectionately. Aware of his upcoming role as captain, Draco spent a significant portion of the summer practicing Quidditch with Graham Monty and Cassius Wallington, devising new tactics for the team. With Marcus Flint and 2 beaters graduating, Draco envisioned a different style of play for the team, favoring skill over brute force. He considered Frank Urquhart and Stephen Vasai, 2 juniors with impressive arm strength, as suitable choices for training as beaters. At times, Draco secluded himself mysteriously, preventing others from discerning his activities. Unbeknownst to many, he was secretly communicating with Pansy, a fact Skylar chose not to reveal. He observed with satisfaction the positive changes in both Draco and Pansy, noting Pansy's transformation into a more refined and elegant individual. Monta and Wallington, aspiring to befriend Skylar, sought to benefit from the powerful Malfoy family, but Skylar's elusive presence made it challenging for them. Draco, being a Quidditch player like them, became the focus of their attention. Despite Draco's relatively lower prestige than Skylar, he held a prominent position within Hogwarts. With Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe by his side, Draco had formed a core team that, despite lacking in appearances, was formidable. Skylar, on the other hand, found himself busy during the summer vacation. On the first day, he visited Gringotts and used Sirius's Vault Secret signal to access Vault 711. Despite Sirius's expulsion from the Black family, his vault contained a considerable fortune, a legacy from his uncle Alfred Black. The account book revealed a substantial fortune of close to 20,000 gallons, explaining Sirius Black's lavish spending and Harry's inheritance. Gringotts, with its stringent defenses against various forms of intrusion, still had lax administrative procedures for identity verification and withdrawals. Skylar found it remarkable that Sirius, a wanted criminal, could access his vault with just a letter and a code. Vault 711 now belonged entirely to Skylar, given Sirius's status as a wanted man, preventing him from checking his own vault. This highlighted Voldemort and Quirrell's lack of strategic thinking, relying solely on magic and brute force to bypass Gringotts' defenses. 20,000 gold galleons have been obtained. Skylar won 20,000 gold gallons without any guilt, considering the funds originally belonged to the Black family. His previous semester's earnings from selling Forbidden Forest property and dividends from the publishing house and Flying Broom Company amounted to almost 30,000 gallons, establishing him as a wealthy wizard. Skylar never felt burdened by wealth. Despite mastering the art of turning stones into gold with the Philosopher's Stone, Skylar chose not to use it. Wizarding gold, known as canon, wasn't pure gold, but a magical metal forged with fairy metalworking techniques. 3 known magic metals existed: ebony, mithril, and red bronze. Eugen, the hardest, forged items like the indestructible helmet. Mithril, known for its pliability, was used in the creation of the Sword of Gryffindor, and the lightweight red bronze was used for copper nets and firebolts. In this chapter of Skylar's life, revelations unfolded during a casual breakfast conversation with his family. As the morning sunlight streamed into the room, the atmosphere carried an air of unexpected disclosures. Skylar, pondering over the intricacies of wizarding currency, unveiled a newfound understanding. Galleons aren't purely gold, he shared, a glint of realization in his eyes. Goblins blend other magical materials during forging to thwart forgery and render the coins indestructible. Despite this revelation, Skylar harbored reservations about utilizing the Philosopher's Stone. We should refrain from using it, he mused, not just to keep it under wraps, but also to avoid inundating the market with a surplus of gold. The topic shifted seamlessly to Skylar's financial ventures. With a substantial sum in hand, he proposed investing in artificial mushroom trading, a company specializing in cultivating magical mushrooms and the international herbal medicine trade. Skylar, with a sense of purpose, laid out his plans to Lucius during breakfast. However, Lucius, a seasoned and cautious wizard, expressed concerns about the scale and potential risks of such a venture. "Are you not moving too hastily, my son?" he queried, his brow furrowed with paternal concern. Realizing the gravity of his proposal, Skylar decided it was time to disclose a significant portion of the truth. "Father," he began, his tone earnest, "the Dark Lord is returning." Lucius, momentarily stunned, endeavored to maintain composure, but the weight of Skylar's words lingered in the air. Equally taken aback, Narcissa covered her mouth in shock while Draco, caught off guard, managed to spill his milk in surprise. Lucius, grappling with the revelation, sought an explanation. "How do you know this?" he inquired, his gaze locked onto Skylar. "How do you know?" Lucius inquired, prompting Skylar to recount the events involving Peter Pettigrew and the prophecy shared by Harry. Narcissa, skeptical of prophecies, questioned their accuracy. Undeterred, Skylar replied, "Does this prophet predict the failure of the Dark Lord and the rise of Potter?" A moment of realization settled over the family as they absorbed the gravity of the revelation. Last semester, a Death Eater appeared at the school. He is Peter Pettigrew. It was actually that he framed Black. Black went to Hogwarts to seek revenge on him. I didn't expect to let him escape in the end. Only Dumbledore, Black, Lupin, and Potter knew about it, but I used some means to eavesdrop on it. The really serious thing is that Harry also got a prophecy. The prophecy said that the little dwarf would go find the Dark Lord and help him make a comeback. Do you understand what this means? Skylar's voice held a serious undertone. Narcissa interrupted, her skepticism evident. It's just a prophecy. Maybe the old man with the white beard got it wrong. You know, most of those so-called prophets are liars. Smiling confidently, Skylar responded, "This is not necessarily the case. Does this prophet predict the failure of the Dark Lord and the rise of Potter?" At this point, Lucius and Narcissa fell silent, understanding the implications. Voldemort was not dead, and the dark mark on Lucius' arm affirmed it. "Wait a minute," Draco interrupted loudly, his confusion apparent. "I don't understand. Isn't the return of the Dark Lord a good thing? It just happens to be able to cleanse the mudbloods that have insulted the blood of the wizard again, so that our pureblood family can return to the pinnacle of power." Skylar stared earnestly at Draco, responding solemnly, "Believe me, brother, no matter this family or other pureblood families, most people don't want the Dark Lord to return." Draco, who had long admired the Dark Lord, felt his dreams shattered by Skylar's words. "Impossible, you're talking nonsense. Dad, Mom, tell me, is what my brother said true?" Lucius's expression became complicated. His mind was in disarray. He knew Skylar was right. The return of the Dark Lord didn't bring unbridled joy. Lucius recalled the past devastation inflicted upon pureblood families under the Dark Lord's reign. Lestrange, Black, and many others barely survived. Forced to focus, Lucius faced Draco. "Draco, things are not as simple as you think. At the beginning, the pureblood family supported the Dark Lord because he promised to build a world of pure-blooded wizards. However, the Dark Lord's extreme actions and mass killings sparked more rebellion. We wanted a deterrent, not annihilation. The Dark Lord aimed to cleanse all Muggle bloodlines, while our goal was to establish a pure-blood supremacy system," Lucius explained. Narcissa hugged Draco gently, whispering, "Child, you are too young for these matters." Skylar intervened, "Mother, please don't think of us as children anymore. After the Dark Lord's fall, we, the Malfoy family, and others chose to betray him, living a peaceful life without seeking him out. What do you think the Dark Lord thinks of us? Pureblood family." Lucius, realizing the weight of his son's words, asked with meaning, "Then, Skylar, what do you think we should do in the Malfoy family?" Capitulo 75, Chapter 75, Long Way Ahead. Skylar recognized that his goal was achieved, as Lucius, the family's backbone, seemed receptive to his words. He posed a question, "Father, what do you think is the biggest reason for the Dark Lord's failure?" Skylar's rapid thoughts left Lucius uncertain about his intentions. Hesitating, Lucius suggested, "Too extreme? Too crazy. Shaking his head, Skylar clarified, the Dark Lord only wants to rule by force and conquer people's hearts with terror. The difference between him and Dumbledore is that despite having similar power, Dumbledore chooses to act within the rules. The Dark Lord's actions are based on momentary joy and anger, without rules, so. Except for a few diehard loyalists like Aunt Bella, Lestrange, etc., the Death Eaters seem to have a strong presence, but the Dark Lord actually doesn't have many true loyal followers. Once he is dead, the Death Eaters will talk. No one is willing to inherit his will and continue to fight. Even when he's known to be alive, no one is willing to seek him out and help him come back. Seeing Lucius unable to deny it, Skylar paused and raised his tone. I think that as a powerful pureblood family, we don't need to follow a mixed-blood wizard. Lucius and Narcissa remained silent, acknowledging that Voldemort was of mixed blood. Draco, however, was shocked, his face expressing disbelief. In my opinion, the Dark Lord is merely using the banner of pureblood supremacy to leverage pureblood forces for his dominance. The first war he initiated didn't benefit the pureblood family. Instead, it nearly consigned us to history. The glory of the family can no longer be entrusted to this loser. Skylar continued, actually, it's not just our belief. Other pureblood families likely share similar sentiments. If we can unite the power of pureblood families, then, even if the Dark Lord returns, he becomes a figurehead. What significant achievements can he accomplish? Lucius began to grasp Skylar's intention. You mean, we want to unite with other pureblood families? Skylar's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity, his voice turning cold. Those who can unite, unite. Those who needed to be conquered, conquer, the rest, destroy. Only one voice is needed in the pureblood family. Lucius, taken aback, inhaled deeply. He never expected his grown-up son to harbor such depths. This felt like the unfolding of a three-generation legacy of cunning. Casting a glance at Draco, Lucius sighed inwardly. Over time, he had favored Draco as the future head of the house, given his temperament resembling Lucius himself. A secret family ritual had confirmed Draco as the first heir to the patriarch, with Skylar as the second. Present circumstances hinted at a potential struggle for dominance between the two brothers. Lucius, well aware of the corrupting influence of power, acknowledged the difficulty of ensuring their relationship remained steadfast as they grew. The family ritual, shrouded in profound magic, left Lucius perplexed, unable to reverse or alter its course. Lucius's expression betrayed a complexity of thoughts, but Skylar remained oblivious to the inner turmoil. Unfazed, he continued, this is a long-term goal. In the short term, we must swiftly raise the Malfoy family's banner. Strengthening our influence in politics, academia, and education will establish us as a benchmark worth following and trusting. Therefore, my immediate priority is to invest in an artificially cultivated mushroom trading company. Still reeling from the impactful family conversation, Draco finally spoke up. Wait a minute. Are you underestimating the current power of the Dark Lord? If he returns and we refuse to surrender, won't he just kill us directly? Skylar grinned reassuringly. Don't worry, this isn't our concern. Let Dumbledore and Potter handle it. When the Dark Lord returns, others will naturally take the lead in dealing with him. Dumbledore, I know, is more concerned than us. Persistent in his beliefs, Draco tried to voice his thoughts, but... Interrupting Draco firmly, Skylar pressed on, Brother, consider this. Since the Malfoy family arrived in Great Britain in 1066, why have we thrived in the British wizarding world for over 900 years? Is it solely due to pure blood? Draco, raising an eyebrow, replied confidently, Isn't it? Pure blood grants us nobility, identity, status, and symbol. With a sigh, Skylar acknowledged Draco's perspective, realizing that his brother's upbringing was largely the responsibility of Lucius and Narcissa. He gently retorted, Unfortunately, brother, I must tell you, on this matter, you are mistaken. Skylar's eyes gleamed with confidence. Throughout Malfoy's long history, intermarriage with Muggle nobles has been common. Many of our properties and titles come from the Muggle world. Lucius I, our 16th century ancestor, even held titles and nobility in the Muggle world. There has never been a notion that Malfoy relied solely on pure blood. Noticing Lucius and Narcissa's reluctant expressions, Skylar continued, "Remember the wisdom of our ancestors. One of them said, 'Never put all your eggs in the same basket.' This principle has been the key to the Malfoy family's survival. While supporting the pure blood theory might have served us well in the past, we've overlooked our ancestral teachings. Now, the pure blood theory is outdated. Open your eyes and see how many pure blood families still exist. Gaunt is gone. Abbott no longer insists on pure blood. Black, Crouch, and Shafik exist in name only. Now, the world of mixed blood has expanded, and people's acceptance of Muggles has grown. Cases of intermarriage between wizards and Muggles are increasing. Even in Hogwarts this year, mixed blood and Muggle wizards outnumber pure blood wizards. It's not wrong to stand in the pure blood camp and insist on pure blood supremacy, but shouldn't we also consider the other camp? Make plans for the future of the family?" Skylar declared loudly, even prompting no retort from Lucius. After all, what Skylar presented was justified and well-founded. In contrast to the illusory glory of the pure blood concept, the Malfoy family prioritized practical interests, survival, and the continuity of the family. Lucius responded lightly, "Okay, this topic ends here. Skylar, if you have any ideas, just let them out. Dad will support you, but Dad also wants to try to stick to his own ideas. Being a pure-blooded family isn't as unbearable as you think. Of course, we can hedge our bets, as you suggested. Muggles and half-blood wizards will be left to you." Witnessing Lucius aligning with his perspective, Draco gained immediate confidence. Standing up, he asserted, "Listen well, Skylar, I will prove to you that Father and I are right." And with that, the family meeting concluded. Skylar returned to his bedroom and retrieved a locked folder from his suitcase. Using a magic wand, he delicately pierced a small hole in his left index finger, allowing a bright red blood drop to emerge. He gently pressed the blood drop on the lock, and the folder opened with a snap. The folder is intricately organized with layers of classifications. Each category bears code words such as the United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Peru. Skylar's fingers rest on the United Kingdom classification label, and he pulls out a lengthy parchment. At the top of this parchment are the names of the ancient pure-blood families. Death Eater's faction. Black Crossed. Carlo Painting Stars. Elestraine. Avery. Selwyn. Yaxley. Burke's Hick. Rosier. Rowell. Travers. Not Tick. Neutral faction. Flint. Bulstrode Painting Stars. Parkinson Tick. Folly. Shafik Tick. Macmillan. Abbott. Greengrass Tick. Crouch Painting Stars. Ollivander. Slughorn Painting Stars. Order of the Phoenix Faction. Weasley Cross. Prewett Cross. Longbottom Cross. Shacklebolt Cross. Seeing this, Skylar lets out a soft sigh. It seems there's still a long way to go. Unfortunately, time doesn't wait for me. If everything unfolds according to the original book's plot, Voldemort will officially return at the end of this semester. Although Malfoy Manor won't be immediately requisitioned as the Death Eaters' headquarters, it's certain they'll frequent the place. In essence, it's no different from a headquarters. Skylar carefully places the parchment back into the British classification section of the folder, his gaze shifting over the French classification section on the next layer, wearing a pensive expression. In France, there's a belief in the existence of the 12 families of the Holy Blood, with the French branch of Lestrange having long been severed. Currently, only 11 families remain. To be frank, they share many ties with the Malfoy family, considering that the first generation of the Malfoy family migrated from France to Great Britain alongside the Duke of Normandy. With Lucius's guidance and support, Skylar spends 15,000 galleons to acquire the artificial mushroom trading company. The cultivation garden for magic mushrooms is entrusted to the family's children. Skylar feels fortunate to be born into the Malfoy family, which has never lacked business and management talents. Otherwise, managing this business would have required considerable effort. Just look at Ollivander, the big boss has to attend to the shop personally. Even the Weasley twins in the original book had to craft every prank product themselves. Skylar then leveraged Lucius's connections to approach the wizard merchant, Ali Bashir. Due to legal restrictions, Bashir, a wizard merchant specializing in magic items, had been facing hurdles in introducing the magic flying carpet to the UK market. Arthur Weasley consistently blocked its entry by citing the banned status of the magic flying carpet in the register as a Muggle craft. Recognizing Bashir's expertise in international trade and his eagerness to generate profits, Skylar saw an opportunity. The two parties swiftly struck a deal, formalizing their agreement through a series of binding magic contracts. Bashir committed to assisting Skylar in importing various foreign magic herbs: shrunken figs from Abyssinia, snake wood from North America, biting cabbage from China, and mibu mibao from Assyria. While these trades weren't inherently lucrative, the International Magic Trade Standards Association imposed significant taxes, and the sales network was confined to a few monopolistic chain pharmacies in the UK, limiting profitability. However, Skylar, financially robust, overlooked the modest returns. His primary objective was to establish a strong relationship with Bashir, anticipating the need for international trade expertise during future turbulent times. With the remaining time, Skylar delved into the study of Ravenclaw's collection of books and research notes. His comprehension of the blood curse-solving method discussed in these notes deepened significantly. The method involved a highly intricate series of sealing curses capable of suppressing the power of the curse without harming the host. Skylar found the approach highly feasible, with his magical proficiency sufficient to execute it successfully. He meticulously analyzed, deconstructed, and even innovated upon Ravenclaw's theory, retaining each step in his memory. He practiced the procedure multiple times until he felt entirely comfortable with it. Capitulo 76, Chapter 76, The Light Lord. July 7th marked a significant day in the magical world, as Bridget Winlock, a renowned 13th century arithmetic fortune-teller, revealed the magical properties of the number 7. On this day, the British wizarding community witnessed an unprecedented event at the Wisengamot Hall. Breaking tradition, Wisengamot decided to honor a 14-year-old boy, Merlin, with a Class III medal. This young wizard, destined to become the youngest Jazz ever, was dubbed the boy who survived the catastrophe, etching his name into history. The Grand Hall was adorned with neatly dressed wizards and witches, exuding an air of upper-class elegance akin to Muggle celebrities. This assembly of Wisengamot members was convened to award the medal in the name of Sir Merlin, a tradition dating back to the Ministry of Magic's inception. Donating the supreme wizard's robe, Skylar radiated a charming aura that cast a faint, dark green luster. His mysterious and enchanting presence captivated the onlookers. In the hall, Skylar exchanged greetings with prominent figures like Amelia, Rufus Scrimgeour, and Tiberius McLagan. His adept interpersonal skills earned approval from the trio, with Amelia even introducing him to Barty Crouch, the director of the International Cooperation Department. Barty Crouch, a serious-looking elder with a narrow toothbrush mustache, was a known careerist. Despite his former ambitions, he now bore the weight of family tragedy as his son, Barty Jr., had faced imprisonment. Having thoroughly investigated the Crouch family's history up to the 18th generation, Skylar noted the decline in old Barty's once sharp eyes. Behind the polished exterior, the man's former ambitions had been extinguished. Skylar couldn't help but lament the powerful individual's fate, realizing that one blow had rendered him utterly helpless. Old Barty still had numerous followers, and he wielded considerable power if he managed the Department of International Cooperation effectively. However, he seemed disheartened. Skylar seized the chance to engage in conversation, aiming to leave a lasting impression on the man, considering he couldn't even recall his assistant's name. After a brief exchange, Dumbledore, adorned in a conspicuous purple robe, and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge made their entrance. Though short and slightly overweight, Fudge wore a perpetually friendly smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Skylar saw through the facade, labeling him as a hypocritical and cunning individual. A sudden realization struck Skylar. He could observe intricate details with heightened perception. Every nuance, gesture, and change in the other person's eyes is automatically etched into his mind. Aquila's mention of Ravenclaw's personal spells and all its explanations seems justified by now. Fudge warmly greeted Skylar, claiming a long-standing friendship with his father, Lucius. Yet, Skylar knew that Fudge had never visited Malfoy Manor, especially when Arthur Weasley conducted a search with a warrant. Skylar couldn't help but sneer inwardly at Fudge's feigned familiarity. Skylar refrained from expressing much about Fudge. This character aimed to strike a balance between the pureblood families and the pro-Muggle faction. By allowing the operation against Malfoy Manor, it was likely that Fudge sought to appease Dumbledore and simultaneously gain favor with the pureblood families. Unfortunately, the days of the ancient imperial period were long gone. Skylar acknowledged his lack of strength, rendering any words futile when faced with Voldemort, who disregarded rules and norms. A warm smile adorned Skylar's face as he greeted Fudge. "Uncle Cornelius, hello. My father often speaks highly of you. I truly believe that your efforts played a significant role in securing this award for me. I want to express my gratitude in advance, Uncle." Fudge waved off the praise, responding, "Nonsense, young man. Your accomplishments in the British wizarding world have earned you this reward. I'm merely capitalizing on the opportunity. Anyway, how's business at Miraculous Alchemy? If you need anything, just let me know. No need to stand on ceremony." Skylar playfully replied, "Thanks to Uncle, business is thriving. I've even managed to pocket some extra money so I don't have to endure my father's gaze every time I take money from him. Haha, a little joke." Fudge chuckled along. "Hee, Skylar, I do have another matter to discuss. Would you mind doing Uncle a favor?" Skylar anticipated the turn of the conversation and maintained a polite smile. "Uncle, please go ahead. I'll do my best." Fudge explained, "You're aware of the escaped felon, Blake, from Azkaban last year. It's been a year, and the Ministry has been unable to apprehend him. People are starting to question the Ministry's competence, and it's affecting my standing. I need a positive turn of events. Skylar, could you perform some noteworthy feats to boost morale? If you do, I'll make sure the Ministry invites you to join the Wisengamot bench once again." Skylar feigned righteous indignation. "How can they blame you, Uncle? You're the Minister of Magic. You can't personally catch such a dangerous person, can you?" Fudge sighed. "Unfortunately, the public doesn't see it that way." Skylar, feigning doubt, inquired, "So, what does Uncle propose I do to help?" Fudge swiftly responded, "I need you to make a significant impact, something that will inspire the people. Once you do, let me know, and I'll ensure the Ministry invites you back to Wisengamot." Quickly changing his tone, Skylar responded, "It's all right if I don't have to put on an overly dazzling performance, right, Uncle? Do you realize how highly regarded you are in the public eye? You're almost on par with the boy who survived the catastrophe. People believe you're the future star, the next Dumbledore." Fudge swiftly checked their surroundings, ensuring Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with others a little way off. "Your name itself is a positive symbol, reminiscent of..." Fudge lowered his voice. "Maybe you can collaborate with the Ministry of Magic to instill confidence in the public." Skylar, feeling a sense of déjà vu, questioned, "Uncle Cornelius, what exactly does cooperate with the Ministry of Magic mean?" Fudge reassured, "No trouble at all, I assure you. For instance, if you can make occasional visits to the Ministry, it will leave a favorable impression. While there, you can interact with Scrimgeour and gain insights into Auror's daily work, or converse with Senior Deputy Minister Dolar's Umbridge, assuming you aspire to join the Ministry in the future. Or if business interests you more, establish connections with individuals from the Magic Equipment Control Bureau or the International Trade Standards Association. All of these will be beneficial for you." Skylar contemplated the proposal, recognizing the advantageous opportunities it presented. After all, offering Minister Fudge a favor could pave the way for valuable contacts within the Ministry of Magic. He agreed wholeheartedly. Throughout the conversation, Dumbledore stood nearby, his deep gaze fixed on Skylar despite socializing with others. It wasn't until Fudge departed that Dumbledore revealed a thoughtful expression. Dumbledore harbored mixed feelings towards Skylar, a student who, to him, bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. While he deemed Skylar incapable of becoming the next Voldemort due to the latter's simplicity and rudeness, he also recognized shades of Gellert Grindelwald in him. However, even Grindelwald, his longtime adversary, hadn't instilled the same sense of difficulty in Dumbledore. Dumbledore's insistence stemmed from his acknowledgement of a single terrifying individual, himself. Skylar mirrored his youthful self, brimming with talent, a thirst for knowledge, and an obsession with truth. They shared similar visions and ambitions with Grindelwald, possessing charismatic personalities capable of uniting the hearts of the people. Yet, their acting styles diverged from the two Dark Lords. Observing Skylar closely, Dumbledore noted the student's adherence to rules despite the potential to wield force. While inscrutable to many, Skylar's eyes held a familiar gaze for Dumbledore, reminiscent of his reflections in the mirror. The strategist's look, akin to a puppet master orchestrating a play, tempted Dumbledore to intervene multiple times. Despite almost certain predictions that Skylar could be the next Light Lord, a term he found fitting, Dumbledore hesitated to act. Unlike the Dark Lord, the Light Lord wouldn't need force to convince or coerce. His mere existence would become the greatest variable. Unconstrained by any external force, the world would be under his control, proving that while the Dark Lord could conquer the world, the Light Lord had the power to captivate people's hearts. Dumbledore's sole reason for hesitating to act against Skylar is the lingering presence of the alive Voldemort. Despite the extensive preparations and arrangements he has made, Dumbledore acknowledges the unpredictability of life. As a mortal, he is prone to making mistakes, and the possibility of his plan failing cannot be ignored. Harry's growth has been slower than Dumbledore's initial expectations. In the first year, Dumbledore intended to elevate Harry's reputation by orchestrating bonus points for him. In the second year, he hoped Harry would emerge as the hero who defeated the basilisk. Dumbledore had even coordinated with Phoenix Fox and the Sorting Hat, putting immense pressure on them to wait for the mandrake grass to mature. The goal was to make Harry instrumental in unveiling the basilisk's identity. However, unexpectedly, Skylar stepped in at the last moment, replacing Harry as the hero. He took this step to prevent the victim from unintentionally exposing the basilisk's identity. Dumbledore, well aware of Hermione's deductive abilities, couldn't overlook Harry hearing the monster's sound behind the wall, given his use of legilimency at that moment. In Dumbledore's perspective, Skylar serves as a reliable insurance policy. In the improbable event that the savior in his original plan fails, Skylar becomes the contingency plan to handle Voldemort's cleanup. In Dumbledore's eyes, the Light Lord is a preferable option to the Dark Lord. Capitulo 77, Chapter 77, Nagini's Capture. Dumbledore understood that Skylar's nature made it impossible for him to submit to others and become a lackey for Voldemort. Pondering this, he redirected his gaze towards Skylar, who was engaged in conversation with the potion master Horace Slughorn. Sensing Dumbledore's look, Skylar turned slightly and caught Dumbledore's eye. Dumbledore blinked at Skylar, sharing a knowing smile that only the two of them could comprehend. Slughorn, a Wisengamot member, had been absent from its activities for an extended period. Still, he reappeared to connect with Skylar, adding another notable member to the Slug Club he had established. Dumbledore had patiently waited for this moment, as there were others who shared his intention. He observed Skylar chatting with Amelia, then Barty Crouch, followed by Fudge and Gussida Maccaben. Seizing the opportunity before others, Dumbledore approached Skylar and initiated an acquaintance with Skylar. Horace Slughorn, a renowned potion master of Dumbledore's era, belonged to the sacred 28 pureblood family but wasn't a core member. He had lost his position as patriarch due to family politics and had since become obsessed with building connections, leading to the creation of the Slug Club. Both families, Skylar's and Slughorn's, featured on Skylar's list, and now they were willingly forging connections. Their initial discussion covered campus life, gradually transitioning to sharing experiences in potion making. Slughorn, being a seasoned potion master, provided insights that proved beneficial even for someone at Skylar's level. Before parting, they exchanged contact information, committing to maintain correspondence. The honoring ceremony then commenced. On the elevated stage, the Minister of Magic Fudge delivered an inconsequential speech before being replaced by Dumbledore, the chief warlock of Wizengamot. Amidst the flashlights of numerous reporters, Skylar ascended the stage, receiving the Merlin Medal from Dumbledore and adorning it on his chest. The golden medal had a white ribbon, signifying a third-class distinction. All Sir Merlin medals were golden, and the ribbon's color denoted the rank, with green for the first class, commemorating Slytherin College, and purple for the second class. Skylar's third-class medal featured a white ribbon. The ceremony concluded flawlessly amid applause. Skylar diligently perused the remaining books in Ravenclaw in the week leading up to the ceremony. Embarking on his summer vacation plan after the ceremony, Skylar's top priority was deciphering the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak. With most of it cracked, he experimented with the correct chisel type, eventually succeeding in using the Black Dragon chisel from Knot. He replicated the invisibility effect onto the Supreme Wizard's robe, endowing it with invisibility and concealment capabilities. When combined with the invisible phantom charm, the dual invisibility effect made it nearly impervious even to Dumbledore's scrutiny. The final form of the Supreme Wizard robe, 10 functions, is complete. The second task involved a visit to Knockturn Alley, purchasing the Vanishing Cabinet from the Borgin and Burke store for 100 galleons. Instead of heading straight home after leaving Knockturn Alley, Skylar used the Floo network to reach Burns Manor. Vanishing Cabinet obtained. The 2x Vanishing Cabinet link is complete. Warmly welcomed by Amelia and Susan, the latter sought Skylar's advice in mastering the complete Patronus charm, as she had yet to fully grasp it. Amelia was astonished upon learning that Skylar could conjure a complete corporeal Patronus. In the Ministry of Magic, over half of the wizards were unfamiliar with this spell, and the remaining portion could only cast an incomplete Patronus, releasing silver-white light fog. While this fog offered limited resistance against Dementors and Voldemorts, it merely provided a brief escape opportunity. Skylar, humbly seeking legal insights from Amelia about various wizarding circles, received generous guidance. Amelia selflessly clarified his queries, rapidly enhancing Skylar's knowledge in this realm. The fourth task involved delving into the dark magic book of the Black family. However, understanding black magic books proved challenging, laden with esoteric content and concealed traps between the lines that could ensnare the reader's soul. Despite Skylar's exceptional talent, progress was slow. In his leisure, Skylar did not neglect the alchemy book gifted by Nicholas Flamel. Locked by a rare alchemical mechanism, even Skylar struggled to decipher it, necessitating a patient and gradual study over time. As mid-July approached, Skylar's tracking spell on Peter Pettigrew detected an unusual magical disturbance. It became apparent that Peter had located his old master, Voldemort, confirming Skylar's expectations. All previous preparations for Peter aimed at capturing Voldemort's serpent pet, Nagini. Nagini, a 12-foot-long female giant snake with venomous fangs, originated as an Asian witch cursed to transform into a snake. In the magical creature movie, Nagini lived in the Albanian jungle, tamed by Voldemort. In the original work, after Peter Pettigrew found Voldemort, he deceived Bertha Jorkins, vacationing in Albania, into killing Voldemort in his presence. Subsequently, Nagini became Voldemort's final Horcrux. Catching Nagini offered two distinct advantages. Firstly, before his resurrection, Voldemort existed as a weakened remnant soul. Discovered by Peter Pettigrew, he used a rudimentary body to create a crude vessel for his soul. Though considered a subpar body, it still allowed him to cast lethal spells, increasing the threat significantly. The main ingredients for the potion of resurrection were the unicorn blood and Nagini's venom. Taking Nagini away would impede Voldemort's plans, delaying his return. Secondly, Nagini, the known host of the blood curse, held immense research value. While Schuyler had an unparalleled understanding of blood curses, he lacked an experimental sample to verify theoretical assumptions. The timing was crucial, as Nagini would soon become Voldemort's Horcrux. Once this happened, Schuyler's research would be complicated by the addition of the Horcrux. To avoid complications, Schuyler promptly left after sensing the feedback from the tracking technique on Peter Pettigrew. The disadvantage was evident. By taking Nagini away, Voldemort lost the container for making the 7th Horcrux. The last one would remain unknown if he insisted on creating another Horcrux. Yet, compared to the benefits gained, Schuyler wasn't overly concerned, trusting that the Savior and Dumbledore would deal with destroying the Horcrux. Schuyler adorned the Supreme Wizard's robe, transforming it into a mysterious black cloak at his whim. He then donned the Grimmauld mask he had studied. The mask concealed his identity, emitting a cold and fierce aura. His magic became shrouded in a protective veil, appearing cryptic and peculiar. Even close relatives would fail to recognize him. To them, he resembled a formidable black wizard. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby appeared beside him. Startled by Schuyler's altered appearance and demeanor, Dobby trembled and cowered on the ground, asking in a quivering voice, "Who are you?" "I, my master, what?" Schuyler's voice echoed ethereally, "Dobby, it's me, Schuyler." "Master, are you the master?" questioned Dobby with skepticism, struggling to accept the sudden and terrifying transformation of his once little master. Schuyler's voice carried an invisible, penetrating power. Dobby felt each word not entering through his ears but resonating directly within his heart. "This is my secret disguise. Don't tell anyone. Now, take me to Dwarf Star." Dobby sensed the influence of soul magic in Schuyler's voice, rendering him unable to resist. In this moment, Schuyler's mastery of Black family soul magic and Abatal Vol. 2 had completely ensnared Dobby's mind. Spirit and body surrendered entirely, making Dobby Schuyler's most loyal servant. To prevent Dobby from being recognized, Schuyler applied a transformation technique, turning Dobby into an elf with a boar-like head. Together, they journeyed to the Albanian jungle, shocking both Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew. Finally encountering the boss as described in the original book, Voldemort appeared as a deformed humanoid creature. Tightly wrapped in a blanket, it resembled a baby at first glance, albeit an unimaginably grotesque one. Dark red scales covered its surface, and a snake-like head with flickering red eyes and a protruding spine on its back. This deformed figure was the result of Voldemort reshaping himself with the potion. Far from his peak state, Silent Voldemort attempted to cast a life-killing curse, but Schuyler skillfully evaded it, mocking, "Hey, hey, poor Dark Lord, weak as a baby with only one follower around." Weak. After Voldemort cast the killing curse, his magical power depleted instantly, prompting him to refrain from further aggression. Aware of his immortality, he maintained a composed demeanor, cautiously inquiring, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Schuyler's cold voice cut through the air. "It matters not who I am. I'm here for you, seeking only the snake by your side." "This snake is crucial to me. Why do you want it?" Voldemort inquired. "It's none of your concern. I simply ask, will you give it or not?" Schuyler heightened the magic within the nameless mask, intensifying the brutal and terrifying aura surrounding him. Voldemort hesitated, but ultimately resisted the urge to attack. While Nagini's venom held importance, substitutes were available, albeit time-consuming. Trapped in his weakened state for too long, he yearned for a swift return to power. The dark wizard before him exuded a malevolent and potent black magic aura, a threat even in Voldemort's prime, let alone in his current condition. Furthermore, it was evident that the stranger was no benevolent figure, but a dark wizard akin to himself. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, Schuyler's magical prowess still lingered at the level of a senior student. The nameless mask merely created a visual illusion of a potent black magic atmosphere, essentially a disguise. Yet it served its purpose well in intimidating Voldemort. Reluctantly nodding, Voldemort yielded. Without wasting words, Schuyler rendered Nagini unconscious with a sharp stunning spell, seized her, apparated with Dobby, and vanished. The basilisk Nagini has been captured. Capitulo 78, Chapter 78, Busy Summer Vacation. After capturing Nagini, Skylar's focus shifted to intensive research. He temporarily set aside dark magic books, alchemy texts, and wizarding laws, immersing himself in the study of Nagini. The research unfolded within a laboratory, nestled in the suitcase's enchanted space. Confined by an unyielding prohibition, Nagini lay weakly on the experimental platform, subjected to a myriad of methods under Skylar's scrutiny. The research journey delved into dark and cruel steps, but they won't be detailed here for the sake of the reader's mental well-being. Nagini endured considerable suffering during the process, with the laboratory often echoing the hissing of snakes. Only Skylar and Aquila, an excellent research assistant, were privy to these sounds. Skylar and Aquila harbored no tolerance for Nagini's plight. Stripped of her memories and emotions, as a human being after being fully transformed into a snake, Nagini could no longer be considered human. In the original book, she remained a major antagonist, causing harm to many innocent lives, including the renowned historian Bathilda Bagshot. In the midst of Nagini's torment and nearing her demise, Skylar's blood curse research reached completion. A segment of flesh extracted from Nagini was successfully reversed using a sealing technique, restoring it to human flesh. Throughout the extended research, Skylar stumbled upon some unexpected revelations. Referring to Merlin's research notes on increasing magical power by implanting the blood of magical creatures, he discovered that Nagini's blood exhibited the described function. However, due to Skylar himself having ingested a magic enhancement potion containing basilisk venom, Merlin's proposed magic enhancement method might not be applicable to him. Skylar planned to use it on his followers after thorough examination. As August approached, Dumbledore found himself immersed in a busy schedule. The International Wizarding Federation convened for a meeting this summer, and as its president, Dumbledore shouldered the crucial task of mediating issues across various countries in the wizarding world. Despite a decline in prestige following last year's events, Dumbledore's stature as the greatest wizard at the end of the century remained unshaken. Not everyone shared this perspective, notably Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet, who persistently ridiculed Dumbledore as an obsolete senile wizard in her articles. As Hogwarts's principal, Dumbledore immersed himself in a multifaceted workload, collaborating with the Department of International Cooperation, the Department of Sports, Boothbitten, and Durmstrang to orchestrate the forthcoming Triwizard Goblet of Fire event. This revival marked the first successful reinstatement of the event since its suspension in 1792, emphasizing its substantial significance and the imperative role of Hogwarts as the primary organizer. Recalling the catastrophic 1792 event hosted at Hogwarts, Dumbledore, though not present at the time, remained acutely aware of the disaster it unleashed. A rampant cockatrice that injured 3 school principals and 3 foreign referees. The principal during that period, Dexter Fusco, faced expulsion from the school board, tarnishing both his reputation and that of Hogwarts. Early European folklore differs from the basilisk, but various video games, especially Dungeons and Dragons, depict it as a creature with both chicken and snake features, leading to misconceptions. Simultaneously, Dumbledore undertook the task of persuading his old friend Aristo Moody to join Hogwarts as a teacher. However, the challenges persisted, as faculty hiring decisions were no longer solely within his purview. Approval from the Faculty Employment Committee was essential. Although securing the support of the 2 deans and Ron Weasley posed no issues, he faced a dilemma with only 3 available seats, requiring at least 2/3 approval. The strained relationship with Amelia Bones of the Bones family, inexplicably distant since the last semester, prompted Dumbledore's attempts to reconcile, but with no success. Consequently, he turned to Garly Greengrass. In comparison to Malfoy and the Selwyn family, Greengrass, while supporting pureblood supremacy, exhibited a less extreme stance. After navigating challenges and making some concessions, Dumbledore successfully gained Moody's approval through the rigorous review process. The root cause of all these troubles lies in the Hagrid and Mrs. Shabini incident, and Dumbledore senses an underlying conspiracy at play. Initially suspecting Lucius Malfoy's covert machinations against him, Dumbledore believed it was an attempt to target Hagrid as a means to indirectly harm him. As villains, the Malfoy family had reason to despise Dumbledore and might have orchestrated the entire affair. However, upon initiating an intelligence network investigation, Dumbledore discovered the plot had no connection to the Malfoy family. Mrs. Shabini harbored no grudges against him, and there was no apparent motive behind her actions. Manipulating public opinion was no simple feat, considering the Daily Prophet and other British media outlets had hidden backers. Dumbledore, pondering the complexity of the situation, realized it went beyond a straightforward scheme. Authors note, Dumbledore's intelligence network includes various sources like portraits, Hogshead bars, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, etc. In previous instances, his network provided information about Voldemort's whereabouts and even unearthed the complete history of Tom Riddle. Locating Mrs. Shabini proved to be a challenging task. Meanwhile, Voldemort is occupied with tasks in the aftermath of losing Nagini. He compels Peter Pettigrew to hunt more venomous snakes for him to refine the potent venom. During Pettigrew's mission to gather information, he coincidentally encounters Bertha Jorkins, who is staying at a hotel while visiting relatives. Jorkins, an employee of the sports department at the Ministry of Magic and Ludovic Bagman's subordinate, had discovered a secret at Crouch House. When she went there to obtain old Barty Crouch's signature on some documents, she was subjected to a powerful forgetfulness charm, leaving her confused and forgetful. Deceiving her easily, Pettigrew lured her into the jungle, bringing her before Voldemort. Realizing she had been deceived, Jorkins struggled in vain and was swiftly captured. Delving into her mind, Voldemort keenly sensed traces of the forgetfulness charm. Anticipating its significance, he recognized the value of the memories erased by the forgetfulness charm. So, Voldemort demonstrated another little-known magical effect of the Cruciatus curse to Peter Pettigrew, the ability to extract hidden memories from the soul by inducing pain. Although human memories are generally stored in the brain, deeper memories are concealed in the soul. The Fidelius charm uses this principle to safeguard secrets. Voldemort relentlessly tormented Jorkins, employing the Cruciatus curse for a full day and night. Remarkably, he expertly gauged the torture's intensity, successfully breaking the Fidelius charm without driving her to madness. Under his interrogation, Jorkins revealed secrets about Barty Crouch Jr.'s survival, Dumbledore's plan to hire Moody, and the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. A new conspiracy began to take shape in Voldemort's mind. After extracting her last bit of value, Bertha Jorkins, having served her purpose, met her demise with Avada Kedavra being casted, followed by Voldemort chanting an ancient mysterious spell and emitting a long hissing scream, as if his soul had been torn apart, terrifying Peter Pettigrew. In contrast to the busyness of others, Harry enjoyed a leisurely summer. Since the Dursleys learned about his murderer godfather, Harry's quality of life improved significantly. Throughout the break, he exchanged letters with Sirius using colorful tropical birds, indicating Sirius's relocation to a tropical island in southern Europe. Hermione, however, adopted a quieter demeanor during the summer. Almost confined to her room, she spent most of her time reading. Mrs. Granger, noticing the consistent open page in her daughter's book, tried to offer condolences but sensed that Hermione was preoccupied. Mr. Granger tried to lighten the mood with jokes at dinner, yet Hermione remained unresponsive, prompting Mrs. Granger to subtly halt her husband's attempts. After dinner, the mother and daughter found themselves alone in Hermione's bedroom. "Sweetheart, is something bothering you?" Mrs. Granger's voice was gentle, inviting Hermione to open up. Hermione hesitated, initially tempted to respond with a simple, "I'm fine." However, she realized she couldn't conceal her feelings from her mother. "Mom, Hermione began, grappling with where to start, her voice breaking into sobs. Mrs. Granger enveloped her daughter in a comforting embrace. "It's okay, take your time. Just know that Mom loves you and will support you whenever you're ready." As Hermione wiped away her tears, she asked, "Mom, have you and Dad ever had arguments?" "Of course, dear, every couple has disagreements," Mrs. Granger replied with a mischievous smile. "But I know the boundaries, and I know how to bring your dad around." "Listen, my dear, conflicts between people with different backgrounds and experiences are inevitable. Even the closest individuals can't entirely avoid disagreements. What matters is how you actively address it." Hermione blinked, reluctant to ask, "Are you okay with it?" "Absolutely. If the person is important to you, you can take the initiative to mend the relationship. It might involve making changes and compromises. As for the worth, it depends on your assessment. You're a clever girl, Hermione, you'll figure it out," Mrs. Granger said with a reassuring smile. Hermione drifted into contemplation as scenes from the past replayed in her mind. The boy defeating the troll, revealing Nicholas Flamel's identity, persuading her to write to Dumbledore for Ron, holding her hand on the high platform, comforting her in the restroom on a tearful night, and standing by her side during Buckbeak's trial. The mental imagery froze when the boy, Harry, and Ron faced Slytherin students, and the boy ruthlessly spoke of a breakup. Hermione bit her lower lip, seemingly reaching a decision. At the onset of summer vacation, Meredith relocated to Greengrass Manor. 3 semesters later, she had shed the burdens of the past, forsaking meaningless pride. Her decision to embrace the Greengrass family proved beneficial for both herself and her newfound family. Mr. Greengrass extended a warm welcome to Meredith, heavily influenced by Daphne. However, his prior friendship with the late Mr. Shafik and Meredith's status as an orphan also played a significant role. Eventually, he chose to formally adopt Meredith as his goddaughter. They would be like father and daughter, alongside his 2 biological daughters, Daphne and Astoria, transforming their relationship into a harmonious familial bond. Mr. Greengrass invited both Meredith and her house elf, Dino, to reside with them at the manor, fostering a sense of unity. For Meredith, Daphne, and Astoria, this summer carried a crucial mission: learning occlumency. Considering them integral to the future, Schuyler emphasized the necessity of occlumency as a vital skill. Beyond guarding against mental intrusion, occlumency could also serve as a defense against the Imperious Curse. With Voldemort's resurgence, the looming threat of chaos in the UK, and the pervasive use of the Imperious Curse, learning occlumency became imperative. Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade Village, the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and major wizarding families could all fall under the Imperious Curse's influence. Mastering occlumency was the key to safeguarding oneself from such control. Schuyler provided them with the fundamental principles and experiences of occlumency, even acquiring a boggart through the black market for their practical exercises. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the 3 diligent girls devoted themselves to daily practice from the onset of summer vacation. By the end of July, they had made significant progress. While their skills might not yet be sufficient to counter a master-level legilimency or the Imperious Curse, they had surpassed the level achievable by the boggart. Capitulo 79, Chapter 79, Forging Alliance. In the hidden castle of Transylvania, a breathtaking woman adorned in noble attire perused a scroll behind her desk. A pale man dressed as a servant timidly knocked on the door and entered. "Her Royal Highness, there are guests visiting," the servant reported respectfully. "Oh, visitors. It's been a while since friends graced my presence." The alluring woman expressed surprise, raising her elegantly arched eyebrows. "He claims to be Schuyler Malfoy," the footman replied, keeping his head bowed, unable to meet the woman's gaze. "The Malfoy boy, I've heard of him," the woman licked her lips and smiled. "Invite him to the meeting room, and I'll be out shortly." In the living room, Schuyler, dressed impeccably, sat calmly, sipping tea. Several servants and maids stood by respectfully. "Welcome, guests," a chuckle echoed as a glamorous woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, donned in a white dress, entered the room. "Schuyler Malfoy greets you, Your Royal Highness." Schuyler stood and bowed in salutation. "Mr. Malfoy, I've heard of your name long ago. Seeing you today, it truly confirms your exceptional talents," the glamorous woman praised warmly. Her words weren't mere flattery. Skylar's courage to stand alone in a vampire base, conversing without fear, had earned him respect. "Princess I." "Hee," the glamorous woman chuckled. "Just call me Sister Eliza. Our tribes have collaborated for years, making us old friends. Let's cut to the chase. What brings you here?" Skylar found himself a bit speechless. Why did he always encounter beautiful ladies insisting on being called sister? Even Sister Giuliana and now Sister Eliza, despite her age being sufficient to be his ancestor, insisted on the sisterly title. The princess, Elizabeth Bathory, represented the last bloodline of the vampire royal family, despite being over 400 years old. Yet, like many ladies, she preferred to be addressed as a sister, perpetually yearning to preserve a youthful facade. Vampires also experience class divisions, primarily categorized into the vampire royal family, vampire nobility, and ordinary vampires akin to common people. The vampire royal family thrived in medieval times, producing countless ghost kings and princes. However, their excessively arrogant behavior attracted the attention of wizards and muggles, leading to widespread persecution and the uprooting of numerous clans. Today, the majority of vampires roaming the outside world are ordinary vampires, having forsaken their royal lineage. Apart from basic abilities like blood-sucking and transforming into bats, they lack magical prowess and are said to be vulnerable to garlic. In contrast, the blood-sucking royal family and nobility with intact lineage can withstand garlic and inherit talents in magic. Elizabeth Bathory stands as the last princess among vampires and bears the responsibility of safeguarding the tribe. Faced with the life-threatening predicament of the blood-sucking royal family, she boldly relocated the entire family to an uninhabited mountain area. A pact was formed with several pureblood families. The nobles would receive fresh blood from various animals provided by the pureblood families, forging a camaraderie in times of need. In matters where family involvement was impractical, the vampire nobles became a formidable asset in the hands of pureblood families. Over time, ancient pureblood families dwindled or vanished from history, and the Malfoy family remains the sole clan upholding an alliance with vampire nobility. During the First Wizarding War, Lucius Malfoy contemplated using the vampire royal family as a force in the conflict. However, Voldemort had already enlisted werewolves through the Delphini family, knowing vampires and werewolves were perpetual natural enemies. To prevent jeopardizing Voldemort's supremacy, Lucius abandoned this idea. Directly and to the point, Skylar stated, "Sister Eliza, I am here to renew the alliance between the family and the blood-sucking royal family." "I'm pleased that old friends remember us," Bathory smiled. "But, as you know, our covenant expired 50 years ago during the joint struggle of pureblood families and werewolves. In the past half-century, we've led a tranquil existence. Though our days may be uneventful, we've grown accustomed to this life and have no desire to re-enter the strife of the commonplace. Sister Eliza, I must inform you that, based on our intelligence, the Dark Lord is on the verge of resurgence and another war is imminent. Do you believe you can afford to remain neutral?" Skylar paused, adding, "Moreover, in this upcoming conflict, not all pureblood families may align with the Dark Lord. Speaking for myself, the covenant I propose this time doesn't favor the Dark Lord's cause." "Oh," Bathory displayed an intrigued expression, her vibrant lips forming a slight smile. "Interesting, very interesting. Young one, you've successfully piqued your sister's curiosity. I'm all ears for your plan. Go on." Ignoring Bathory's playful banter, Skylar straightforwardly stated, "The Dark Lord has already faced defeat once, and I believe he no longer deserves our allegiance. Furthermore, appointing those unruly and foolish werewolves makes him an even less formidable force. My words here represent the sentiments of the Malfoy, Greengrass, Knott, and Shaffic families, as well as others like Borgin, Parkinson, Goyle, Crabbe, and so forth. We have a stake in this matter." When Skylar characterized werewolves as rough and stupid, Bathory couldn't help but cover her mouth, suppressing a giggle. She harbored a certain fondness for the boy. The Dark Lord, in his return, is likely to reassemble his previous lineup, werewolves and giants. However, based on my information, there are only slightly over 20 giants left. Perhaps the Dark Lord might consider other options, and a powerful vampire would be an excellent choice. Trust me, he won't hesitate to use force to compel you to collaborate with those brutish werewolves. With his plot-predicting abilities, Skylar was aware that Voldemort inexplicably opted for Dementors in his latest lineup. Nonetheless, this didn't hinder Skylar from leveraging this information as a bargaining chip to bolster his position. At this point, Bathory saw reason. Alone, they couldn't stand against the Dark Lord, making an alliance with Skylar's faction a prudent decision. Her earlier pretense was merely a strategic gesture to negotiate for additional benefits. Swiftly, an agreement was reached between the two parties. The pureblood family, represented by Skylar, will renew the ancient covenant with the royal vampire family. Skylar, of course, must pay a certain price. Most of these prices involve materials, such as blood, livestock, potions, etc. However, given Skylar's current wealth, the cost of these materials is negligible. Having successfully achieved his goal, Skylar utilized the fireplace of the vampire royal family to make his departure. An alliance has been formed with the vampire royal family. Voldemort had werewolves, giants, and dementors. Hogwarts had humans, centaurs, and house elves. Although Skylar's journey added an ally to his side, it still felt somewhat lacking. Upon returning to Great Britain, he promptly headed to his next destination, Death Marsh in Leicestershire. In Death Marsh, within a concealed cave emitting foul odors, Skylar stood quietly at the entrance. Suddenly, a silent blue flash struck from a tall oak tree behind him. Unfortunately for the assailant, it encountered Skylar, who had mastered the illuminous insight. Without even turning his head, Skylar deftly pointed his wand backward, casting Pratigo that accurately deflected the blue flash. "Ms. Black, your hospitality is truly enlightening." Hi, 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 hi. A piercing laughter emanated from the tree, and an old witch crawled down from the oak tree with a wart on her face. Her long, gray hair hung like dry, rough tree bark, and her pointed fingernails gleamed with a metallic sheen. This was a dark witch, a leading figure among dark witches, Annie's Black. Annie's had no relation to the Black family. Still, she was a notorious dark witch proficient in mind control, nightmare-inducing black magic, and poisons, including the use of poisoned apples and candles. Due to her association with darkness, she was known as Blackies, like other dark witches, had a penchant for cannibalism, especially favoring the meat of young boys, particularly those of exquisite beauty. Skylar undeniably fit her tastes well. At this moment, she stared at Skylar with malice in her eyes, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. "Ms. Black, please have some self-respect." Skylar adjusted the Malfoy family crest on his supreme wizard robes. "I am Skylar of the Malfoy family. You should be familiar with my family. Before taking any action, consider the consequences." Of course, Annie's gaze darkened, seemingly recalling the Malfoy family's reputation. It appeared as if the proverbial cooked duck had flown away. "The Malfoy family is truly illustrious. Kid, let me enlighten you. Don't squander the precious hunting time of this old lady. I've heard that dominatrixes can also foresee the future using crystal balls or water-filled basins besides excelling in dark magic and crafting poisons. Is that true?" Skylar inquired. Playing ignorant, asking such a question when you clearly know the answer." Annie's disdainfully curled her lips. "This old woman possesses that ability, but I won't indulge in fortune-telling for wizards. If you harbor thoughts of seeking divination, it's best to dispel that notion promptly." The corners of Skylar's mouth lifted slightly. "I don't require fortune-telling. You merely need to examine your own future. Let me inform you, according to our intel, the Dark Lord is on the brink of resurgence, and war is imminent. No one in the entire British wizarding world will be exempt. If you doubt it, try your hand at divination." A sharp glint flashed in Annie's eyes as she coldly retorted, "Impressive, boy. It appears your pureblood family has seen significant growth recently, and you already possess insights. I've underestimated you. Now, share your intentions. This old woman is listening." Insight alone won't suffice. It's more about having a thorough understanding of the wizarding world's current situation. Skylar smiled neither humbly nor arrogantly. As everyone is aware, aside from the Death Eaters following the Dark Lord, he also commands werewolves and giants. If the pureblood family and I wish to safeguard ourselves from the impending turmoil, securing robust allies is essential. Just this morning, I concluded negotiations with Princess Bathory of the blood-sucking royal family. Now, I extend the same offer to you, dominatrix. That old Bathory has also allied with you? Tusk tusk, how presumptuous. I thought the so-called royal vampire family was above such dealings. Considering the general trend, your prince is farsighted and resourceful. Naturally, I recognize the mutual benefits of forming an alliance with me. So, Ms. Black, what is your stance? I've investigated. There are at least 6 dark magic gathering places in Great Britain, housing over 200 tribesmen. Their fate is entirely within your grasp. Skylar concluded, channeling soul magic with utmost intensity, conjuring a violent black shadow behind him. In Anis's eyes, the shadow resembled a dementor magnified threefold, yet an alluring and peculiar sense of oppression lingered beyond the chilly and somber aura. Simultaneously, the pattern on the Supreme Wizard's robe faintly illuminated, enveloping Skylar in a ring of dark green halo. A low, ageless murmur seemed to emanate from the void, resonating in her ears and stirring her soul. Affected by the soul magic, Anis, despite being a master of mind control, succumbed to an inexplicable fear. Even after struggling to break free from Skylar's soul magic, a shadow lingered in her heart. This young man proved to be exceptionally formidable, Anis acknowledged. Mr. Malfoy, it appears you've come well prepared. Even the intricacies of the royal vampire family seem to be at your fingertips. I doubt refusing is an option. Anis expressed her dissatisfaction, her tone shifting. However, forging an alliance with a powerful and exceptional individual like yourself is indeed reassuring and dependable. Now, let's delve into the particulars of the alliance. An alliance has been formed with the Dark Witch, Anis Black. Capitulo 80, Chapter 80, South Diagon Alley. On August 11th, just 7 days before the 422nd Quidditch World Cup, Skylar retrieved a peeping glass from his suitcase. Utilizing advanced space magic, this enchanted mirror allowed him to transcend spatial constraints and observe distant scenes. Due to its potential for misuse, the Ministry of Magic strictly regulates the peeping glass. Skylar acquired this particular one from the Borgin and Burke store last month, paying a hefty sum of 100 galleons. Unlike Nobita from Doryman, Skylar's purpose for obtaining the peeping glass was serious. He delegated the task to Dobby, configuring the sight glass to focus on Little Hangleton Town, specifically Riddle House. Though the Riddle family hadn't resided in the house for years, the locals still referred to it as Riddle House. Perched on a hillside, the mansion displayed signs of neglect, sealed windows, incomplete roof tiles, and a rampant creeper reclaiming the structure. Currently owned by a tax-deducting rich man, the mansion received minimal attention, except for retaining the original gardener, Frank Bryce. Through the sight glass, Skylar observed Bryce, already ailing, tending to the flower bed amidst encroaching weeds. Mischievous boys on bicycles disturbed the tranquility, pelting stones at Riddle's house. Despite his limp, old Bryce brandished a cane, hoarsely admonishing them. If Skylar's memory served him right, old Bryce's days of suffering were soon to conclude, precisely on August 16th, the upcoming Saturday. Today, Skylar is headed to Diagon Alley to meet with the girls. Having informed his parents, he set to spend the remaining summer days at his friend's house before traveling to Devon with them to witness the Quidditch World Cup. Skylar's parents expressed delight upon learning that his friend is a Greengrass family member. After cautioning Skylar to be careful and safe, Lucius hints that he and Draco will also be present, suggesting the possibility of a meetup in the arena. Understanding Lucius's subtle warning about potential troublemakers aligned with Death Eaters during the Quidditch World Cup, Skylar recalls his father's recent interactions with various pureblood families, sensing a plot in the making. Exiting the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron bar, Skylar takes a moment to freshen up and exchange greetings with Tom, the bar owner, before departing. Diagon Alley, England's largest wizarding commercial area, begins at the Leaking Cauldron bar on Charing Cross Street in London and is divided into 3 parts. The North District, stretching from House Number 1 to Gringotts Bank, is the first part, A side road opposite Gringotts leads to Nocturne Alley, the second part. Continuing south leads to the Southern District, constituting the third part. As one of Europe's finest wizarding shopping streets, Diagon Alley thrives with almost 300 shops in the north and south areas, excluding Nocturne Alley. Skylar has never meticulously counted the stores, but he knows Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions was a shop located at 275 Diagon Alley. This shop helped witches get rid of warts and worse, emphasizing the street's extensive offerings. As far as Skylar knows, the only place in Europe that can rival Diagon Alley in prosperity is the Montmartre Secret Corners Trail in Paris, France. The north area of Diagon Alley caters to young children and students, featuring pet shops, joke shops, bookstores, stationery shops, etc. This explains why protagonists in the original works often explore this area, giving readers the impression of only a handful of shops in Diagon Alley. Commercial activities in the South District are more sophisticated, targeting middle-class and affluent adult consumers. Characters like Harry and Ron, being financially constrained, might not have ventured here by the end of the original book. Upon arriving at the fork in front of the Gringotts Gate, Skylar spots Daphne, Astoria, and Meredith eagerly waiting. The well-dressed girls, Daphne mature and beautiful, Astoria pure and beautiful, Meredith noble and elegant, greet Skylar with joyful smiles. Despite their original plan to head straight to Greengrass Manor, Skylar leads the group southward through Diagon Alley, making a stop at a magic shrinking house at Astoria's insistence. Inside the shrinking house, a magic spell reduces everyone to the size of a mouse. The experience resembles scenes from the Muggle masterpiece Alice in Wonderland, adding a whimsical touch to their journey. They traverse a mouse hole, cross a small waterway on a leaf, climb dandelion flowers along branches, and drift across a large grassland on a dandelion in the wind. Finally, they arrive at an inconspicuous tree hole, passing through it to regain their original size, concluding the enchanting experience. Their next destination is the House of Illusion, an entertainment venue inspired by Muggle movie theaters. Illusion magic utilizes crystal orbs or skulls to project images from the operator's mind. Initially designed for fortune-telling masters to share divination results with customers, it has evolved into a unique form of magical entertainment. Later, savvy wizards acquainted with the Muggle world seized business opportunities. They enlisted screenwriters to employ illusion magic, transforming stories into dynamic images for audiences. The result, instant popularity with works like Wizards vs. Aliens, Let the Curse Fly, How to Train Your Dragon, and more, each born through this magical fusion. Approaching the ticket office, Skylar encountered a sweet-looking young lady with a delightful smile. As she glimpsed the Gringotts limited edition entertainment VIP card he retrieved, her smile widened, adding an extra layer of charm. There are only 500 black gold VIP cards crafted from pure black gold in the UK, and to Skylar's knowledge, he stands as the sole underage cardholder. Using this exclusive card for spending in high-end establishments grants not only a 20% discount, but also a complimentary upgrade to VIP seats. These wider, softer, and more comfortable seats come with the added luxury of having meals and beverages delivered directly to them. Securing 4 tickets, Skylar and his friends aim to watch the latest romance movie, Time and Space Traveler. The narrative unfolds around Tim, a 21-year-old man who unravels the secrets of time magic. Armed with the ability to journey through time, he attempts to revisit a pivotal summer to alter his relationship with a crush. However, the poignant lesson emerges that love cannot be forced, and regardless of temporal manipulations, those who don't harbor genuine feelings won't reciprocate. Tim then encounters another love interest, inadvertently triggering a cascade of butterfly effects and calamities in the future world. In a poignant resolution, he exhausts his magical abilities to erase time travel traces, relinquishing the newfound connection. Oblivious to his efforts, the girl eventually marries someone else, leaving Tim with the bittersweet aftermath of his temporal endeavors. Skylar stirred from his momentary slumber as the poignant melody of the film's ending song echoed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the three girls with reddened, swollen eyes, surrounded by a sea of parfait tissues. An entire pack depleted. Astoria, unable to contain her tears, still sobbed intermittently. Slightly awkward, Skylar employed a spell to help the girls tidy up, and then treated them to gummy candies, true to the advertised promise of maintaining happiness every day. He couldn't help but quip about the earlier suggestion to watch Doctor Strange vs. Black Panther Animagus, reiterating the sentiment that girls often find solace in emotional movies. After indulging in a high-end restaurant for lunch, Skylar consulted his special pocket watch for the time, hinting at the need for old readers to revisit the 9th chapter of the first volume for insight into its significance. The Diagon South area still harbored many unexplored gems, such as the Myo Flying Heaven House, simulating a gravity-free universe, the Magic Plant Aroma Spa, tailored for women, and the Beautiful Girl Dream Massage Club, catering to men. Skylar regretfully acknowledged that these places would have to be reserved for another time, particularly the last one, considering he hesitated even with a girlfriend by his side. Reflecting on the limitations of time, Skylar sighed, not due to a lack of entertainment in the wizarding world or financial constraints, but the sheer scarcity of time itself. Dismissing claims that wizarding entertainment is scarce, Skylar guided the three girls to their final destination of the day, an inconspicuous small shop with no sign, only a pair of crossed silver spears painted on the door. At the entrance stood a young witch with a fiery figure clad in a leopard print tight-fitting battle suit. Observing the newcomers, she gripped her wand with vigilant eyes, prompting Skylar to swiftly present his identity plate from the Medieval Wizards Association. Despite initial wariness, after thorough inspection, the witch returned the nameplate to Skylar with a smile. "You're the young Malfoy who's been in the limelight recently. You are even more handsome in person compared to what I imagined you look like, and so young too," she exclaimed. "Thank you for the generous compliment, Miss. I've been fortunate to receive support from many influential individuals on my journey. Today, I've brought my friends to attempt the Silver Spear test, aiming to enhance our practical combat abilities," Skylar explained sincerely. The scrutinizing gaze of the witch traversed the four individuals before she responded, "All right, please follow me." Guiding them through the drawing room into the inner hall, the deepest part housed 5 doors. The left and right doors stood ajar, while the 3 central doors remained closed. Worn and marked with age, these 3 doors emitted an ancient simplicity. The witch clarified, the 3 doors in the middle require a warrant from one of the 4 great wizards of the Silver Spear to open, representing hell-level difficulty. The left door signifies easy, and the right door signifies medium. Which challenge would you like to undertake? "Medium, can the 4 of us enter together?" Skylar inquired, reluctant to expose Astoria to unnecessary risks. "Of course," the witch affirmed. With a key in hand, she unlocked the wooden door on the right and extended an inviting gesture for them to enter. Capitulo 81, Chapter 81, Silver Spear Trial. Boom, the wooden door sealed shut behind them, leaving the 4 at the entrance of a long, narrow passage, enclosed by gray stone walls. In the subdued light, torches on the stone walls crackled with sparks, casting an eerie glow on the dismal passage. Though silence prevailed in the corridor, an uncanny atmosphere filled the air. Daphne, displaying the most courage, took the lead, with Meredith closely following and Astoria trailing behind them. Being the strongest, Skylar assumed the rear position, ready to oversee and protect everyone. As they advanced, the air grew increasingly humid, and a misty fog materialized before them. Daphne whispered, "Lumos!" A milky white halo emanated from the tip of her magic wand. The luminescence was akin to moonlight, gentle and not blinding, surpassing the brightness of standard Lumos spells. Yet, visibility remained limited to about 3 feet. Meredith, intending to cast the incendio, was halted by Skylar. "Meredith, it's unwise to conjure flames recklessly in unfamiliar surroundings. Consider this, what if there's gunpowder ahead? We'd risk blowing ourselves up." Daphne, struck with inspiration, exclaimed, "Use the wind. Wind can disperse the fog." She then wore a distressed expression, adding, "But I haven't mastered the Ventus." Even if the fog disperses, I doubt my magical power would be sufficient. Skylar shook his head. I know how to cast Ventus, but there's actually an easier solution for this, Avies. With a soft burst from Skylar's wand, a small sparrow emerged, chirping and flapping its wings cheerfully. Engorgio, the diminutive sparrow, transformed into a creature larger than a golden eagle, its wingspan reaching 10 feet. It soared into the mist, creating a gentle breeze with its fluttering wings. Although it only cleared a small area of fog, it unveiled the path ahead. The three girls were left speechless, astounded by the versatility of Asuka magic spells. Daphne prepared to step forward but was halted by Skylar. Hold on, while the mist dissipates, how do we know nothing else is concealed within it? This time, confusion dawned on the faces of the three girls. What did Skylar mean? The path ahead was revealed, and there seemed to be nothing in sight. Meredith was the quickest to react. She pointed her wand forward and exclaimed, "Reveal your true form now." In front of them materialized a tall, silvery white creature, resembling a lean bear, standing upright and extending its unusually long arms toward them. Astoria questioned, "What is this?" Skylar nodded. Yes, this concealed monster is a hybrid of the demiguise and the ghoul, known as the hide-behind. It can turn invisible like the demiguise, distort its body shape, and is adept at hiding and sneaking. It has a penchant for hunting humanoid creatures, including wizards. Be cautious when dealing with it. Skylar was somewhat surprised. A 4-star hide-behind appeared for a medium difficulty challenge, utilizing the fog to conceal its figure. Without their quick response, something unexpected might have occurred just now. It made him ponder if it truly qualified as a silver spear challenge. The hide-behind proved highly agile, effortlessly evading spells cast by Daphne and Meredith. When cornered, it skillfully contorted its body, akin to the bone-shrinking yoga practices in India, elegantly avoiding their attacks. Daphne deployed a sticky charm, covering the ground around the hide-behind with a viscous paste. Unintentionally stepping onto the paste, the creature came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Meredith performed a transfiguration on the adhesive substance, causing 4 arms to sprout from it, tightly restraining the hide-behind's limbs. Now's the time, Meredith and Daphne exclaimed in unison. Astoria raised her wand and shouted, "Stupefy!" A beam of light shot from her wand, accurately hitting the hide-behind's head and rendering it stunned. "Excellent job," Skylar praised sincerely. The two girls seamlessly cooperated, creating a perfect opening for Astoria, whose spellcasting precision and speed were commendable. Continuing their journey, they entered a circular room with 2 exits in front, featuring a central dragon statue. The term dragon encompasses various sub-dragon branches in the wizarding world. Skylar recalled encountering 2 types from his previous life: the wyvern slain by the Mad Knight Sir Cadogan in Gryffindor, and the fire drake seen in the Fantastic Beasts movies. In this room, a sub-dragon creature known as Amphipter, learned by Skylar from ancient books in this life, took center stage. Resembling a feathered snake or bird snake, it was among the most beautiful creatures in the magical realm, boasting a blue snake-like body and a pair of rainbow-colored wings. The feathered snake statue, nearly 15 feet long, had eyes embedded with 2 bright red rubies, giving the impression that it was observing them with a sparkling gaze. Daphne voiced her concern. "What should we do now? Should we pass by it? Could it come to life?" "Probably not," Skylar replied uncertainly. If facing a moderately difficult test involved a feathered snake, he couldn't fathom the difficulty level of a medium challenge. "I believe we may need to interact with the feathered snake statue, uncovering its secrets to proceed safely, or else we might face an attack." "That makes sense. It's just a moderately difficult test. There's no reason for it to be overly challenging. Let me give it a try." Meredith raised her wand, a Perseum. Revealing Charm and Revelio Charm are distinct spells. The original form is employed to reveal invisible or distorted objects, while the quick form is used to expose concealed handwriting. Similar spells include Humanoid Manifestation, to locate invisible individuals, and Trace Manifestation, to discover recently vanished magical traces. True to expectations, the feathered serpent statue unveiled an orange halo, and a Gyuruni's talisman slowly emerged on its wings. Skylar recognized it as Ihwaz, symbolizing the yew tree and signifying defense and guard in the wizarding world. The feathered snake held a counterpart position to the three-headed dog in wizarding world lore, guarding the gates of heaven and hell. In this magical realm, heaven and hell generally represent two aspects: luck and disaster. Skylar elucidated the significance of Ihwaz, prompting Astoria to suggest, could we use the guidance of this ancient magic talisman to find the correct exit? Perhaps one of the two exits is perilous, while the other leads safely to the next level. Consideration of using Gyurunian magic talisman to cast spells crossed their minds. Skylar had delved into this subject after witnessing it on the 5th floor of Hogwarts' secret passage. In Ravenclaw's legacy, he found some records about it. However, Gyuruni's text was vast and profound, with Germanic, Nordic, Celtic, and other systems in the Muggle world alone. Skylar knew of at least 20 different systems in the wizarding world, and the complexities of error correction between each system hampered his progress in this research. Despite the challenges, Skylar was determined not to forfeit this test. He decided to give it a try. Pulling out the Ravenclaw's diadem from his robes, he donned it and infused the magic eye with energy. Both the Ravenclaw's diadem and the Supreme Wizard's robe emitted faint, colorful rays of light. Skylar meticulously traced a complete Ihwaz magic talisman with his wand in midair. Suddenly, a warmth emanated from the wand, and it vibrated autonomously as if imbued with life. Skylar's pupils transformed into a pool of azure blue water with undulating waves. The feathered snake statue appeared to come to life, twisting its body stiffly and emitting a long chirping sound reminiscent of a phoenix or sea snake. The Gyuruni magic talisman on it transformed into fire, shooting into the left exit of the two. Go, without delay, everyone hastened towards the left exit. Daphne led, followed by Meredith, Astoria, and finally, Skylar. Just as Skylar entered, the feathered snake statue fully revived, attempting to peck fiercely at him, but colliding with a transparent barrier at the exit junction. The impact illuminated the barrier in a dazzling display of blue light, emitting circular ripples centered on the point of impact. Realizing the feathered snake statue couldn't pursue them into the exit, a collective gasp of fear escaped the group. Meredith couldn't contain her curiosity, asking, "Skylar, did you just successfully cast a spell in Gyurunian?" The significance of resurrecting Gyurunian magic, lost for centuries, wasn't lost on anyone present. Skylar nonchalantly responded, "Perhaps, but it's at most a rudimentary spellcasting method that requires further refinement." Daphne marveled, "Even so, it's a remarkable accomplishment. Ancient sorcerers cast spells in ancient runes, Egyptian sorcerers parted the Red Sea, and Babylonian sorcerers erected floating cities in the sky." Skylar shook his head. "To be honest, while there might be people who understand the Gyuruni's language, it's not as rare as you'd think. The real mystery is why Gyurunian magic remains lost." Meredith suggested, "Maybe certain conditions need to be met first, like unlocking the special abilities hidden in one's bloodline, akin to a Parseltongue, a seer, or a metamorph magus." Skylar agreed, "Exactly. I can't confirm, but that's my hypothesis." A pensive silence settled among them as each contemplated the myriad possibilities. Without much ado, they continued their journey and encountered a large number of ghouls, at least 30 in sight. Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them served as a beginner's textbook for young wizards, providing elementary information. However, it didn't cover all species, omitting certain lesser-known creatures. While it mentioned ghouls, it failed to detail the various types, such as the Selma sea snake featured in the Daily Prophet, the Norwegian team's mascot, a highly aggressive sea snake known for consuming human flesh. Despite the book categorizing ghouls as 2-star dangerous creatures, the group knew better than to underestimate them. Lockhart's Gadding with Ghouls recounted a highly dangerous and aggressive variant, Chameleon Ghoul, underscoring the peril they presented. In contrast to the progressively deteriorating ghouls, the color-changing ghouls have reverted to the primal nature of their ancestor, the ogre. Possessing an insatiable appetite for the flesh of the living, They have also rekindled the cunning traits of cannibals, adept at morphing and disguising themselves as everyday items to avoid detection, launching sudden attacks when someone approaches. Although a considerable number of color-changing ghouls stand before him, revealing their genuine forms, Skylar has no cause for concern. Consequently, he entrusts the task to the three girls. Draconis Inferno. After 3 semesters of rigorous practice, Daphne's magical prowess and spellcasting skills surpass those of her peers. She conjures a substantial orange red flame, forming a protective wall emitting astonishing heat. Meredith employs a transformation technique, summoning over 30 flame arms from the middle of the firewall. These fiery appendages rush towards the ghouls, seizing and restraining them. Astoria produces a few bottles of blue flame potions, tossing them one by one at the unburned corners and gaps, depriving the ghouls of any escape route. Should any ghouls attempt to forcefully breach the flames, Astoria hampers their progress with another curse that blocks their way out. With just enough delay, the ghouls succumb to the engulfing flames. In a short span, more than 30 color-changing ghouls meet their demise. Skylar is thoroughly satisfied with their performance this time. The trio doesn't engage in individual battles, mindlessly casting spells. Instead, they collaborate effectively. They compress the opponent's space with flames, assigning roles for precise attacks and compensating for dead spots and vulnerabilities. While the color-changing ghouls display notable intelligence, their agility and speed prove insufficient to overcome such a well-executed tactical assault. Eliminating ghouls may seem straightforward, owing to well-arranged tactics and flawless execution. Yet close encounters with ghouls are perilous. Their teeth, nails, and blood are highly toxic. Once contaminated, the effects are challenging to treat. Lockhart's Gadding with Ghoul provides an example of extracting chronic venom from a ghoul's body. Capitulo 82, Chapter 82, The Greengrass Manor. Daphne raised her wand at Diagon Alley, near the carriage inn, emitting a bright frequency. Soon, a luxurious carriage adorned with golden streams descended from the sky, guided by 2 night cheese, and gracefully landed in the alley. Displaying the Greengrass family emblem, the carriage featured a Pegasus surrounded by a 6-pointed star. The curtain unveiled, revealing a well-dressed middle-aged man who descended. With a goatee, he approached them, bowing slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please." Daphne boarded first, followed by the remaining 3. "Our driver is Morgeddon, our housekeeper for nearly 20 years. My father trusts him deeply," Daphne briefly introduced. Astoria added, "Since my mother's early demise, it's just the 3 of us, our father, us sisters, and Uncle Morgeddon, who cared for us greatly in our youth." They delved into discussions about life at Greengrass Manor. Situated in the Cotswolds in western England, Greengrass Manor, also known as Green Manor, resided in an idyllic area. The Cotswolds, stretching about 160 kilometers from south to north, was renowned for its preserved classic villages, known for their light colors, tranquility, elegance, and traditional charm. Cotswolds, often dubbed as one of the 3 most beautiful villages in the world, alongside Provence in France and Tuscany in Italy, attracted wealthy wizards due to its magical creatures and picturesque landscapes. Notably, the area also served as inspiration for artists like the 18th-century Gwendoline Oliphant, a troll expert who met her end in 1799 while sketching a troll. After half an hour, the carriage touched down, revealing the expansive Greengrass Manor. The central mansion, ancient and solemn, rivaled Malfoy Manor in size, but embraced a more understated and simple country style, contrasting with the grandeur of Malfoy Manor. Upon entering the mansion, an esteemed middle-aged man warmly approached the group, extending a courteous greeting. "Hello, this must be Mr. Malfoy, right?" Skylar, cognizant of the importance of etiquette in ancient families, introduced himself with due respect. "Skylar Malfoy greets you, Mr. Greengrass." Satisfied with Skylar's etiquette and demeanor, the middle-aged man responded, "Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. I am Daphne and Astoria's father and Meredith's godfather, Gareth Greengrass. Call me Uncle Gareth." The group proceeded to the living room, adorned with pristine unicorn leather sofas. After being seated and served tea by two dignified young maids, Mr. Greengrass initiated conversation. "I've heard a lot about your exploits, Mr. Malfoy. I must say you're an exceptional young man. Achieving those in your age is definitely something out of what we consider normal." "Please, Uncle Gareth, it's nothing much compared to what the Greengrass family is." Schuyler denied the compliment. The discourse primarily circled around Schuyler's renowned achievements at Hogwarts over the past 3 years. Initially harboring doubts about Schuyler's strength, Gareth witnessed firsthand the young man's maturity, stability, and profound insights into the magical world. Schuyler's unwavering confidence, forged through genuine experience and rigorous training, impressed Gareth, dispelling any reservations he might have had. Gareth's personal reception of Schuyler was not solely based on family background, but also on his 3 daughters' favorable impressions about the young man. Observing Schuyler's current performance, Gareth found himself content, acknowledging the daughters' discerning judgment. Contrary to the belief in the sacred 28 pureblood families, many had dwindled over the past half-century, such as the Gunter family, the Black family, the Shafik family, and the Crouch family, surviving only as a single heir. The remaining pureblood families primarily aligned with 3 factions: those advocating pureblood supremacy, including Malfoy, Black, Carlo, and Lestrange, often linked to Death Eaters; those resisting Muggle-borns, exemplified by the Weasley, Prewett, and Longbottom, actively participating in the Order of the Phoenix against Death Eaters. The Greengrass family aligns with the pure-blooded neutral faction, including families such as Macmillan, Eber, Crouch, Ollivander, and Slughorn. Remaining neutral during the First Wizarding War, most direct descendants sought refuge abroad, preserving their lives and strength. Despite the inherent sense of pureblood superiority, the neutral faction avoids oppressing or discriminating against Muggle-born wizards. Personal talents, character, and etiquette hold more significance than lineage, as exemplified by Horace Slughorn, the potion professor. Lucius Malfoy's frequent visits in recent years aimed at forming a new interest group. Yet Mr. Greengrass, familiar with the Malfoy character, maintained a polite distance. The involvement of his daughters and the young Malfoy caused concern, fearing entanglement in the dispute between pureblood supremacists and traitors. Seeking to understand Schuyler and his family's stance, Mr. Greengrass listened as Schuyler disapproved of pureblood supremacy and recounted achievements in the Slytherin reform at Hogwarts. This led him to believe that Schuyler and the Malfoy family might not share the same camp. Suspicious of Lucius's motives, Gareth wondered if both sides were engaged in a strategic bet. During their speculative conversation, Schuyler steered the discussion toward the blood curse of the Greengrass family, prompting Gareth to candidly share a century-old tale. Daphne's grandmother, during a trip to Borneo, Southeast Asia, was targeted by dark wizards who sought to kidnap her. Despite resisting, she fell victim to an unexpected blood curse passed down through generations in the family. Schuyler turned his attention to Borneo, a place of significance in magical lore. Mentioned in Where Are the Fantastic Beasts? It's known for the A-Tide spider, a magical creation of black wizards, and served as the origin of Nagini, featured in the Magical Beast movie. The revelation that the blood curse afflicting the Greengrass family also traces back to Borneo led Schuyler to suspect an underground organization skilled in species modification and blood curses. Upon sharing his research progress on blood curses and a potential solution for Astoria during the recent summer vacation, a stunned silence fell over the room. Gareth rose with a grave expression, his voice resonating deeply. "Mr. Malfoy, this matter holds extraordinary significance for me and the Greengrass family. I hope your mention earlier was not a jest." It was clear that had Schuyler treated this matter lightly, he would have promptly been expelled from the manor. Anticipating Gareth's reaction, Schuyler responded calmly, "Uncle Gareth, Astoria is a dear friend. They all know I don't make light of such matters. If I assert, it's with more than 90% certainty. Moreover, I wouldn't attempt something without careful consideration. Even in failure, I assure you, she won't be harmed in any way." Gareth's expression revealed a mix of excitement and disbelief. Taking the matter seriously, Gareth cautioned Skylar against making jokes about such a significant issue. Skylar, assuring him of his sincerity, expressed confidence in his solution, emphasizing Astoria's safety even in the event of failure. Gareth's initial disbelief transformed into excitement and hope. Despite the family's prolonged struggle against the blood curse, Skylar's claim resonated, partly due to the unwavering support of his 3 daughters. Looking at Skylar intently, Gareth asked the crucial question, "Mr. Malfoy, do you truly possess a method to address our family's curse?" Skylar, nodding in affirmation, clarified, "I can only seal it, not eradicate it. The only permanent solution lies in finding the caster or their heir in Borneo. Even the seal itself is already good enough." "It's good enough," Gareth visibly sighed in relief. He turned to Morgardun and instructed, "Notify everyone in the family. Treat this distinguished guest with care and ensure the house elves are diligent. Prepare for tonight's family dinner according to the top feast standards and ready the most luxurious suite for our esteemed guest." In Gareth's residence, there were 2 house elves. Tiva, a family heirloom from the Greengrass family, and Dino, brought by Meredith from the Shaffic household. Since Meredith resided at the Greengrass Manor, Dino assisted in managing the estate. Gareth smiled kindly with all arrangements in place and said, "I have some matters to attend to at Ogden Winery. Recently, I received an 82-year limited edition Fire whiskey from them. I plan to share it with you tonight." As dinner commenced, Skylar, accustomed to aristocratic living, marveled at the meal's opulence. Unfamiliar dishes adorned the table, a testament to Gareth's culinary indulgence. "Skylar, try this dragon steak made from Australian egg white-eyed fire dragon cubs," Gareth suggested, pointing to a sizzling iron steak. "Dragon meat can be tough, but the pure Eugen stew from the Wizard Stew Company elevates it. I have a special relationship with them, and they've provided me with this unique saucepan. The seasoning is from the renowned Italian wizard chef Giulietto Marchesi, who has sold me exclusive rights to his recipes." Gareth continued to introduce each dish, from phoenix chicken with guinea fowl mixed with phoenix blood to the newly cultivated crystal fire crab. Skylar appreciated Gareth's culinary enthusiasm, noting the contrast with Lucius, who was more focused on dark magic and his feud with Dumbledore and the Weasley family. After the delightful dinner, Skylar retired to the VIP suite, having spent a day in Diagon Alley with the girls and engaging in conversations with his elders. The well-deserved rest awaited him in the luxurious accommodation. Capitulo 83, Chapter 83, Dispelling Greengrass Curse. Early the next morning, within the side hall of Greengrass Manor. After a night of rest, Skylar stood resolutely, flanked by Gareth, Daphne, Meredith, and Astoria. Morgadun and the house elf Tiva stationed themselves outside the hall, ensuring no interference. Skylar directed Astoria to recline comfortably on the sofa, actively summoning the curse marks as per his instructions. Gareth Greengrass closed his eyes, visibly distressed, while Skylar took a steadying breath. Dark marks adorned Astoria's arms, neck, and even her face, their profound hue hinting at a blood-red undertone resembling an abyss. Daphne shut her eyes, unable to witness her sister's anguish, and Meredith, with reddened eyes, covered her mouth. "Brother Skylar, I hope I didn't scare you." Astoria's face turned instantly pale, yet she resisted discomfort and forced a smile. Despite a year of acquaintance with Astoria, Skylar had never seen her in such a state. At this moment, she resembled a porcelain doll marred by cracks, fragile and pitiful. Astoria had presented herself as an innocent, lively little sister before Skylar for a long time, occasionally displaying a playful demeanor. He never fathomed the weight she carried on her shoulders. Merely glimpsing these marks hinted at the pain she endured, an ominous spectacle devouring her blood, a silent carnival. "Astoria, I never knew." Skylar, realizing he had never truly understood this girl, felt a mixture of admiration for Astoria's strength and a trace of pity for her vulnerability. "Don't worry, put your trust in me, your pain will end today." Suddenly, a surge of magical power emanated from Astoria, saturating the hall with a violent aura. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Astoria bit her lower lip and softly exhaled in agony. Skylar's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly grasped his wand, whispering, "Colloportus, may the evil spirit residing in this body be sealed and gone forever." The wand quivered slightly in his hand, as a majority of his magical power surged forth with the incantation. A beam of white light erupted from the wand's end, resembling a flexible rope, as Skylar encircled Astoria, seated on the sofa with a wave of the wand. Skylar drew in a deep breath, tapped his magic wand, and the beam of light surged toward Astoria's body. Watching from the sidelines, Gareth Greengrass clenched his fists while Daphne and Meredith held their breath involuntarily. The black marks on Astoria's body seemed to come alive, emitting a burst of black energy that coalesced into a snake-headed apparition reminiscent of Nagini. Still conscious of the curse, the creature lunged towards Skylar, prepared to retaliate. Simultaneously maintaining the magic output from his wand, Skylar swiftly traced a Gyuruni's magic talisman in the air with his index finger, targeting the snake-shaped black energy. The symbol represented the word guardian, Iwes. A Gyuruni magic talisman materialized in midair, surrounded by a blue halo. Despite Gareth's concern for his daughter's safety, he couldn't help but be astonished by Skylar's displayed strength, uttering in disbelief, "Gyuruni's spellcasting." Who were these individuals? Dual casting, wandless spells, and the lost Gyuruni spells. Has the Malfoy family become this formidable? At that moment, the azure blue runes clashed fiercely with the snake-shaped black energy. An invisible wave of force radiated around the impact point, toppling ornaments in the hall one by one, creating a series of clattering sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Skylar increased the magic output of his wand, accompanied by a faintly audible neighing in his ears. A sensation of soulful blessing enveloped him, as his magic and an unknown energy within the wand melded seamlessly. The wand's end erupted in a dazzling light, instantly disorienting, as the light beam forcefully pressed into the curse marks. The curse marks emitted a hissing sound, resembling boiling liquid, and white smoke emerged. Everyone present witnessed the curse marks retracting from Astoria's body, ultimately concentrating on the back of her neck, transforming into a double-headed tailless snake figure. "Astoria, hold on." Skylar's eyes flared with bright red light, abruptly shifting to azure blue pupils with the Iwes talisman faintly visible. This was the crucial final step, no room for error. Skylar's magical power erupted instantly. Despite his magical level being that of a senior student, his powerful mental control maximized every ounce of his magical potential, pushing it to 200%. The magic wand clicked on the double-headed snake figure, emitting a scorching odor that wafted across Astoria's skin. Astoria bit her lip tightly, suppressing any sound. Eventually, the curse marks vanished, leaving only a hexagonal scar on the snow-white skin behind her neck. "It's done," Skylar exclaimed, only to realize that his face and palms were drenched in sweat. A sudden dizziness clouded his consciousness, and the magic within his body became unsustainable. Skylar's body trembled momentarily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Daphne and Meredith rushed forward, guiding Skylar to sit on the sofa. Daphne carefully wiped the sweat from Skylar's forehead with a handkerchief. Gareth hastily handed over a bottle of magic restoration potion, instructing Daphne to administer it to Skylar. Feeling a significant improvement in his health, Skylar confidently declared, "Success." In the night sky, stars shimmered in the sea, and gentle waves surged onto the Milky Way. Skylar awoke on a luxurious and comfortable bed. Checking the time, 10 hours had passed since he had exhausted himself and fallen asleep after casting the spell. It was evident that the ordeal had taken a toll on him. Examining himself, Skylar found his magical power fully restored, not only returning to its peak state, but even making subtle breakthroughs. His magic power had increased by an almost imperceptible margin. Reflecting on the spellcasting process, he wondered if this was a result of absorbing the unknown energy in the wand. A plate of steaming food and a glass of juice awaited him on the small table beside the bed. It seemed the staff changed them regularly, considering they didn't know when Skylar would wake. Feeling a slight hunger upon waking, he quickly consumed the meal. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Opening it, Skylar found Astoria standing there, now back to her innocent and lovely appearance. "Brother Skylar, how are you feeling?" The concern in the girl's tone was evident. "What can I do? It's just a drain on magical power," Skylar smiled. "On the contrary, it's you. You must have experienced quite a bit of pain today. Why not take more rest? If Uncle Gareth or Daphne find out, they won't be angry yet." Astoria remained silent, her eyes burning as if searching for something in Skylar's gaze. "Brother Skylar, I like you. I know you, Sister Daphne and Sister Meredith are all getting along." Astoria shook her head gently. "But I don't mind. Sister loves me the most, and she will definitely not blame me. Do you know, both Edward Harper and Frank Urquhart pursued me in school, but I didn't accept it. In my heart, no other boy can compare to you, Brother Skylar." "What? Is this a confession?" Skylar had initially thought she was here to express gratitude, rendering the long, carefully crafted polite words in his mind useless. "Brother Skylar, do you like me?" "Well," Skylar stared into her dark brown pupils and nodded slowly. "My Astoria is so cute. How can I not like her?" Skylar felt a warm, sweet, and soft body embrace him without reservation. Astoria raised her head vigorously, eyes filled with joyful mist. "Brother Skylar." She looked directly into Skylar's eyes. "Kiss me." 10 minutes later, the two reluctantly ended their passionate moment. The manor was exceptionally quiet at night. Astoria took Skylar's hand, nestling closely against him as they strolled around the manor. The girl's hand felt delicate and soft. Skylar caught a faint fragrance from her body. In the silent night, their hearts beat fiercely. They walked aimlessly, and at this moment, time belonged only to the two of them. Astoria hoped this time would never end. Astoria reached a classical oak door and said, "Daddy said you can enter and exit anywhere in the manor, except for the owner's secret room." Astoria led him into the family library. Skylar's appetite for books was no longer unwilling. He had assembled the complete knowledge bases of Malfoy, Black, and Ravenclaw, along with books from his grandmother. Describing it as the vastness of the sea was not an exaggeration. Since Astoria remained silent, Skylar decided not to pry into her thoughts. He wandered around the library, hoping to find the next fragment of a beetle, but this time, his efforts ended in disappointment. The library yielded little for him. The following morning's family breakfast brought a formal expression of gratitude from Gareth. He applauded, summoning Morgaddon, who approached holding a long gift box. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it," Gareth said sincerely. Understanding the genuine sentiment behind the gift, Skylar graciously accepted it without hesitation. "You can open it and take a look," Gareth suggested with a smile. "See if you recognize what it is." 3 exquisite bottles were revealed upon opening the gift box, emanating potent magical fluctuations. Gareth provided explanations. The first bottle contains phoenix tears. Its healing properties can mend any severe injury and even bring someone back to life as long as a breath remains. "I acquired it from Dumbledore, agreeing to an old man Moody's price. I want to express my gratitude by giving you something like this." Skylar examined the second bottle, noticing a fine layer of frost on the cap. This is, even with Skylar's extensive knowledge, identifying this substance proved challenging. "This is the blood of the Tibetan snowman, capable of healing mental or soul damage. It's highly valuable. The Chinese Ministry of Magic considers it a national treasure. In the past, the British Ministry of Magic attempted to introduce it for treating aurors with spiritual and soul damage, but negotiations failed. I managed to obtain it during my global travels, establishing a friendship with the pure-blooded Jai family there." Skylar, intrigued by the mysteries of the foreign magical world, inquired, "Are there pure-blood families in Eastern countries as well?" "Of course there is. The heritage of the wizarding world in the East is longer than that in Europe. As early as BC, a wizard named Zhu Yan appeared in China and founded a school called the Yin-Yang family. It seems to be related to a Confucianism movement of a certain Chinese Mughal emperor, and the wizards gradually faded out of sight. The inheritance of wizards in the East is very mysterious, and there are various sayings that the inheritance is not passed from the inside to the outside, the son is not passed to the daughter, and the son is not passed to the concubine. As for their pureblood families, my knowledge is limited. What I have seen is probably only the tip of the iceberg. Well, you should take a look at the third bottle. Skylar touched the bottle lightly, feeling a tingling sensation in his fingertips. This time, he recognized the object. This is Thunderbird's tears, right? Yes, Thunderbird is extremely sensitive to supernatural dangers. The wand made from its tail feathers is said to be the first to launch spells. Its tears are filled with the power of violent thunder and lightning and can also enhance the spiritual sense of the user. For some, the hidden power or crisis will be more acutely sensed. Phoenix tears, snowman blood, and Thunderbird tears have been obtained. Having accepted the gift, the conversation between Skylar and Gareth shifted to a different topic. Gareth was very satisfied with the young man in front of him, akin to how a mother-in-law and an old father-in-law look at their son-in-law. Whether it was appearance, family background, strength, personality, or resourcefulness, Skylar was impeccable. Coupled with the significant favor the young man had just granted him, in his opinion, nothing was more important than the safety and health of his daughter. The alliance between the two became a natural progression. This marked a stark contrast to the family's goodwill toward Skylar 2 years ago. This time, the Greengrass family would become his genuine allies, firmly standing in his camp and providing unreserved support in all aspects. Capitulo 84, Chapter 84, Business Expansion. The Greengrass family, though discreet, holds diverse industries. As the second-largest shareholder of Ogden Brewery, with the Ogden family taking the lead, they maintain several commercial partnerships with the Wizard Stew Company. However, their most substantial enterprise lies in their magical animal farm. Ogden Distillery, renowned for high-end whiskeys, produces the signature Ogden Flame whiskey, favored by Professor Lockhart. Meanwhile, the Wizard Stew Company focuses on providing kitchen utensils for wizarding families and serves as the primary sponsor for all concerts by magical musician Setina Waugh. In terms of wealth and social influence, the Greengrass family ranks among the elite in many pureblood families. Gareth, a member of Wisengamot, assumed Lucius's position as one of the 12 board members of Hogwarts after Lucius lost power. With the formidable support of the Greengrass family, Skylar gains increased confidence in his future plans. With this, the alliance with the Greengrass family has been formed. Subsequently, Skylar spent 5 days with the 3 girls. Skylar alternated between guiding them in occlumency and advising Astoria on the nuances of upcoming schoolwork. Gareth also facilitated new connections, introducing Skylar to individuals like Oscar Ridgebit, the head of the Romanian Fire Dragon Breeding Area. The Romanian Longhorn Dragon Breeding Area, founded by Oscar's father, Harvey Ridgebit, in the early 19th century, surpassed its Swedish counterpart to become the largest breeding area in Europe. Over the decades, it emerged as the global leader in the fire dragon breeding industry. The Greengrass family, leaders in magical animal breeding, experienced a momentous rise alongside this success. Unsatisfied with his father's achievements, Oscar sought to expand the Longhorn Dragon breeding area's business. To raise funds, he reached out to Gareth, considering him a colleague, and extended an invitation to Skylar to join their select circle. Skylar boldly invested 10,000 galleons, securing 1/5 of the breeding area's equity and claiming the position of the second-largest shareholder. This move not only garnered recognition within the exclusive circle, but also provided him with a chance to expand his network of contacts. Soon, another influential figure within the circle, Filbert Deverill, the manager and key figure behind Puddlemere United, took the initiative to befriend Skylar. Established in 1163, Puddlemere United stands as the oldest team in the British and Irish Quidditch League, boasting 22 Anglo-Irish League victories and 2 UEFA Champions League titles. However, the team faced a formidable challenge to its championship status and popularity when Gwenog Jones, a powerful and daring woman, assumed the role of captain for the Holyhead Harpies. Known for her exceptional skills as a batsman and a personality that embraces outspoken views on the superiority of witches in Quidditch, Gwenog Jones poses a significant threat to Puddlemere United's dominance. Gwenog's open and assertive character has attracted a large fanbase, and her family's connections, particularly with her Aunt Hestia Jones and Dumbledore, make her a formidable force. Moreover, her romantic involvement with potions Master Horace Slughorn places her in the innermost circle of the legendary Slug Club. Deveril, recognizing the challenges posed by Gwenog, devised a plan for the season. His primary objective is to aggressively recruit top talent from other teams, necessitating significant financial backing. With the transfer fee for Holyhead Harpy's ace chaser, Verda Griffith, reaching a staggering 1,000 gallons, Deveril approached Skylar, the renowned financial owner in the business world, after learning about his substantial investment in the Fire Dragon breeding area. Skylar marveled at being actively sought out for investment, realizing that his standing in the business world had gained significant recognition. The prospect of having his own Quidditch team, akin to Muggle tycoons purchasing major sports teams, excited him. However, Skylar remained composed. Thoroughly examining the prospectus, he added conditions to safeguard his interests, particularly emphasizing the need for insurance to cover player accidents, a lesson learned from vague recollections of past Quidditch controversies. After negotiations, he secured a quarter of Puddlemere United's equity for 3,000 galleons. Despite the substantial reduction in available cash, Skylar's personal expenses were minimal, given the support from various ventures: publishing, Miraculous Alchemy, Ellerby and Spudmore Broom Company, and the Artificial Mushroom Trading Company. While the profits varied, they collectively contributed around 8,000 galleons annually. Considering his financial stability and the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, Skylar pondered leveraging the event to enhance his earnings. Guided by Gareth and Daphne, who showcased the Greengrass family's businesses, Skylar gained a deeper appreciation for their prominence in the magic animal breeding industry through a visit to the family's impressive magic animal breeding farm. In the stable, various Pegasus breeds, including the gray Glailing Pegasus, the imposing Rune Horse, the Chestnut Usserin, the exceedingly rare Yeki, and hybrids of different species, showcase the impressive diversity. Aware of the Greengrass family's influence, Skylar expressed concern about potential violations of the 1965 Prohibition of Animal Breeding Experiments. Daphne reassured him with a smile, "It's perfectly fine. Our family farm holds one of the few licenses in Great Britain. Hogwarts has one too. So, if you encounter strange and dangerous new species in Hagrid's magical biology class next semester, don't be surprised." Skylar shared his idea about cultivating pygmy cattails, prompting Daphne to consider the prospect. She responded, "We have a dedicated area for cultivating cattail feathers, primarily supplied to major pet shops in Diagon Alley. They're sold as wizard pets. Let me show you." The two strolled to the velvet cultivation area, a nest surrounded by a low fence. Various hues of velvet joyfully used slender threads, their pink tongues licking leftovers. Recalling the Riveresley twins' legal breeding of pygmy puffs using a license, Skylar suggested cultivating pygmy cattails. Considering the idea, Daphne mentioned a dedicated area for cultivating cattail feathers, primarily supplied to major pet shops in Diagon Alley. They headed there, and Daphne explained, "These are sold as wizard pets. Let me show you." Daphne pointed to a larger silver-haired pygmy puffs, stating, "That's the Appaloosa puffskein. It can swell and shrink." Since the breeder in New York was killed in 1925, the Magical Congress banned it. "Our family is the only one worldwide with this variety of puffed wool." Pointing to a larger silver-haired pygmy puffs named Appaloosa, Daphne explained, "It has the ability to swell and shrink." Since the breeder in New York was killed in 1925 and the Magical Congress banned it, our family is the only one in the world with this variety of puffed wool. I believe there's untapped potential for pygmy puffs as pets. If we cultivate more pink and lavender varieties that appeal to women and manage to reduce their size, it's bound to be a hit, expressed Skylar. "I can contribute to this effort. I have some experience in species transformation." Skylar proposed leveraging the popularity of pygmy puffs as pets, especially by cultivating pink and lavender varieties that appeal to women. He offered his expertise in species transformation to assist in this endeavor. Daphne gazed at Skylar with gleaming eyes. "Is there anything you don't know?" She then sweetly smiled. "Let me discuss this with Dad. It could be a collaboration between you and our family. If the project succeeds, you'll also receive a share." Next, they explored the large pool where horse-shaped water monsters resided. These deformed creatures, not necessarily horse-shaped, included the famous Nessie, resembling a plesiosaur from the Jurassic period. The garden housed cats, raccoons, swallowtail dogs, and expertly trained breeders directed their agile movements. With hundreds of professional magical biologists as employees, each breeder focused on one magical animal specified in their contract. They shared valuable insights with Skylar, providing details not found in books. Approaching the unicorn area, Skylar observed a group of snow-white creatures moving gracefully with long spiral horns on their foreheads. Among them were two small golden unicorns, lacking the signature horns as they were still in their early years of transformation. Skylar learned that these little unicorns typically began developing silvery white fur around 2 years old, grew horns at 4, and matured at 7, displaying beautiful, pure white hair. Noticing a unicorn with discomfort, its head held high and covered in dark black hair, Skylar inquired, "This is?" Daphne expressed her satisfaction with the creature. "This is the legendary Oriental unicorn, known as Hachai in China. While European unicorns discern good and evil in people's hearts, allowing only those with the purest hearts to approach, Hachai possesses a unique ability. It instinctively distinguishes right from wrong, making it highly sought after in the Chinese Ministry of Magic. They are often kept as pets, particularly by honest and fair public officials." After exploring most of the farm, they reached the final corner, a towering mahogany tree requiring a special magic elevator to access. On a certain branch, Skylar was surprised to spot a phoenix nest. Daphne clarified, "Don't assume too much. Even with our family's strength, we couldn't acquire a phoenix. As far as I know, in all of Great Britain, only our one and only Headmaster Dumbledore is known to own a phoenix." She added, "This is a subspecies of phoenix, a cross between phoenix and peacock. While it can't be reborn from the fire, its feathers and tears remain precious raw materials." Impressed by the phoenix subspecies, Skylar's estimation of the greengrass family's strength rose once again. As the leisurely time passed, August 18 arrived. Gareth, accompanied by the butler Morgarden, Skylar, and his 3 daughters, used Ministry of Magic-allocated portkeys to travel to the Quidditch World Cup venue in Dartmoor Wilderness, Devon. Capitulo 85, Chapter 85, The Malfoy Ancestors. During Skylar's stay at the Green Manor, significant events unfolded in various corners of Great Britain. Let's delve into the situation at Malfoy Manor. On the day Skylar visited Diagon Alley, August 11th, Lucius intercepted Draco as he prepared to practice Quidditch, leading him to the study room for a crucial conversation. In the study, Lucius revealed a sterling silver Malfoy family crest and instructed Draco to drop a drop of his blood onto it. The crest, a special door key activated by the Malfoy family lineage's blood, emitted magical fluctuations upon contact. This family crest is a special door key among us. It can only be activated by dripping the blood of the Malfoy family lineage. Now I count 1, 2, and 3. Let's touch this family crest together. 1, 2, 3. The father and son touched the crest simultaneously, and they were whisked away by a powerful suction force. In a dim room with a glowing green bead embedded in the ceiling, Lucius and Draco found themselves. Though standing, Lucius had disheveled hair, while Draco slumped to the ground. Curious, Draco asked, "Father, why don't we use the anti-stun bracelet invented by Skylar?" Lucius, lost in thought, realized he might have forgotten it and grumbled internally. Glancing around, they found portraits on gray stone walls observing them. A dignified man in medieval attire inquired, "Are you and others the owner and heir of this generation?" Restraining his arrogance, Lucius bowed and extended an old noble courtesy. "Yes, I am Lucius II, son of Abraxas, the 13th patriarch of the Malfoy family, and I'm seeing Lord Nicholas." Draco, this is the fourth-generation ancestor of our Malfoy family. He is the oldest of the portraits here. He massacred Muggles under the guise of the Black Death and plundered a lot of land and wealth for the family, Lucius explained to Draco. After learning this, Draco eagerly followed his father's lead, bowing to the portrait. I'm Draco, the son of Lucius II, and I'm seeing Master Nicholas. Lucius then pointed to the next portrait. This is the fifth-generation ancestor, Lord Artemis. He once participated in the battle of the vampire royal family and finally signed an unequal treaty with the remaining royal vampire family, letting them be used by our family. This is the sixth-generation ancestor, Lucius I, one of our three ancestors, never put eggs in the same basket. This famous saying comes from him. This ancestor has strong mana among us and is said to have a curse, ensuring that the queen of the Muggle world will never marry forever. This is the seventh generation of ancestors, Lord Artemis II. He participated in the wizarding civil war in Italy. He cooperated with the Pingley family of wizards in Italy, wiping out the hostile family in one fell swoop and expanding our family business beyond the UK's boundaries, gaining the friendship of the Pendley family. This is the eighth generation of ancestors, Lord Brutus. He founded the anti-Muggle publication, The Witcher in War, and attracted a large number of followers for the Malfoy family. Many children in the family now are descendants of his followers. Who is this? Each time Lucius introduced a character in the portrait, Draco bowed and saluted his ancestors. Meanwhile, he wondered about the purpose behind his father bringing him to visit these ancestors. The introductions continued until they reached the last one, the 12th generation of Patriarch Abraxas Malfoy, Lucius's father and Draco's grandfather. After Lucius introduced all the portraits, he gave another salute. My ancestors, the wizarding world is about to undergo a major reshuffling. My eldest son Draco is still young and has low mana. I hope you all can assist me in helping his strength grow rapidly to face the upcoming chaos. Abraxas couldn't help but interject. Wait a minute, Lucius, don't you have two sons? Why didn't you bring my other grandson, Skylar? Lucius replied, I'm about to discuss this matter with your ancestors. Skylar's philosophy is different from ours. He thinks that pure blood theory is outdated, and he wants. Lucius then proceeded to outline the content of the family meeting held with the Marl last week, articulating Skylar's perspective in detail. Abraxas expressed his anger. This truly hurts me. He actually wants to align with the Muggle wizards' camp. Abraxas had a deep affection for the Malfoy brothers, who tragically died of dragonpox at almost 4 years old. Figures in other portraits, such as Brutus and the 10th Patriarch Septimos, engaged in low-voiced discussions. Their expressions suggested agreement with Abraxas. Lucius I, however, did not share the same sentiment. This kid sounds assertive and clever. I think his views are not unreasonable. Moreover, in the final analysis, everything he does is for the family. Are you old guys too rigid? Abraxas retorted, this kid was just dazzled by his temporary achievements. Although the pureblood family has been weak in recent years, how can it be so unbearable? Don't forget, the Knights of Walpurgis presence. Lucius I, determined to counter Abraxas, sneered, Knights of Walpurgis? So what? The Knights of Walpurgis were indeed powerful back then. We, the Malfoy family, had to surrender to them and become a part of them, but they have experienced 2 failures, Grindelwald and Voldemort. 2 investment failures are enough to make them rethink their position, right? Artemis II supported Lucius I's views, stating, we, the Malfoy family, don't need to be under their control anymore. Don't forget, we also have allies. The royal vampire family has cultivated more than 400 lives. In 2016, do you think they have been idle for so long? There's also the Pendley family in Italy. After the Civil War, they might seem injured on the surface, but their influence persists. For so many years, even if they haven't fully recovered to their peak, I'm afraid they're still a force to be reckoned with. Abraxas, deeply disliking Muggle wizards, had to step down from the Ministry of Magic in 1968 when Nobby Leach, the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic, assumed office due to his methods. The Ministry of Magic claimed that Leach resigned due to a mysterious illness. But in reality, he faced severe internal exclusion and his subordinates engaged in unlawful activities, deliberately causing disruptions within the rules. In a hushed tone, Lucius I expressed concern. You won't forget. The one in Nocturne Alley. If that one is revealed, can we escape unscathed? Lucius I appeared somewhat envious or apprehensive when discussing that. His confidence waned as he said, that has not appeared for many years. Despite the turmoil caused by Grindelwald and Voldemort, there's been no sign of his involvement. Is he already deceased, or is there a restriction preventing him from emerging at will? The mention of that person turned the atmosphere somber, leading each portrait to fall into a contemplative silence. Finally, Nicholas, the most senior figure, spoke. His words commanded attention, calming the others. Lucius II, it seems you've already decided to have the two heirs go separate ways. We, confined to these frames, can only offer advice. What is the purpose of seeking our counsel on this matter? Lucius, evasively, revealed, it was initially a sound idea to bet on both sides, but how do I put it, succumbed to impatience and conducted the paternity inheritance ceremony for the two sons. Draco has now been designated as the next patriarch. What? Draco exclaimed. I am the next patriarch. Why was this never disclosed to us, father? Capitulo 86, Chapter 86, Split Path. Draco was genuinely shocked. He had always seen his brother Skylar as exceptional. Despite his efforts, he could only watch Skylar's achievements from a distance. In the last semester, Skylar summoned an unprecedented giant fire dragon patroness to face hundreds of Dementors, highlighting the vast gap between the two brothers. While Draco couldn't deny feeling jealousy towards Skylar, but he cherished the brotherhood they shared growing up. If Skylar succeeded and brought glory to the family, Draco would genuinely be happy for him. Initially, Draco assumed Lucius would pass the patriarch position to Skylar, given Skylar's undeniable superiority. Draco found a mix of emotions in this complex moment, including a hidden joy. Did this indicate his father's optimism about him? Father, Draco's heart raced, and he stammered, do you want me to yield the position of patriarch to my brother? Lucius shook his head. Draco, you've misunderstood. Dad wouldn't do that to you. He glanced at each portrait, addressing the ancestors. Dear ancestors, you have your sources in the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo, Hogwarts, and Diagon Alley. I believe you're well aware of my second son, Skylar, and his deeds over the past few years. After a brief exchange of glances among the portraits, Nicholas spoke. Yes, he's a good lad, adding much glory to the family. Lucius I understand your intentions. The two heirs, though brothers, have different paths. Nicely put, it's a bet on both sides. Awkwardly put, it's a separation. Only time will reveal whose path is right. If Draco fares well in the end, if Skylar's chosen path proves most beneficial for the family, it might seriously challenge Draco's standing as patriarch, akin to the ancient principle of merit. High-ranking lords have faced such situations, brotherly conflicts, family schisms, all possibilities. No, Draco exclaimed. I apologize, ancestors, fathers. I must assert that I believe in Skylar. He's my only brother. We may have disputes and disagreements, but I never believe that he and I will be torn apart. Lucius gazed at Draco with mixed emotions. In his heart, both were his biological sons. Why wouldn't he desire the two brothers to love and support each other? Yet Skylar's exceptional abilities, surpassing even Lucius himself, raised concerns. Lucius had sensed ambition and an unbending character in Skylar, evoking a chill reminiscent of facing Voldemort. It wasn't jealousy, but a lingering hope that Draco could securely become patriarch, upholding the pureblood glory. While Skylar's arguments weren't baseless, they contradicted Lucius's lifelong pride in pureblood heritage. He still couldn't accept Muggles as equals to pureblood families. Draco, you will undoubtedly be the next patriarch. This is unchangeable, Lucius asserted. But to prove your beliefs, you must acknowledge that your strength is lacking. Come here every day. Consult each ancestor about magic. They are masters of dark arts, each excelling in a particular field. Under their guidance, your strength will soar, qualifying you as the rightful next patriarch. Portraits murmured, and Abramaxis intervened. Lucius, my son, does this mean Draco inherits that? Perhaps you should reconsider." "No need," Lucius's eyes showed resolve. "That is Draco's only chance. You haven't seen Skylar. You don't know how exceptional he is. Honestly, his strength may surpass mine. I couldn't gauge it when facing him." Turning to Draco, Lucius added, "Keep this from your mother. I don't want her to worry." "I understand, but brother, Draco hesitated. "Don't worry, Skylar is my son too. I know him. As long as you prove your strength and that your path benefits the family most, even if things don't go as planned, he won't turn against us," Lucius reassured, though doubting his true understanding of Skylar. The conversation concluded, and every subsequent day saw Draco prioritizing his time in the main sanctuary, learning potent spells, and enhancing his strength under the guidance of his ancestors. Shifting the focus to other parts of Great Britain, an unidentified murder occurred on August 16 in Riddle's mansion in Little Hangleton. The old gardener met his demise with a killing curse, witnessed by Skylar through a magical device. Unlike the original storyline, Voldemort used a vanishing spell to obliterate the body instead of Nagini consuming it. This indicated that Voldemort hadn't acquired a new creature as a replacement for Nagini, and hinted at the unknown status of his sixth Horcrux. On the same day, Harry received a letter from Ron, conveying Mr. Weasley's invitation to the Quidditch World Cup finals at the Burrow. The Weasley family planned to pick him up through the Flu Network the next day. Concurrently, Hermione, accompanied by her parents, also headed to the Burrow, shedding the somber appearance from the previous semester. Hermione's transformation pleased the Grangers, who had misunderstood the nature of her relationship with Ron. Despite their reservations about Ron's appearance and character, the Grangers respected their daughter's choice, understanding her recent emotional struggles. The following evening, Arthur, the twins, and Ron used the Flu Network to reach Harry's house, but faced an unexpected challenge due to modern Muggle families sealing traditional fireplaces. After Arthur skillfully breached the wall, they made an unforgettable entrance. Harry officially met Ron's elder brother Bill and the second brother Charlie at the Burrow. He also learned about Percy's successful internship in the Ministry of Magic and his job at the International Trade Standards Association. Early the next morning, Arthur, along with the twins, Ron, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny, used the door keys to travel to the Quidditch World Cup venue in Devon, Dartmoor Wilderness. As the days unfolded, Draco immersed himself in the teachings of his ancestors, delving into the intricate and powerful aspects of black magic. Each day spent in the main sanctuary saw his skills and understanding of the magical arts grow exponentially. The ancient wisdom imparted by the portraits of Malfoy's ancestors provided Draco with a unique insight into the family's dark magic traditions. Under their tutelage, Draco honed his magical prowess, preparing himself to uphold the legacy of pureblood wizardry. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Little Hangleton, an unsettling incident occurred at Riddle's mansion. The murder of the elderly gardener marked a sinister turn of events. Observing through magical surveillance, Skylar noted that Voldemort had chosen a vanishing spell rather than Nagini to eliminate the victim. This development hinted at the mystery surrounding Voldemort's sixth Horcrux and the absence of a new pet. In parallel, the Weasley family extended a warm welcome to Harry at the Burrow. As friendships deepened and familial bonds strengthened, Arthur, along with Ron and the twins, faced unexpected challenges using the Flu Network. Their amusing mishap, involving a modern Muggle home's sealed fireplace, added a touch of humor to their journey. The Grangers, witnessing Hermione's positive transformation, accepted her evolving relationship with Ron. Despite reservations about Ron's background, they recognized their daughter's happiness as a paramount factor. The supportive and open-minded Grangers chose to prioritize Hermione's well-being over societal expectations. Harry encountered new members of the Weasley family at the Burrow, including Ron's elder brother Bill and the adventurous second brother Charlie. The news of Percy's successful internship and subsequent job at the International Trade Standards Association showcased the diverse paths each Weasley sibling was forging in the wizarding world. With the dawn of a new day, Arthur, along with the young wizards and witches, embarked on a journey to the Quidditch World Cup venue in Devon, Dartmoor Wilderness. The anticipation and excitement of this magical event loomed on the horizon, promising unforgettable experiences and adventures for the group. Capitulo 87, Chapter 87, 1st Battalion. At 5:30, from the Greenery Manor, echoed a solitary voice through the misty marshland of Dartmoor Wilderness. Before them stood two disheveled wizards, their attire a peculiar blend of Muggle fashion gone awry. One clutched a large gold watch, the other, a thick roll of parchment and a quill pen. Despite their attempt at blending in, their mismatched clothing raised eyebrows, thigh-length rubber overshoes under a tweed suit, a Scottish Highlander pleated skirt combined with a South American cloak. "Good morning, Basil," greeted Gareth, handing a key to the kilt-clad wizard. Basil wearily acknowledged. "Hello, Mr. Greengrass. I'm sorry, we're a bit exhausted. We've been here since last night, just ushered in a large group from the Black Forest in Germany a quarter of an hour ago. Let me find out where your camp is." He perused a parchment list. "Ah, you're in the first camp. Just walk past here. The camp manager is Mr. Roberts." "Thank you, Basil," Gareth acknowledged, signaling for everyone to follow him. Despite Greengrass's penchant for Loki appearances, Gareth's chosen camp was strategically placed in the first, the prime location closest to the game venue. Surrounded by pure-blood wizard families and noble identities, it mirrored the anticipated arrangement for the Malfoy family camp by Lucius. Recalling the original work, Schuyler remembered that the Weasleys, too, resided in the first camp, courtesy of Arthur's assistance to Otto Bagman, brother of Ludovic Bagman, the sports department director. Legal troubles resolved, Ludovic had extended the best ticket in gratitude. In high spirits, laughter echoed through the deserted swamp as they navigated the dense fog. A door materialized after roughly 20 minutes of walking, leading to a small stone house. Behind it sprawled thousands of peculiarly shaped tents. Following the gentle slope of a vast field, their gaze reached a dark wood on the horizon. At the door, a man stood, surveying the multitude of tents. Judging by his expression, Mr. Roberts, the venue manager, seemed to be the only genuine Muggle in the vicinity. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned to observe them. Butler Morgetton approached him to discuss tent rental. Morgetton, unfamiliar with Muggle currency, fumbled through a roll of bills, raising Robert's suspicion. Schuyler stepped in to assist, prompting raised eyebrows at the unexpected knowledge of Muggle bills displayed by the young master of a pureblood family. Proceeding through the venue entrance, a wizard from the Ministry of Magic, visibly fatigued with an unshaved beard and green eyes shadowed with purple, guided them to their camp. Clearly acquainted with Gareth and Morgetton, he grumbled about the overwhelming workload and the challenges posed by a troublesome Muggle. "It's dreadful, Gareth," he muttered. "That Muggle has given me no end of trouble. I have to perform the forgetting curse on him dozens of times a day just to keep him in good spirits. On top of that, there are numerous unconscious wizards and other issues waiting for me." "Are you alone?" Gareth exclaimed in surprise. "What about the others?" "Don't even mention it. Ludo is more of a hindrance. Although this falls under his department's responsibility, he just wanders around, loudly discussing Quidditch and ghostly flying balls, completely disregarding the need to be cautious around Muggles for safety." He sighed heavily. "Oh, Merlin, I can't wait for this to be over. It's pure torture. See you later, Gareth." With that, he disapparated from the spot, disappearing from view. "I thought Mr. Bagman was the head of the sports department," remarked Astoria in surprise. "Shouldn't he be aware of the need to avoid talking about magic around Muggles?" "Indeed, dear," Gareth replied with a smile. "Ludo has always been careless about safety matters, but when it comes to leading the sports department, you won't find anyone more passionate. You know he used to play Quidditch for the United Kingdom. He's the best beater in the history of the Wimborne Hornets." Ludo Bagman is a widely known and popular figure in the wizarding world. However, upon hearing Gareth's words, Morgetton, usually reserved, sneered. "Bagman's past isn't as glorious as the rumors suggest. He was once accused of providing confidential information to the Death Eaters. Undoubtedly, he was a complete idiot, and I doubt he even knew what he was doing at the time." Schuyler nodded in agreement, recalling Ludo's portrayal in the original book, confirming his reputation as a real fool. As they strolled between two long rows of tents, most of them appeared inconspicuous, with their owners making an effort to make them resemble Muggle tents. Some inadvertently overdid it, adding unnecessary chimneys, bell ropes, or weather vanes, making them stand out. Occasionally, magical tents were interspersed among the ordinary ones. For instance, a tent in the middle of the camp stood out extravagantly, using striped silk to resemble a small palace. Pure white peacocks were tied to the entrance, and a garden adorned with a bird bath, sundial, and fountains surrounded it. Skylar recognized the unmistakable style, the Malfoy family, showcasing their luxurious, high-profile, aggressive, and domineering taste. Gareth cast several smiles in Skylar's direction, but refrained from commenting, leading them to their own camp. A dark green tent occupied a significant area not far from the Malfoys' opulent setup. Simple in design, it featured a conical spire adorned with dark gold greengrass family decorations. Despite its magnificence, it blended seamlessly with the surroundings, lacking any ostentatious elements. The tent resembled a Muggle dome tent, but on a larger scale. Entering the tent, Skylar marveled at the spacious interior and its furnishings. In the corridor leading to the hall, rose-colored copper pots and utensils gleamed, while the wooden table shone after a thorough polish. Silver cups and saucers were neatly arranged, catching the warm firelight. Adjacent to the dining area and bathroom, a landscape painting adorned the wall, creating an exceptionally cozy ambience. The brown-black staircase, adorned with thickly paved stalls, extends upward for about 3 stories. The upper level's house bedrooms, mirroring the narrowing space as you ascend, yet the decoration exudes a stylish flair. Surprisingly, this elegant structure is not a noble family's holiday villa, but a tent. Upon arrival, 2 house elves, Tiva and Dino, hurried out to greet the guests, employing magic to transport their luggage to their respective rooms. After indulging in a breakfast prepared by the diligent house elves, Gareth and Morgeddon set out to visit the family tents for social activities aimed at fostering connections. Curiosity piqued, and Astoria, Skylar, and the girls decided to explore the camp, absorbing the unique atmosphere. The vicinity is home to pure-blood wizard families and noble wizard lineages. A tent resembling a castle, complete with several turrets, catches their attention. Its alluring fragrance captivates, making it difficult to leave. Skylar recognizes the boy at the entrance as Blaise Shabini, accompanied by a striking woman, his mother, Mrs. Shabini. Mrs. Shabini is no ordinary individual, having been married 7 times, each husband meeting a mysterious demise and leaving behind a substantial inheritance. Her beauty is undeniable, featuring big wavy blonde hair, impeccable features, a perfectly proportioned figure, and a captivating blend of grace, nobility, and elegance. Her smiles exude charm, and every movement carries an irresistible allure. Skylar, having encountered numerous beauties, including his mother Narcissa, recently met sister Giuliana, and the royal vampire princess Elizabeth Bathory, is struck by a visual impact he hasn't experienced before. Unconsciously, a term comes to Skylar's mind, femme fatale. This French expression encapsulates the concept of a deadly woman, one whose beauty exerts a fatal attraction, ensnaring men in a dangerous and enchanting allure. While other beauties may evoke happiness or pity, fatal women create an addictive spell, invoking indescribable emotions. "Hi, Skylar," Blaise walked over with his mother, extending a friendly greeting. As Skylar found himself in close proximity to Mrs. Shabini, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, leaving his lips dry and his heartbeat accelerated. Employing a clumency, he subdued the captivating thoughts, restoring clarity to his eyes. "Blaise, are these your friends? Won't you introduce them to your mother?" Madame Shabini's eyes danced with allure. After fixing her gaze on Skylar for a few seconds, she noticed his composed demeanor, raising her red lips slightly, a testament to her intrigue with this captivating young man. Directly meeting Mrs. Shabini's eyes, Skylar introduced himself effortlessly. "Mrs. Shabini, hello, I am Skylar of the Malfoy family. These 2 are Daphne and Astoria of the Greengrass family, and this is Meredith of the Shaffic family. Aware of Skylar's reputation as the youngest Sir Merlin, Mrs. Shabini expressed her delight. "It's truly outstanding. I'm so glad Blaise has a friend like you. You must visit our house when you have the opportunity to play more." Though Mrs. Shabini's enthusiasm seemed excessive, Skylar, having observed everything through the illuminating insight, maintained a calm exterior and graciously accepted the invitation. After the encounter, Skylar accompanied the three girls to visit the Malfoy family camp. Inside the tent, Narcissa, the sole occupant, leisurely directed Leal in creating various decorations and furnishings. Despite knowing the tent would be used for only one day, Narcissa anticipated the unpredictable duration of the match, considering the last semifinal lasted 5 days and nights. In her view, ensuring the tent's interior was exceptionally comfortable was a necessity. Spotting her son after a week of separation, Narcissa greeted Skylar with a warm hug. The three girls, welcomed by Narcissa, blushed with embarrassment at her overt and subtle displays of affection. "Mother, why don't we see Father and Draco?" Skylar inquired. "Your father recently made a significant donation to St. Mungo's Hospital. He's currently dining with senior Ministry of Magic officials, and Fudge is among them. As for Draco, he left early, mentioning something about meeting Goyle and Crabbe. His mysterious behavior throughout the summer vacation suggests he might have a girlfriend." Next, they encountered several tents belonging to familiar families in the first camp. The Parkinson family's park, the Burst family's camp, the Runcorn family's setup, and the Knott family's camp. Skylar, along with several classmates and their parents, exchanged polite greetings. Finally, they reached Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott, a stern and unsmiling elderly man, was over 60 years old, yet his eyes remained sharp. Skylar expressed gratitude for the 2 gifts received at the end of the last semester, and engaged in an equal exchange of alchemical knowledge with Mr. Knott. Skylar's proficiency in alchemy, even in the eyes of the seasoned Mr. Knott, was eyebrow-raising. Despite the age difference, Skylar's alchemical skills rivaled those of Mr. Knott. After the exchange, both parties gained valuable insights. Mr. Knott knows it won't even matter if Skylar is under the guidance of Mr. Borgin. For he saw Skylar's eyes were filled with wisdom by the time they were in conversation. The knowledge that Skylar proudly carries is not something he could easily learn from Mr. Borgin himself over the span of a few months. Skylar is a genius in Mr. Knott's eyes. Such a young man with these kinds of knowledge, it's hard to say. But I don't think Theodore can establish his own business in the alchemy market. It would be great if he could manage to keep in contact and cherish the connection between him and this young master of the Malfoy family. Mr. Knott mused to himself. Mr. Knott couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He believed that for his son Theodore to inherit the family business and maintain dominance in the British alchemy industry, it wouldn't be an easy task. Capitulo 88, Chapter 88, Luna's Field Trip. Skylar and his group reached the outskirts of the first camp, where the tents transitioned to a more ordinary and even worn-out appearance. Noticing a wooden sign reading Weasley from a distance, Skylar observed Harry, Ron, and Hermione attempting to set up a tent in a Muggle manner. He couldn't help but notice that Hermione seemed a bit thinner. Since their fallout at the end of the last semester, Skylar had avoided any interaction with Hermione, believing that a meeting would only lead to mutual embarrassment. Consequently, he bypassed the Weasleys' camp. Moving on to the second camp, they encountered Mr. Payne, the administrator, who, interestingly, was also a Muggle undergoing memory revision by Ministry of Magic officials. Unfortunately, the revision process had gone awry, leaving Mr. Payne muttering about carrying bags of rice and multiple floors. As they entered the camp, Astoria marveled at the surroundings. The entire area resembled a sea of green, with tents covered in layers of clover, creating the illusion of small hills. Daphne explained that these were supporters of the Irish team, and the clover was a symbol of Ireland. Suddenly, Skylar heard his name being called from behind. "Skylar." Turning around, he saw Cedric Diggory approaching. Skylar and Cedric shared a friendly exchange, recalling their encounter during the Merlin's trial. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, proudly worked in the Department of Fantastic Beast Management and Control at the Ministry of Magic. It was evident that Amos liked to showcase his son's victory over the renowned Harry Potter in the Quidditch game, a fact that made Cedric somewhat uncomfortable. The Diggory family had a history of glory, with an ancestor named Eldritch Diggory having served as a beloved minister of magic. In the 18th century, Eldritch, during his tenure, established the first Auror recruitment plan and initiated a committee to find an alternative to Azkaban, albeit unsuccessful after his demise due to dragon pox. Surprisingly, over a century had passed, and the Diggory family had declined to a point where Amos's position in the Ministry of Magic was not prominent, and they couldn't even afford tickets for the first camp. It became clear why Amos held such high expectations for Cedric. Given the young wizard's outstanding talents, he likely hoped Cedric could restore the family's reputation. Skylar then visited the Bones family tent, where Miss Amelia warmly welcomed him and others, inviting them to enjoy a cup of scented tea. Susan was absent, as she was out searching for Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan. The four of them, along with Justin Finley, formed a close-knit group at Hogwarts. The first half of the second camp was predominantly filled with Irish fans, including Diggory and Burns. Despite Amelia's high status, she preferred to stay among fellow fans since she supported the Irish team. The tents in the second half appeared more ordinary, with some exceptions. Astoria's curiosity was piqued when she noticed a uniquely crafted tent. Shaped like a 3-story building, it adhered strictly to Muggle tent styles without sacrificing luxury. The surroundings, adorned with neatly trimmed flowers and trees, exuded a clean and tidy appearance, a departure from the usual wizarding taste and grandeur. Strangely, there were no people or house elves in sight. Perhaps the entire family went out together for an outing, speculated Daphne, although she wasn't entirely convinced by her own hypothesis. It shouldn't be. The World Cup is about to begin. If they wanted to go out and play, now wouldn't be the ideal time. Besides, this is a wilderness with no notable attractions nearby, Skylar remarked, shaking his head. Ladies and sirs, what can I do for you? With a sudden crackle, a house elf appeared in the air, startling Astoria. The small creature had huge brown eyes and a large tomato nose, likely a female house elf. I'm sorry to interrupt. May I ask where this is? Skylar inquired politely. This is the tent of the Crouch family. Shining serves Mr. Crouch, replied the house elf in a high-pitched voice. Crouch, Barty Crouch, director of the International Cooperation Department, Skylar immediately recognized. Is Mr. Crouch here as well? The master is going out now, and Shining is ordered to guard the tent for her master, explained the house elf with unwavering persistence. The host sends little Shining here, and Shining has been guarding here. Unfortunately, I can't invite several ladies and gentlemen to visit the owner's tent. Shining does not have this permission. Excuse us, Shining, Skylar said with a chuckle as they left the tent. Astoria, however, turned around to glance at the peculiar canvas structure. Don't you find it strange, Skylar? Meredith queried. Since Mrs. Crouch passed away, he's the only one left in the Crouch family, yet he's set up such a large tent. Are they planning to open a hotel here? Yes, Daphne chimed in. With his family background and status, it seems unnecessary to choose a tent in the second camp. He's still one of the people in charge of this World Cup. Skylar remained silent, prompting Astoria to change the subject. I'm curious about what the Bulgarians are hanging on their tents. All right, let's move on to the next campsite, Skylar suggested, clapping his hands. The Bulgarian fan zone appeared relatively normal, not as extravagant as the Irish fan zone. The prominent feature was the Bulgarian flag hung on the tents, each with the same poster displaying a stern face with thick black eyebrows that blinked and frowned. It's Victor Krum, Bulgaria's seeker, Daphne explained to Skylar. Recognizing that Skylar wasn't overly enthusiastic about Quidditch, the girls filled him in. He's only 18 years old and still attends Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He looks so gloomy, remarked Skylar. It seems that someone owes him money and doesn't pay it back. Daphne burst into laughter. He is a genius, very powerful. Many critics say that he is the best seeker of this century. You said that. Astoria held the opposite opinion. HMPH, if Brother Schuyler is not interested in Quidditch, I don't believe he will be better than Brother Schuyler. Daphne found herself speechless. They hadn't witnessed Schuyler's performance on the court, but it seemed that nothing could stump him. If Schuyler were to invest in Quidditch, he could potentially become an extremely formidable presence on the field. Dear Astoria, thank you for being so considerate of me. I am not good at flying, Schuyler stated with a serious face. Meredith snorted softly, as if expressing disbelief. To be honest, Schuyler's flying level was hard to gauge, but he could undoubtedly become the most powerful seeker. Under the gaze of the sky, the golden snitch had nothing to hide. The group then approached a peculiarly shaped tent, a black cylinder resembling a wizard chess cart and a castle tower. The entrance was covered with mistletoe, and some strange little plants adorned the small open space in front of it. Schuyler could barely recognize the knotty vine mentioned in the book, thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms, an aggressive and dangerous plant. He guessed whose tent this was. Luna Lovegood, dressed in a peculiar outfit, spotted Schuyler in the tent and hurriedly emerged. Luna had often been excluded or bullied by her classmates during school due to her eccentric attire and unconventional behavior. Despite this, she maintained a kind personality, choosing to be tolerant and friendly and never altering her optimistic view of life. Luna was exceptionally bright. With Schuyler's covert assistance, she achieved the highest overall grade in the final exam last semester, surpassing even Ginny Weasley. Schuyler, when did you arrive? Dad and I came here 2 weeks ago, Luna exclaimed, her eyes still hazy but excitement evident in her tone. You know, he is from Singing a Devil. The editor-in-chief came to interview the officials of the Ministry of Magic in charge of setting up the venue, as well as fans from other countries. I came here with Daphne and the others. I only arrived this morning, Schuyler replied gently. You've been here for so long, have you found anything new and interesting? Yes, Luna took Schuyler's hand. Come with me, I'll show you. Daphne and Meredith exchanged smiles, as Astoria felt a twinge of jealousy. The sight of Schuyler being recognized by lots of girls, because he seemed to excel at everything, makes the girls around him feel envious and curse the other girls that approached him. Schuyler smiled awkwardly and motioned for the others to follow Luna into the tent. While the space inside was not large, it was filled with numerous weird and fascinating things. In one corner of the hall, a small fish tank housed over 10 colored ballfish swimming around. Luna mentioned she personally caught them from the creek in the village of San Catchpole. Next to the fish tank, a flower pot contained piles of white velvet fleece, emitting a humming sound. Luna emerged with 4 wooden teacups, the contents exuding heat. Schuyler and the 3 girls took a sip, only to experience a flavor similar to green onions that nearly caused them to choke. This is your first time trying Gordigan tea, right? Luna asked with amusement. Most people react like this the first time. Pointing to a plant in a pot, Luna introduced, this is Gordigan. It can drive away big-mouthed ball fish in the river, preventing bites when entering the water. Gordigan resembled an oversized green onion. But there are more interesting things out there. Come with me. Luna led them to the clearing filled with small plants. Pointing to a seemingly harmless hollow tree stump, she said, this is a lumpy vine. Check if the stump has lumps. In fact, these lumps can produce grapefruit-sized pods, but if you try to take its pods. Luna took a small dead branch and poked a bump. Suddenly, 5 or 6 thorn-covered vines protruded from the stump, attempting to grab Luna. She casually tossed the dead branch away, and it was swiftly swept up by the vines. Daphne couldn't help but comment, this is more dangerous than devil thorn. Meredith paled. I remember this plant from the World of Carnivorous Trees book series. It's one of the most perilous plants. Luna smiled and reassured, don't be afraid. This is just its self-defense mechanism. If you don't provoke it, the pimple vine is quite friendly and won't harm people. Ahem, Luna, are you sure your last name is Lovegood, not Hagrid? Schuyler interrupted with a teasing smile on his face. Luna only smiled upon hearing Schuyler's comment and shot him a meaningful look. The other girls could be seen was getting envious, as Luna gets Skylar's whole attention at the moment. After introducing the pimple vine, Luna moved on to a spoonful of purple flowers. Finally, she presented a small shrub with countless orange-red radishes hanging upside down. Luna picked a few fruits and handed them to everyone, saying, "Try this, it's the airship lei. It enhances the user's ability to accept unusual things. My earrings are made of this." Luna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Luna's special spiritual intuition and her ability to discern true friends, Skylar picked up a crunchy one without hesitation. The other 3 girls followed suit. Observing their reaction, Luna couldn't help but display a bright and enchanting smile. The sun cast a diagonal glow on her long, pale golden hair, giving it a golden sheen like sand. Her eyes, dreamy and trance-like, added to her ethereal charm. Even in Skylar's composed state, he felt a soft spot deep in his heart being touched. After bidding farewell to Luna, the group ventured into wizard camps from other countries. They encountered tents resembling Egyptian pyramids and African wizards, roasting something resembling a hare over a purple fire. Skylar, who had been an adventurous traveler in his previous life, found the experience eye-opening, appreciating the unique customs and cultures of different nations. Capítulo 89, My Words for 2023, Semi-Hiatus Announcement. Capítulo 90, Chapter 89, Chang-He the Transfiguration Master. After roaming for 3 or 4 hours, the girls felt a bit weary, prompting Astoria to suggest returning to the tent for some rest. A sizable group of unfamiliar teenagers caught everyone's attention at that moment. Curious, Astoria inquired, "Who are they?" Several, being from pureblood families, recognized the names of the top 11 magic schools globally. However, identifying the origin of foreign students from appearance alone wasn't a universal skill. "They're from Beauxbaton," Skylar whispered. "It's one of the top 11 schools, not far from us in France. You can spot Beauxbaton's school badge on their robes. I saw it in the European Magic Education Evaluation. 2 golden, crisscrossed wands with 3 stars on each wand." "Is Beauxbaton impressive?" Astoria queried. "Well, it's quite remarkable." Skylar recalled an interesting fact. "Your parents might have mentioned it. A few centuries ago, there was a competition called the Triwizard Tournament involving 3 magic schools. They took turns hosting it every 5 years. In history, Hogwarts won the championship 63 times, while Beauxbaton won 62 times, giving a glimpse of their strength." Observing the girls' reactions, Skylar realized they were unaware that the Triwizard Tournament was about to restart. He felt relieved that the Greengrass family wasn't overly interested in power, and their information network within the Ministry of Magic wasn't extensive. Unlike the Malfoy family, where Lucius had mentioned the Triwizard Tournament to Skylar and Draco at the start of summer vacation. However, since Lucius lacked details, Draco assumed it was just a one-day match like Trial of Merlin. Another magic school is Durmstrang on a secret island in northern Europe. They only admit pure-blood students and have a more indulgent attitude towards dark magic. "I know this school," Daphne chimed in. "It said that Grindelwald was a student there." "Yes," Skylar nodded, "but even Durmstrang couldn't tolerate Grindelwald's dark magic experiments in the end, so they expelled him." There's also a school in North America called Ifamani, situated in Greylock Mountain in the western United States. It has a deep connection with Hogwarts and was founded by one of Slytherin's descendants. They excel in blending magic with local traditions, particularly skilled in herbology and potions. They've performed exceptionally well in the Witcher Interschool Potions Championship, involving magic schools worldwide. There's also a magic school in South America, Brazil, called Castelo-Branco, and there used to be an exchange program with Hogwarts. Uganda in Africa has the world's most numerous magic schools. They excel in wandless spellcasting and polymorphism. You can find them at every Animagus International Symposium. The rest, one in Japan, one in Russia, and one in. This group of teenagers clearly came to the UK with a school-organized tour group to witness this year's Quidditch World Cup. Observing students from a foreign magic school, Skylar had an idea. Could there be a group from the Mahautakoro Wizarding School in Japan? With this in mind, Skylar suggested the 3 girls head back first. He also wanted to try his luck in the Asian camp, hoping to encounter his pen pal. Thus, Skylar and the girls temporarily parted ways. Upon reaching the Asian camp, the number of tents was noticeably sparse. The spacing between tents was loose, not as densely packed, reflecting the lesser popularity of Quidditch in Asia. Asian wizards tended to prefer flying on magic carpets rather than broomsticks. His first encounter was with an unexpected individual, the Transfiguration Master Chang He. Having communicated with Chang He throughout the past semester about Transfiguration, Skylar was deeply grateful for the guidance. Recognizing Chang He from a picture in Transfiguration today, Skylar approached him respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Chang. I am the Malfoy who frequently communicates with you. Thank you very much for your advice." Chang He was slightly surprised but quickly recognized Skylar. "Oh, it's you. Good lad, no need to be so polite. Just call me Grandpa Chang," he said, twisting his long beard. "Indeed, you're a talent. I envy that old fellow Dumbledore for having such a fine disciple like you." "Grandpa Chang, your praise is too kind," Skylar replied modestly. "I am just fortunate and have received guidance from many skilled individuals, including you, Grandpa Chang." "Hee, you truly have a way with words," Chang He chuckled. "Grandpa Chang, do you also like Quidditch? I've traveled quite a distance to be here," Skylar inquired, as he had the impression that Quidditch wasn't very popular in Asia. "I have a fondness for Quidditch, and the timing of my visit is just right," Chang He replied. "My main reason for coming is to visit relatives." "Relatives?" Skylar was taken aback. "Grandpa Chang, do you have relatives in the UK?" Speaking of relatives, you might be familiar with them." Chang He sighed deeply, then slowly explained, "My brother and I had a disagreement over a family matter. In a fit of anger, he left home and never returned." A subtle tremor crept into Chang He's voice. "It wasn't until much later, after he passed away, that I discovered he had moved to the UK. He deliberately kept it from me until his death. It's evident how much he disliked and resented me." Though Chang He maintained a stoic expression, the grief in his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Grandpa Chang, allow me to share this jest with you, Skylar," Chang He sighed. "I want to say, if time could be rewound, I would certainly alter my original decision. There's nothing like genuine family affection." Skylar couldn't fathom why, but it felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. He took a deep breath, and Draco's face unexpectedly flashed through his mind. "No, Draco and I may have different views, but it's always for the family. Impossible, impossible." Skylar forcefully comforted himself, banishing these intrusive thoughts from his mind. "My brother married a girl in the UK, settled down, and had his own child, my nephew. Later, my nephew also got married. He has a daughter, perhaps you know her. Her name is Chang Cho, and she's at Hogwarts, just a year older than you." "What, it's Chang Cho?" While Skylar and Chang Cho weren't very acquainted, they did know each other. Chang Cho and her friends had attended the Patronus Mantra Exchange event he organized. Surprisingly, Chang Cho had such a significant background. Chang He's standing in the field of transfiguration in Asia equated to that of Professor McGonagall in Europe. He was the top expert in transfiguration and an honorary consultant at the Animagus International Symposium, much like McGonagall. At that moment, Chang Cho emerged from the tent and spotted Skylar, her eyes lighting up. She greeted him with a sweet smile. "Hey, Skylar, what brings you here?" "Just leisurely wandering around, and unexpectedly ran into Mr. Chang," Skylar replied honestly. "Ah, you know my uncle." Chang Cho was genuinely surprised. While Skylar's name was well known throughout Great Britain, suggesting it might have reached nearby European countries, the idea that it had reached the Far East seemed a bit exaggerated. Skylar and I are pen pals, frequently exchanging insights on transfiguration in our letters," Chang He said affectionately, gazing at Chang Cho. With no children of his own, he treated Chang Cho as if she were his daughter, carrying a touch of guilt toward his brother. "Skylar, are you alone?" Cho hesitated for a moment, her face flushed. "Would you like to come inside and join us in the tent for a while? I want to ask you about the Patronus charm. Is there a trick to it? No matter how hard I try, I can only produce mist." Chang Cho was indeed very beautiful. explaining why even slurry-acting guys like Harry found her captivating. However, Skylar was already surrounded by many girls, and he had no intention of complicating his emotional world further. He accepted Cho's invitation, but only because he wanted to express gratitude to Chang-hee for his guidance. Skylar didn't linger in the tent for too long. He reiterated his experience with the patroness charm and then demonstrated a successful patroness for Cho, bringing a smile to her face. Is this a cheering charm? Cho felt a sweet warmth in her heart, flooded with scenes of joyful memories. Even the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Yes, this is my enhanced cheering charm. It aids in learning the patroness charm and can even amplify its power. How do you feel now? Skylar asked, genuinely concerned. I feel so relaxed, as if all my worries have vanished, and then so happy, as if I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Cho closed her eyes, savoring the emotions of the moment, and whispered. Okay, now freeze the image of your happiest moment in your mind, and then say out loud, Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Cho's wand emitted a brilliant light, conjuring a swan patroness. It's amazing, Chang-hee's eyes gleamed. Creating a new cheering charm that enables someone to master the patroness charm in such a short time. Skylar, you've surprised me. Though Chang-hee wasn't a spell study expert, he still appreciated the craft. This young one is like a dragon in its early stages, dormant, but with the potential to rise mightily in the future. He gazed at Cho, acknowledging her considerable talent. Yet, her stunning appearance tempted her away from focusing on magic. The Chang family's secret transfiguration technique might be lost unless... He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Skylar, I'll be heading to China in a few days. Since you're close to Cho, I hope you can look out for her at Hogwarts and offer some advice. Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. In return, my Chang family has some secret transfiguration techniques that I can share with you. Skylar readily agreed, partly motivated by gratitude and partly enticed by the prospect of learning Chang's transfiguration art. Capitulo 91, Chapter 90, Akabane Shur-Yuki. Saying farewell to Chang-hee and Cho, Skylar continued exploring the Asian camp. He noticed Persian wizards with turbans, reminiscent of Professor Quirrell from his first year. Moving on, he encountered wizards from South Asia and India cooking curry. The magical spices infused the air with a rich aroma, catching Skylar's senses from a distance. Finally, he arrived at Japan's exclusive camp. A group of teenagers in Muggle attire gathered, creating a fire for cooking. The boys sported impeccable suits, ties, and black leather shoes, while the girls wore light-colored long dresses and casual high-heeled sandals, adhering meticulously to Muggle dressing rules. The formal attire juxtaposed with their outdoor activities gave Skylar an odd feeling. Recognizing the Mahadokuro Magic School badge on the tent, Skylar noted these students' strict adherence to international secrecy laws. Their magical uniforms could change size with age and color with academic progress. However, a white robe indicated a severe violation of Japanese wizarding guidelines or illegal behavior, leading to expulsion and a trial by the Japanese Ministry of Magic. Skylar's arrival drew attention as a blonde teenager among black-haired and black-eyed wizards. A tall Japanese girl, Akabane Shur-Yuki, approached. Her appearance resembled a female celebrity Skylar had seen in a magazine before crossing. She greeted him in surprisingly fluent English. "Are you Mr. Malfoy?" she inquired. "Yes, hello, Miss Akabane," responded Skylar, surprised to encounter Akabane Shur-Yuki, a pen pal since he was 9 years old. Since becoming pen pals, Skylar has always made time to stay in contact with Akabane Shur-Yuki every weekend. They exchanged photos at the age of 11, making it easy to recognize each other. Skylar was surprised by Shur-Yuki's impeccable English, devoid of the heavy accent he associated with Japanese speakers. Despite their mostly English communication in letters, the transition from writing to speaking impressed him. Their first meeting was a mix of excitement and awkwardness. Armed with some basic Japanese, Skylar was relieved that Shur-Yuki was fluent in English. She revealed her deep desire for the British magical world, planning to find a job in the UK after graduation, prompting her to learn English and establish British pen pals in advance. Casually sipping a green tea, Skylar asked, "Sure, Yuki." As they began addressing each other by their names, "Do you like Quidditch too?" "Please just call me Yuki, Skylar," Yuki replied with a smile on her face. Sure, Yuki playfully expressed her disinterest in Quidditch, but explained that her enthusiasm for the UK led her to sign up for the school-organized tour. Intrigued, Skylar pressed on, asking why the UK held such allure for her, a question she had avoided in previous conversations. Sure, Yuki's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she shared, "In the wizarding world of Japan, women's status is still low. Despite hard work and good grades, the career options are limited after graduation. I would likely end up in a traditional life, marriage, children, and housewife duties. I am not resigned to this fate. I want to go abroad and shape my own destiny." Skylar's frame trembled slightly, as if glimpsing his reflection in Sure Yuki, a shared pursuit of controlling their destinies. "The UK might not meet your expectations," Skylar admitted with a bitter smile. "Powerful pureblood families tightly control the economic and political landscape. As an outsider trying to make a mark, you'd likely encounter numerous challenges." Sure, Yuki playfully teased, "Isn't that why you're there, Malfoy's young master? Would you let a poor little girl face it alone without offering your support?" Skylar replied with an awkward "ah." "Don't play innocent. I've known about your family background, all about the Malfoy legacy, one of the most influential in Britain. You're the youngest wizard in history who finished Trial of Merlin, representing the European Wizards Federation's youth during the Middle Ages. Countless patents and investments are under your name. Why didn't you mention any of this in your letters? Humph, you didn't treat me as a friend at all." Sure, Yuki's pout added an unexpectedly cute touch. "Well, telling you all that would seem like showing off," Skylar admitted, scratching his head. "Besides, did you want me to write, 'Dear Miss Akabane, I'm rich, handsome, famous, with status, property, houses, cars, and a bank account with 30,000 galleons'?" Sure, Yuki laughed. "You're funny, but seriously, it's okay for you to mention it. Does this mean you can help me?" "We've known each other for a while, and helping you won't be an issue," Skylar assured her. "However, I must warn you that the UK might face significant turmoil in the coming years. Maybe you should reconsider coming here later." Sure, Yuki, with a skeptical look, remarked, "Are you lying to me? I've read every issue of the Daily Prophet. You've had peace in the UK for decades. Why suddenly talk about such things now?" Skylar sighed. "It's not the doing of those pureblood families. Ancestry discrimination is deeply ingrained in the UK. Unfortunately, no one seems willing to change." Sure, Yuki, puzzled, asked, "But you're a direct descendant of a powerful pureblood family. Why do you seem so opposed to the pureblood theory?" Skylar's demeanor turned serious. "The purity of blood isn't derived from the blood spilled, but from our ancestors' countless contributions to the wizarding world's development. However, fixating on someone's lineage can bury the talents of many skilled wizards, hindering the wizarding world's growth, self-reliance, brain drain, and self-sufficiency. These issues might not manifest immediately, but they'll impede the wizarding world's progress in the long run, even regress." His gaze intensified. "I've heard that in North America and Japan, they've already discarded the pedigree theory and embraced meritocracy. I dare say, in a few more years, the British wizarding world is on the brink of losing its status as the strongest magical nation. It's likely to be surpassed by the United States or even Asian countries." Sure, Yuki's eyes held unmasked admiration, and she softly remarked, "Do you know, what you just said, both in content and tone, resembles a person." Skylar inquired, "Oh, who might that be?" with a smile. "In our Japanese wizarding world, there was an era when pureblood supremacy prevailed, in the 10th century. With their strong family magic knowledge, families like Kikairo, Toshiro, and Kuji firmly controlled power and resources. Ordinary wizards had no means to resist. This persisted until a great wizard emerged, the greatest in our Japanese wizarding history, Shinichi Kuro. Growing up in the grassroots class, he faced numerous challenges but never wavered. Ultimately, Mahedo Kuro was established under his reform, breaking the monopoly of magical knowledge, and pureblood ideologies ceased to dominate." Sure, Yuki's eyes sparkled. "Your words echoed Sensei Shinichi." Skylar blushed, dismissing it. "Oh, I was just rambling. No need for such praise. Really? Shiryuki locked eyes with Skylar, a smile playing on her lips. Your expression didn't seem like mere banter. She then took Skylar on a tour of the camp, introducing him to unique magical creatures in Japan and treating him to Japanese barbecue snacks, which he found delicious. Amidst green tea and snacks, they chatted, exchanging intriguing insights. Skylar openly shared his studies on invisibility magic, greatly inspiring Shiryuki and strengthening their bond as pen pals. As time passed with casual conversations, Skylar lingered before leaving. Before parting, he extended an invitation for Shiryuki to visit the UK, promising to show her a good time. Shiryuki, with a cryptic smile, nodded in agreement. As they continued their conversation, Skylar couldn't help but express his fascination with the diverse magical creatures in Japan. Shiryuki animatedly shared anecdotes about the mischievous tanuki spirits and the serene kitsune foxes, adding a touch of cultural richness to their exchange. Skylar, in turn, shared tales of the majestic hippogriffs and the elusive thestrals native to the British wizarding world. Their conversation effortlessly flowed between the magical realms of their respective cultures, bridging the gap between their worlds. The topic shifted to magical traditions, with Shiryuki explaining the significance of the annual Cherry Blossom Festival in Japan. Intrigued, Skylar described the grandeur of the Yule Ball at Hogwarts, vividly recounting the enchanting atmosphere and the dazzling array of magical dance partners. Amidst their magical exchanges, the duo delved into personal interests. Shiryuki revealed her passion for magical artifacts and ancient spells, expressing her desire to explore the mysteries of the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. As the sun began to set over the Asian camp, casting a warm glow on their surroundings, Skylar felt a genuine connection with Shiryuki. Their pen-pal friendship had transcended mere correspondence, blossoming into a shared appreciation for the magical wonders each of their worlds held. With a promise to keep in touch and continue their magical exchanges, Skylar bid farewell to Shiryuki, leaving the Japanese camp with a newfound appreciation for cultural diversity within the wizarding community. Capítulo 92, Chapter 91, The Shadow Dragon. As the afternoon waned, an electric anticipation permeated the camp, tangible like a palpable cloud. Dusk arrived, and even the serene summer air appeared to quiver with anticipation. Under the cover of night, the Ministry of Magic abandoned its reservations, seemingly yielding to the inevitable excitement. Displays of apparent magic use flourished, with phantom vendors descending from the sky. Their trays and carts boasted an array of peculiar items. Luminous rose-shaped badges, differentiating Ireland in green and Bulgaria in red, screamed out players' names. Green high hats adorned with dancing shamrocks fluttered in the wind, while Bulgarian ribbons depicted roaring lions. National flags proudly waved with accompanying anthems, and miniature flying firebolts added a touch of enchantment. Small statues of renowned players, triumphantly walking in the palm of one's hand, were also on offer. Skylar refrained from making purchases, but after returning to the camp, Gareth acquired a panoramic telescope for everyone. Priced at 10 galleons, it could replay game screens and swiftly analyze match strategies. Ludovic Bagman made a camp visit, aiming to collect bets for his betting game. Gareth, enthusiastic about the Irish team, wagered 10 galleons on their victory. Skylar contemplated betting, but raised suspicions about Bagman's reliability, wary of a scenario akin to the Weasley twins' experience in the original book. Despite Bagman's ire, he refrained from tangling with Skylar. Skylar's young age belied the influence he wielded, and only insiders knew of his influential backers, leading to his unprecedented canonization as the youngest Sir Merlin by the Ministry. After intense deliberations, Bagman reluctantly agreed to an unbreakable oath. Skylar staked 700 galleons on Ireland's victory, contingent on Victor Crumb catching the golden snitch. With a predetermined 4x odds, a successful bet would yield him 2,800 galleons, a substantial wager that approached Bagman's 4-month salary, excluding taxes and daily expenses. A distant and resonant gong echoed through the forest as the game concluded. Thousands of lanterns, in shades of red, green, and blue, adorned the trees, guiding the way to the stadium as the entrance flickered to life. The game unfolded according to the familiar narrative from the original book, and the details need not be reiterated. Post-game, Bagman's pallid countenance betrayed the toll of his probable loss. Despite the hardship, an unbreakable oath restrained him from deceiving Skylar with dwarf gold coins. Skylar's magical eye would pierce any attempted deception, and Bagman was acutely aware of the dire consequences: death for breaking such a binding vow. 2,800 galleons has been obtained. Upon returning to the camp, Gareth prepared to suggest retiring to their lodgings for the night and heading back to the manor the next morning. However, Skylar intervened, urging them to delay their return. He produced bottles of magic recovery and invigorating potions, proposing an alternative plan. "Tonight may not be calm," Skylar shared his information. "I suggest we stay in the hall, chat to pass the time, and try the invigorating potion if anyone feels excessively sleepy. Uncle Gareth, Mr. Morgeddon, as men, we bear the responsibility of safeguarding the women. Let's stay vigilant with wands at the ready." Gareth, the clan lord, comprehended Skylar's underlying message. "Skylar, are you suggesting?" "In essence, some attention-seeking individuals with too much time on their hands may make an appearance," Skylar elucidated. "Rest assured, with enough caution, nothing will happen, and their focus is unlikely to be on us." Gareth regarded Skylar with a meaningful gaze. "I find myself unable to decipher you more and more. This morning's bet with Ludo, my instincts tell me you were confident in winning. Now, it seems you possess knowledge even I haven't confirmed." "Uncle Gareth, I don't believe that you have no sound at all. You just couldn't confirm it. Besides, as a member of the Malfoy family, my father has been busy every day and made a lot of noise. How could I not notice any abnormality?" A few sips of Skylar's invigorating potion revived the group, and they gathered in the hall, chatting animatedly about the game's highlights. Meanwhile, Skylar donned the attire of the Supreme Wizard, clad in the Night Star cloak, Ravenclaw diadem, and dual gloves. He checked the dagger and wand in his pocket, standing at the tent entrance, invigorated and surveying the crowd, still reveling in cheers and song. Gradually, the atmosphere in the camp shifted. The singing ceased, replaced by screams and the chaotic clamor of panicked footsteps. Skylar acknowledged those in the tent, all armed and prepared. Leading them out calmly, the two house elves were entrusted to stay behind, safeguarding the camp amidst the chaos, an emblem of the ancient family status. Besides the dwindling bonfires, Skylar witnessed a wave of people fleeing towards the woods, evading an ominous force advancing upon the camp. This mysterious entity emitted an eerie glow and emitted gun-like sounds. A cacophony of raucous jeers, wild laughter, and drunken screams accompanied their approach. Suddenly, a brilliant green light illuminated the surroundings. Wizards huddled together, wands raised, advancing cautiously across the field. Skylar squinted, observing hooded and masked figures. Suspended above them were 4 struggling individuals, contorted like marionettes. The masked wizards manipulated them, with invisible strings rising from wands below. 2 figures were notably small, the family of the camp manager, Mr. Roberts. Attempts by Ministry of Magic officials to intervene proved futile against the overwhelming numbers of masked wizards. Even Mr. Weasley and his 3 sons, including the red-haired gentleman, rushed forward in a futile attempt to thwart the unfolding chaos. The once illuminated path to the stadium was now shrouded in darkness. Figures staggered in the woods, children cried, and nervous voices echoed in the cold night. Urged by Mr. Morgeddon, the group sought safety in the woods, escaping the chaos caused by the mysterious assailants. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a dark mark shot into the sky, drawing ministry officials to the scene. The masked wizards scattered, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Just when it seemed the ordeal had subsided and the group could return to camp safely, a stunning spell struck, rendering Mr. Gareth unconscious. 6 masked figures emerged, encircling Skylar's group with hostile intent. Their figures hinted at a mix of 5 men and 1 woman, with 1 man and 1 woman vaguely triggering a familiar feeling in Skylar. With ministry officials and curious onlookers absent from this remote corner, Skylar and his companions drew their wands, ready for a confrontation. However, Skylar's confidence wavered, especially with the safety of the three young ladies at stake. Only Morgeddon knew how to apparate, but changing shape while surrounded by enemies posed significant risks. Moreover, leaving an unconscious Gareth in the hands of these unidentified individuals was out of the question. Skylar broke the tense silence, attempting diplomacy. "Is there a misunderstanding? We are all pure-blood wizards, and we have no quarrel with you. Your actions seem to simultaneously challenge the Malfoy and Greengrass families. Are you declaring war?" Skillfully raising the flags of the two families, Skylar sought to intimidate the masked assailants. One of the men in black responded, "Don't misinterpret our intentions. We are not aligned with the idle Death Eaters. Our purpose here is to invite Miss Shafik to accompany us. If it's convenient for the rest of you, we'll owe a favor to the Malfoy and Greengrass families." Observing with his magical eyes, Skylar detected a violent black aura surrounding the 6 individuals, reminiscent of the original betrayer, Peter Pettigrew. He furrowed his brow, forming suspicions about the group's identity. Addressing them, he inquired, "Are you part of the Shadow Dragon?" The man in black acknowledged, "You must be the renowned Master Malfoy, right? If you're unaware of our organization, you should recognize our strength. Even the Malfoy family would have to reconsider challenging us." It became apparent that Peter Pettigrew's agenda included assisting them in capturing Meredith. The question lingered, why Meredith? The Shafik family, while once pure-blooded, had dwindled to near extinction. Meredith was its last surviving member, and the family possessions were already dispersed among others. The sole remaining valuables were the decrepit ancestral house and a house elf. Despite Skylar's self-awareness of his less-than-virtuous nature, his pursuit of power had always been motivated by a desire to protect those close to him. He couldn't allow harm to befall Meredith. Yet, he hesitated to involve the entire Greengrass family, especially when the safety of the other 2 girls was at stake. Contemplating a solution, he proposed, "You can take her away, but on one condition: I must accompany you." "Impossible. Boy, aspiring to be a hero requires assessing your own strength. Most infants like you meet untimely ends," retorted the black-clothed man coldly. "Boss, let's not waste time with them. We might attract attention," warned another tall man in black with a deep voice. The initial speaker, evidently the operations leader, was familiar with Skylar in appearance and voice. It seemed they had crossed paths before, though Skylar couldn't recall the details. The adversaries moved swiftly. The leader gestured, signaling the other 6 to take immediate action. Unfortunately for them, they had gravely underestimated Skylar's strength. Emerging from the shadows, the attackers initially targeted Gareth, and now Mr. Morgeddon served as the primary line of defense. While they were familiar with Skylar's name, the disparity between a junior student and adult wizards led them to underestimate him. A brilliant light erupted from Skylar, akin to a human-shaped flash bomb, a flashbang spell. Its effectiveness was magnified in the pitch-black surroundings, rendering everyone, except the 3 girls who shared an unspoken understanding, temporarily blinded, including Morgeddon. "Curses, deal with that kid first. He can cast spells silently without a wand," the leader urgently commanded. Blinded but undeterred, Skylar relied on instinct to defend against the direction of the attackers in his memory. The vibrant spells scattered in various directions, lacking precision. Focusing his mind, Skylar summoned Aquila. With a scream, Aquila transformed into 6 clones, each seizing a masked assailant with razor-sharp claws. Simultaneously, Skylar wielded his left-hand wand to cast Ventus. A tornado spiraled up from the ground, lifting 2 masked men into the air. Despite their roars and curses, their efforts proved futile. With a deft motion of his right hand, Skylar retrieved the wand from the 3rd masked man, folding it in 2. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 6 assailants were incapacitated, their combat prowess nullified. The men in black could only suffer as they rethink of Skylar's magical prowess. His skill is something that no one should underestimate, even though he is still young. All the lessons he's been learning all this time have paid off. the teachings and guidance from his ancestors have shown results. Capitulo 93, Chapter 92, Professor Gilderoy's. The remaining 3 assailants, no longer able to manage Aquila's clones, confronted the bird's attacks, seeking to exploit an opportunity to overpower Skylar. Still recovering from his continuous spellcasting, Skylar relied on the protective capabilities of the Supreme Wizard's robe and the Night Star cloak, adeptly dodging while defending. Meanwhile, Daphne and Meredith weren't idle. They cooperatively stunned one of the attackers with a stunning spell. Morgadon, positioned protectively, safeguarded Astoria behind him and refrained from making a move. The last 2 standing on the enemy side, the leader and the lone woman, huddled together awkwardly. The woman's wand lay broken. The wizards responsible for the ghostly screams in the sky had ceased their cacophony, likely fainted. After recovering his breath, Skylar opened a bottle of mana recovery potion and sipped. While revitalizing, he carefully pointed his wand at the remaining foes. After observing their spellcasting techniques and habits during the skirmish, Skylar recognized a familiar presence and whispered, "It's been a long time, Professor Lockhart." Startled, the leader removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. It was Gilderoy Lockhart, absent from Hogwarts for a year. Since the conclusion of their 2nd grade term, Lockhart had vanished from the wizarding world, and Skylar had neither seen nor heard about him until now. Coldly, Skylar inquired, "Are you a member of the Shadow Dragon? Is this about Meredith entering Hogwarts?" Lockhart, smiling bitterly, responded in an exaggerated manner, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm delighted you think that, my best student, but unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. I returned to Hogwarts to teach, all because that old fool Dumbledore forced me into it." "Think I'd be thrilled to take up this cursed post as the defense against the dark arts instructor?" Lockhart sarcastically remarked. "This job is cursed. Professors in this role haven't fared well for decades. Some even died. I write well. The annual copyright fees alone let me live a luxurious life. I'm not a fool. Why would I willingly apply for this position?" Daphne couldn't resist inquiring, "Why did Dumbledore force you to become a defense against the dark arts professor?" Lockhart erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's because I am a fraud. My books and my accomplishments are all fabrications." Lockhart's scrutinizing gaze swept across Skylar and his group, sneering, "It seems you didn't react with the surprise I expected. You must have figured it out long ago, right?" Skylar remained non-committal. With the upper hand in the situation, he allowed Lockhart to continue his revelation. "Those so-called achievements have nothing to do with me." Lockhart's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. "My role was to locate these wizards, gain their trust, inquire about their deeds, and then cast a obliviate on them, erasing their recollection completely. Unfortunately, I found a target once, and just as I was about to commence, Dumbledore caught me red-handed. I pleaded for leniency, admitting my mistake. As a condition for letting me go, he coerced me into teaching at Hogwarts for a year. I argued that I wasn't qualified to teach, but do you know what he said?" Lockhart's eyes glowed with intense resentment. "He actually claimed it didn't matter at all. He instructed me not to teach the students anything. Just play the role of a buffoon, bask in the limelight, especially in front of Harry Potter, and successfully trigger his animosity." Having achieved 7 certificates in the OWL exam, I had traveled to numerous countries and encountered powerful wizards everywhere. How could I be incapable of handling a group of minor green fairies? Why couldn't I even manage a disarming charm? It's beyond me. Lockhart seemed to be muttering to himself. He turned me into a complete and utter joke. Now, Skylar comprehended it all. No wonder Dumbledore had enlisted Lockhart as the defense against the dark arts professor. It was a crucial part of his Harry development plan, manipulating Harry to develop a disdain for Lockhart and not wallow in his existing fame, thus promoting his rapid growth. Everything I did at Hogwarts was spread by the students throughout the British wizarding world. My fans no longer believed in my books. The publishers closed the door to me. Without income, I became impoverished. Distraught, I can only live a precarious life by borrowing money. At this time, my master appeared. Lockhart's face began to contort. He gave me strength, enough power to avenge my reputation at Hogwarts. In order to repay my master, I am willing to serve him and dedicate my meager strength. Fine, the recollection is over, Skylar. You are my favorite student. I don't want to hurt you. Leave with the two young ladies from Greengrass. Skylar frowned. Was Lockhart mentally unstable? Clearly, they have the upper hand now, he thought to himself, confused by Gilderoy's action. Recalling being ambushed in a remote corner by the enemy, Skylar had a bizarre idea. An ominous feeling surged as he shouted, "May, be careful." As Skylar turned around, he witnessed Morgeddon stunning the three girls simultaneously with 3 stun spells. Morgeddon then revealed a wicked sneer, seized the unconscious Meredith, and vanished by apparating away from the scene. Skylar hurled a rapid disarming charm at him, but it was blocked by Lockhart's protective shield charm. Ha ha ha, Lockhart's laughter grew increasingly manic. It's really you, Skylar. You managed to push us to this point, even the last trump card. He tossed his wand to the female, black-clothed wizard, and an astonishing black aura emanated from his body. In the dark mist, the silhouette of a sheep's head with snail horns faintly appeared. The female wizard hid behind Lockhart, summoned 2 comrades who were in a coma with a summoning spell, and then apparated, disappearing from the scene. As the female wizard vanished, Lockhart detonated with a bang. Anticipating the moment he saw the black aura, Skylar thought of Peter Pettigrew's sacrificial magic. Ignoring the escaping enemy, he swiftly traced a Guruni talisman in the air with his fingers. "I was," Skylar chanted. Skylar infused his magical essence into the magic talisman in a life-or-death crisis. Ravenclaw's diadem and Slytherin's locket box levitated simultaneously, emitting colorful rays of light. Each shot out a beam, linking to Skylar's wand. The wand emitted a resonant cry, and the Guruni talisman materialized, transforming into the phantom of a palace. It covered both Skylar and his comatose companions. The explosion's force leveled the nearby woods, yet inside the phantom palace, everyone remained unscathed. "Please don't die on me. Renervate." Skylar revived Gareth, Daphne, and Astoria successively with a revival spell. Gareth quickly grasped the situation's gravity, his brows furrowing deeply. Not far away, they discovered 2 black-clad men propelled into the air by the blast. Gareth cast an unknown spell on their heads and efficiently restored their faces, one from the other family offshoot, and the other a direct Slughorn family housekeeper. While not prominent figures, they held a certain status within their respective families. Ministry of Magic officials apparated to the scene. Gareth insisted on handling the matter, instructing Skylar and the others to return to the camp. On the way, Skylar's face wore a gloomy expression, and his wand-clenched hand revealed strained blue veins. A crucial realization struck him, prompting him to hasten back to the camp. The initial camp area lay in ruins, displaying magical destruction's aftermath. House elves from each family toiled to repair tents. During the disturbance, most house elves had been directed to hide in the camp, guarding against potential criminals attempting theft or mischief. Those masquerading as Death Eaters typically avoided camps with house elves, understanding that possessing a house elf signified an ancient, pure-blooded family. Nonetheless, evacuation remained prudent, given the uncertainty of the situation. "Dino," upon entering the tent, Skylar urgently called for the house elf. With a crackle, Dino respectfully appeared before them. "Dino is here. May I ask, Master, what can Dino do for you?" "I know there's a soul contract between the house elf and the owner. Can you sense Meredith's position now?" Skylar inquired swiftly. Closing its eyes and folding its hands, Dino appeared to perform a mysterious ritual. After a prolonged moment, it shook its head, revealing a perplexed expression. "I can sense the Master's existence, but I can't discern her position. It seems as if the soul contract was affected by some force. By the way, why didn't the Master return with you?" "Something happened to May. She was taken away by some mysterious organization." "Dino, I need your help now," Skylar said anxiously. "Listen, Dino, I know you only obey your master's orders, but May be in danger. Every moment we wait adds to that danger. I need you to take me to Shafik's old residence, please." Normally, Dino couldn't take outsiders to Shafik's old house without Meredith's permission. However, with Meredith's whereabouts unknown and Dino having a degree of familiarity with Skylar, the house elf hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "You two stay here for the time being, until Uncle Gareth comes back. I'll return as soon as I can," Skylar instructed Daphne and Astoria. Taking Dino's hand, he vanished with a sound. In Humbledon, a small village 40 miles west of London, outside a forest, a man and an elf suddenly appeared from the void. "Is it here, Dino?" Skylar asked. "Yes, Master Malfoy," Dino's tone held doubts. He wandered around a few tall pine trees. "The ancestral house is here." It circled one of the pine trees with some decorations. "Strange, why can't I see it?" "Cold and loyalty curse," Skylar explained calmly. "What?" "It's a type of magic that completely hides a certain location, a top-tier shielding spell. No one can break it, whether it's a tracking charm, a revealing spell, a human detection spell, or even a threat of trace or a taboo curse," Skylar clarified. "You could be standing right at the real entrance to the ancestral house, but your eyes won't perceive anything." "What now?" Dino looked a bit flustered, as ensuring the owner's safety was his top priority. Now more composed, Skylar realized that rescuing Meredith required a strategic approach rather than blind panic. "Let's go," Skylar's voice turned resolute. "Trust me, no matter how hard it JS, I will save your master." Capitulo 94, Chapter 93, Meredith's Blood. Skylar and Dino made their way back to the camp. Upon catching sight of Skylar's expression, the Greengrass sisters, Daphne and Astoria, sensed that his efforts had yielded no results. Summoning courage, Daphne approached Skylar, enveloping him in her embrace. "Don't do this, please. We're here for you. Together, we can rescue Meredith." Astoria, biting her lower lip, took the initiative to lean against Skylar's back, her hands gently placed across his waist. She hugged him quietly, expressing, "Skylar and I will study hard and won't be a burden to you anymore." Her words carried a hint of tears. "Daphne, Astoria," Skylar expressed compassion, "I don't blame you. I just regret not being more decisive. I should have used a forbidden curse on them." A steely resolve flashed in Skylar's eyes. Lockhart and the two other men in black were now deceased, yet the investigation continued. The woman among the three who had escaped already harbored suspicions in his mind, waiting to be confirmed. Determined, he vowed not to hold back in the future. He desired to make the shadow dragon rue the day they provoked him, letting them witness his wrath. Gareth returned to the camp, wearied by the passage of time. The Ministry of Magic initiated an investigation, sending the case to the Auror office. Gareth pledged to leverage all family resources to aid the inquiry, driven by the fact that Meredith is his daughter. However, his optimism waned, given the elusive and mysterious nature of the Shadow Dragon organization, an entity unknown to him. Morgeddon, the longtime steward of the Greengrass family, had faithfully served for 2 decades. Never did Gareth anticipate that Morgeddon would turn out to be a spy. Reflecting on his past trust in Morgeddon, Gareth lamented the unintended consequences. Morgeddon now held many family secrets, leaving Gareth deeply unsettled. According to Gareth, Morgeddon was a young man who serendipitously saved his life years ago, and subsequently chose to stay with the Greengrass family as a gesture of gratitude. Over the past 2 decades, he demonstrated unwavering dedication, aiming to earn Gareth's complete trust. Suppose the encounter between Morgeddon and Gareth wasn't a mere accident. In that case, it signifies a disconcerting truth. The power of the Shadow Dragon is more formidable than imagined, with a reach extending further than anticipated. It's not limited to the Greengrass family. The possibility exists that this clandestine organization has infiltrated numerous prominent wizarding families. This concern extends beyond personal worries. The 2 deceased individuals held significant status within well-known wizarding families. The adversary, absent from the original book, proves to be more challenging than anticipated, potentially surpassing the difficulty of dealing with Voldemort. The paramount question remains, why target Meredith? Gareth acknowledged that Meredith's family yields no tangible profit. Despite Gareth's visits to Shafik's ancestral home after joining the Greengrass family, he found minimal valuables, lacking even a secret room. As Meredith's last descendant, the likelihood of her deceiving them, based on their understanding of her character, is slim. Unless Gareth and Skylar simultaneously entertained a dreadful conjecture. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Daphne asked anxiously, "Unless what?" Gareth and Skylar exchanged glances, and Skylar finally voiced their unsettling suspicion. The most precious thing in Meredith has never been a family treasure, inherited magic, or a valuable magic book. Skylar paused, grappling with the weight of his own conjecture. She is the most precious thing. I don't understand, Daphne shook her head. She's just a young witch with modest talent. In terms of ability, she can't compare to a true prodigy like Skylar. Are they after her for her body? Daphne questioned, her expression incredulous. Yes, it's for her body, Skylar clarified, but not in the way you might be thinking. To be precise, it's for the blood coursing through her veins. Bloodline? Astoria inquired. Gareth sighed. Skylar, I may have spoiled them too much, neglecting to discuss the significance of wizard's blood. Skylar nonchalantly remarked, No worries. Let me enlighten them now. The power of wizards originates from our blood. It determines our ability to learn magic, as well as our talents and potential. This is what pureblood families have long considered the essence of nobility. But didn't you say that qualities like character, talent, will, and choice are more important than blood? Daphne interjected. That's correct, because Muggle wizards inherently possess bloodline power. Although pure-blooded clans deliberately conceal this, so-called Muggle wizards actually descend from pure wizarding families like ours. A certain generation along the line might have a hiccup, causing a deviation, but the power of the blood remains dormant, awaiting reactivation in a specific descendant's generation. Skylar elaborated, Bloodline determines our talents and potential, but not our upper limit. What truly defines the upper limit of our magical power is the strength of our soul and the intensity of our spiritual power. These factors determine how potent our magic is and the power of the spells we cast. The same spell, when cast by a Grand Master, differs from ours due to disparities in magical power. Naturally, the nuances of magical skills and emotional enhancements cannot be overlooked. Not only did Daphne and Astoria find their perspectives refreshed, but even Gareth listened intently. He hadn't anticipated that Skylar would grasp the intricacies of blood and magic to such a profound extent, surpassing his own understanding. Tell me about Meredith? Skylar's heart clenched, yet he maintained a stoic expression. The power concealed within the blood of each wizard varies. Take, for instance, the Weasley family. Ah, Daphne interjected. Do you also understand the power of their blood? That's not the case, Skylar shook his head. Muggle science delves into a profound field known as genetics. According to genetics, red hair is a recessive gene, so everyone in the family exhibits red hair. It's, well, quite unscientific. Their red hair, Skylar asserted confidently, may very well be a physical manifestation of a unique magical power. The magical influence of their family extends to their hair color. An intriguing perspective, Gareth acknowledged. Magic's impact on appearance, why haven't I considered it before? Skylar pressed on. From my observations, the Weasleys' magic likely revolves around innovation. Arthur Weasley's ability to transform a Muggle car into that shape is innovative. I've heard that his late brother, better known as Bilious, shared similar eccentric interests and excelled in creating unexpected surprises. Their eldest son, William Weasley, is renowned for his peculiar costumes. The Weasley twins have crafted numerous unconventional gadgets during their school years. It appears that innovation runs in their family, with each member expressing unique talents. Daphne focused on Skylar's eyes, inquiring, So, Skylar, do you believe there's some kind of bloodline power awakened in Meredith? These were the individuals Skylar trusted most, and he never considered concealing the truth. In fact, he couldn't hide it. He had exposed the abnormality of his pupils in front of them at least twice, so he nodded. Consider the Weasley family and me as examples. You must recognize that different family bloodlines correspond to distinct talents. From this, we can surmise that Meredith's bloodline must also hold a special place. In summary, I believe that the Shadow Dragon organization, dormant for an extended period, must harbor a grand scheme. Their ability to expose their existence and capture Meredith suggests that she occupies a pivotal role in their plans. I suspect Meredith won't be harmed in the short term, so we must capitalize on this opportunity to bolster our strength urgently. Despite employing multiple complex attack methods and precise tactics in the recent battle against 6 adult wizards, Skylar remains dissatisfied with his own strength. Although he gained an unexpected advantage, the exposure of many of his strategic advantages in this battle leaves him vulnerable in future encounters where opponents are prepared. Eyeing Dino, Skylar posed a deep-voiced question. "Dino, with your master's fate uncertain, what plans do you have?" Dino appeared vacant, devoid of any expression, resembling a lifeless figure in the eyes of others. Stripped of his master as a guiding force and the routine of obeying instructions, he seemed lost in despair, as if life had lost its meaning. Skylar's inquiry left him silent, unsure of how to respond, prompting him to lower his head in silence. "In this situation, follow me. I assure you that I will spare no effort to save your master." Skylar's penetrating gaze conveyed determination. "I need more allies. Are you willing to assist me, Dino?" As if recovering his lost soul, Dino lifted his head to meet Skylar's unwavering gaze. A small flame of hope ignited within him for reasons unknown. With a vigorous nod, he declared, "Well, Master Malfoy, starting today, Dino will be your most loyal servant. I will be at your service, ready to fulfill any command, even if it means breaking into pieces for you." Swearing allegiance in the master-servant contract, warmth filled Dino's chest. He felt liberated from shackles, reborn with a newfound fighting spirit. Following Skylar, he considered it the greatest reward from fate, a testament of loyalty to his new master. He surrendered to Skylar entirely, body, spirit, and soul. House Elf Dino has been obtained. Capitulo 95, Chapter 94, Serpenti's Vigil. August 19, a day has elapsed since the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup. Skylar gently lowered the Daily Prophet from his grasp. The front page of the Daily Prophet showcased a flickering black and white photograph, capturing the chilling dark mark suspended from the treetops. The headline screamed, "Horror Scene at the Quidditch World Cup." This article bore the signature sensational style of Rita Skeeter, replete with unsubstantiated and ominous speculations such as "there are rumors," and "it is rumored to be," strategically placed throughout. The reappearance of the Black Mark, the Ministry of Magic in disarray, the culprits eluding capture, law and order in disarray, the Black Wizard on the loose, bringing disgrace to the nation, wizards outside the woods anxiously awaiting Ministry of Magic assistance and solace. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. Shortly after the Dark Mark materialized, a ministry official arrived, asserting that no harm befell anyone but refused to divulge further details. Whether his words sufficed to quell the burgeoning conspiracy remains uncertain. The persistent rumor of several bodies being extracted from the woods within hours remains under scrutiny. The second article delves into the speculations surrounding the Dark Mark and the elves of the Crouch family. It is noteworthy how Rita Skeeter, with her adept skills, managed to fashion a narrative that closely mirrored the undisclosed incident in the woods known only to a select few Ministry of Magic officials. It is rumored that the Dark Mark was conjured by a house elf. No house elf appears on the Ministry of Magic's Death Eater list. Coincidentally, the Crouch family's house elf was gifted clothing on the same day and subsequently dismissed. Now, as we are aware, Barty Crouch S.R.'s son was a Death Eater and committed egregious crimes. The third article, albeit brief, touches upon the disappearance of Meredith Shafik, a scion of the Shafik family. While it refrains from mentioning the Shadow Dragon, it does not spare the Ministry of Magic from criticism, highlighting their incompetence, which resulted in the ancient family's last bloodline suffering the consequences. The fourth article proved to be particularly intriguing, addressing the presence of werewolves at the World Cup and their suspected connection to the Death Eater disturbances. Historically, werewolves had been under the command of enigmatic figures during the First Wizarding War. However, this time, the werewolves targeted the Lestrange family's camp, brutally killing over a dozen attendees who had come to witness the World Cup, with only one survivor. Unfortunately, Gallop Lestrange, still a Hogwarts student, was bitten and subsequently transformed into a werewolf. Upon reading this, Skylar couldn't help but sneer, recognizing his own handiwork. The memory of Gemma's attack lingered, and though he adhered strictly to Lucius' instructions of refraining from directly harming pureblood families, it didn't mean he couldn't orchestrate behind the scenes. The assault had been meticulously planned. Bathory and Annie's took the initiative, capturing werewolves individually in Nocturne Alley. With Annie's inherent ability as a sworn enemy of werewolves, she could easily identify them even when they were in their human form. Subsequently, Annie's employed the unique mind control magic of the Censored to command the werewolves to attack the Lestrange camp. The nocturnal assault included skilled individuals from the blood-sucking royal family and the dominatrix, all disguised as werewolves. Special care was taken to leave distinctive paw prints and traces, purposefully framing the werewolves for the incident. Given the close ties between the werewolf clan and the Rower family among pure-blooded families, this orchestrated attack aimed to fuel discord and suspicion between the Rosier and Lestrange families. Moreover, the werewolf clan's involvement in this atrocity would be exposed through news reports, garnering public disdain and simultaneously curbing the arrogance of the Rosier family. It was, in essence, a well-crafted plan to achieve 3 objectives in one stroke. With a snap of his fingers, Skylar summoned Dobby. Aware of Dobby's acquaintance with Shining, he requested Dobby to bring her to him. Having followed Skylar for an extended period, Dobby had become increasingly adept, bringing Shining to Skylar within a few hours. Shining, seeking solace in alcohol due to her recent dismissal, still bore the signs of intoxication. Her eyes reflected the remnants of drunkenness as she sat on the ground, murmuring to herself in comfort. "Shiny, gaze into my eyes," Skylar commanded sternly. Shining, already halfway lost in intoxication, unwittingly locked eyes with Skylar. His pupils resembled a bottomless black hole, and Shining felt her entire consciousness being uncontrollably drawn into that abyss. "Shiny, keep staring into my eyes and answer my questions truthfully." "Look into your eyes, answer the question. Are you originally a house elf from the Crouch family?" "Yes, I am the house elf of the Crouch family. I have served 3 generations of Crouch masters." "You defy the will of Barty Crouch. You are a traitorous elf who betrayed your master." "No, I am not. I am not." Shining's voice carried a painful cry, and her entire body began to tremble. "Tell me whether Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive. Was it he who released the dark mark that night?" "Ah," Shining let out a heart-piercing scream, pinching her neck and repeatedly hitting the floor. However, the cushioning charm had long been cast on the floor, preventing any harm. "Don't resist my will, you treacherous elf. It's because of you, you influenced Barty to bring his son to the World Cup. You neglected Barty and allowed him to escape. You recklessly grabbed a magic wand. You subjected Crouch to investigation by the Ministry of Magic. You brought shame to the Crouch family." "Oh, I swear, I." "Don't resist. Recall Mrs. Crouch's appearance before her death. Remember her hopes, recall her expression." Shining's expression suddenly shifted to fear and alarm, and her tremors intensified. "If fear and shame engulf you, you are a sinful being. No one will have use for a treacherous elf like you, except me. I can help you, liberate you from this guilt, as long as you become my servant." "Yes, Shining is a sinner. Shining is a servant. Remember the name of your new master. I'm Skylar Malfoy." Shining fell to her knees, crawling towards Skylar's feet, and uttered with a trembling voice, "Skylar Malfoy, my master, please accept Shining. Please accept your humble servant. Shining is willing to follow you, willing to sacrifice for you, and willing to do anything for you." "Really?" Skylar's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Even if it means you must kill Crouch?" Shining shuddered, yet she affirmed, "Yes, my only master, even if it means ending Crouch." After uttering these words, Shining's guilt and fear dissipated, replaced by a sudden surge of joy, as if she had been granted a new lease on life. Her gaze towards Skylar became frenzied, eager to capture the elder Barty's family in front of her master and demonstrate her loyalty through their demise. Very well, you will be my third servant from today. New servant, Shining, has been obtained. Since Meredith's disappearance, Skylar noticed a remarkable increase in his magical power, achieving overnight mastery of soul magic. The surging magic in his hands was now intertwined with looming black energy. Is this a result of my growing malevolence? Am I heading down a dark path after all? Skylar leaned more towards treating elves kindly to win their loyalty in his previous self. Now, his belief in the power of magic had grown, making him resemble Voldemort in some ways. I just hope I never reach that point. Skylar sighed, recalling the faces of Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, Daphne, Meredith, and Astoria flashing through his mind. The final image lingered on a twisted glyph on the last page of a Badal volume III. On the soul, to increase the power of the soul, the fastest and most effective way is to extinguish love in the heart with your own hands. So that's it. Is this the root of Dumbledore's power? Skylar wrote a letter to his family, deciding to spend the summer holidays at the Greengrass Manor before the start of school. He enlisted Dobby to run errands to Diagon Alley, purchasing all the necessary textbooks and potions for the upcoming term. Additionally, he ordered a set of robes for the Yule Ball. Yes, Skylar had chosen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Using the competition as a cover, it not only exempted him from final exams, but also allowed him to openly study advanced magic from the professors. Harry, in the original book, experienced significant advancements in spellcasting and combat skills after the Triwizard Tournament's challenges. Winning the Goblet of Fire would further elevate his reputation, especially on an international scale. Following this example, Skylar also leveraged Quidditch World Cup victory strategically. Having lived in the Muggle world during his previous life, Skylar recognized the hidden profits within the beauty market and had long considered entering the realm of beauty potions. Currently, the beauty potion market in the United Kingdom is dominated by Ms. Prippenall from Diagon Alley, renowned for wart medicines, and the Tugwood family, famous for their pimple remedies. Zygmunt Budge, the author of the Book of Potions, introduced a potion called the Charm Potion that enhances charm temporarily but doesn't alter physical appearance. The Tugwood family, monopolizing beauty potions, inherited formulas from the renowned painter Saccharissa Tugwood over 30 years ago. However, lacking her potion talent, her descendants made no improvements, leading to the termination of the formula's patent right over a decade ago. Through Gareth's connections, Skylar acquired the Tugwood family's beauty potion research notes for 2,000 galleons. The Tugwood family was content with the unexpected windfall, oblivious to the value behind this knowledge. Recognizing the significance of appearance for women, Skylar understood that aging posed the most formidable challenge. Skylar aimed to develop a potion that prevents aging, anticipating unprecedented business potential, if successful. Acquired the potion research notes of the Tugwood family. Skylar engaged in practical combat, training with Daphne and Astoria during this period. Recognizing the need for increased strength to share the burden of their missing boyfriend, the two sisters dedicated themselves to rigorous training. They both experienced substantial and noticeable improvements in magical theory or spellcasting. Skylar also shared his plan for the upcoming semester with the sisters. He aimed to formally establish a student organization under his leadership, naming it Serpenti's Vigil. Leveraging the Greengrass family's influence, Daphne and Astoria would recruit lower-grade students, selecting and nurturing the best to strengthen their ranks. To avoid drawing Dumbledore's attention, Skylar planned for Daphne to be the public leader, while he operated discreetly behind the scenes. The sisters, devoted and desperate to support Skylar, willingly agreed to cooperate with any plan he devised. The trio frequently discussed and refined the plan throughout the vacation, addressing various details until the entire strategy was thoroughly developed. Capitulo 96, Chapter 95, Professor Alistair Mad-Eye Moody. The school day arrived swiftly. Skylar shared the carriage with Daphne and Astoria, the absence of one person leaving an uneasy gap. As they entered, Skylar greeted Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, and Pansy in the aisle. Inside the carriage, Skylar appeared preoccupied, a furrow on his brow betraying his deep thoughts. "What's wrong, Skylar?" Astoria inquired. "It's nothing," Skylar dismissed with a shake of his head, attempting to dispel lingering thoughts. Yet, he sensed an abnormality in Draco. Similar to when he first awakened the Eye of Magic, he detected peculiar gray-black shadows on Draco's magic power. What did this revelation signify? An uncomfortable feeling settled in Skylar's heart, suspecting that his family concealed something from him. While acknowledging that family members may have secrets, an ominous premonition loomed. The gray-black shadow intensified his concern. Skylar's spiritual and soul magic cultivation provided keen intuition, leaving him convinced that his feelings were not misguided. Daphne, unaware of the turmoil within him, shared news about Gallop Lestrange applying for leave, relishing in the family's misfortune. Sighing, Skylar remarked, "If you count Meredith, the sacred 28 pureblood families have lost 2 more. The pureblood lineage can't endure much more upheaval." Unspoken was the realization that turbulence awaited the pureblood families. Before Gallop's transformation, Bathory and Annie's had wiped his memories clean. Miles Black from the Black family and their chief envoy, Irina Selwyn, the Selwyn family's female prefect, stood on the same front. A chill flickered in his eyes, and then their turn arrived. In the auditorium, first-year freshmen queued up, awaiting the Sorting Hat's decision. Slytherin's long table witnessed the absence of Gemma Farley and Marcus Flint, who had graduated. The new Quidditch captain was Draco, with Terrence Higgs and a female dragon set chief as the newly elected chiefs. During the sorting ceremony, Slytherin welcomed Malcolm Bardock, Graham Pritchard, Emma Dobbs, and others. Skylar observed, finding no particularly outstanding characters. Notably, Slytherin lacked members from influential families. However, Skylar's attention was drawn to a short boy from Ravenclaw named Gabriel Cressway. Though his name didn't suggest a prestigious magical lineage, it resonated with Skylar's memory. He recalled reading in the Daily Prophet on the train about Dirk Cresswell's promotion to the director of the Fairy Liaison Office at the Ministry of Magic. Dirk Cresswell, a character from the original book, was talented, spoke fairy language, and was highly regarded by Slughorn. He often shared inside stories from Gringotts with Slughorn. Having a strong relationship with Slughorn due to summer vacation communications, Skylar learned from Slughorn that Dirk Cresswell had 2 sons, with Gabriel being the elder enrolled this year. A vacant seat adorned the teacher's desk, prompting Daphne's inquiry about the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Eager ears around awaited Skylar's answer, as one of the faculty recruitment committee members held the privilege of knowing first. "It's Mad-Eye Moody," Skylar replied casually. "What?" Many of the young wizards present couldn't help but exclaim. Mad-Eye Moody, a retired Auror known for filling half of Azkaban's cells, carried significant weight. His reputation extended into many Slytherin families with ties to Death Eaters, making Mad-Eye Moody an extremely intimidating figure for them. Draco's eyes flashed with a sharp light, though his face wore an air of dissatisfaction. He voiced his complaint, saying, "Skylar, you're on the faculty appointment committee with the power to veto faculty appointments. How could you let Mad-Eye Moody, that madman, pass the selection?" Skylar, perceptive and armed with the ability to see illuminating insight, noticed the change in Draco's eyes. There was a bitter undertone in Draco's supposed complaint, a veiled attack on Skylar's prestige within Slytherin. If Skylar had voted for Mad-Eye Moody's approval, it would undoubtedly unsettle many pure-blooded students, revealing potential weaknesses in Skylar's perceived influence. Doubts swirled in Skylar's mind. Was this truly Draco? The years of brotherhood and camaraderie seemed genuine, but when did Draco, a mere child, become so calculating? Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, Skylar put on a natural smile and reassured Draco, "Don't worry, there's a reason for Mad-Eye Moody's appointment." Dumbledore persuaded him with an offer no one could refuse. Many of you may be aware of this year's Triwizard Tournament. Regardless of Mad-Eye Moody's character, his strength is beyond doubt. His role as the defense against the dark arts professor will enhance the chances of victory for our school's players. Skylar continued with confidence in his smile, let's not forget that Slytherin has consistently excelled in recent semesters. If all goes well, he let the assurance linger in the air. This time, it's another opportunity for Slytherin to strive for glory. Yes, Skylar, your words make sense. We've been so foolish not to think of this. Several young Slytherin wizards suddenly grasped the perspective Skylar presented, finding agreement in his words. New prefect Terrence chimed in, "By the way, Skylar, if you sign up, I believe you have an excellent chance of being selected as Hogwarts representative player." Terrence's words garnered support from most nearby students. The conversation concluded after Dumbledore rose for a speech, and Skylar successfully navigated the concealed prestige crisis in this exchange. Following the sorting hat ceremony, Dumbledore addressed the students. In addition to the customary school rules, he delivered regretful news. "I must also inform you all that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." "What?" Draco gasped in surprise. He turned to his Quidditch teammates, Monta and Wellington, and they all stood in open-mouthed astonishment, staring at Dumbledore, seemingly rendered speechless. Skylar's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Draco's unpredictable behavior added to the intrigue surrounding him. Dumbledore continued, "This is because a significant event will commence in October, lasting the entire school year, demanding much of the teachers' time and energy. But I believe you all will find it quite enjoyable. I'm thrilled to announce that this year at Hogwarts." Draco interrupted, disappointedly realizing, "This is probably the Triwizard Tournament Dad mentioned before, but I never expected this event to span the entire school year. It's too exaggerated." His disappointment stemmed from the fact that his status as Quidditch captain wouldn't change until the next semester. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated, and the auditorium door slammed open. A man leaned on a long cane, clad in a black travel cloak. All eyes turned towards the stranger, and a forked lightning flash across the ceiling left everyone breathless. The lightning vividly illuminated the man's face, an unsettling sight, as if carved from rotten wood with an imprecise touch. His skin bore scars, and his mouth resembled a skewed opening, lacking a raised nose. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was his eyes. One eye is small, black, and shiny. The other is big, round, coin-like, shining a bright blue. The blue eye darted around, not blinking, behaving independently of the normal eye. Eventually, the blue eye flipped over, disappearing into the man's head, revealing only a large white eyeball. Little wizards covered their mouths in fear, gazing at the intruder who perfectly embodied the image of the most terrifying villain in their minds, a dangerous dark wizard. Dumbledore broke the tense silence, introducing the newcomer with evident delight. "Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts class teacher, Professor Moody." Normally, when a new teacher meets everyone, applause and a warm welcome follow. However, at this moment, apart from Dumbledore and Hagrid, no teacher or student applauds. Dumbledore and Hagrid exchanged a few claps, but as the applause echoed in the silent auditorium, it seemed eerily lonely, prompting them to lower their hands. The others appeared mesmerized by Moody's peculiar appearance, just staring intently. Moody, seemingly indifferent to the cold reception, paid no attention to the large can of pumpkin juice before him. Instead, he reached into his travel cloak, retrieved a curved wine bottle, and took a substantial sip. "Daphne, what's wrong with you?" Daphne asked with concern. She found Skylar's lack of reaction puzzling. While Moody's face might be unsettling for the young wizards, Skylar, with his experiences confronting Dementors and the resurrected feather snake statue, shouldn't be so affected. Who is Skylar? Someone who dared to face hundreds of Dementors head-on, a person who calmly handled the challenges posed by a revived magical creature. What threat could Moody possibly present in comparison? Unbeknownst to Daphne, in Skylar's eyes, Moody's body emitted a violent black aura. Skylar recognized this aura almost instantly. It was the Shadow Dragon. Dumbledore cleared his throat, breaking the tension in the auditorium. "As I mentioned earlier," he said, smiling at the gathered students, "we'll have the honor of hosting a highly exciting event in the upcoming months. This event hasn't taken place for over a century. I'm pleased to announce that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year." Since Moody's entrance, the auditorium had been shrouded in tension, which was suddenly shattered, and laughter erupted from nearly everyone. Wizarding-born students were familiar, to varying degrees, with the Triwizard Tournament. While they might not know all the details, they were aware it was one of the 3 major honors in the international wizarding world for students. The other 2 were the Witcher Interschool Potions Championship and the Cairo International Alchemy Conference. Compared to the first 2, the Triwizard Tournament, highlighting actual combat ability and courage, was undoubtedly more popular among young wizards. Muggle-born students were also eager to learn about the Triwizard Tournament, and upon understanding its nature, they engaged in animated discussions filled with excitement. Dumbledore recognized that some students were unfamiliar with the tournament and took a moment to explain. The Triwizard Tournament is a friendly competition between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, the 3 magical schools in Europe. Each school selects a champion, and these 3 champions compete in 3 magical tasks. It serves as a wonderful platform to showcase the talents of young wizards from different countries and foster friendships. While it became a tradition in the past, unfortunate incidents led to the interruption of the Triwizard Tournament. Despite several attempts over the centuries to resume the championship, Dumbledore continued, none were successful. However, the Department of International Cooperation and Sports at the Ministry of Magic believes it's time to try again. We've taken extensive precautions this summer to ensure the safety of every participant. In October, the heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will lead their champions to Hogwarts, and the selection ceremony will take place on Halloween. An impartial judge will choose 3 champions to compete for the top honors, bringing glory to their respective schools. Additionally, individuals can earn 1,000 galleons in prize money. Expressing understanding of the desire to win the Triwizard Trophy for Hogwarts, Dumbledore acknowledged a necessary measure: an age limit for this year's competitors. Only those aged 17 or older will be permitted to register, he emphasized, raising his voice as some voiced their protests. This measure is crucial because the competition remains challenging and perilous. Students below the 6th and 7th years are not equipped to handle it. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations will arrive in October, spending most of the school year with us. I encourage you to extend warm and friendly hospitality during their stay. Once the Hogwarts champions are selected, let's rally wholehearted support for them. All right, it's getting late. It's essential to start tomorrow morning with energy and clarity. Off to bed, get some rest. Capitulo 97, Chapter 96, Let Me Share Your Burden. The new school semester has commenced, and Skylar is advancing rapidly in his spells, potion, and transfiguration classes, especially focusing on enhancing the shield charm. Pratigo, a defensive spell, creates a magical barrier that deflects spells and physical entities. Skylar aims to explore advanced applications of this charm, such as Pratigo Totalum, summoning a protective barrier for a specific area, and Pratigo Horribilis, an advanced version offering extensive defense. Pratigo Totalum combines protective and isolation functions, creating an invisible barrier to block or repel spells, safeguarding the protected area. When Hermione cast this spell, Harry observed a slight tremor in the surrounding air, signifying the establishment of an imperceptible protective barrier. Pratigo Horribilis, the most robust defensive spell, surpasses all protection in both coverage and durability. In the final battle of the original book, when Flitwick cast Pratigo Horribilis on the castle, the strength of the airflow and sound effects emphasized its formidable defense. These advanced protection spells can synergize with Salvio Hexia to fortify the barrier against evil spells, collaborate with Fianto Duri to enhance strength and durability, and, in conjunction with Muggle Repelling Charm and Enemy Repelling Charm, repel Muggles and identify and prevent hostile enemies from infiltrating. Layman's explanation: the shield charm creates a shield in front of the caster. All protection generates a shield of micro-air currents in a small area. Defend against evil forms a large cyclonic protection covering a substantial area. Skylar's goal is to masterfully combine various defensive spells and employ them strategically based on different situations. The first week of herbology class focused on balbotubers, unsightly plants resembling large, black slugs emerging from the soil. Each tuber squirmed slightly, bearing shiny, liquid-filled pouches. Students, including Skylar, had to carefully extract the pus from these tubers, avoiding skin contact as the undiluted pus could cause skin damage. Though the squeezing process was unpleasant, it oddly brought a sense of satisfaction as a viscous yellow-green liquid sprayed out with a pungent gasoline smell. Skylar, mindful of balbotuber's significance in the beauty potion he aimed to develop, led his group meticulously, securing the highest score once again. Observing Draco's group, Skylar noticed Crab's mishandling of the balbotuber, resulting in splashes on himself and Goyle. Large yellow blisters appeared on their faces and arms. Draco skillfully casted Pratigo to shield himself from the pus, earning applause from fellow Slytherins. Draco voiced his complaints about Goyle and Crab's incompetence, using the Agumenti to cleanse them. Despite washing away the pus, the exposed skin bore painful pimple scars. "Oh, Merlin's beard," Professor Sprout hurried over at the sight. "I think you two better hurry up to the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey take a look." "It's okay, Professor, don't worry." Draco produced a bottle of potion from his robes. "This is a healing potion I concocted myself. Just apply it to the affected area." Goyle and Crab, already in pain, eagerly accepted the potion, applying it directly to their bodies. The pimples and scars melted away visibly, leaving no trace. It seemed as if the previous ordeal was merely an illusion. Pansy gazed at Draco with fascination, while Audrey and Tracy regarded him with admiring eyes. Draco, reveling in his triumph, basked in the spotlight, even though his group's scores were notably low due to the errors of his companions. As the herbal medicine class ended, Daphne and Morag observed Skylar, who remained expressionless and silent. A perplexing thought crossed their minds. Could something be developing between the two brothers? After the class, Morag approached Skylar and expressed a desire to talk privately. Sensing the need for privacy, Daphne returned to the Slytherin common room. Morag voiced her concern in a secluded corridor of the castle, away from classrooms and offices. "Skylar, are you okay?" "It's okay, what can I do?" Skylar maintained his gentle smile. "By the way, you disappeared for a summer vacation. Weren't you heading to France with your family? How was the journey?" Morag didn't answer immediately, but continued to scrutinize Skylar, as if searching for something on his face. "What's the matter? Do I have a flower on my face?" Skylar joked with a smile. "Don't evade the issue." Morag's usually gentle demeanor was replaced by a forceful tone. "You've always been like this, always wearing that hypocritical smile." Her voice caught. "In your eyes, am I only worth the fun moments we share? Have you never regarded me as a true friend from the beginning?" Morag, Skylar, accustomed to maintaining a facade since the journey, felt a twinge of guilt and remorse for the harm he might have caused. He softly apologized. "I'm sorry." "I don't want your apology." Morag charged forward, enveloping Skylar in a tight hug. "I heard about Meredith. Even though I wasn't deeply connected with her, it was enough to leave me uneasy and disturbed throughout the summer. I kept wondering, worrying about how you were affected by the incident. And what did I get? We finally meet, and you act like everything's fine, asking about my summer vacation." Morag raised her tearful eyes, rubbing Skylar's eyebrows vigorously. Trembling, she pleaded, "Don't go back to being like this, okay? You're not alone. Whatever unhappiness or pain you carry, I'm willing to share it with you." A bitter realization weighed on Skylar's heart. Why did he want this? Last semester, he faced Gemma's betrayal, severed ties with Hermione, and dealt with the enigmatic Ghost Society. Can he even talk about these things? With Meredith's whereabouts unknown after summer vacation, the looming threats of the Shadow Dragon, Draco's changes, Mad-Eye Moody's peculiar behavior, and the unraveling of the plot, each issue piled upon another, leaving him with a myriad of worries and pressures. There was hardly any time for him to truly process his own sorrow. "I always knew, but I kept silent." Morag's voice quivered even more intensely as she finally gathered the courage to voice her thoughts. "Occlumency, isn't it? You're proficient at it, aren't you? There's no need to hide from me any longer. Your eyes, I know, those are the eyes of an adept occlumens, vacant, devoid of emotion. Morag, Skylar hesitated for a prolonged moment, his myriad of words eventually culminating in a heavy sigh. I'm sorry. I do know occlumency, and I've used it to conceal my true emotions, but it's never been about mistrusting you. I'm a selfish person, Skylar bitterly laughed at himself. I've always known this. I have my own ambitions, my own goals, but I lack the courage to let anyone in. I'm afraid. Afraid that once you discover who I truly am, you'll leave. Maury gently reached out to touch Skylar's handsome face. Do you realize that every magic comes with a corresponding price? This price can be magic, physical strength, or even life. Occlumency, it's no exception. Without the use of wands or traditional spells, the cost is substantial. Do you understand what that cost is? I don't know, maybe I know, but I just turned my face away from it, pretending I didn't know about it because the burden was too heavy for me to live without the help of this spell. I don't know, Morag. Skylar solemnly looked at her with a pitiful expression. Morag's expression shifted to one of distress and compassion. Emptying all emotions is just the basic tenet of occlumency. To delve deeper, it requires forcibly suppressing emotions to the point where the brain's functions linked to emotions are entirely shut down. When you deny all emotions, pain, sorrow, the fractures within your heart, and quash the internal conflicts of your personality, your character and soul become distorted, destroyed, or even torn apart. Skylar suddenly grasped why his spiritual and soul magic had seen significant advancement. He had suppressed his longing and sorrow for Meredith, suppressed his anxiety and fear concerning Draco, and stifled all the pain within his heart. The more he suppressed, the more the soul suffered damage, and the stronger the soul's power grew. So, did Dumbledore and Voldemort relish their penchant for mystery for this very reason. Did you know, even if your eyes lack emotion, the furrows between your brows deepen more and more. Your heart is burdened, crying out for help. Morag's voice carried an agonizing tone. I implore you, Skylar, please heed your own emotions and cease bearing all the pain alone. In Morag's tender words, Skylar sensed a profound and genuine concern. It warmed him, evoking thoughts of Narcissa and even his nagging parents in his previous life. It seemed he was truly fortunate, surrounded by a genuine sense of love. Skylar smiled, a genuine smile, regardless of Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the Shadow Dragon. No matter how many thorns and troubles lay ahead, failing to embrace the happiness in the moment would be a waste of life. Skylar released the use of occlumency. For now, he is bare in front of Morag. All of his vulnerable emotions are lying naked before her. Images of Meredith and Draco flashed through his mind, and a wave of profound grief struck his heart. It was mingled with negative emotions, fear, anxiety, helplessness, bitterness, and gloom. His heart felt as though it couldn't bear the weight of so many emotions, and Skylar's body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, Morag's eyes gleamed. She gently cradled Skylar's head in her arms and softly uttered, "If you need to cry, then cry. Sometimes, men crying is very sexy." Morag's scent wafted into his nose, and Skylar felt the warmth of the person in front of him. His eyes welled up with tears, pouring out uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, confessing, "Morag, I'm so scared. I fear I may never be saved. I'm afraid Draco might truly become my enemy. I'm afraid I'm on the wrong path. I'm afraid I'll bring everyone around me to their demise. I'm so afraid." Morag gently stroked Skylar's back with her delicate hand, soothing him in a hushed voice, finally displaying a comforting smile on her face. The two were immersed in their shared moment, unaware that the peculiar black energy that had once accompanied Skylar's magical power was slowly dissipating from his body. The magic, liberated from the black energy, flowed joyfully within him, transforming into a vibrant array of colors. Capítulo 98, Chapter 97, My Own Path. The young wizards entered the hall during dinner, where a bustling crowd awaited their turn for dinner. Coincidentally, the Slytherins in the queue encountered Harry's trio. Draco, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, called out to Ron, "Hey, Weasley." Ron responded angrily, "What do you want?" "Your dad's making headlines, Weasley," Draco exclaimed, waving a copy of the Daily Prophet. His deliberately loud voice ensured everyone in the hall could hear. Listen to this." Draco proceeded to read the contents of the newspaper. It was reported that Mr. Weasley had a confrontation with Muggle law enforcers while assisting Mad-Eye Moody the day before school started. The Muggle authorities were alerted when the enchanted trash can outside Moody's home was triggered. Mr. Weasley allegedly used the Obliviate spell to alter the Muggle enforcer's memory, helping Moody avoid legal consequences. "There's another picture, Weasley," Draco sneered, flipping the newspaper and holding it high. "A picture of your parents in front of your house, or what you call a house. If your mother loses a bit of weight, she doesn't look too bad, does she?" Skylar observed the scene from a distance, his expression unchanged, showing no intention of intervening. Is it unfolding exactly as in the original plot? What will happen next? A sharp glint flashed deep in Skylar's eyes. Ron trembled with anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. "Back off, Malfoy," Harry said calmly. "Don't let it get to you, Ron." "Oh, by the way, Potter, you spent the summer with them, right?" Draco sarcastically remarked. "Then tell me, is his mother really that fat, or did the photo get a bit distorted?" "What about your mother, Malfoy?" Harry retorted defiantly. "Look at her expression, it's like she's sniffing something unpleasant. Does she always look like that, or is it just when she's with you?" Draco's pale face flushed slightly. His tone turned icy. "How dare you insult my mother, Potter?" Simultaneously, Skylar's wand slid into his hand. He squinted slightly, his gaze penetratingly deep. His magical eyes clearly perceived the growing density of black energy around Draco. In the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard, Draco sent Harry flying with a well-aimed knockback jinx. Harry collided with a wall in the hall, slid to the base, and slumped into unconsciousness. Draco's forceful casting of the knockback jinx had propelled Harry a considerable distance. Skylar mused that the potency of this repelling spell was exceptional. Even one of his own devising might possess similar power. A resounding crash echoed through the hall, accompanied by a bellow. "Oh, don't do that, kid." The voice belonged to Professor Moody. Moody launched an attack at Draco, who countered with Pratigo. However, Moody's assault carried such intensity that, despite Draco managing to deflect it, he staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance, his wand hand visibly trembling. Moody's voice thundered, "I'm least fond of those who attack from behind. Dirty, despicable, cowardly." As he raised his wand again, both Skylar and Draco acted simultaneously. The incantations for Sectum Sempra reverberated simultaneously in different corners of the hall. Draco unleashed his hidden spell, the hidden blade of light and shadow. Similar to how Skylar managed to modify a few spells on his own, Draco himself managed to modify Sectum Sempra to another level that it managed to manifest as an invisible sword that wouldn't stop until the enemy bathed in their own blood. Two gray, crescent-shaped shadows soared toward Moody. Midway, they merged, forming a silver blade 3 times its original size, slashing forcefully at Moody. A glint of surprise flickered in Moody's eyes, but he skillfully averted imminent danger. With swift wand movements, he cast a modified Pratigo. A transparent, microconvex, mirror-shaped protective shield materialized before him, swiftly rotating to dissipate the impact of the razor-sharp blade. Simultaneously, the shattered mirror-shaped shield mitigated the force of the countershock. Skylar spoke, his voice resonating across the hall. "Professor, as a newcomer to the school, you might not be acquainted with our rules. While it is within your rights to discipline a student for misconduct, resorting to personal magical attacks against a student may be deemed an abuse of power. Even if you bring this matter to the attention of the headmaster, I doubt you'll find much support without proper justification, right?" Skylar's proclamation resonated forcefully through the hall, emphasizing the distinct rules of the wizarding world. Despite Harry appearing severely injured, a simple restorative potion would soon restore him. While Draco's inappropriate spell-casting warranted correction, it wasn't a grave offense. The comparison to Harry's father's exposure of Snape's secrets, leading to his eventual appointment as the student council chairman, highlighted the lenient consequences faced by others. "Oh, is that so?" With a distinct limp in his step, Moody advanced a few paces. The rhythmic echo of his wooden leg reverberated in the hall. "You two are Malfoy boys, I'm aware. Your dad, Convey to him that Moody is keeping a close eye on his sons. Just relay the message for me." Skylar scoffed. "Professor, my father has more pressing matters to attend to. I'm afraid he doesn't have time for these peculiar words. Our savior is injured. Instead of tending to his condition, you seem preoccupied with punishing students. Why is that?" Without awaiting Moody's response, Skylar proceeded toward Harry's prone form. Ron and Hermione positioned themselves defensively in front of Harry, but Skylar, with a nonchalant gesture, retracted his wand and conveyed a lack of malice. Hermione's rapid acquiescence surprised Skylar. Although she hesitated briefly, she gritted her teeth and pulled Ron away, allowing Skylar to approach. Even though Ron displayed reluctance, Hermione's determined tug compelled him to stand aside. Taken aback by Hermione's unexpected compliance, Skylar opted to withhold any remarks. However, this was not the time to ponder Hermione's motivations. Skylar stood a pace away from the supine Harry, extended his right hand in Harry's direction, and a subtle milky-white halo emanated from his hand. A meadow-like fragrance enveloped the area. In a short while, Harry regained consciousness, looking bewildered and disoriented. "Potter, are you all right?" Skylar inquired impassively. In a swift response, Harry scrambled to his feet, brandishing his wand in Skylar's direction. "Harry, don't!" Hermione intervened, rushing forward to press down on Harry's wand. "He wasn't the one who attacked you," she clarified, summarizing the events that transpired. At that moment, Professor McGonagall arrived, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" She hurried down the stairs, wand at the ready. "What happened?" "Professor McGonagall, my brother and Potter had a disagreement. Harry insulted our mother verbally, provoking my brother to attack him. Then, Professor Moody here started casting curses at my brother, not once but twice. However, my brother and I retaliated the second time," Draco explained. Professor McGonagall suddenly felt a sense of unease. On one side stood the Professor Dumbledore had invited from the Order of the Phoenix, and on the other was his proud disciple, the youngest Sir Merlin, a celebrity in the wizarding world with complex connections and formidable power. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, she understood Moody's character well, but in this situation, she couldn't help but silently lament why Moody had to be so troublesome. Draco had indeed violated school rules, and he could be punished accordingly, but Moody's private use of magical attacks was unjustifiable. As for the details of how Skylar and Draco counterattacked, she overlooked these minor aspects. In her eyes, two junior wizards couldn't possibly pose a threat to the renowned Moody. Little did she know that Moody had just traversed the veil of death. If not for learning the Pratigo Horribilis from him, he might have faced severe consequences today. Skylar and Draco exchanged glances, each side refraining from uttering a word, silently assessing how much strength the other had retained during the recent Sectum Sempra exchange. Moody's gaze held unknown thoughts. Draco's rapid reaction exceeded his expectations. The rumors portraying Malfoy's eldest son as idle and unrealistic proved false. The collaborative power displayed by the two brothers left him somewhat alarmed, forcing him to reveal one of his hidden skills. The most challenging part was concealing everything from the astute Dumbledore. Only time would reveal if the old fox would decipher any hidden truths. "Professor McGonagall, there's no need for you to feel embarrassed. My brother and I weren't harmed in any way. However, I do hope you convey to the headmaster that the Faculty Appointment Committee still holds the authority to review the qualifications of professors. Let's hope similar incidents won't occur again." The storm concluded there. At the dinner table, Draco, with solemnity, expressed to Skylar, "Thank you, Skylar. If you hadn't intervened today, Moody's madness might have escalated." "Thanks for what?" Skylar replied with a light smile. "We're brothers, aren't we?" Draco's eyes revealed a complex emotion as he softly murmured, "Yes, we are brothers." Unbeknownst to everyone, the dissipating black energy on Draco's body was clearly visible in Skylar's eyes. Skylar's lips curled into a slight smile. Could this be the power of love? After his conversation with Murray earlier, Skylar noticed a change in his magical abilities. While the total magic power remained constant, there were now mysterious, unidentifiable qualities. Magic seemed to possess a creature's spirituality, flowing through his body independently. Passing through the brain, it harmonized with Skylar's spirit, and traversing the heart, it blended seamlessly with Skylar's soul. It had become a bridge connecting spirit and soul, fostering mutual nourishment. Recalling an anonymous saying, "If you have never experienced darkness, how can you know the real light?" Skylar recognized the underestimated influence of black magic on spirit and soul. Being cautious, he avoided the pitfalls of black magic after Meredith's disappearance. Fortunately, Morag's reminder guided him back from the precipice. Skylar understood that this was the power of love. In his previous life, he recognized that the overarching theme in the 7 original books was the power of love. There were still many unexplored facets of love in the magical world. Now, Skylar believed that denying the power of love and opting for black magic would be foolish, as it goes against the fundamental rules of the universe. He knew he had found his own path in magic. Capítulo 99, Chapter 98, Professor Mahdi's Class. Soon, Thursday marked Skylar's eagerly anticipated defense against the Dark Arts class, a joint session for Slytherin and Gryffindor. The little wizards, filled with enthusiasm, awaited Professor Moody's arrival. Uncharacteristically, the classroom was exceptionally quiet as everyone retrieved their dark forces, self-defense guide in anticipation. Moments later, the distinctive, pounding footsteps of Moody echoed down the corridor. He entered the classroom, maintaining his usual eerie appearance. The little wizards could catch a glimpse of his claw-like wooden feet protruding from beneath his robe. "Put away these things," he gruffly commanded, hobbling to the podium with his crutches. "You don't need these textbooks. I don't need these things in class. Put them away. Take out your wands." Excitement filled the room as the little wizards stowed their books, anticipating an engaging class as previous experiences had indicated. Moody retrieved the class roster, and, shaking his long gray head from his twisted, scarred face, began calling out names. His normal eyes scanned the list while his magical eye darted around, scrutinizing each responding student. Upon reaching Draco's name, he visibly paused, prompting the little wizard's attention to focus on Draco. The conflict between Draco and Moody had become the talk of the school in recent days. Indifferent to the attention, Draco casually raised his hand to acknowledge the call. "All right," Moody exclaimed after the last student responded. "I've received a letter from your former teacher. I've assessed your current progress. It appears you lack knowledge of dealing with dark magical creatures. You've covered basics, handling creatures like boggarts, redcaps, hinkapunks, grindylows, and kappas. You've also learned about vampires and werewolves. However, your understanding of countering spells is inadequate. You haven't encountered real dark magic, and that's the most crucial aspect." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "So, who knows which spells wizards are punished most severely for?" he questioned, and a silence gripped the class. Even Hermione, known for her active participation, chose to withhold her response. All eyes turned to Skylar, hoping he would provide the answer. "Little Malfoy, you'll answer," Moody declared, singling out Skylar when no one else responded. "Professor, there are countless spells forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. Tens of thousands of legal documents are still in effect, encompassing tens of thousands of spells." Skylar began his response. "However, the most infamous are undoubtedly dark magic spells, those that summon the undead, curses from the dark arts, and spells that tamper with blood composition. In addition, the Ministry strictly regulates space magic, such as the non-marker expansion curse that enlarges internal spaces and the portkey spell that transports individuals to distant locations." A stunned silence enveloped the classroom as everyone gaped at Skylar, their mouths agape, as if wide enough to swallow an egg. It dawned on them that Skylar possessed an extensive knowledge. While they knew he was formidable, the extent of his strength and understanding of magical law remained unclear. Among Slytherin, only those closest to him had a sense of his capabilities. Most students assumed he could hold his own against peers 1 or 2 years his senior, but never expected him to rival 7th-year students. Yet today's revelations left them breathless, and they regarded Skylar with astonishment. "Cut the grandstanding," Ron whispered. "I refuse to believe Hermione isn't as good as him." Hermione observed Skylar with a complex expression. Somewhere along the way, she abandoned the idea of competing with him. His progress was beyond scientific or magical explanation. Knowledgeable, skilled, and ingenious in his use of magic, he defied the stereotype of a typical scholar. Despite not participating in sports, he engaged in multiple academic societies, organized magic exchange events, published academic papers, established an alchemy workshop, and advocated for international organizations. Recognizing the sheer multitude of his achievements, Hermione felt that even with a time turner, catching up to him was an insurmountable challenge. Moody, too, was taken aback by Skylar's expansive knowledge as he continued to speak. Skylar's detailed response wasn't the answer Moody sought, but he acknowledged the need to redirect the conversation. It was clear that if Skylar continued, he could delve into an entire class, including a demonstration of dark magic, leaving everyone dizzied. Moody, therefore, interjected, rewarding Slytherin a point for Skylar's exceptional performance. Mr. Malfoy, excellent as always. However, let's focus on understanding the three major spells frequently used by dark wizards, the unforgivable spells, Moody emphasized. Can anyone tell me the three unforgivable spells? Ron, trembling, tentatively spoke up. That's it. My dad told me something, called imperious or something, right? Yes, Mr. Weasley, Moody praised. Your father knows his spells. The imperious curse has caused quite a bit of trouble for the Ministry of Magic. Struggling to stand with his artificial leg, Moody opened the podium drawer, revealing a glass bottle containing 3 terrified spiders. He selected one, placing it on his open palm. Pointing his wand, he chanted, Imperio. The spider leaped from Moody's palm, hung from a thread, and swung like on a high swing. Performing acrobatics, it rolled somersaults, shedding the thread, and continued spinning on the table. With a flick of Moody's wand, the spider stood on its hind legs, executing a tap dance. Laughter erupted from most of the young wizards. Do you find it amusing? Moody gruffly questioned. Would you still enjoy it if it happened to you? The laughter ceased abruptly. Fully under my control, Moody whispered as the spider group rose and began tumbling. I can make it jump out of the window, drown itself, or plunge into a classmate's throat. The imperious curse can be resisted. I'll teach you the method, but it demands a strong personality, and not everyone can master it. Best to avoid getting hit. Stay vigilant at all times. Moody bellowed suddenly, startling everyone. Does anyone know the remaining unforgivable spell? Moody inquired. Neville stood and mentioned the Hiatus curse, and Moody demonstrated it on the spider. All right, does anyone else know a spell? Moody prompted. Draco, devoid of emotion, responded. It's a killing curse, Professor, the legendary curse that kills with one blow. Ah, Moody's gaze fixed on Draco. Yes, this is the last and most powerful spell, the Avada Kedavra, a spell solely for killing. He retrieved the 3rd spider from the bottle, which seemed to sense its impending doom, desperately crawling around the bottom to avoid Moody's fingers. Regardless, Moody secured it on the podium. Avada Kedavra, Moody roared. A dazzling green light pierced, accompanied by the sound of rapid gas flow, as if an invisible behemoth soared through the sky. Simultaneously, the spider lay motionless on its back on the table. Though unscathed, it was undeniably deceased. Several students restrained shouts. Ron leaned back abruptly as the spider slid towards him. In Skylar's eyes, a sharp light flickered. Just as Moody cast the spell, a whistling sound filled the air. Skylar witnessed death, a creature resembling a Dementor, but more like a cloud of indistinct gas. It moved through the air fluidly, passing over the spider like a black wind. Skylar observed a soul-like energy being harvested and swallowed by the entity. Is this the essence of the killing curse? Where did the devoured soul energy ultimately go? Numerous mysteries linger in the world of magic. It's not beautiful, Moody commented calmly. It's unpleasant, and there's no resisting it without breaking the spell. As far as people know, only one person has survived the spell, and he's sitting in front of me right now. Everyone understood he referred to Harry. Moody's unwavering gaze rested on Harry, who felt his face flush as the entire class turned their heads to look at him. Avada Kedavra requires a powerful magical foundation. Even if you all recited the spell to me right now, I'd likely only get a nosebleed at most, Moody stated, his magical eyes surveying the class. A tinge of fear appeared on everyone's face. But that's all right. I'm not here to teach you how to use those unforgivable curses. So, why demonstrate it if I haven't cracked the curse? Because you must understand. You need to be fully aware of the worst possible scenario. You don't want to find yourself facing the situation you just witnessed, he emphasized, roaring a command for eternal vigilance that startled the entire class. These three spells, Avada Kedavra, Imperious Curse, and Cruciatus Curse, are collectively known as the Unforgivable Curses. Using any of them on another human is punishable by life imprisonment. This is what you may have to face. This is what I want to teach you to resist. You need to be prepared. You need knowledge in this area. But most importantly, you must always remain vigilant and never let your guard down. Take it, grab a quill, and write it down. Students diligently took notes for the remainder of the class, documenting these three unforgivable curses. The room remained quiet until the bell rang to signal the end of the class. As Moody dismissed them, a flood of discussions erupted among the students outside. Many spoke in awe about the demonstrated spells. Did you see the spider twitching? He killed the spider in one fell swoop. It's that simple. Draco halted Skylar, who was ready to leave, signaling Daphne to proceed first. Skylar, you understand the unforgivable curse, don't you? Draco asked, studying Skylar intently. I grasp some of the theory, Skylar shrugged, but I think it's best not to delve into these dark magics. Learning them will only distort our character, making us slaves to power. No matter how potent, that person is no longer us. What do you think? Draco fell silent. All right, Skylar turned and waved. I have something to attend to, see you. With that, he departed, leaving Draco deep in contemplation. Capitulo 100, Chapter 99, The Wakanda Family. The first week back at school concluded, and the young wizards eagerly welcomed their first Saturday. In Slytherin's secret room, a notable transformation had taken place since Skylar's last visit. During the summer vacation, Skylar commissioned Dobby for renovations. Beneath the statue of Salazar Slytherin, a newly constructed elevated platform stood. In front of it, a 7-tiered red carpet extended, leading to a solitary throne. Skylar now sat upon this throne, its back adorned with a bead emanating a light green halo, casting a mysterious and slightly sinister aura over Skylar's face. Two individuals stood on the stairs, occupying the first floor from the top. To the left was Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, while to the right stood Morag MacDougall, a 4th-year Ravenclaw student. Dobby, the house elf, and a 6th-year Slytherin female student were facing the high platform. They looked up, their mentality and demeanor subdued in the presence of Skylar. Master Dobby has brought people to you, Dobby announced, his voice now more composed. Good job, Skylar's voice resonated from the elevated platform. This is what Dobby should do. Dobby doesn't dare to take credit, the house elf responded with sincerity. Turning his attention to the Slytherin student, Skylar inquired, Are you from the Wakanda family? The student proudly displayed the clan emblem on her robe, depicting a black panther with fangs and Wakanda Forever written beneath it. I'm Nariel of the Wakanda family. I'm here to greet you, Mr. Malfoy, she declared. Are you here to represent yourself or your family? Skylar questioned. Nariel is the only daughter of the family's direct line and has been authorized by the family. I came here with sincerity and genuinely hope to form an alliance with the noble family. Nariel replied while bowing herself to Skylar. Although not among the 28 holy pureblood families, the Wakanda family wielded a decent level of power, akin to the Goyle and Crabbe families. Mrs. Wakanda held a position in the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Department, succeeding Umbridge as the director of the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Magic 2 years ago. While not immensely powerful, the role involved sending warning letters to minor wizards violating secrecy laws during the summer, with limited influence due to internal bureaucratic constraints among various departments at the Ministry of Magic. Several days before the start of the school year, on September 1st, Mrs. Wakanda received a report that Mad-Eye Moody had violated the secrecy law. His trash can had triggered Muggle attention, drawing the interest of Muggle law enforcement officers. While this incident was significant, the news quickly spread within the department, allowing Arthur Weasley, from the neighboring Office of Prohibition of Muggle Abuse, to intervene and resolve the matter before the Wakanda team could assemble. Despite Arthur Weasley's seemingly modest demeanor and apparent disinterest in power, his popularity and reputation as a good husband allowed him to exercise influence effectively. Recently, he assisted Ludovic Bagman in resolving his brother Otto Bagman's troubles, earning him a first-class admission ticket to the Quidditch World Cup. Arthur not only camped in the first row, but also occupied VIP seats for the event. The talents in Wakanda didn't believe Arthur was as simple as he appeared. Although he seemed like an honest gentleman, his involvement in the Moody incident suggested otherwise. Mrs. Wakanda chose to remain silent on the matter, recognizing that Arthur had crossed a line. For Skylar, the Office of Prohibition of Muggle Abuse was an enticing position with significant control. Holding this role meant controlling a map-like monitoring tool for the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, it granted the ability to cast spells outside the school. Skylar, devoid of visible emotion on his face, stated, "The Wakanda family is well informed about current affairs, and I genuinely welcome you to join, but..." Skylar, with an unreadable expression, welcomed the Wakanda family but added a caveat. Nariel frowned, asking, "But what?" Skylar asserted, "I think there's no doubt that the Malfoy family is stronger than yours. While you seek an alliance, aligning with the Malfoy family is essentially a request. You don't need to refute. Your family's elders must have noticed this and sent you. I believe, for this alliance, you should demonstrate more sincerity." Nariel responded, "My mother has agreed, and I can collaborate with you in the Ministry of Magic to shield all the young wizards on the list you provided from the ancient lineage detection. It will provide you with more than enough for them to move in a space that will get them out from the surveillance of public. Isn't that enough? What more sincerity do you want?" With piercing eyes, Skylar expressed satisfaction with the proposed conditions, but revealed a personal addition. His gaze seemed to cast a strange magic on Nariel, subtly disintegrating her will, making any resistance futile. "I heard, you and Irina Selwyn in your class were good friends and sisters." Skylar's voice remained gentle, but an underlying coldness sent a chill down Nariel's spine. The dreaded moment had finally arrived. Nariel gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, I have known Irina since childhood, and we have a good relationship." Confronting the dual pressure of Skylar's penetrating gaze and overwhelming presence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for Irina. "I believe you should have also guessed," Skylar sneered. "Yes, that Lestrange guy is under my influence. Your family isn't entirely foolish. You understand the entanglement between your family and the Selwyns. You don't want to be the next victim in this feud, so you choose to surrender to us in advance. I advise you to set aside personal feelings and prioritize your family." The Wakanda family's underlying motives were transparent to Skylar. Their actions stemmed from fear of Skylar's reputation and methods. This elucidates why Skylar had tirelessly worked on enhancing his reputation from the outset of his game. While prestige might seem inconsequential in ordinary times, it can accumulate like a snowball. In times of wizarding world turmoil, everyone, every power, every family, unless choosing exile, must take a side. Skylar's current momentum was on the rise. He had successfully manipulated public opinion, crafted the image of a future powerhouse, and displayed his influence in business and politics. Prominent companies in the wizarding world actively sought financing from him, and politicians endeavored to establish ties. The Selwyn family, engrossed in mysticism, had lost significant momentum. Combined with Skylar's keratin stick approach, it was unsurprising that the Wakanda family made this choice after viewing Lestrange as the sacrificial pawn. The Wakanda family, the Knot family, and the Greengrass family marked just the beginning. As turbulent times approached, numerous neutral forces observing, testing, and waiting would inevitably pick sides. Their decisions would hinge on the strength of momentum, the greater benefit, and the prevailing climate. Once these forces amassed, neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort could be taken lightly. Skylar's eyes gleamed with a cold light. You're correct. My focus is solely on dealing with the Selwyn family. Thus, I need you to act as my inside source, monitoring all of Miss Selwyn's actions at Hogwarts and awaiting my further instructions. Do you comprehend? Fine, I understand, Nariel replied, resigned. There was no room for regret, even if she wanted to express it. Remember, your actions will determine your family's fate. Don't make foolish decisions that you'll regret due to a momentary lapse in judgment. The chill in Skylar's tone dissipated as he continued gently. Don't forget, now, if anything happens to Irina, her prefect position is likely yours. Skylar and Nariel knew that among the Slytherin girls in the 6th grade, only Irina and Nariel were most qualified to be prefects. The others fell short in terms of family background and strength. Upon hearing this, Nariel visibly quivered, and dormant thoughts slowly took root in her heart. I will heed your command. Then for now, I, Nariel Wakanda, will resign from this place and await for your further summon. At Skylar's signal, Dobby took Nariel's hand, and with a crack they disapparated. Alliance with the Wakanda family has been formed. Skylar snapped his fingers, and a house elf materialized from the air. Dino, keep an eye on Nariel for me. I don't trust her completely. If anything goes wrong, join forces with Dobby and Shining, apprehend her, and report back to me. Dino received his orders and vanished. Now only 3 individuals remained in the secret room: Skylar, Daphne, and Morag. Each had their thoughts, and a profound silence lingered. Skylar broke the silence. Daphne, Morag, this is my chosen path. The road to glory is paved with sacrifice and blood, and along the way there will be conspiracies and betrayals. The accompanying music? His voice trembled slightly. If you cannot accept it, I understand. Enough, Skylar. The first to interrupt was not Daphne but Morag, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Since I've decided to support you, I will stand by you. Maybe these power struggles, conspiracies, and tricks make me uneasy, but I will never abandon you, absolutely not. Daphne's smile radiated confidence as she spoke. Skylar, my entire family has placed their trust in you. There's no turning back for me. I know I can read people well, trust my instincts, and I believe you won't disappoint us. With a mischievous expression, she added, just remember our sisterhood and don't increase our numbers. Skylar stammered, no it won't. I have you and that's enough really. Fortunately, the awkward topic was interrupted by a crackling sound. Shining appeared through apparition, respectfully presenting the latest Prophet Daily to Skylar. The headline read, Puddlemere United Team Chaser mysteriously disappears during game. Master, the result of this morning's game is in. As expected, the newly recruited chaser of Puddlemere United, Wilda Griffith, mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the game. Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies team, had previously issued a death threat to Wilda due to her betrayal and departure from the team. Consequently, Gwenog has been taken into custody by the Ministry of Magic to assist in the investigation. Wilda Griffith, a prominent star Puddlemere United acquired after Skylar's capital injection, commanded an exorbitant transfer fee, setting a historical record in the British and Irish League at 1,000 galleons. The sudden disappearance of such a player would undoubtedly cause significant setbacks for the team. Filbert Deverell, troubled by this turn of events, would bear most of the team's losses since Skylar had signed an insurance agreement, absolving him of player-related accidents. Another individual facing concerns was Horace Slughorn. With his lover taken into custody by the Ministry of Magic and Deverell grappling with significant losses, a simple resolution seemed unlikely. A dispute between the two parties was inevitable. Skylar pondered the situation and devised a plan. He drafted 2 letters and dispatched them to Slughorn and Deverell, respectively, urging a temporary ceasefire in their conflicts. The letters requested that Skylar be given the opportunity to assist in locating the missing Wilda Griffith. Capitulo 101, Chapter 100, Professor Trelawney. The North Tower of Hogwarts Castle. Above a small staircase, in the divination classroom. This is the office of the Professor of Divination at Hogwarts. Skylar can be sure that this is definitely the shabby office in Hogwarts. There is nothing but a desk and a bed in it. Professor Trelawney opened her eyes wide and said in her signature, soft, vague voice, "Welcome to my office, you are." "Hello, Professor, I am Skylar of the Malfoy family. I am here to greet you." "Oh, Malfoy's second son, I've heard your name, it seems you are not my student," Professor Trelawney said with some confusion. "Professor, it's like this. I'm encountering some mundane difficulties now, so I came to seek your help. I hope that through your celestial eyes and your vision, you can help me find the answer." Skylar politely said his request. "Interesting," Professor Trelawney said calmly. "Why do you think of asking me for help?" She went on to say, "Do you know that in my teaching career in the past 10 years, you are the first student to come to me for guidance? I once heard of your grandmother, Cassandra Trelawney. Miss Cassandra Trelawney is undoubtedly a true master of prophecy," Skylar said. "However, after her, there has never been a prophet in my family," Professor Trelawney said softly. "I know that many people in the school think I am a liar. Do you still think I will prophesy?" "Teacher, why do you care too much about the opinions of those fools in the world? Most wizards don't believe in so-called prophecies, especially about bad news, so no one will want to believe in prophecies before the real disaster strikes. This is humanity." Skylar continued, "As for me, I believe that, Professor, you know how to predict, but you can't master your own prediction ability and you can't use it as you like." Skylar's tone was full of confidence. "Oh, interesting, why do you think that?" Professor Trelawney's eyes flashed shrewdly. She had seen countless people with half-hearted divination without being dismantled, and her gaze had almost become her. She felt the depth and wisdom of Dumbledore in Skylar's instinct. To deal with this kind of person, any deception and blindness are useless, so it's better to go straight to the point. Professor Dumbledore is old, but he is not senile or idiot. He decided to hire you as a professor of divination at Hogwarts. Obviously, he thinks you have such qualifications. "Yeah," Professor Trelawney said to herself, "I admit that Dumbledore did not have a good interest in divination at first. At that time, he told me that Hogwarts was going to give a divination class and wanted to invite me to be a professor, but before that, Dumbledore wanted me to make a prediction for him. Although I don't remember the content of the prophecy anymore, shortly after that, probably after the fall of the mysterious man, I came to Hogwarts as a professor of divination. At that time, there was no so-called divination class in the school." "It seems that the prophecy has come true," Skylar said softly. "Close to the subject, since you know that I don't have my ability to predict, then the purpose of your coming to me is." Skylar took out a bottle of potion from his arms. "This is a potion that I specially refined. It can permanently increase a person's psyche, or in layman's terms, sentience. The main material is very rare. Even I have only one bottle of the rare adult Thunderbird's tears. For your diviners, it is even more precious. It can enhance your vision." Trelawney's eyes flashed with various changes. She was not a fool. Skylar was able to bring such a precious potion to the door. Obviously, he was very conspiring. Although she is very emotional, she is used to living an easy life. Although she is often looked down upon at school, she has no worries about food and clothing, and there is no risk in her life. That is also the case if she really has any emotional problems because of this. One bottle of Sydney wine can solve the problem. If it still doesn't work, then 2 bottles are needed. She decided to go straight ahead. "What do you need me to do for you?" Skylar smiled and said, "Professors are clever people, and I will not ask too much. 2 things. First, I hope that the professor can do favor for me 10 times without violating personal principles." Skylar looked into his eyes. Suddenly, he became sharp, his gaze locked tightly to Trelawney's. "Second, I hope that the professor can form an alliance with the Malfoy family. You can continue to be your professor at Hogwarts, but if you can, you must help the forces I represent. Of course, you will not suffer, Professor. Every time you make a shot, I can offer you a bottle of potion in exchange. How about it?" Trelawney only hesitated for a while, and then agreed. Skylar offered very rich conditions, and was able to make friends with the Trelawney family in full swing. At this moment, it was profitable and harmless. Although she was a professor, multiple paths meant more choices. Dumbledore is not immortal. If one day she doesn't know which headmaster who doesn't have long eyes fired, at least she still has a place to go. Professor Sybil Trelawney has become an ally. Schuyler used the first chance of divination. He chose to use it on Wilda Griffith. This was a good temptation, allowing him to see the true strength of Trelawney. Trelawney poured the entire bottle of potion into her mouth. She closed her eyes and was drunk in the skyrocketing spiritual sense. A strange pattern shining with blue light appeared on her forehead. It was in the shape of an eye, but there were many tentacles similar to plant roots around the eyes, which densely covered her forehead. This is the legendary third eye? Schuyler thought to himself. It seemed that he was right, and the power of Trelawney's blood really didn't let him down. The natural ability of divination is also divided into grades, and the third eye is undoubtedly the top one. The crystal ball on Trelawney's desk suddenly burst out with dazzling light, like a Muggle projector, casting a very real illusion. The phantom shows a small room that looks like a cargo warehouse. There are no windows except for a door. Schuyler can see Griffith sitting on a chair with a black cloth handle on her head. Her eyes were blindfolded, her hands were tied to the back of the chair by a weird rope, and her feet were also fixed to the legs of the chair. There are also two men in the room. One sits in a chair and smokes a famous wizard cigar. The other walks back and forth in the room with a very nervous expression. The only thing in common is that they both hold their hands tightly with a magic wand. Griffith in the picture tilted his head as if he was in a coma. As long as there is a slight sign of waking up, he will be re-released with a stupefy. "It's amazing," Schuyler said. "Professor, can you please move your third eye farther? Let me see what the outside of this room looks like." Some ripples appeared in the picture, as if the illusion was a little unstable. Just after the picture began to slowly become blurred, Trelawney's celestial eye traces lit up again, and the whole picture slowly rose up. In the picture, the people and things slowly become insignificant, and Schuyler sees the appearance of the building where the room is. The exterior of the building looked like the most common small warehouse in the Muggle world, but this couldn't fool Schuyler. It was definitely the handwriting of a wizard. The entire warehouse exuded invisible magical fluctuations, likely due to the Muggle expulsion curse. Inferred from the perspective of sunlight and shadows, this building was located in the north of England. Coupled with clues inferred from other nearby buildings and scenery, the area had been narrowed down to more than a dozen places. This was sufficient. Providing these clues to Scrimgeour, the rest would be the Auror's business. Doing this not only earned the favor of De Veril and Slughorn, but also allowed them to receive a favor from Scrimgeour. Simultaneously, it measured Trelawney's strength, a move that could be described as 4 birds with 1 stone. Schuyler was very satisfied with Trelawney's divination ability. Then he made a second request for divination, not Meredith, but Mrs. Shabini. Divination is not omnipotent. If Meredith's position at the moment is protected by the bravery charm, then even knowing the position will be useless. It would only be inaccessible, much like the last time in Shafik's ancestral house. The reason for choosing the object of divination, as Mrs. Shabini, was precisely because Schuyler suspected that she was the female member who appeared in the Shadow Dragon that day. Professor Trelawney took a rest for a while. She hadn't fully adapted to her complete bloodline talent, so the divination now consumed much of her mind. She entered the meditation state again. With the experience of the last time, the third eye was activated more quickly, and the marks on her forehead were much clearer than before. In the illusion, 2 long wooden boxes resembling coffins appeared. The boxes were intricately carved with numerous mysterious Gyuruni charms, designed to cut off external influences and better preserve the contents within. The scene then shifted to an altar, where the 2 coffins were placed. This time, the coffins emitted magical fluctuations familiar to Schuyler soul magic. A sense of foreboding crept over him as he wondered what they intended to do. Soon, 2 figures walked onto the altar. One was Mrs. Shabini, and the other, whom Schuyler had never met but recognized as Mrs. Selwyn. They whispered to each other, but the picture was a bit fuzzy, and Trelawney's phantom magic couldn't convey the sound. Schuyler couldn't decipher their conversation. "Wait a minute, this figure seems a bit off," The Selwyn family is undoubtedly a pureblood faction, and Mr. Selwyn is even a Death Eater. Though there are conflicts between the Selwyn and Malfoy families, it's primarily a matter of interest distribution, not ideological conflict. Why would Madame Selwyn be associating with the Shadow Dragon? Is this the Selwyn family's most significant secret, or is it Mrs. Selwyn's personal matter hidden from the family? As Trelawney let out a soft cry, the entire picture shook, and a spider web-like crack appeared, breaking into pieces that turned into little stars and dissipated. Professor Trelawney seemed exhausted, having overstrained herself and had fallen asleep. After a moment of contemplation, Schuyler left a note, turned, and exited the room. Capitulo 102, Chapter 101, The Disappearance of Wilda Griffith. On Sunday morning, Schuyler received 2 owl-delivered letters. The first, from Slughorn, expressed gratitude for Gwenog's acquittal and included 2 VIP seats for the Lihade hobby team, a gesture of appreciation for Schuyler's assistance. The second letter, from Scrimgeour, was hastily written, detailing the Auror's expedition based on Schuyler's provided clues. Having followed the leads, Scrimgeour discovered Griffith's supposed location, but the kidnappers had preemptively vacated the premises. Recognizing the complexity of the situation, Scrimgeour suspected an internal leak within the Auror department, prompting him to be cautious even with his own subordinates. Planning to meet Schuyler to discuss the matter, he had sought Dumbledore's approval for the rendezvous. Schuyler found Scrimgeour's unexpected visit intriguing, realizing that a seemingly minor missing person case could unravel numerous complexities within the British wizarding world. Understanding the need for discretion, Schuyler considered how to respond without revealing Professor Trelawney's invaluable divination abilities, a card he was not willing to expose lightly. The meeting between Schuyler and Scrimgeour unfolded in a discreet Hogwarts classroom, secured by Gawain Robards to prevent eavesdropping. As the two engaged in a private discussion, the weight of the matter hung in the air. "Mr. Scrimgeour, I suspect there's a mole within your Auror department, leaking information that led to the failure of our last operation," Schuyler pointed out, addressing the root cause of the setback. Scrimgeour snorted, acknowledging his own oversight. "This time, it's my carelessness. I've long been aware that some of my staff have questionable affiliations outside, deals that don't make it to the table. As long as it doesn't interfere with daily Auror work, I've turned a blind eye. Unfortunately, their audacity has increased." He continued more seriously. "The issue is, I underestimated the complexity of this task initially. I assumed it was merely disgruntled fans causing a ruckus, possibly seeking a ransom. I wasn't vigilant enough regarding intelligence confidentiality. That, indeed, is my mistake. Now, Schuyler, I need your help. Due to the public and media scrutiny, the pressure from above is immense. I must resolve this case." Schuyler, curious about the potential outcomes, asked, "What if you don't find any leads from me?" Though the question was posed, Schuyler already knew the probable bureaucratic response. Scrimgeour's eyes gleamed with understanding. He grasped the implication. Yet he held a personal standard. Finding a scapegoat was one thing, but not trying to solve the issue would be a betrayal of the ambitious young Auror he once was. Slowly, Scrimgeour responded, "Are you suggesting—" "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Scrimgeour," Schuyler clarified. "I'm willing to assist, but reorganizing your Auror team is crucial. My involvement poses risks to my sources, and without adequate benefits, it's a delicate situation." Scrimgeour, with determination, responded, "Don't worry, Schuyler. I'll overhaul the team this time. Your help won't go unnoticed. I won't forget your support." Schuyler awaited this assurance. "All right then, I'll take your word for it. Let's leave Hogwarts first. Apparating isn't possible here. You'll need to bring me along. The 3 of us with Robards should suffice for this mission." They left through the Hogwarts gate, apparated to Diagon Alley, and stood at the 3-way intersection in front of Gringotts. Disguised as inconspicuous men in black, they entered Knockturn Alley. Schuyler had chosen this location, suspecting that Aurors might approach. The kidnappers, in panic, would discuss their next move, inevitably mentioning Griffith's name. Schuyler cast the imperious curse on Wilda Griffiths to guide their path. They passed storefronts, traversed alleys, and arrived at an inconspicuous dead end. Skylar whispered, "This is it, you two." Scrimgeour and Robards exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. "Skylar, this matter might be more troublesome than we thought," Scrimgeour remarked. "After knowing the existence of Ghost Society, Knight of Walpurgis, and the Shadow Dragon, there is nothing more that could affect Skylar in terms of fear." He simply looked at the two of them and inquired, "What is it?" Robards explained, "Behind this alley is the notorious Black Crime Square. You can enter by hitting certain bricks, similar to the Leaky Cauldron's wall. The current problem isn't how to get in, but..." Scrimgeour interjected, "I'm afraid there's much more behind Black Crime Square, closely tied to some high-ranking ministry officials. For years, our Auror applications to sweep this place haven't been approved." Skylar's eyes gleamed sharply. "Uncle, just say it straight. The so-called high-level people are Yaxley, Selwyn, and Delphine." Scrimgeour, slightly embarrassed, coughed and admitted, "You're right. The Lestrange family was also involved before, but after the recent incident, Lestrange is almost synonymous with annihilation." Skylar smiled, "So Mr. Scrimgeour, tell me what's your plan now?" Scrimgeour faced a dilemma. If he halts the investigation, he appears negligent, inviting criticism from media and the masses. Yet if he continues, he risks becoming a target for countless enemies, making his future life challenging. "Rufus, I think," Robards, with an unpleasant expression, leaned in and whispered to Scrimgeour, "Let's stick to the usual routine. Find a small-time thief with no connections, frame him, make him take the fall, and declare Griffith missing. While we'll still face blame for incompetence, at least we catch a criminal, and they won't have much to say." "We can't force our way in, right?" Robards questioned. "The last Auror supervisor attempting this was inexplicably dismissed within a week. Their family was robbed, and all members met unfortunate ends. The dark wizard who emerged was killed, and the supervisor, driven mad, ended up in St. Mungo's hospital." The two fell into a contemplative silence for almost 10 minutes. Finally, Scrimgeour spoke with difficulty, "Let's go." At this moment, Skylar interjected. His eyes gleamed with both mockery and unwavering resolve. "Mr. Scrimgeour, since you've made a decision, I won't stop you. You go ahead. I've chosen to stay here. Even without you saying anything, I've guessed Griffith's fate. I can't stand by and watch her suffer, especially when I know there's still a chance to save her." Skylar's tone carried solemnity and determination that couldn't be swayed by anything. "I don't want to hear her crying every night in my dreams, facing the burden of guilt." "Skylar, Scrimgeour didn't anticipate Skylar's response. He had high hopes for this young man, and if anything happened to Skylar while working under Dumbledore, it wouldn't be a matter resolved by catching a scapegoat for the crime. "I've already made up my mind. There is nothing more you can do to talk me into going with you, unfortunately." Skylar's voice turned cold. "I won't be a burden for you. I'm going to set things right and inform my family, severing any ties between them and this matter. This way, my family won't trouble you. However, I have to say," Skylar's voice softened, almost a murmur to himself, "I'm thoroughly disappointed. I believed that an Auror is a guardian of the wizarding world, a stalwart defender. Shouldn't Aurors be heroes, living up to their own conscience and the people's expectations?" Without waiting for their response, Skylar produced a small piece of paper, lighting it with his wand. The paper transformed into a sparrow, fluttering its wings as it flew away. With a casual wave, Skylar walked to the dead-end wall, closely inspecting the brick's irregularities. As he reached out to touch a brick, a magic wand suddenly extended from his side, tapping a few bricks, causing the wall to part to the left and right. Scrimgeour's face turned green, a clear sign of anger, yet his eyes sparked with a renewed, lion-like determination. "I may be scorned by you, Skylar," Scrimgeour spoke softly, "but now you'll witness how I climb my way up to this point." With those words, he led the somewhat reluctant Robards, striding forward. Behind them, Skylar curled his lips into a slight smile, akin to a cunning fox. Everything is running according to his plans. Not even the shadow dragons had their traces covered before Skylar's eyes. Each and every plan they've made is already anticipated by Skylar. He already has a lot of counters on what to do and how to proceed to another one if his plans were to go awry. Capitulo 103, Chapter 102, Nightshade Mystic. Nightshade Mystic Market isn't your typical shop or commercial street. Rather, it's an open-air auction platform. However, the items auctioned here are far from ordinary. These are the kind of dark artifacts and illicit goods that can't be openly traded, not even in the notorious Borgin and Burks. The interests involved in Nightshade Mystic Market are colossal, reaching even into the ranks of Ministry of Magic officials. Despite the aspirations of Aurors with a sense of justice to crack down on this illicit market, gaining entry has proven to be an insurmountable challenge. The square boasts a lengthy history, its establishment lost in the annals of time, possibly predating even the venerable Hogwarts School. The elusive figure orchestrating these auctions remains a mystery, with over 50 rumored individuals being whispered about. The only certainty is the square's close ties to many pureblood families. To secure a spot in the auction, one must invariably have the recommendation of a pureblood family. Participation is not open to everyone. The auctions take place in utmost secrecy, with attendees required to wear special masks to conceal their identities. These clandestine events occur irregularly, their dates and times communicated through covert channels known only to the qualified participants. Even the Ministry of Magic struggles to gather evidence, as the exact details of the auction are only available to those who meet the stringent criteria. At other times, the square remains an unguarded and inconspicuous platform. The criteria for participation remain shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. However, obtaining referrals from several pureblood family heads is an essential prerequisite. This alone serves as a formidable barrier, and additional steps ensure that only the most eligible individuals make it through. Not having been to Nightshade Mystic Market, Skylar underscores his lack of knowledge about navigating through its secrets, including the mysterious wall that conceals its entrance. However, Skylar was well aware of the existence of this place. He was certain that Lucius Malfoy, too, was acquainted with Nightshade Mystic Market. While Lucius never explicitly acknowledged it within the family, Skylar had stumbled upon products from the Nightshade Mystic Market in the family's secret room. These items bore the unmistakable Nightshade Mystic Market logo, a vivid red crystal stone, even brighter than the famed Philosopher's Stone. When one stood in proximity to it, a disconcerting whisper could still be discerned. Skylar had learned about the origin of this eerie crystal from the Dark Magic book. It was crafted from the blood of 777 seven-year-old children. Not a collection akin to Muggle Red Cross blood drives, but rather a result of cruel magical rituals that sacrificed young children. The revelation had left Skylar profoundly disturbed for a prolonged period. While Lucius may not have purchased the red spar in the family's secret room, it could have been an heirloom handed down by an ancestor. The crystal harbored potent magical energy, although its powerful resentment made it unsuitable for human absorption. Nonetheless, it served as a robust energy source for magical circles. Skylar suspected that Malfoy Manor's protective and shielding arrays relied on it as their energy source. This crystal stone's cruel and malevolent nature hinted at the nefarious nature of the goods auctioned at Nightshade Mystic Market. Despite its gruesome production method, these products fulfilled certain needs, affording Nightshade Mystic Market protection and a lofty standing in various circles. At this moment, no auction was taking place in Nightshade Mystic Market. However, Skylar noticed an unusual sight: 2 guards stationed at the door of the storage warehouse behind the auction table. Skylar swiftly recognized them as the 2 kidnappers shown on the crystal ball. "It's unusual," Scrimgeour muttered in a hushed tone, a furrow forming on his brow. "There's no regular guard here, and the storage room stays empty most of the time. It's only on auction days that it's used for temporarily housing those auction items." Skylar exchanged a glance with Amaterasu, confirming that no other individuals were present, only these 2 stationed men. The magical prowess of these guards was at the level of a junior Auror, sufficient to handle ordinary intruders. However, Scrimgeour and Robards were elite members of the Auror Corps, capable of holding their own against the 4 heads of Hogwarts. Skylar felt a surge of confidence knowing that they are on his side. It seemed that whoever was in charge didn't believe anyone would dare break in, hence the minimal manpower deployed. Alternatively, they might have sources of intelligence within the Ministry of Magic, ensuring they could receive advance notice and relocate before the Aurors arrived. In the magical world with apparating, flu network, and space bags, transferring sizable items was not a challenging feat. The other two seemed to recognize Scrimgeour, his distinctive appearance making him easily identifiable, thick hair, sharp eyes reminiscent of a lion, his signature look. Observing the situation, Skylar sensed a hint of nervousness from the other party, though it wasn't marked by overt fear. This wasn't the first time Aurors had investigated the place. While Scrimgeour might be a challenging character, it didn't seem like he had come to stir up trouble, given the measured approach of bringing only one Auror and a young boy. Upon reaching the storage room door, Scrimgeour and Robards asserted their identities. "We are of the Aurors. We are here to conduct research on one of your storage, considering few reports that are not up to criteria and standards. Requested cooperation with the investigation and sought permission to enter the storage room for a search." The other party, citing the absence of a search warrant, refused to cooperate. "Do you have a warrant in the first place, you Auror bastards?" the man asked with a sarcastic smile. No wonder their confidence seemed unwavering. They appeared well-versed in Auror law enforcement procedures. Moreover, their assurance that Scrimgeour lacked a search warrant suggested a level of intelligence capability that shouldn't be underestimated. Scrimgeour indeed didn't possess a search warrant this time. It was a covert operation on his part, aiming to avoid the leaks that occurred in the past and allowed kidnappers to transfer in advance. He can only stare at the man standing at the door sinisterly, while the man shoots him a teasing smile. Although Scrimgeour found the other party's confidence peculiar, he couldn't impulsively charge in. Confronted with their unwavering assurance, Scrimgeour had to grit his teeth and endure. Skylar, on the other hand, didn't share the same constraints as the two Aurors. Unaffiliated with the Ministry of Magic, he faced no scruples or restrictions from it. Witnessing the crystal ball's illusion firsthand, which unequivocally revealed the identities of the two kidnappers, gave him a different perspective. Unlike Scrimgeour, who only had Skylar's one-sided account, he felt confident in confronting the guards. What if the intelligence was incorrect? Offending the forces associated with the Nightshade Mystic Market wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. Having verified the kidnapper's identity, Skylar knew he wasn't making a mistake. Most importantly, he had his own motivations for this operation. His original goal was to rescue Griffith, extending personal favors to Devril, Slughorn, and Scrimgeour. Now that he knew of the Nightshade Mystic Market's involvement, the situation turned intriguing. The mysterious connections between the Nightshade Mystic Market and the pureblood families hinted at a potential opportunity. Skylar contemplated leveraging the situation to his advantage, profiting from the chaos, or at the very least, undermining the power of the pureblood families. Amidst the heated argument, Skylar wasted no time and took decisive action. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted, he swiftly casted Stupefy twice to incapacitate the guards, leaving only Scrimgeour and Robards in a state of bewilderment. "Skylar, what in Merlin's name?" Scrimgeour, utterly perplexed, struggled to find words to articulate the sudden recklessness displayed by the young man, who was unmistakably a quintessential Slytherin. The usual poised look behind these two Aurors were gone as soon as Skylar blasted both of the guards from entrance. Although they were cruel and would do anything to get rid of anyone standing in their way so they could serve justice, they never resorted to an unnecessary violence like what Skylar did because of their morals and their code of ethics. Ignoring the astonishment etched on Scrimgeour and Robards' faces, Skylar advanced towards the storage room's door, only to find it locked. "Open sesame?" Anticipating an anti-Lohomora spell, Skylar opted for the door-breaking spell to forcefully blast the door open. The door toppled backward with a resounding crash. Before Lohomora became commonplace in Great Britain in a bygone era, wizards used the spell Open Sesame to unlock doors. Later, an inventive wizard refined its effect, giving rise to the doorway hole spell, capable of shattering door locks, occasionally leaving a smoldering hole in the keyhole. However, by the 17th century, Eldon Elsrickle, a rogue who had learned Alohomora in Africa, introduced the spell to Great Britain. This sophisticated unlocking charm soon became the new standard, supplanting the traditional chants. Capitulo 104, Chapter 103, Downfall of the Rolls. The sight before Schuyler was beyond belief. In the storage area, at least a dozen iron cages imprisoned women, each one stripped bare. Yellow mucus clung to the joints of their eyelids, a clear sign of the release of an eye disease curse. Their lips were unnaturally sealed shut, a manifestation of the obligus mudoris spell. Hands bound behind their backs and feet secured together with tight ropes, they lay on the ground like helpless insects. Standing beside Schuyler, Robards was equally taken aback by the horrifying scene. Utilizing his magical vision, he discerned that most of the captives were non-magical individuals or squibs, displaying minimal magical fluctuations. However, amidst them was an unmistakable witch, and Robards was certain she was the abducted Griffith. Scrimgeour and Robards entered the room, their expressions mirroring the disgust evident on Schuyler's face. While they were mentally prepared for the brutality of the Nightshade mystic market, witnessing it firsthand left them struggling to contain the waves of shock. These heartless individuals, Robards couldn't suppress his anger. Do they not possess even the most basic moral decency? Mr. Scrimgeour, Schuyler spoke with an eerie calmness, are these the atrocities that the Ministry of Magic has turned a blind eye to for so many years? Scrimgeour, already simmering with rage, widened his eyes like bells in response to Schuyler's accusation. I concede, Schuyler, he declared firmly. The Ministry may have been too lenient in the past. I promise you, I will rectify this mistake even if it costs me my entire life. I will not hesitate to do so. This time, even Robards refrained from uttering a word to dissuade him. The heinous and malevolent atmosphere of the Nightshade mystic market had left him profoundly shaken. As expected, Schuyler didn't let Scrimgeour escape his notice. A man of depth, ambition, and Slytherin cunning, Scrimgeour was well versed in the art of self-preservation. Despite his unscrupulous actions, including falsely accusing a conductor of a Death Eater and compromising ethics to uphold the Ministry of Magic's reputation, he ultimately showed a willingness to sacrifice his life for Harry's safety in the original book. However, the gruesome scene before him undeniably crossed Scrimgeour's moral threshold. Even the typically outspoken Robards chose silence this time. The two guards were promptly apprehended on the spot. Scrimgeour utilized a specialized communicator to summon other Aurors and orchestrated the rescue of the captive women. They would be rehabilitated and then handed over to the Muggle government. Afterward, Schuyler opted not to partake in the proceedings. Rejecting Robards's offer of an escort, he returned to Diagon Alley and then made his way back to school through Floo network transportation. Confident that Scrimgeour would impose strict measures on the mastermind behind the scenes, Schuyler also considered the difficulty of suppressing the matter entirely. Notably, one of his Auror subordinates, Kingsley Shacklebolt, hailed from a sacred pureblood family, making complete suppression even more challenging. 2 days later, on a Tuesday morning, Schuyler received 2 letters delivered by owl post. The first letter came from Filbert Deverell, his Puddlemere United partner. Deverell, anxious since Griffith's disappearance, sought recourse by appealing to Gwenog Jones, despite recognizing the slim chance of success. His aim was to secure any compensation, no matter how small, to mitigate the substantial losses he incurred, exceeding a mere 1,000 galleon transfer fee. His meticulous efforts in the current season's digging operations have yielded promising initial results. Puddlemere United has successfully bid farewell to the stagnation of previous years, showcasing a dazzling performance that propelled them to the second highest position in the league, trailing closely behind the Balika's Bats. This achievement, impressive as it is merely the team's performance during the running-in period. Confident in the team's potential, he envisions an opportunity to challenge for the championship in the upcoming season. With the team's success, there's been a remarkable surge in the number of fans, leading to the brisk sale of tickets and peripheral products. Consequently, the team's market value, along with the net worth of its shareholders, has experienced a substantial boost. Regrettably, the disappearance of Griffith threatens to unravel all of these accomplishments. The challenges compound: rapid fan and follower loss, a sharp decline in ticket demand and prices, a contraction in the team's market value, and growing investor dissatisfaction with backstage challenges. Upon receiving Skylar's letter urging him to postpone the attack on Gwenog, he initially resisted. Skylar's apparent lack of immediate concern, as the contract specified the transfer of such risks, left him frustrated, creating a sense that Skylar was detached from the situation. In less than 3 days, Skylar managed to rescue Griffith, surpassing his expectations. This surprise went beyond mere financial gains. His shrewd business acumen allowed him to perceive the immense power Skylar wielded. The swift communication with the head of the Auror office and the utilization of Auror resources for the rescue highlighted the considerable influence at Skylar's disposal. Recognizing Skylar's intelligence and astuteness, he comprehends the value that Skylar represents: a vast network of contacts and concealed intelligence capabilities. Such a character is undoubtedly worth the effort to cultivate as a valuable friend. In this letter, alongside the customary expressions of gratitude, Skylar found a substantial gift: a transfer of shares from Puddlemere United. Deverell, fully cognizant of the significance of securing Skylar's allegiance, decided to strengthen their ties by generously transferring a portion of shares to Skylar's name. In an instant, Skylar's stake in Puddlemere United soared to a remarkable 1/3. Puddlemere United team shares acquired. The second letter, dispatched by Scrimgeour, contained revelations extracted from the two guards under the influence of Veritaserum. Astonishingly, the mastermind behind the atrocity was none other than Thorfinn Roll of the Roll family. The upper echelons of pureblood society were no strangers to the rumors surrounding Thorfinn Roll's lascivious behavior. It was widely known that, apart from his official marriage, he maintained numerous extramarital relationships. His pursuit of Muggle beauties took a sinister turn, involving the dark arts to ensnare and transform them into magical slaves. Apart from financial gains through their sale, he indulged in his nefarious desires by being an early participant in their enslavement. Equipped with this damning testimony, Scrimgeour swiftly comprehended the motive behind the rapid deployment of soldiers. He marshaled Aurors, strikers, and investigative teams into numerous squads. Simultaneously, they conducted raids on Roll family enterprises scattered across Great Britain. Unearthing the secret strongholds divulged by the apprehended guards, they discovered multiple locations where Thorfinn had covertly incarcerated his victims. These unfortunate individuals had been subjected to the potent Eros love potion, the most effective love potion, rendering them utterly dependent and obsessed with Thorfinn. With an abundance of personal and physical evidence, Thorfinn found himself unable to evade the charges this time. The inevitability of his imprisonment in Azkaban was now undeniable. On the very day Thorfinn realized his heinous deeds had been laid bare and understood the impending consequences of Azkaban, his foremost instinct was to flee. Yet, lacking the abilities of an animagus and unfamiliar with body transformation, he attempted to escape using short distance apparition several times, only to be relentlessly pursued by determined Aurors. Skylar's intrusion into the Nightshade Mystic Market led to Thorfinn's arrest within a mere 2 days, underscoring the efficacy of Aurors when unhindered by internal constraints. Prompted by widespread public outrage over Thorfinn's actions, the Ministry of Magic swiftly and efficiently handled the matter. On the same day of Thorfinn's capture, he underwent a unanimous trial, and Wisengamot swiftly condemned him to Azkaban with immediate execution. The severity of Thorfinn's deeds captured society's attention, leaving people incredulous that such malevolence persisted in the wizarding world. Public sentiment demanded a robust effort from the Ministry of Magic to rectify Nocturne Alley, becoming the new mainstream discourse. As popular outrage proved challenging to quell, officials in proximity to Nocturne Alley wisely chose silence, refraining from any commentary on the matter. Simultaneously, on that eventful day, the ancestral home of the Rowell family faced an attack. The descendants of the Rowell family in the ancestral house disappeared without a trace, and the once filled shelves of books, antiques, and valuable furnishings were systematically emptied. Unbeknownst to many, the Rowell family's industry in Great Britain underwent a surreptitious change in ownership. Remarkably, this incident attracted minimal attention. The Ministry of Magic seemed to turn a blind eye, and major media outlets refrained from reporting a single word on the matter. The properties of the Rowell family were divided and claimed by other pure-blooded families who had caught wind of the news. Strangely, news of the Rowell family's downfall did not spread swiftly, and by the time most pure-blood families were informed, only meager remnants were left for them to claim. While unaware of the reasons behind their actions, many were cautious and somewhat fearful of the few families that seized the lion's share of the Rowell family's properties. The most surprising aspect was that the foremost beneficiary was not the Malfoy family, but the typically understated Greengrass family, with the Malfoys following closely in second place. Adding to the intrigue was the revelation that the family securing the third-largest portion was not Malfoy's traditional ally, the Parkinsons or the Burkes family, but rather the Knott family. In the eyes of the pure-blood community, Greengrass, Malfoy, and Knott represented three distinct interest factions. This indicated that, at the very least, there were now three significant sources of influence and intelligence, positions solidified by the enhanced intelligence capabilities of these three families, surpassing that of others. Schuyler orchestrated all of this. Ever since discerning Draco's abnormal behavior, Schuyler has developed complex sentiments towards the Malfoy family. He was acutely aware of the corrupting influence of power across 2 generations of humanity, making it impossible for him to naively trust the family without reservation. Strictly speaking, the alliance formed between the Greengrass family and the Knott family had Schuyler as its primary target, not the Malfoy family. Given the uncertain family dynamics, distinguishing themselves from the Malfoy family's resources was deemed crucial. Providing benefits to Greengrass and not only fostered stronger alliances, but, per the agreement reached, ensured that a portion of the businesses they acquired would ultimately return to Schuyler. This arrangement was shrouded in secrecy, making Schuyler the undisclosed chief beneficiary of the entire incident. Gareth transferred the property ownership of 3 shops in South Diagon Alley to Schuyler. These establishments, currently under lease agreements spanning centuries, allowed Schuyler to assume the role of a landlord and enjoy a steady income stream from collecting rent. The generosity extended by Mr. Knott was equally substantial, considering the ease with which things transpired. Schuyler gained ownership of an underground gambling house in Knockturn Alley from him. This establishment specialized in accepting bets on the British Irish League, Pegasus race, and broom race, i.e., ball games, horse racing, and broom racing. Additionally, Schuyler acquired property rights to shops in Gyeongsang. One particular vacant shop caught Schuyler's attention, and a quick glance at the house number 93, Diagon Alley, prompted his eyebrows to jump. Wasn't this precisely where the Wesley twins planned to open a store in the original book? At that moment, 4 words resonated in Schuyler's mind. This shop will rake in lots of galleons in the future. Obtain the property rights of 4 stores in the South Diagon Alley district. Obtain the right of the underground gambling house in Knockturn Alley. Capitulo 105, Chapter 104, Imperio. In the second week of school, not much excitement unfolded. On Thursday, Professor Moody declared an unconventional demonstration during the defense against the dark arts class. He announced his intention to cast the Imperious Curse on each of his classmates in rotation to showcase the spell's magic and evaluate their ability to resist its influence. As he spoke, a loud bang reverberated through the classroom, and discussions erupted like a torrent, flooding the room with a myriad of voices. The students were taken aback, not anticipating that Moody would dare to perform such an act, considering that casting an unforgivable curse on another wizard carried a penalty of life imprisonment. Undeterred by the reactions, Moody urged the students to take turns and experience the Imperious Curse. Under the influence of the spell, the students exhibited peculiar behaviors. Blaze hopped around the classroom, Pansy mimicked a squirrel, and Neville executed astonishing gymnastic movements, feats he could never achieve under normal circumstances. None of them appeared capable of resisting the spell, returning to normal only after Moody lifted the enchantment. "Draco Malfoy," Moody declared in a deep, rumbling voice, "it's your turn." Draco nonchalantly shrugged and walked to the center of the classroom. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Draco, and intoned, "Imperio." Skylar observed that a split second before Moody's incantation, Draco's eyes flickered with a green light, and black energy began emanating from his body. Draco's entire demeanor changed drastically, taking on a darker and more ominous tone. "Draco, what happened to you?" Skylar asked inside his heart after noticing the obvious sign of his malicious energy. Contrary to expectations, the Imperious Curse had no effect on Draco. He stood unaffected, smiling at Moody. Skylar discerned that the black gas resembled a nimble dragon, circling Draco's mind. At the precise moment the Imperious was cast, the black gas substituted for Draco and was dissipated by the curse. Draco smirked contemptuously, remarking, "Professor Moody, it seems that the Imperious Curse is not as challenging to resist as you claimed." The room fell into a hushed silence. Professor Moody wore a deep frown, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The idea that Draco might resist the Imperious Curse had crossed his mind, perhaps engaging in a mental struggle for control. However, he hadn't anticipated the direct invalidation of the curse. Without a word, Moody gestured for Draco to return to his seat and proceeded to call out the next name on the list. The next student in line was Skylar. "Skylar, come forward. Let's see whether you could do the same like what your brother has just done," Professor Moody called out. Skylar confidently strode to the center of the classroom, a smirk playing on his lips. Secretly, he relished the opportunity to showcase his formidable willpower. While Skylar hadn't actually cast the Imperious Curse himself, his knowledge of the spell far surpassed the staged theatrics being presented. The true essence of the Imperious Curse lies in magically paralyzing the cerebral cortex and prefrontal lobe of the human brain. This results in the subject losing reason, logic, and decision-making capabilities, succumbing to external influences that manipulate emotions. In simpler terms, those under the curse find joy in obeying orders and feel compelled to continue indulging in the submissive emotions they elicit. Skylar understood that the most effective counter to the Imperious Curse wasn't occlumency, as many believed. Occlumency primarily focuses on concealing emotions, specifically the limbic system, rather than cognitive and rational abilities. However, this isn't to say that occlumency is entirely ineffective against Imperious. Practicing it can grant individuals better control over their emotions, making them less susceptible to external influences. To combat the Imperious Curse successfully, one needs a combination of stronger emotions and an unwavering will. As Moody intoned the words, "Imperio," Skylar initially felt a fleeting sense of tranquility, a light and fluttering pleasure enveloping his thoughts. However, in the blink of an eye, Meredith's face flashed across Skylar's mind, igniting a fiery anger. Skylar swiftly regained his icy composure, and the nascent flame of pleasure was extinguished before it could fully ignite. With a confident smile, Skylar remarked, "Professor Moody, if this is the extent of the magic, it doesn't seem as formidable as you described. Is it truly necessary for us to learn to resist this curse in the 4th grade?" Professor Moody's expression darkened. 2 consecutive failures left him unable to uphold his chosen teaching method. He had previously emphasized the importance of learning to resist the Imperious Curse, portraying its power in exaggerated terms. Even seasoned adult wizards had struggled against it. But now, after being thwarted twice in a row, it seemed that the Imperious Curse might lose its intimidation factor in the eyes of the young wizards. Struggling to convey his message, Moody conceded, "In that case, let's proceed with the lesson here." He continued, "Both Mr. Malfoys successfully resisted the Imperious Curse and overcame it completely. Seek their advice and learn from their experiences, ensuring that others cannot easily manipulate you." The rest of the class unfolded in an unusual atmosphere, marked by a tense silence. No one dared to break the stillness as they focused on taking notes about resisting the imperious curse. Moody remained seated by the podium, his face indecisive, seemingly pondering some internal dilemma. The other young wizards kept their heads down, diligently recording the intricacies of resisting the imperious curse. It wasn't until the bell signaling the end of the class rang, and Moody exited the room, that conversations resumed among the students. The Slytherin youngsters eagerly surrounded Skylar and Draco, requesting insights into their successful resistance against the imperious curse. While the Gryffindor students felt a twinge of envy, they refrained from impulsive inquiries. Casting a discerning look at the expectant Slytherin crowd and the huddled Gryffindor students, Skylar nonchalantly declared, "Since Professor Moody wants us to acquire this skill, I see no reason to keep it a private matter. Gryffindor's lot, if you're interested, feel free to join in. Participation is entirely voluntary. No one should feel compelled." Curiosity about combat-related magic drew the Gryffindor lions closer, positioning themselves conscientiously behind their Slytherin peers. Skylar, raising his voice, proclaimed, "Listen up, everyone. There's actually no secret to resisting the imperious curse. It primarily hinges on willpower. Now, can anyone articulate what willpower is?" A thoughtful silence enveloped the group. While everyone grasped the concept of willpower, succinctly defining its essence proved more challenging. Ever the insightful one, Hermione spoke up. "Does willpower involve using reason to combat subconscious desires?" Skylar's gaze briefly intersected with Hermione's, exchanging understanding in those fleeting seconds. Initially unnerved, Hermione steeled herself, maintaining a steady gaze. The slight challenge in her eyes did not escape Skylar's notice, and a small smile played on his lips. It seemed that Hermione had matured during the summer break. Turning his gaze to Ron, Skylar noted with a wry smile that some things remained unchanged. Ron still exuded the essence of a carefree kid. "Our friend Ms. Granger is spot on," Skylar commended. "Here's my take: will is consciousness, the willingness to forego personal desires in pursuit of one's goals. For instance, they sacrifice sleep and leisure to secure good grades in exams. However," Skylar's eyes gleamed, his voice lowering, "it may also entail relinquishing a friendship to protect those close to you." Skylar purposefully avoided looking in Hermione's direction, yet the image of illuminating insight vividly mirrored Hermione's red eyes and tightly pressed lips in his mind. Clearing his throat, he began, "Learning to combat the illusion curse requires introspection. What is your purpose in learning this? How much are you willing to sacrifice for it? As you cultivate your consciousness, you lay the foundation to resist the imperious curse. The imperious curse aims to paralyze our reasoning and use our emotions to control us. The most effective strategy against it is to employ stronger emotions, breaking free from the opponent's dominance. When someone casts the imperious curse, you'll experience a light, fluttering sensation, an illusion of freedom. All you need to do is release your reason, relinquish control of your body, and embrace a certain spiritual freedom, a sense of pleasure. At that moment, contemplate the potential consequences for the person or thing you care about most. If you genuinely awaken," Skylar paused, Meredith's face surfacing in his thoughts, causing a twinge of pain. However, his expression remained impassive as he continued, "You'll feel anger, unwillingness, and an intense, fanatical desire to break free from control. Personally, this is how I overcame the imperious curse, through sheer willpower." Returning to awareness, Skylar noticed the off-filled gazes of the surrounding young wizards. "Magic is profoundly spiritual," he remarked casually. "A wizard's true power emanates from the heart." Glancing at Draco and Hermione, he added, "Once you've truly awakened and are willing to risk everything for it, I believe you've become a qualified wizard." With that, he gracefully donned his knight's star cloak and departed along the path the young wizards had willingly cleared for him. Capitulo 106, Chapter 105, Kingsley's Death. The repercussions of the Rowell family incident continue to reverberate, particularly affecting the lives of werewolves who relied on the family's resources for survival. In the wizarding world, werewolves face discrimination from wizards due to perceived dangers associated with their condition. Consequently, many werewolves struggled to secure decent employment, leading to impoverished living conditions. Seeking refuge in pureblood families, such as the Roll family, a group of werewolves led by Fenrir Greyback, exchanged their services for essential resources. This clandestine arrangement allowed pureblood families to benefit without direct involvement. When news of the Roll family's downfall reached these werewolves, who were kept in the dark about the events, the abrupt halt in supplies raised suspicions. Only this month did they realize that something had gone awry. Fenrir advocated seeking refuge with another pureblood family, but not all werewolves under his leadership agreed. Some werewolves, discontented with their stagnant existence, opted to break away. Under the harsh conditions of hunger and cold, these disenchanted werewolves resorted to criminal activities, including burglary, arson, and looting. This posed a significant threat to both the wizarding and Muggle communities. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Magic found itself overwhelmed. Each day, the ministry received a minimum of 30 reports related to werewolf crimes. Despite deploying aurors, strong wizards, and reconnaissance teams regularly, their efforts were strained. The suppression of one werewolf incident often led to the emergence of new cases elsewhere. On a particular day, 5 werewolves launched an attack in a secluded village in Yorkshire. The village echoed with the sounds of people screaming, weeping, and houses burning. 3 aurors patrolling a nearby area arrived in the nick of time to engage in a fierce battle with the werewolves. Werewolves posed a significant threat to ordinary wizards, but they were manageable for well-trained aurors like Kingsley Shacklebolt. With superior training, these aurors could easily apprehend werewolves if not for the numerical advantage the creatures had. One particular werewolf demonstrated cunning intelligence. Recognizing the dire situation, the werewolf betrayed its companion, swiftly evading capture and disappearing into the dense and foreboding woods. Kingsley Shacklebolt, already frustrated that his day off had turned into an overtime assignment, felt a sense of irritation. His boss, Scrimgeour, didn't share a good rapport with him, and his pureblood family background had attracted unwarranted hostility. This mission, handed down by Skollinger without discussion, only added to his displeasure. Patrolling impoverished countryside areas proved tiresome, often yielding little success and contributing nothing to his record of accomplishments, a significant waste of time. Determined to bring these werewolves to justice and alleviate his own frustration, Kingsley set off in pursuit. Chuckling at the werewolf's apparent dilemma, he didn't anticipate that a werewolf from the opposite direction would slip away unnoticed. This wasn't acceptable to Kingsley. He wouldn't allow any werewolf to escape his grasp. His first thought echoed the sentiment of not letting the werewolf slip away, akin to holding a mountain with his 5 fingers. He is confident that the escaping werewolf will be apprehended on his own. Chasing into the woods alone, Kingsley exuded confidence in his abilities. He ranked among the top 5 in the Auror team of over 30 members, with Skollinger slightly surpassing him, a fact he begrudgingly accepted. However, he considered himself superior to others like Robards and Dawlish, even if he were to deploy his family's secret techniques. He believed he had the upper hand against a lone werewolf, even under the right circumstances. Yet he was mistaken. Kingsley spotted the werewolf in the woods and observed an absence of fear in its eyes, only indifference and cruelty. The werewolf transformed into a swift black shadow, hurtling towards Kingsley with an unexpected ferocity. Kingsley was aware that the werewolf's fur possessed exceptional resistance to magic, necessitating physical attacks. Swiftly brandishing his wand, a combination of a whirlwind and flames erupted from its tip, striking the werewolf accurately and propelling it 3 feet into the air. While visibly scorched, the werewolf showed no signs of intimidation. Instead, it roared in greater fury, its body arching, fur bristling, readying for the next assault. Kingsley orchestrated a dance with his wand, undeterred, manipulating dead branches and boulders to disrupt the werewolf's movements, causing it to dodge from side to side. Confident that victory was imminent, Kingsley suddenly sensed danger. His body swiftly evaded a dangerously close blue light, and he turned around just in time. A sinister laughter echoed from the trees, where an ugly old witch sat on a thick branch, Annie's. Annie's, it's you! Kingsley's mind raced, attempting to process the unexpected turn of events. He shouted coldly, continuously casting spells to fend off the opportunistic werewolves. Even the hags have joined these attacks on civilians. Are you the one responsible for all this? After narrowly escaping another attack from Annie's and launching the werewolf into the air once more, Kingsley declared with determination, "This time, none of you will escape." However, Kingsley found himself immobilized before he could comprehend the unfolding situation. Confused and unable to discern the truth, he was denied any chance of understanding. At that very moment, a colossal werewolf figure hurtled towards him. Experiencing a sharp pain in his neck, Kingsley couldn't even act before finally closing his eyes as he saw Annie's laughing like a maniac. Beside Kingsley's lifeless corpse, his shadow stirred slowly, seemingly infused with a semblance of life. After a brief moment, the shadow emerged from the ground, gradually solidifying into a tangible form. The werewolf lowered its hands and knelt respectfully. "Tusk, Tusk," Annie's expressed dissatisfaction. "Bathory, I've told you, your shadow restraint technique seems useless. It takes too long to prepare. If it weren't for me and this little wolf's cooperation, this guy would remain unrestrained by your hand." Bathory's eyes gleamed with cunning. "Have you ever considered why Lord Malfoy chose only our two races among the myriad outcast races as allies?" "Cut it out," Annie's retorted. "Does this need saying? Obviously, it's because of our two races' weird, unpredictable, insidious, and distinct methods. It aligns with his penchant for secretive actions and benefits his plan." Bathory slowly shook his head. "You're only mentioning one aspect. Don't forget that the ogres, the fairy royal family, and the banshees all possess formidable abilities tucked away in their arsenals, no less potent than ours." "Then what do you mean?" Annie's raised her eyebrows while staring at Bathory discontentedly. "I believe," Bathory pondered for a moment, then slowly continued, "it's because the abilities of our two races can harmonize and complement each other. Lord Malfoy must have recognized this. He's a discerning individual. Think about how many tactical combinations can arise from the shadow magic and hypnotic abilities of our blood-sucking royal family paired with the mind control and poison magic of your mother. I say, do you idolize him too much? How old is he? How can you be so certain about the compatibilities of our abilities that have been thought that far by that kid? Are you sure it's not that he just prefers the way of our works?" Annie scoffed, although she recalled the magical vision shelling cast during her recruitment, a moment that sent shivers down her spine and made her question her skepticism. Bathory's lips curled slightly. "See, you still can't accept it. You simply refuse to acknowledge the truth." "Cut, the old woman is no stranger to age and naturally resents taking orders from a kid." Annie's observed Bathory's expression and amended, "But there's no other way. Calling him young master is not just a matter of his influential family background and formidable strength. Honestly, it's also the fortune of an old woman to be able to follow him." At this point, Annie's consciously lowered her voice and muttered, "I don't want to become his enemy." Bathory remained silent after hearing Annie's explanation. She herself knew and could relate really well to what Annie's just said. No one in their sane mind would dare to make an enemy out of Skylar Malfoy. She turned her attention to the young werewolf. "Where were you?" Her tone became serious, with a touch of coldness. "Did you harm any innocent villagers?" "No, truly not." The werewolf lowered his head in fear. "We followed the orders of the young lord and the two families. We merely frightened the villagers. We set off some lights. There was absolutely no harm done to anyone. Everything we did was to cooperate with the master's plan." "That's for the best. If the Lord finds out that innocent people were harmed, none of us can protect you," Bathory replied. "Yes, yes," the werewolf nodded and bowed hastily. "The little wolf understands. Thank you for your guidance. What about your 4 werewolf companions?" A subtle smile appeared in Bathory's eyes. "They don't listen to me. They just want to return to Fenrir's pack. Even though Fenrir has aligned with the Selwyn family, how can the Selwyn family compare to the young lord?" The werewolf gritted his teeth and spoke ruthlessly. "Since they're so stubborn, I can't be blamed. This time, they deserve to be sacrificed. Let the Ministry of Magic apprehend them." Very well, let's go. The young lord is waiting for our report, and he won't be pleased if he's kept waiting. Bathory called with a smile on her face. Capitulo 107, Chapter 106, Another List to Cross. Schuyler stared at the letter in his hand, absorbing the news of Kingsley Shacklebolt's demise. Even though he had achieved his goal, successfully eliminating the character that stood as the biggest obstacle to the pureblood cause in the original book, Schuyler found little joy in the accomplishment. He was acutely aware that Kingsley had committed no wrongdoing, he simply acted according to his convictions. Blame was a matter of perspective, and Schuyler and Kingsley held opposing viewpoints. In the original storyline, after Voldemort's defeat, Kingsley ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. This decision led to the appointment of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, pro-Muggle wizards, as the political backbone. Subsequently, a series of measures, such as the Pureblood Family Bill, weakened the influence of pureblood families, with Kingsley playing a pivotal role in these changes. Schuyler acknowledged that great ambitions often required sacrifices. While he didn't regret his choices, the emotional toll weighed on him. He couldn't help but reflect on the sacrifices made by members of the Order of the Phoenix, realizing the emotional burden Dumbledore likely carried as each member made their sacrifice. Occasionally, Schuyler mused about an alternative scenario where he traversed the Weasley, Longbottom, Shacklebolt, and Prewett families. He chuckled at his own fanciful thoughts, acknowledging that such pondering might be going too far. Bringing himself back to the present, Schuyler unfolded a parchment with an extensive list of pureblood families. He methodically crossed out the name, Lestrange. With the two brothers incarcerated, there was little left to fear. Next, he marked off the name Rowell once again. The Rowell family now only had Thorfinn Rowell, the lone seedling, left in prison. In the aftermath of Voldemort's return, the available soldiers at his disposal dwindled significantly, creating a momentum far less formidable than in the original book. This shift in power dynamics raised the possibility of the Dumbledore faction gaining the upper hand, a scenario that Schuyler did not desire. Schuyler's ideal scenario involved both Dumbledore and Voldemort maintaining a delicate balance, showcasing his value to both factions. He aimed to exploit the chaos and profit from the ongoing struggle, not wanting either side to dominate completely. He was well aware that he lacked the inherent protagonist's aura in this world. Despite his rapid growth, catching up to Dumbledore and Voldemort in the near future seemed implausible. Schuyler's immediate goal was clear. He sought the power to defend himself. Achieving this was feasible by strategically weakening both factions and ensuring a delicate balance, granting him time to mature without attracting unnecessary enemies. However, Schuyler kept his long-term goals close to his chest. The complexity of his plans and aspirations remained undisclosed. With this in mind, Kingsley, a member of the Shacklebolt family and the Order of the Phoenix, had another reason for his demise. Schuyler lowered his gaze, purposefully crossing out the name Shacklebolt in the Order of the Phoenix faction column. Collecting the parchment, Schuyler sighed softly, noting the recent increase in such size. Kingsley's death, while a part of a well-executed plan, weighed on Schuyler's conscience. He orchestrated the scheme during the summer vacation, providing the Ministry of Magic with anonymous information about nearby villages, and using his influence to direct Scrimgeour to dispatch Kingsley to the designated location. Little Wolf had fallen prey to Bathory and Annie's in Knockdown Alley earlier. Little Wolf underwent extensive brainwashing through their combined magical efforts, turning him into an unwaveringly loyal servant. Deep-seated fear was implanted in his heart, extinguishing any remnants of courage to resist orders. Initially, Little Wolf had participated in the Battle of Lestrange at the Quidditch World Cup camp alongside other werewolves. However, after the confrontation, he was dispatched to Knockdown Alley and integrated into Fenrir Greyback's werewolf community. Originally intended as a means to infiltrate the werewolf ranks, Little Wolf's role evolved unexpectedly. As time passed, the Rowell family met its demise, altering the dynamics of the werewolf community. When Fenrir proposed joining another pureblood family, Little Wolf played a significant role in the division among the werewolves. Faced with helplessness after the split, the werewolves naturally gravitated towards a path of criminal activities. It was at this juncture that Skylar's plan to eliminate Kingsley took shape. Utilizing Little Wolf as bait, Skylar orchestrated a scheme that involved luring back a few werewolves desiring a return to Fenrir's fold. Simultaneously, Kingsley was assigned a task in the vicinity, and the rest unfolded according to the intended script. In exchange for the lives of 4 disloyal werewolves, Skylar successfully eliminated an elite auror, Kingsley, a trade-off deemed worthwhile. With a snap of his fingers, Shining and Dobby materialized, accompanied by a middle-aged man sitting on the ground with a sullen expression. Dobby reported, "Following the master's instructions, we lay in ambush in the men's toilet of the Ministry of Magic, capturing him precisely at the appointed time." Skylar narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the astonishing strength displayed by the brainwashed little elf. Once liberated from the ingrained awe of wizards, the elf's capabilities were truly remarkable. The captive in question was the elderly Barty Crouch, an employee at the Ministry of Magic. As the head of a pureblood family, Old Man Barty possessed considerable strength, making a successful sneak attack challenging. Nevertheless, the combined efforts of the 2 elves managed to apprehend him. House elves operated under a distinct magical system compared to wizards. They had an innate affinity for magic, wielded formidable magical power, and enjoyed a longer lifespan than wizards. However, their preference for playful, peaceful, and obedient behavior made them less adept at physical combat. Their innate reverence for wizardry's majesty further hindered their combat prowess. The original work showcased Dobby, who, having liberated himself from the master-slave contract, effortlessly defeated the Death Eater Lucius, an adept in dark magic. This served as a testament to the potential combat prowess of freed house elves. Currently, Dobby, Shining, and the absent Dino had all been stripped of their will by Skylar, instilling in them unwavering loyalty to their master alone. Skylar's intention in having them capture Barty Sr. was twofold: to gauge the extent of the original plot's deviation, and to determine whether Barty Sr. remained under the influence of the Imperious Curse. Using his magical insight, Skylar confirmed that Barty Sr. was indeed still under the sway of the Imperious. Skylar had no intention of lifting the Imperious Curse from Barty Sr. With Voldemort's formidable power, attempting to dispel the magic might alert the Dark Lord to the interference, potentially causing more harm than good. To avoid stirring the proverbial hornet's nest, Skylar opted for a different approach, unwilling to risk alarming Voldemort prematurely. Recognizing that Voldemort's constant companionship posed a risk of detection for Barty Sr., Skylar chose a hypnotic charm instead of attempting to tackle the Imperious Curse directly. Voldemort's astuteness made it crucial to proceed cautiously. In a hypnotic state induced by Skylar's spell, Barty Sr. began to divulge information. Skylar questioned him about recent events, prompting Barty Sr. to recount an unsettling encounter with the mysterious man. The old wizard revealed glimpses of an ominous plot and emphasized that Harry Potter was in danger, cautioning Skylar to inform Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. With a wave of Skylar's hand, Barty Sr. fell into a deep sleep, his revelations temporarily silenced. Assessing the situation, Skylar noted that the overall plot seemed intact. Voldemort's focus remained on Harry, while Moody's interest likely revolved around Barty Jr., masquerading as Moody. However, the lingering question of Barty's distinctive dragon shadow aura persisted. This peculiarity, unnoticed by the original characters, raised doubts about potential alterations in the plot. Skylar pondered whether Voldemort was aware of Barty's anomaly, and to whom Barty's true allegiance lay with. Lost in contemplation, Skylar decided to set aside these questions temporarily. "Enough, we've gotten everything we wanted from him. Both of you return him to the place where you've caught him and made sure to do this away from the eyes of others." He instructed Dobby and Shining to discreetly return Barty Sr. to the men's room, emphasizing the need for absolute concealment to avoid any prying eyes. "Yes, yes," Dobby and Shining chorused in unison, ready to execute their master's command. After replying to Skylar's command eagerly, Both the house elves Dobby and Shining apparated away once again to return Barty Sr. to the place where they found him, the men's room. Capitulo 108, Chapter 107, History of Magic. The third week of the school year they have brought with it a noticeable surge in homework for the fourth-year students at Hogwarts. A chorus of complaints echoed through the halls as the students lamented the increased workload, especially in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. In response to the grumblings, Professor McGonagall, with her eyes gleaming behind her square-shaped spectacles, addressed the class with a sense of authority. "You are entering a crucial phase in your magical education," she declared, her gaze piercing through the lenses. "Your OWL exams are looming." "But we won't be taking the OWL exam until the 5th year." Blaise raised his hand in protest. "Perhaps, Mr. Shabini, but trust me, thorough preparation is essential. In this class, only Mr. Malfoy has managed to turn a hedgehog into a satisfactory pincushion. And let me remind you, your pincushion will still quiver in fear when someone approaches it with a needle." Meanwhile, Professor Binns concluded his lecture on the Goblin Rebellion, transitioning the fourth-year students to the preparation for the upcoming fifth-year OWL exams. The focus shifted to the extensive history of the wizarding world, tracing its roots back to the civilizations of ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. The wizarding world's historical records were first documented during this period, marking the beginning of the magical civilization. While many of these records were either lost or incompletely preserved, the wizarding world started to take shape during the time spanning from 500 BC to the 4th century AD. Historians collectively labeled this era as the Ancient Age, aligning with the Muggle world's Classical Age in their respective histories. The prehistoric era, predating the civilizations of ancient Egypt and Greece, was not within the scope of the OWL exam and thus remained untouched in the classroom discussions. During the times when the ancient civilizations of Egypt and Greece were flourishing, the Ollivander family officially emerged in the Mediterranean countries, establishing a lineage dedicated to magical wandcraft. In ancient Greece, notable figures such as the infamous Helbo, the enchanting Circe, the invincible Andros, and the prophet Pausos captured the admiration and awe of thousands. Following the conclusion of the ancient era, the world entered what is commonly referred to as the Middle Age, spanning from the 5th to the 15th century. The 10th century, in particular, shone brightly, marked by the presence of influential figures such as the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the founder of Durmstrang, Merlin, Morganlef, Cleona, Morrigan, and the goblin King Ragnak I. In the subsequent generations, noteworthy individuals emerged, including Hengist of Woodcroft, the founder of Hogsmeade, Armand Malfoy, founder of the Malfoy family, and the 3 Peverell brothers, creators of the Deathly Hallows. Additionally, peculiar figures like Uric, who sported a jellyfish as a hat, added a touch of eccentricity to this era. The period following the Middle Ages, spanning from the 16th to the 18th century, is termed the Early Modern Age by historians. Notable figures of this era include Nicholas Flamel, Paracelsus, the founder of Ilvermorny, Isolt Sayre and Azkaban, Ekrasdiz, and the Silver Spears, each contributing to the magical landscape in the recent centuries. After that, the historical period from the 19th century onward is collectively referred to as the Modern Age in the wizarding world. Despite Professor Binns's lectures maintaining their characteristic monotony and inducing drowsiness among the young wizards in the audience, the realization that this content would be part of their exams prompted many to rouse themselves to take notes reluctantly. In stark contrast, Schuyler listened with great enthusiasm. For him, an understanding of magic was not just a necessity, but a genuine interest. The soul of an adventurer hidden within him craved ancient stories and legends, making the history of magic a captivating subject. One notable exception to the tired crowd was Morag. Seated on the left side of Schuyler, she diligently transcribed the lecture, displaying a keen interest. On the other hand, Daphne, occupying the right side of Schuyler, succumbed to slumber within the initial 10 minutes of the class. Upon the ringing of the dismissal bell, the restless freshman promptly exited the classroom. Unaffected by the commotion, Professor Binns remained stationary on the podium, observing their departure. Seizing the opportunity, Skylar approached Professor Binns with a question. "Professor, may I delve into the origins of magic?" "Oh, you truly are a young scholar," responded Professor Binns, his ghostly visage displaying a twitch of surprise. While his memory of names remained elusive, he vaguely recalled this young man, who had previously articulated insightful views on the Goblin Rebellion. "And who might you be?" "I am Malfoy, Skylar Malfoy, Professor." "Mr. Malfoy, answering your question is no easy task. Ancient history has bequeathed us scant written records, and the wizards of that era seldom chose the path of becoming ghosts to enlighten future generations. The prevailing belief is that magic originated in ancient times," Professor Binns began. "During this era, the world was vastly different from its current state. The landscapes were barren, and the climate unforgiving. Only the most formidable species could endure. Rather than the human wizards we know today, the dominant entities were the immensely powerful ancient dragons and giants. The precise appearance of these ancient dragons and giants eludes us, but we can draw inspiration from their descendants, the remnants being giant dragons and giants. These forebears differed significantly from their offspring. Possessing robust bodies adapted to exceedingly harsh environments, they wielded the potential to bring about cataclysmic destruction. This power, in essence, served as the prototype of magic. In that bygone era, various other species coexisted, including the ancient elves, precursors to our contemporary elves. Yet, their power paled in comparison to the destructive might of the races mentioned above. Furthermore, numerous archaeological findings suggest a penchant for peace and order among these species, with an aversion to chaos and war. Consequently, they opted not to withdraw from the world. This led the ancient dragons and giants to engage in a protracted war, as they vied for the scarce resources available. Subsequently, beings of considerably lesser stature and strength, namely humans, made their appearance. Despite their seemingly unassuming nature in such an environment, humans possessed robust reproductive capabilities and an unwavering will to survive. The emergence of ancient humans and the subsequent mutations they underwent could be viewed as the initial magical upheaval in human history. This particular power, termed the power of chaos by subsequent generations, stands as the inaugural source of mankind's magical abilities. Passed down through the bloodlines, it continues to be transmitted from generation to generation, giving rise to the diverse wizarding families we recognize today. Partial insights into these origins can be gleaned from the literature of ancient pureblood wizarding families. This likely contributes to the persistence of the idea of pureblood supremacy among certain wizards. So this is the origin of what we call bloodline power. With numerous uncertainties cleared up, Skylar, eager for more knowledge, continued his inquiry. "Professor, you mentioned that this is the initial source of human magic power. Does that mean we have other sources of magical power?" "Absolutely, young one. You're quite perceptive," Professor Binns commended, pleased with the attentive students. He elaborated, "Despite the dominance of Chaos's power, humans, while seemingly feeble, swelled in astounding numbers. The ancient dragons and giants, diminished by prolonged warfare, found their populations dwindling. To bolster their ranks in war, they began recruiting humans, offering a share of their intrinsic bloodline power to those willing to align with them. This marks the genesis of the second generation of human magic, the power bestowed by the two major races, the dragons and the titans. These three magical powers have historically been acknowledged as the roots of all magical abilities among human wizards." Skylar nodded in understanding. Far from fatigued after his lengthy discourse, Professor Binns seemed to relish the discussion. Undoubtedly, his disposition was influenced by his ghostly nature. "Does this explanation make sense to you?" Professor Binns asked kindly. "Yes, it does. Thank you for clarifying, Professor Binns." Skylar expressed his gratitude. "If you ever have more questions about the history of magic, feel free to approach me. Students as diligent as you are is a rare find nowadays," Professor Binns remarked contentedly, stowing away the ethereal textbook before gliding out of the classroom. "Until next time, Mr. Malfoy." It was a rare occurrence for Professor Binns to recall a student's name, a testament to the impact of Skylar's recent inquiry. Capitulo 109, Chapter 108, Hogwarts Secrets. Exiting the History of Magic classroom, Skylar suddenly felt the flying eagle mark on the back of his neck grow warm, a sign that Aquila was calling to him. Spotting Daphne and Morag in the corridor, he gestured for them to proceed ahead as he had some matters to attend to. Finding an empty corner, he summoned Aquila. "Well, it's splendid to see an interest in ancient history." Aquila's phantom gracefully circled around Skylar. "Recall when I mentioned that once you can fully inherit Ravenclaw's knowledge, I'd reward you with a secret? Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. You must be aware that Hogwarts Castle was constructed by the 4 great founders in the late 10th century. Having weathered over a millennium, it has witnessed countless events, endured various changes, and accommodated numerous notable headmasters, professors, and students. Consequently, the castle is an extensive heritage repository, rivaling even the most ancient pureblood families. Despite numerous excavations and transformations over the centuries, many of the castle's secrets remain hidden," Aquila explained. Though Skylar attempted to maintain a facade of composure, his heart raced uncontrollably. Could Aquila's purported secret be related to the castle? The prospect was undeniably astonishing. "Yes, your intuition serves you well. The secret I am about to reveal pertains to Hogwarts itself," Aquila affirmed. "Let's begin with the 7 secret rooms. I'm sure you're aware of 2 that you've already accessed, Ravenclaw's and Slytherin's secret chambers." Skylar's heart pounded wildly. He had never fathomed the existence of 7 secret rooms. Beyond those associated with the 4 founders, there were evidently 3 more concealed chambers. Aquila reveled in Skylar's eager anticipation and shared. The remaining 4 secret rooms are Hufflepuff's secret chamber, Gryffindor's treasure, Merlin's secret chamber, Pear Portrait, and the Room of Requirement. To Skylar's surprise, it dawned on him that he had already uncovered 3 of these secret rooms, including the Room of Requirement. Observing the change in Skylar's eyes, Aquila exclaimed, "No way! Have you discovered the secret of the Room of Requirement?" Upon Skylar's affirmative response, Aquila expressed, "It's amazing, truly remarkable. Now all that remains is for you to explore the 3 remaining secret rooms. Due to the constraints of ancient magic, I can't directly reveal the secret rooms or treasures. Instead, I can provide you with clues. Pay close attention. Hufflepuff's clue is the kitchen, Gryffindor's clue is the horseman, Merlin's clue is Peppy, and Pear's clue is half-length likeness." This unexpected revelation left Skylar immensely satisfied with his newfound knowledge. However, Aquila wasn't done surprising him. "Do you believe the castle harbors only this many secrets? A grave misconception." Aquila, delighted by Skylar's astonished expression, continued, "Have you ever pondered the principal's office, where successive headmasters left instructions for their successors? What lies beneath? Have you contemplated the origins of the nearly headless Nick ghost, and the mysterious giant squid in the Black Lake? Ever wondered about its genesis? What secrets does the small island in the middle of the Black Lake hold? Lastly, consider the enigma of Professor Binns. As the longest-serving Hogwarts professor, his office has remained untouched by students. Rumor has it he doesn't even work there, given his inability to interact with the physical world. What mysteries lie within his office?" Skylar, now intrigued, had never considered what might be in Professor Binns's office. Reflecting on it, he found himself genuinely curious about the contents of the elusive professor's workspace. In any case, Skylar had the entire day free from classes, so he decided to seize the opportunity and explore the mysterious office today. Considering that Morag shared a rare interest in the history of magic and had no classes for the day, Skylar approached her with a secretive air. He inquired, "Morag, do you happen to know where Professor Binns's office is?" Morag scrunched up her cute nose, responding, "Well, I've never heard that Professor Binns has an office. I think no student has ever thought to seek his advice after class." Skylar grinned sneakily. "Every professor has an office, without a doubt. It's just that Professor Binns, unable to interact with the physical world, doesn't need to use the office for work. Have you ever wondered what might be in his office?" "Why the sudden interest?" Morag gave a peculiar expression, then chuckled. "Are you plotting to explore the professor's office, curious if there's anything valuable? Is that it, young Master Malfoy?" Skylar shrugged. I don't see why not. I don't think Professor Binns would mind at all. Although the items in his office belong to him, he can't touch, use, or employ them. If others can make use of them, it might be the best way to honor his memory. Perhaps it would even bring him some joy. Morag tilted her head, contemplating for a moment, as if finding merit in Skylar's reasoning. She then asked, "So, why did you come to me?" "Exploring the entirety of Hogwarts Castle has always been part of my plan. Would you like to join me?" Skylar asked with anticipation. Morag looked blankly at him, as if finding Skylar's proposition rather trivial. "What do you mean?" she questioned. "I'm willing to assist you, whether it's exploring the castle or forming a group for more significant endeavors. Exploring castles is just child's play in comparison." The duo dedicated an entire afternoon to their quest. Their first step involved scouring the library for information in Hogwarts, a school history. Despite having previously perused this book, the ongoing authorship of Bathilda Bagshot ensured no regular updates or patches for the content. In the magical world, a book can withstand the variable curse as long as its author remains alive. Any modifications to the manuscript prompt instantaneous reflections in all copies. Thus, the two embarked on their search for the most recent information within this book. Armed with the latest clues, Skylar seized the opportunity to gather information from the ghosts they encountered. Through several inquiries, they successfully narrowed down the possible location of Professor Binns's office to 3 spots within the castle. Surprising for her usual well-behaved and quiet demeanor, Morag embraced the adventure wholeheartedly, accompanying Skylar with flushed cheeks, radiating an endearing cuteness. Their journey eventually led them to a concealed wooden door in the corridor of Gregory the Flatterer on the 6th floor. Though the door was protected by an anti-Lohomora curse, it proved no match for Skylar's skills. In the astonished eyes of Morag, Skylar used a Muggle's universal unlocker to pry open the wooden door. With no one in sight, the two stealthily entered. Rumors had suggested that Professor Binns did not use this office. The room was in disarray, filled with opened books and scattered parchment, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, indicative of prolonged abandonment. Morag patted her chest, finding the clandestine entry into the professor's office a bit too exhilarating. Observing Skylar's calm demeanor, she deduced that he must have engaged in similar exploits before. Observing Morag's flushed face, Skylar couldn't help but chuckle. The castle corridor's sprint had left a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Amused, Skylar reassured her, "Don't be nervous. If the professor catches us, just say you were held hostage by me. Ha ha." Rolling her eyes at Skylar, Morag took a few deep breaths to regain composure, calming her nerves. Having vented their grievances to each other, she had mentally prepared for this endeavor. Yet, her well-behaved nature, molded by 13 years of growth, couldn't be instantly reversed by a change of mindset. As the realization sunk in that she was about to violate school rules and compromise her long-standing principles, Morag expected to feel nervous or even repulsed. Strangely, these sensations eluded her. Instead, participating in these activities with Skylar brought an unexpected sense of exhilaration. Now holding the stature of a masterful wizard, Skylar noticed the subtle shift in Morag's expression. He remained silent, quietly observing her. Uncomfortable under Skylar's scrutinizing gaze, Morag blushed and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Thank you, Morag," Skylar replied softly. "HMPH, I told you not to say thank you anymore," Morag grumbled, then her eyes filled with determination. "You don't need to say anything. I believe you, Skylar. Even if you were to tell me that I need to raise an army for you, I would gladly do it in the blink of an eye, just for you." Skylar smiled and waved his magic wand at Morag, who, with a flick, saw her long hair and sweat vanish, leaving her clean and tidy. Magic certainly had its conveniences. Skylar perused the rows of books neatly lined on the shelves. Most of the content pertained to fairy rebellions and giant wars, topics covered in class. These seemed to be reference materials for lesson planning rather than valuable reads, and Skylar decided they weren't worth taking. Meanwhile, Morag explored the office with genuine interest, thrilled at her first visit to a professor's quarters. Using the eyes of magic, Skylar discerned that most bookshelves contained ordinary history books, However, a subtle magical fluctuation emanated from an inconspicuous corner. Brandishing his wand, he tapped the spine of the book, causing the entire bookcase to rumble and shift to the left, revealing a small wooden door. To their surprise, even Professor Binns had a secret room, and the door wasn't locked. Gleefully, they entered to discover a round table at the center, upon which 2 sets of books rested, an unexpected treasure trove of language research notes on ancient dragons and giants. There were 10 hefty volumes on ancient dragon language and 6 on ancient giant language. Schuyler wasted no time, unceremoniously claiming them for his portable library. The Book of Ancient Dragons has been obtained. Book of Ancient Giants has been obtained. Observing Morag's gaze, Schuyler felt a twinge of embarrassment. The saying goes, a seer shares a fortune, or, how about we split these books evenly? Morag huffed in mild dissatisfaction. Do you think everyone is as studious as you? 4th grade coursework is demanding enough. I don't have time for these time-consuming extra studies. With an awkward smile, Schuyler asked, So, how can I repay this lovely lady for her company throughout the afternoon and making my day so enjoyable? Morag found Schuyler's proposition amusing and burst into laughter. I want you to teach me that spell, the one for a quick haircut and a clean, tidy restoration. Don't be fooled by those common spells. What I want is your unique technique. Don't think I don't know, your spell-casting technique is different, and that's why your casting speed and effects are outstanding. I've read about Finkley's spell-casting technique but can't replicate it like you. It's so delicate, she said with anticipation. How about it? Can you teach me? Since the day the two had confided in each other, Schuyler had considered Morag his girlfriend. He wasn't secretive about sharing his techniques. Daphne, Meredith, and Astoria had already mastered his spellcasting method. Fool, given our relationship, even if you hadn't asked, I plan to take the time to teach you recently, Schuyler said with a smile. What kind of request is this, or would you like to change it? Well, let me think. Morag tilted her head. It seems I have nothing to learn for now. Why not? There must be something. Schuyler's eyes lit up. I can teach you how to kiss. Schuyler reached out, pulling Morag into his arms. Caught off guard, Morag exclaimed and tried to stand still but found herself being led into a kiss. As she looked up, she noticed Schuyler's dark eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Her whole body stiffened, heat rushed to her face, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Before she could speak, Schuyler had already kissed her lips. Their 4 red lips pressed together, and Morag's initially stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, meeting Schuyler's deep kiss awkwardly. Schuyler invested a considerable amount of time in teaching Morag his spellcasting techniques. His spellcasting method had long surpassed the framework of Voldemort's technique. Over the past 3 years, Schuyler had read Professor Filch's dual notes, the dual records of the Silver Spear organization sent by Sister Giuliana, and Rowena Ravenclaw's spellcasting method. Combined with his experiences in successive real battles, he had improved his spellcasting method at least 20 times. Confident that his spellcasting technique was on par with anyone, Schuyler believed that, had Voldemort not attempted to enhance his own technique over the past 10 years, he could confidently surpass him. Capitulo 110, Chapter 109, Hufflepuff's Heirloom. Schuyler returned to the bedroom, where Daphne and Astoria were waiting. Daphne, in the name of Greengrass, I've reached out to some junior classmates who have familial ties with us. They're all Slytherin, and the foundation for the Serpentes Vigil has been laid, Daphne reported. Astoria chimed in, I've got no issues here. Hestia and Flora from the Carlo family have also agreed to join. Schuyler held the twin sisters, Hestia and Flora, in high regard. With the bloodline of the Carlo family, one of the 28 sacred pureblood families, and wielding wands crafted from the same magical animal materials, the twins' combined spellcasting created a remarkable bonus effect, greater than the sum of their individual powers. Recalling historical instances, Schuyler couldn't help but humorously envision the prospect of Harry Potter and Voldemort teaming up against a common enemy. Good work, Schuyler commended. How many members do we have in the organization now? Following your instructions, I've refrained from contacting senior students for the time being. Even our class is unaware of our activities, so the primary force consists of third and second grade students, Daphne informed. Skylar planned to entrust senior students of the Wakanda family to Nariel, but Nariel's loyalty and abilities were still under evaluation. Skylar aimed to keep the plan discreet and avoid drawing attention from the Ghost Society. The students in the same class were kept in the dark due to Draco's peculiar behavior. Skylar didn't want to unveil his plans until things were clearer, and considering Blaze's mother was still his adversary. As for the first-year students, they've just entered the school and may not be acquainted with the school's daily life, lacking a sense of confidentiality. Skylar, therefore, decided not to consider them at this time. In the 4th grade, we have only 3 students, you, me, and Morag. In the 3rd grade, there are 6 students, and in the 2nd grade, including Astoria, there are 10 students, Daphne informed. The total count of 19 students exceeded Skylar's expectations, a positive outcome. Skylar meticulously examined the list Daphne provided, expressing satisfaction with her organizational skills. After praising her, he inquired, "Anything else? When should we convene our first full staff meeting?" Daphne frowned, organizing her thoughts before stating, "Skylar, have you ever heard of the Ghost Society, a student organization?" Skylar nodded, acknowledging that even Daphne was aware of the Ghost Society. Daphne continued, "This organization is quite mysterious, and I don't possess much information about it. I stumbled upon its existence while recruiting members. I heard that your brother was invited. As for his acceptance, I'm unsure. It's beneficial for you both to be aware of the Ghost Society. I'll discuss it with Morag. For now, don't concern yourselves with their affairs. They operate in a more concealed manner than we do, so I'm confident they won't casually interfere with us. We just need to remain cautious." For the time being, Skylar preferred to avoid conflict with the Ghost Society. While dealing with groups like Lestrange and Selwyn was acceptable, engaging with the enigmatic Ghost Society at the organization's inception seemed unwise. Additionally, based on Skylar's inclination to read between the lines from his previous life, provoking smaller entities could attract attention from larger, more formidable adversaries. Behind the Ghost Society loomed the Knights of Walpurgis, capable of leveraging the legacy of 2 Dark Lords, making them formidable adversaries. In the subsequent period, Skylar immersed himself in 4 pursuits: the Book of Ancient Dragons, beauty potion crafting, dwarf pup breeding, and advanced usage of the Iron Armor Curse. As time swiftly passed, October 1 arrived. The Serpent Vigil Club organized its inaugural meeting within the confines of Newt's suitcase space. New members, filled with curiosity about this mysterious space, developed an even deeper admiration for Skylar's magical prowess. The meeting commenced with a self-introduction ceremony to acquaint members with one another. Daphne then proceeded to articulate the pre-designed articles and regulations, emphasizing the paramount rule that the organization's existence must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Violators faced severe punishment, solidifying the Serpent Vigil Club's status as a completely secret underground student organization. Daphne went on to present the 3 primary objectives of the Serpent Vigil Club, such as strengthening organizational cohesion, members from higher grades being obliged to mentor lower-grade members, and fostering mutual assistance and communication among peers. Maintaining positive interactions was deemed essential. Regular duel training. The organization would conduct regular dueling training sessions to enhance members' practical combat skills. Skylar would personally supervise this activity, prompting cheers from many members. Resource sharing. The organization aimed to pool efforts in constructing a shared library within the suitcase space. Each member, predominantly from Slytherin and hailing from wizarding families, could contribute by copying family collections. Future members from Muggle backgrounds would be encouraged to conduct research or fulfill organizational tasks. A fair charter would calculate their contribution value, allowing them to exchange it for equivalent resources in the library. There is no need to worry about the initial resources of the library, as Skylar himself, along with the Greengrass family collection, subtracting some private collections that should remain confidential, accounts for more than 500 books. Drawing inspiration from Hermione's creation of Dumbledore's army in the original work, Skylar presented each member with a golden galleon bearing a changeable charm as their membership card. These coins would alter during member calls, be it for full-fledged meetings or actual combat training, displaying the time and location of the gathering. With these preparations complete, the Serpentes Vigil's inaugural session officially concluded. I believe everything is in order. If you have any questions, then please ask them before we finally conclude our first meeting and celebrate the formation of Serpentes Vigil, Skylar said while looking toward other students. The other students looked at each other in silence for a few minutes before Skylar finally raised his hand. To a better future, where we stand as the pioneer to pave a new path in this wizarding world. Following his speech, the members erupted in cheers while shouting Skylar's name. The Club Serpentes Vigil has been established. The following day, before dawn, Skylar arose and ventured into the castle dungeon with a specific destination in mind: the kitchen. Emerging from the Slytherin lounge, Skylar navigated a broad stone corridor adorned with images of various foods. Swiftly locating a large portrait featuring a silver bowl overflowing with fruits, Skylar lightly touched a vibrant green pear within the image. To his surprise, the pear squirmed and chuckled, transforming into a sizable green doorknob. Grasping the doorknob and pulling, Skylar found himself in the legendary Hogwarts house elves' kitchen. The kitchen mirrored the size of the auditorium above, with cabinets filled with tableware and 4 long wooden tables positioned identically to the 4 college tables in the auditorium. Breakfast for the students was already laid out on the tables, and house elves would magically deliver the food to the waiting tables above during mealtime. Spotting Skylar, a little elf approached and inquired, "Sir, what's the matter?" "The restaurant isn't opened yet, so I thought I'd take a look in the kitchen," Skylar replied with a polite smile. The implication of the restaurant made the house elf widen his eyes as he realized Skylar's background. "Please come with me, sir." The house elf grasped Skylar's hand and led him to a table where 6 other house elves hurriedly approached, carrying a large silver tray adorned with a jug of milk, ham, omelet, toast, salad, and pumpkin porridge. "Thank you, little guys," Skylar said gratefully as he poured himself half a glass of milk. After savoring the delicious meal, he inquired, "Since it's my first time here, may I explore the surroundings?" "Of course, sir," the house elf nodded eagerly. Skylar's primary interest lay in the cold storage of food. After all, wizards didn't utilize Muggle refrigerators, and as far as he knew, there was no specific curse for cooling items in the wizarding world. The so-called freezing spell essentially fixed the casting target and halted movement. As Skylar strolled around, he observed the hundreds of little elves in the kitchen, deftly wielding their long fingers to command kitchen tools and utensils. They executed various cooking procedures in a remarkably orderly manner. Approaching the end of the kitchen, Skylar finally reached a small room dedicated to storing ingredients. A rune was engraved on the door, and he recognized it as Issa, signifying ice and still. The magic talisman emanated immensely powerful waves of magical energy. By this point, Skylar had become well acquainted with Gyrunes's spells, understanding the intricacies of their difficulty. Despite his extensive knowledge of ancient magical texts, mastering a Gyrunes talisman like Guardian took significant time and effort. From his first encounter in the Silver Spear test level to assisting Astoria in expelling a curse, he could only achieve a semi-finished Gyrunes magic. Until the moment Lockhart blows himself up, Skylar succeeds in materializing the magic in desperation, completing the entire process of Gyrunes' spellcasting. While this achievement might seem remarkable today, he had only mastered the Guardian talisman, just a drop in the vast sea of Gyurune magic talismans. It was said that wizards in the Middle Ages were well versed in using Gyrunes to cast spells, a fact that filled him with admiration and yearning for that era in the wizarding world. Whether it was the 4 founders of Hogwarts or the 3 Peverell brothers who crafted the Deathly Hallows, their proficiency in using Gyrunes magic talismans was unparalleled. Skylar couldn't help but marvel at their achievements. Whether it was the invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows or the door of the kitchen cold storage, after nearly 1,000 years, they could still emit such powerful magical fluctuations. This was undeniably amazing and a goal Skylar aspired to achieve in the future. Skylar opened the door and stepped inside. As he entered the freezer room, the Issa magic talisman emitted a dazzling white light, transforming into a pure white beam shooting toward Skylar. Knowing the potency of Gyrunes's spells, Skylar refrained from employing the shield charm to absorb the attack. Instead, he raised his right hand and swiftly traced the Ihwez rune with his index finger. A small palace phantom immediately enveloped Skylar, and the collision of the two Gyrunes charms produced a sizzling sound, canceling each other out. This action attracted attention. All the house elves rushed over to witness the commotion. They cleared a path to the left and right, revealing an aisle. An elderly house elf, leaning on a cane, approached Skylar slowly and uttered in an aged voice, "The one foretold in the prophecy, you have finally revealed yourself." This venerable elf identified himself as Goober, the eldest elder among the more than 100 house elves residing in the Hogwarts kitchen. Having lived in Hogwarts since birth, he was elected as the elder and inherited a prophecy from his predecessor, Bram. According to the prophecy, a Hogwarts student would eventually arrive in the kitchen, activate the magic on the freezer, and successfully resist it on the spot. Throughout the years, countless students had entered the kitchen for food, yet none had shown any interest in triggering the mysterious magic. Goober gestured with his crutches towards an inconspicuous corner of the freezer and invoked a peculiar elfin magic. Instantaneously, a silver-accented stew pot with a primitive design materialized. "Person of the prophecy, you are the heir chosen by Hufflepuff. Take this saucepan. It is Hufflepuff's most treasured collection. When used to cook, it enhances the flavor of food." Skylar, as the young master of the Malfoy family, was perplexed. Why would he, with 3 house elves at his disposal, need to cook himself? Sensing Skylar's disappointment, Goober explained further, "Do not underestimate this saucepan. Hufflepuff was one of the most powerful wizards of her time. Do you seriously believe the keepsake that she left behind would be as simple as that? Do you seriously believe that Hufflepuff herself would leave something without any meaning?" Goober touched a pattern on the front of the stew pot with his fingers, transforming it into a crucible. "As long as you inject a little magic power here, it can become a crucible. If used to refine potions, it can increase the success rate and shorten the refining time." Upon hearing this, Skylar expressed pleasant surprise. Advanced potions such as compound decoctions, veritaserum, and blessing potions often posed risks, even in the hands of a potions master. Moreover, the extended refining periods added to the challenges. If the crucible could enhance success rates and expedite the process, its value would be immeasurable. Hufflepuff's crucible is obtained. With the obtainment of Hufflepuff's treasured possession that's meant for her successor, Skylar has started concocting a plan of his own inside his head on what kind of potions he will make once the preparation is all done. Capitulo 111, Chapter 110, Liberatio Anima. With this newfound bounty, Skylar was in high spirits and decided to linger a while longer. Engaging in a friendly conversation with Elder Goober, he ventured to ask about the selection process for elves to become elders. "Elder Goober, if I may ask, how do the elves at Hogwarts go about choosing their elders?" Skylar inquired politely. Elder Goober, unaffected by Skylar's politeness, responded in a calm and normal tone, "Not to worry, sir. Your question is not presumptuous at all. Among the elves, there is no official hierarchy. The position of elder doesn't involve managing other elves. Our tribe's ancestors established this tradition." Skylar's curiosity led him to contemplate the history of Hogwarts. When the school was founded, each founder had specific responsibilities. Rowena Ravenclaw handled the interior design, Salazar Slytherin recruited professors, Godric Gryffindor managed the intelligent creatures around the castle, and Helga Hufflepuff took charge of daily maintenance, including cleaning, purchasing, and kitchen operations. Hufflepuff serendipitously gained the allegiance of a house elf, and with the assistance of that elf, discovered more of their kind. Touched by the brutal and inhumane treatment house elves endured during the Middle Ages, Hufflepuff brought them to Hogwarts, providing a secure haven. While she didn't attempt to liberate the house elves like Hermione did later in the original book, Hufflepuff offered them the best working and living conditions possible for the time, earning profound respect from the house elves. Skylar speculated that the first house elf to join Hufflepuff might be the supposed ancestor of Elder Goober. Goober himself promptly validated this assumption. Yes, our ancestor was the initial elf to follow Master Hufflepuff, the Great Wooby. He established the tradition of appointing elders. Before each elder's demise, they must designate the next heir. The elf inheriting the elder's position also inherits the secrets of our house elves, and Hufflepuff's saucepan is one of them. Goober explained with a serious look on his face. Elder Goober, I didn't mean to pry into the secrets of your race. I was merely curious about Hawksheye's whereabouts. Hogwarts. A school history documents his achievements, like helping Chipatch sever the demon tree Soul Eater and establishing a greenhouse for herb cultivation. However, the school history remains silent about his ultimate fate. Skylar replied with his palms facing toward Goober, explaining that he meant no harm. Elder Goober fell silent, his expression inscrutable even to Skylar's keen observations. Elder Goober, have I asked something I shouldn't have? If you'd rather not answer, it's okay. I was just curious, and I don't need to know, Skylar hastily added, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fate, Goober sighed. Skylar refrained from interrupting Goober's contemplation, patiently awaiting his words. As he took a deep breath, he observed the other house elves start whispering against each other. In all these years, you are the first person to inquire about the Great Wooby's whereabouts, and you're not even a Hufflepuff. Elder Goober's gaze subtly shifted, and he continued. Since you've successfully navigated Master Hufflepuff's test and sought to know where Master Wooby went, I will share with you. Our house elves are in fact one branch of the elves. Skylar remained unsurprised by this revelation. Following the magical history class that day, he learned that elves originated from the ancient elves, a lineage lost in the annals of history alongside ancient dragons and giants. Descendants of the ancient elves manifested in various forms, and house elves scattered across Europe were just one manifestation. Other examples included the malevolent elves inhabiting Germany's Black Forest, Irish dwarfs, the Yumbo in African folklore, Tanuki from the East, and more. Strictly speaking, they all fell under the umbrella term of elvish creatures. In ancient times, to evade conflict, our eldest ancestors, the ancient elves, created a hidden realm as a refuge for their descendants. However, many descendants, unwilling to spend their lives in seclusion, harbored a deep desire to explore the outside world. Some clandestinely left the secret realm, giving rise to entities like evil spirits, dwarfs, Yumbo, civet cat people, and us. With the assistance of Master Hufflepuff, we house elves have discovered a path back to the secret realm. Hence, every house elf at Hogwarts will autonomously return to the elven realm upon reaching the twilight of their years. There, they will embrace death. As for me, after appointing my successor as elder in a few years, I will journey back to the ancestral elven land. So, is this the most significant secret passed down through generations among house elves? The existence of the ancient elves' secret realm has endured to the present day. If avaricious wizards were to discover this, the implications would be dire. They would undoubtedly seek to exploit and enslave more elves and make them do their bidding. It makes sense why house elves guard this secret so closely. Skylar promptly discerned that something was amiss. Ravenclaw's intricate heir selection trial, involving finding, repairing, and activating a crown, followed by perusing an extensive collection of books, suggested that Hufflepuff's test, as a co-founder of the Big Four, couldn't be as straightforward as deciphering a Gyuruni's magic talisman. While Hufflepuff's writings in the Rune Guide might seem dispassionate, cracking a single symbol would likely be within the capability of numerous professors and gifted students over the past millennium. Skylar couldn't help but ponder, could Hufflepuff's genuine trial be situated in the elves' ancestral land? Perhaps this crucible served as a decoy, constituting a fraction of the actual test. Satisfied with this apparent challenge, students might overlook the true trial. The pressing question now was, tell me, Elder Goober, how can I go to the ancestral land of yours without doing any harm to your kin? I believe the test that came from Mrs. Hufflepuff herself doesn't end with me knowing the tip of your historical where from. The elves, possessing this knowledge, would assuredly guard the secret from wizards. Methods such as separation, mental manipulation, and soul control could potentially extract the secrets, but Skylar vehemently rejected such dark practices. His past entanglement with black magic had left an indelible mark, and he was determined to avoid succumbing to its influence again. Goober finally showed an expression similar to a laugh. He chuckled for a bit before finally staring at Skylar. Behind those stares, Skylar could see Goober's eyes lit up with an infused light of magic, similar to when a wand is casting. "Young master, that's on you to figure out. Prove yourself before the house elves and the Hufflepuff before you dare to dream of stepping inside our ancestral realm." Goober answered while his expression returned to normal. Returning to his bedroom, he summoned Dobby before him. "Dobby has been by my side for the longest time, witnessing my growth since childhood. It's impossible for him not to harbor feelings. However, everything changed after I acquired the soul chapter of Abaddle and delved into the realm of soul magic. During one summer vacation, before my first encounter with Voldemort, I conducted an experiment on Dobby. In my exploration of still unfamiliar soul magic, I implanted an irresistible suggestion in Dobby's mind, compelling his loyalty to me. It was around that time that my mindset began to evolve. The ability to manipulate the emotions, desires, and thoughts of others at will, how can I put it? It's undeniably thrilling to feel above everything else. I faced moments of hesitation, self-doubt, and anxiety as my proficiency in soul magic rapidly grew. However, an unexpected event involving Meredith, coupled with the frustration and guilt it triggered, strengthened my resolve to pursue power. This led me to cast aside caution and plunge deeper into the dark arts. Skylar's monologue inside his heart led him to look at Dobby with a caring look. He couldn't even dare to look at him for more than a second. I feared that he might cry upon realizing what kind of stuff he made Dobby went through. Confronted by Dobby's fanatical and unwaveringly loyal gaze, recalling the shared past of our childhood, and reflecting on what I had subjected him to, I sighed and spoke softly. "Dobby, I am sorry for what I've put you through." Dobby seemed a bit bewildered, standing there dumbfounded, awaiting Skylar's command. Unbeknownst to him, what he was about to receive was Skylar raising his wand and uttering, "Liberatio Anima," the spell that Skylar learned from one of the books he had read. A counterspell for the imperious curse that he had perfected to return oneself into what it was before the mind control spell taken effect. Dobby's heavy head shook, his entire being swaying, and with an unstable gait, he eventually settled onto the ground. "How are you feeling, Dobby?" Skylar inquired gently. "Dobby is okay," Dobby mumbled, still grappling with the drowsiness in his head. He pointed to his temple and added, "It's just a little dizzy up here." "I owe you an apology, Dobby," Skylar contemplated for a moment and decided to be forthright. "I used some magic on you previously, and it may have had an impact on your mind. But now I've rectified it for you." "Master doesn't need to apologize to Dobby." Dobby widened his eyes. "Dobby actually knows that he could be free in the first place. Even though it was Harry Potter who did it, you, the young master, secretly contributed as well. You provided Dobby with employment, and for that, Dobby is deeply grateful. In Dobby's heart, he has always regarded the young master as the true master. House elves are an exceptionally unique species, and their loyalty doesn't solely adhere to ancient family contracts. For instance, creatures like Creature can only pledge allegiance to certain individuals within the family, opting for deception and conspiracy against others who are part of the same household. When a house elf hasn't truly surrendered, they'll go to great lengths to find linguistic loopholes in the orders given by their nominal master. They can even clandestinely engage in activities that may harm the owner, all within the bounds of the owner's directives, though they must endure severe self-punishment afterward. There's only one path to earning the true loyalty of house elves, and that's by treating them with kindness. In the original book, Sirius met an indirect demise after making this crucial mistake. The sentiments Dobby expressed now undoubtedly laid bare his genuine feelings for Skylar. Skylar, however, shook his head. "Dobby, you've taken care of me since my childhood, and I'll never forget the times you endured punishment from Karkaroff to shield me. Bringing you back to freedom is the least I can do for you. As for having you work for me, well, I suppose I am using you to carry out tasks for me." "No," Dobby interjected loudly. In Dobby's heart, the young master is a good friend. Assisting the young master is Dobby's happiest and proudest achievement. Skylar's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Dobby, do you genuinely believe that? Aren't you angry at all for when I cast a spell on you?" "Dobby doesn't know," replied Dobby, shaking his head stubbornly. "But Dobby knows, little master, you will definitely not harm Dobby." "Innocent?" Skylar sneered, his tone turning cold. "Then, what would you do if I cast a spell on you again?" "Dobby believes the young master won't do this," Dobby declared confidently, puffing out his chest without fear. "Dobby, you are a bit silly, but so adorable," Skylar lamented inside his heart. Skylar sighed, closed his eyes, and spoke quietly after a moment. "Thank you, Dobby. Thank you so much." "Dobby, I need your help. Note that this is a request, not an order. You can choose to refuse, and I will never blame you." "Young master, please say," Dobby responded firmly. "Dobby will do his best to help you." Skylar then shared with Dobby about the inheritance of Hufflepuff, requesting Dobby's assistance in guiding him to the ancestral land of the elves. Skylar solemnly assured Dobby that this time, his intentions were solely for Hufflepuff's inheritance, with no ulterior motives towards the other elven races residing in the ancestral land. Without hesitation, Dobby patted his chest and agreed. "Anytime, young master." Capitulo 112. Chapter 111, Elves' Ancestral Land. Skylar called upon Dobby and Shining, instructing Dobby to apparate them to the ancestral land of the elves. According to Dobby, this sacred place was a hidden realm, akin to the enchanted mirror world's existence. Only elves possessed the ability to locate it, with every elf's soul being imprinted upon the ancestral land from birth, granting them an innate knowledge of its whereabouts. Upon arriving at the fabled ancestral land, Skylar was awestruck by the extraordinary sight that unfolded before him. A colossal tree, soaring into the heavens with its crown vanishing into the clouds, stood at the center. Nestled around its roots were several small elven villages. The elves in these villages buzzed with excitement upon spotting the outsiders, communicating in a language unknown to Skylar. It dawned on him that elves had their own unique language, dispelling the common wizard misconception that elves communicated in human tongues. "Why is it that I don't understand any single thing that these guys are saying?" Skylar inquired. Little master, leave this to me and Shining," Dobby exclaimed. Dobby and Shining, on the other hand, Dobby and Shining comprehended the language naturally, as if it were a knowledge ingrained in their souls. While these wild elves shared physical similarities with house elves, their spirits, temperaments, and even their eyes revealed a distinct divergence. Skylar, respecting the autonomy of other intelligent species, harbored no inclination to enslave these wild elves. His sole purpose in coming to this mystical realm was to unearth Hufflepuff's inheritance. Seeing how the other elves got acquainted with Dobby and Shining had almost instantly made Skylar lower his guard. "Okay, Dobby and Shining. Both of you need to go and collect as much information as you can while you're talking with them. I'll go and take a short rest by that rock over there, got it?" Skylar said, while pointing toward a rock with a flat surface. Dobby and Shining nodded in unison before they continued to talk with the other elves. Tasking Dobby and Shining with gathering information, Skylar patiently awaited their return. Before long, they reappeared with news. Dobby, displaying a newfound sense of seriousness, conveyed, "Little master, I believe I've found what you seek." "Excellent, thank you, Dobby," Skylar acknowledged. "Can we proceed to that location now?" "Certainly, come with me, little master," Dobby replied. Guided by Dobby and Shining, Skylar cautiously trailed behind them as they navigated through numerous elf villages, making their way toward the colossal tree at the heart of the ancestral land. After approximately an hour of walking, the trio reached the base of the enormous tree. Adjacent to the roots of a particular tree, a deep hole presented itself. Confident in the master-servant contract he shared with Dobby and Shining, Skylar harbored no fear of any harm from them. Without hesitation, he entered the tree hole. The interior resembled a labyrinth, with dim passageways branching out in various directions. However, Dobby and Shining navigated with an apparent sense of guidance in the darkness. They traversed without hesitation, effortlessly advancing through the maze-like passages. Eventually, the group arrived at an altar. Before the altar stood 3 lifelike stone sculptures. The tallest statue wore a garment crafted from flower petals, adorned with a pair of slender dragonfly-like wings on its back, both large and small. Its slightly puffed hair was embellished with a charming garland, bearing a striking resemblance to the current mountain forest nymphs. The second statue, bearing the closest resemblance to a human, exhibited pointed ears on either side of its head, distinctly different from humans. Clad in a form-fitting costume with a pointed hat perched atop its head, the figure held a willow flute near its mouth, poised as if serenading the surroundings with a refreshing forest melody. In many aspects, it closely resembled the present leprechaun clan. The bottom statue portrayed a creature with long drooping ears and large eyes, sharing some resemblance to little elves in 3 key features. However, unlike the smaller counterparts, this statue sported immaculate attire, well-proportioned limbs, and a handsome countenance. It held a wine glass in one hand, while the other gripped a broom, suggesting it was singing with a mischievous grin, exuding a smart and joyful aura. Dobby guided Skylar towards the statue, revealing a stone slab adorned with ancient elven inscriptions. Although some parts of the ancient elven script overlapped with Skylar's knowledge of wizarding scripts, they were not identical. Even with the assistance of Dobby and Shining, deciphering the profound knowledge embedded in the ancient magical texts proved to be a challenging task for Skylar. The initial paragraph unveiled the ancient secret, created by the ancient elves to evade the conflict between ancient dragons and giants. This space served as a sanctuary where they relocated. The 3 statues symbolized the mountain forest nymph, the progenitors of dwarfs and elves. The subsequent section on the stone slab chronicled a pivotal moment when certain elves, dwarfs, and nymphs decided to venture beyond and explore the outside world. The whimsical dwarfs, enchanted by Irish clover, beer, and music, opted to settle in Ireland. The nymphs, fond of singing and surrounded by vibrant flowers and plants, chose to establish themselves in France and Greece. The elves, captivated by human craftsmanship, stealthily infiltrated human homes, offering assistance in sewing, craftsmanship, and various endeavors without detection. Thus, Muggles' fairy tales, such as The Elf and the Old Shoemaker, became widespread. These elves assist humans in various tasks, driven by their genuine love for handicrafts rather than the expectation of rewards. Thus, if someone gifts them clothing or anything to wear, akin to the old shoemaker in a fairy tale, they depart indignantly, resembling a solitary artist repulsed by the scent of copper. A wizard stumbled upon this unique characteristic of the elves one day. Seizing upon this knowledge, he used an abundance of handicrafts to entice the elves, then ensnared them in pre-designed traps. Once captured, the elves were subjected to soul contract magic, gradually succumbing to brainwashing that transformed them into human slaves. Ultimately, the house elves known to wizards today. However, not all elves suffered this fate. Some managed to escape and fought back. A faction concealed themselves in the Black Forest in Germany, evolving into malevolent spirits with a penchant for consuming human children as a form of vengeance. Others sought refuge in Senegal, Africa, evolving into Yunbo, with a bias for pilfering human food as an act of retribution. Another segment migrated to far eastern countries, transforming into civet cat people, specialists in playing pranks on humans. While most of these antics are harmless, there have been chilling tales in Japan of civet cats deceiving and murdering elderly women, followed by serving their husbands a broth concocted from the deceased. The text in this section presents several distinct handwritings, evidently scribed by different elves. One of them is unmistakably the work of the great Wugby. Fortunate to be adopted by the benevolent Hufflepuff, Wugby was regarded as a friend and granted the freedom of thought. In gratitude to Hufflepuff, Wugby, as it affectionately called itself, left a bloodline descendant at Hogwarts to aid in the school's daily operations. Only in its advanced years did Wugby return to the ancestral land of the elves. The third paragraph, inscribed on the stone slab, delves into the legacy bequeathed by Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff excelled in healing and life magic, and prior to her demise, she sealed her own life force within a magic circle hidden somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. To inherit this power meant gaining access to her unique skill, creation and regeneration, endowing the possessor with a constitution capable of swift self-healing, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained, as long as immediate death did not occur. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, Skylar, astute and quick-witted, benefited from the enhanced intelligence bestowed by the Crown of Wisdom. His analytical skills and memory retention were exemplary. Following a round of contemplation, he discerned that the term life force alluded to gestation and reproduction. The remarkable and unnatural reproductive pace in the Forbidden Forest pointed directly to the acromantulas, particularly Aragog, the giant spider that Hagrid introduced to the Forbidden Forest. Skylar promptly instructed Dobby and Shining to apparate themselves to the Forbidden Forest without further delay. "Dobby, Shining, can you go to the Forbidden Forest for me? I believe one of the answers I was looking for exists there," Skylar asked, while a smile slowly formed on his face. Capitulo 113, Chapter 112, Hufflepuff's Secret Technique. After extensive exploration during the previous semester, Skylar had become intimately acquainted with the topography of the Forbidden Forest. Anticipating a significant upcoming battle, he discreetly signaled Dobby and Shining to depart. Cloaking himself in the Night Star cloak, enhanced through his alchemical skills and engraved with the Guardian rune, subtle light blue ripples emanated into the surrounding air. Donning the dual gloves, crafted with unicorn and the straw-tail hair, interwoven with black and white yarn, the gloves emitted a cheery resonance when he grasped his wand. Adorned with a crystalline sheen, the vine-wood wand revealed the successful neutralization of the wand's power of death by the power of holiness from the glove, a transformation Skylar recognized from his extensive reading. Contemplating the mysteries beyond death, Skylar's anticipation grew as he gazed at his magic wand. With the Ravenclaw diadem adorning his head, a familiar mental power surged into his mind, causing Skylar's pupils to shift through 4 colors: orange, turquoise, azure blue, and milky white, unable to conceal his heightened perception. Wearing the Slytherin locket, whose secret remained elusive, Skylar suspected that only people who have learned the Parseltongue could unlock its mysteries. Alone, he ventured towards Aragog's lair, ready for the challenges that awaited. He didn't make an effort to conceal himself, so it wasn't long before the A-Tide spider tribe discovered him. Giant spiders emerged from all directions, their countless legs creating layers upon layers as they encircled Skylar on the ground. "Aragog, Aragog." Several smaller spiders kept shouting in English, though their speech was challenging to comprehend due to the clicking and clacking of their large claws with each word. Aragog emerged slowly from a concealed hole in the ground. The size of a baby elephant, its body and legs were a mix of black and gray, and each eye on its unsightly head, adorned with large claws, was clouded over. Aragog was blind. "What's going on?" it inquired, with its massive chelators clicking rapidly. "People," spoke a little spider. "There's only one this time, and it's different from the last 2. In an old and weary voice, Aragog asked, "Is it Hagrid?" Skylar responded calmly, "I am not Hagrid. I am his friend, and he asked me to come and find you." Aragog hesitated briefly before saying slowly, "Hagrid never sends anyone to me. You should explain yourself. What brings you here on his behalf?" "Hagrid asked me to retrieve something deep in the spider's den," Skylar explained with a sly smile on his face. Aragog appeared agitated, the large pincers clicking and clicking incessantly. "How dare you lie to me? Children, kill him." The eager A-Tide spiders, who had been observing, emitted excited clicking sounds. Countless legs rustled as they slowly approached Skylar, poised like patient predators preparing to swarm. For this outcome, Skylar had been prepared. In the moment of being surrounded, he utilized illuminating insight to observe the precise locations of each spider in the vicinity. In an instant, he unleashed 4 consecutive sonic boom spells, each finding its mark with precision. Simultaneously, a deafening noise reverberated, momentarily stunning all spiders within the observation range. The distinctive piercing screams of spiders echoed in the aftermath. Skylar took a deep breath, clutching his wand tightly in his palm, preparing to employ a magic he had never before used in actual combat. Pestes incendium, Skylar shouted with his wand pointed toward the children of Aragogs. A stream of blue flames erupted from the tip of the wand, crashing onto the ground with a resounding roar. The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, rising and falling in a spiritual dance, expanding and spreading with a crackling sound. Eventually, they merged into a towering tornado of flame, its momentum awe-inspiring. The modification of fiendfire that Skylar has learned and came up with from the hours of reading to get his reference from, the hours of tedious practice he has been putting, and the amount of failures that repels his body into the wall as a malfunction happened while he tried to cast the spell, all of it finally paid off. As the flame tornado dissipated, it transformed into a myriad of ferocious beasts, fire snakes, chimera, and fire dragons, all accompanied by menacing roars. They attacked in every direction, emanating from Skylar as the epicenter, scorching and scattering the A-tide spiders in a chaotic frenzy. The violent, cursing-infused fire, also known as the Devil's Flame, proved unquenchable by conventional means. Infected by this fierce fire, spiders faced an inevitable demise regardless of their attempts to flee. The rapidly spreading flames engulfed the spiders, one after another, creating a gruesome spectacle. Soon, within the visible range of the field of vision, a hellish scene unfolded, with burning and shrieking spiders resembling a purgatory on Earth. After this intense battle, only a fraction of the A-tide spiders remained in the Forbidden Forest, relinquishing their reign as overlords of the territory. Upon the release of fiendfire, Aragog, sensing imminent danger, she hastily retreated to the crypt. Despite its advanced age and massive size, Aragog displayed remarkable agility and speed. Recognizing the inherent danger of fiendfire's indiscriminate fire, Skylar swiftly pursued Aragog to ensure his own safety. Sprinting forward, he cast Ventus backward using his wand, propelling him forward like a propeller. The wind not only hastened his progress, but also intensified the fiendfire trailing behind him. Although blind, Aragog relied on his heightened sense of hearing, honed over many years. Guided by the sound of the wind generated by Skylar's movements, Aragog swiftly extended a massive claw, attempting to seize Skylar. In response, Skylar's left hand dropped slightly, deftly retrieving a sterling silver dagger from his cuff pocket. Infusing it with magical power, the invincible curse activated, emanating a subtle aura of sharpness from the blade. Skylar narrowed his eyes without breaking his stride, wielding the dagger in a skillful Z-shaped motion. As if cutting through tofu, the dagger cleanly severed a pair of Aragog's colossal claws with effortless precision. Aragog's anguished cry reverberated as dark green liquid spewed from his mouthparts. Skylar's movements flowed like water, anticipating Aragog's venomous eruption. He gracefully ascended, rolling beneath Aragog's massive body. Swiftly rising, he forcefully thrust the dagger into Aragog's chest with a stab, seamlessly transitioning to a relentless advance. The dagger pierced through Aragog's chest, carving an unobstructed path across its lower abdomen and tail, accompanied by a long, hissing sound reminiscent of tearing cloth. Unfazed by the monumental impact behind him, Skylar pressed forward without a backward glance. The resounding crash of a colossal object hitting the ground marked Aragog's fall. Reaching the crypt's end revealed a vast underground expanse devoid of any other creatures. Skylar strategically revealed his position from the start to draw out the A-tide spiders and engage them on his terms rather than navigating an unknown crypt fraught with potential ambushes. Skylar's magical eyes scanned in all directions, detecting a subtle wave of magical power permeating the air. Following this magical trail, he discovered an underground spring within the crypt. At its source, a turquoise-hued magic circle emitted a radiant glow. Hovering above the formation's center, a group of 7-colored liquid energy radiated in the air. The group of 7-colored energy, resembling a dynamic cloud, continually morphed its shape in midair. Delicate magical threads, as fine as hair, overflowed from it, permeating the magical circle's barrier and merging into the spring water. Skylar speculated that this phenomenon held the key to the enigma of the A-tide spider's reproduction. Aragog's longevity and the prolific reproduction of the A-tide spiders were likely attributed to the consumption of this vitality-infused spring water over an extended period. The intricately layered magic array, adorned with ancient runes, resembled a series of barriers entrapping the seven-colored power at the array's core. The eyes of the magic circle bore a Gyrunes charm, specifically the freezing rune seen on the freezer's door. These enchanted eyes acted as a portal, with the freezing magic talisman serving as the lock. Now confident that he had uncovered Hufflepuff's true treasure, Skylar stowed away his wand and dagger. Closing his eyes, he envisioned every stroke and detail of the freezing magic talisman, employing Gyrunes to release the rune repeatedly within his mind. With Skylar's augmented mental prowess, amplified by the Ravenclaw's diadem, mere minutes elapsed before success was achieved. Learning Gyrunes for the first time was an arduous task, akin to a baby taking its first steps into the realm of speech, a journey from absolute naught to proficiency. Recalling his progression from the initial encounter with Gyrunes, casting spells, commencing with witnessing the fairy sacred fire Connas the previous semester, to ultimately mastering his inaugural Gyrunes magic talisman, Guardian, Skylar contemplated the considerable duration of this transformative process. While freezing and barrier varied significantly in graphical composition and symbolic significance, Skylar drew inspiration from his prior experience. Raising his right hand, he sketched the freezing rune symbol in midair with his index finger, and a magic talisman materialized. Emitting an intense chill, it transformed into white light, piercing into the magic circle. Success. Though visualizing the freezing magic talisman might elude Skylar for now, his ability to project it like a spell, coupled with the palpable sensation of its chill, signified his initial mastery. Alongside Guardian, freezing marked the second magic talisman Skylar had conquered, an admirable feat. Contemplating the proficiency of predecessors who effortlessly wielded Gyrunes as a mere pastime in his previous life, Skylar couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. With the successful crack of the magic circle, the aquamarine radiance gradually waned. Raising his right hand, Skylar effortlessly guided the seven-color energy suspended in the air into his grasp. Upon contact with the energy, Skylar experienced an invigorating and enchanting force cascading from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Profound sensory transformations occurred, enhancing functions from skin to muscle and bone. His visual and auditory senses became acuter, surpassing their previous understanding. The magic power expended in casting the fiery fire curse instantaneously recovered and surged beyond, increasing by approximately 30% compared to its previous state. Skylar discerned that this energy was the source of life, as detailed on the elven slab, representing the pinnacle of magical power akin to Ravenclaw's crystal of wisdom. Having absorbed the life essence cultivated by Hufflepuff throughout her existence, Skylar's body resembled a masterpiece of alchemy, adorned with various magical patterns that manifested on his skin. Rather than black, these patterns emitted a radiant seven-colored luster, akin to a rainbow. A surge of potent vitality pervaded Skylar's being, continuously transforming his body. Not only did he acquire heightened self-healing capabilities, but his body also exhibited an increased capacity to harbor more magical power. It was as if Skylar's body had become an expanded vessel, accommodating a larger space that consequently amplified his magical prowess. As Skylar meticulously observed the metamorphosis within, he grasped the profound implications of the accompanying unique abilities. The profound significance bequeathed by Hufflepuff could harness the immense vitality within, allowing instantaneous healing of any severe physical injury as long as he avoided death. Hufflepuff's secret technique has been learned, the mastery of creation and regeneration. Capitulo 114, Chapter 113, The Trinity of Life. Skylar sensed the surge in magical power and eagerly activated the magic site, intending to assess the extent of his magical growth. Unexpectedly, as soon as the magic site took effect, Skylar experienced a sudden tightness in his chest, and his entire body felt ablaze, as though engulfed by a fiery inferno. His blood raced through his veins like boiling liquid, signaling a profound and potent transformation, akin to a second magical upheaval in his life. In response to the intense sensation, Skylar couldn't suppress a scream, unleashing a formidable burst of magical power from within. This magical energy formed invisible shockwaves in the air, causing the cavern's ceiling and surrounding walls to quiver, resulting in the dislodging of boulders. Witnessing the imminent danger of falling debris, Skylar hastily evacuated the crypt, fearing for his safety. In a strategic move, he utilized a summoning curse to gather hundreds of A-tide spider eggs strewn across the location, stowing them away in his suitcase. Given their grade A contraband status, these eggs held significant value in the clandestine market, each fetching a handsome sum of at least 100 gold gallons. 100 eggs of Aragog spawn have been obtained. After successfully escaping the underground lair of the A-tide spiders, Skylar summoned Dobby and apparated back to his dormitory. Exhausted and contemplative, he collapsed onto his bed, pondering the rationale behind triggering this second magical upheaval. Perhaps, Skylar speculated, this phenomenon was an ancestral manifestation of ancient bloodline power. In the modern era, the potency of bloodline abilities has significantly waned compared to the formidable ancestral strengths of thousands of years ago. Skylar considered the absorption of advanced energies like the Source of Life and the Crystal of Wisdom as potential keys to unlocking the dormant potential within his bloodline. Skylar couldn't help but anticipate what treasures Gryffindor might have left behind. Ravenclaw boasted the essence of wisdom, and Hufflepuff possessed the Source of Life. This led him to wonder about the potential legacy Gryffindor had bequeathed. It took half an hour for the weakness induced by the magical upheaval to gradually subside. Skylar keenly sensed the various transformations the second magical upheaval had wrought upon his body. Firstly, his physical strength had notably increased. As Skylar clenched his fist, he could distinctly feel the enhanced power generated by the muscles in his arm, a strength at least twice that of his previous state. This augmented power played a pivotal role in wizard duels, not only providing greater resistance to disarming and repelling curses, but also amplifying explosive power during activities such as running and jumping. Furthermore, his magical prowess had taken a significant leap, propelling him into the realm of an adult wizard and beyond. It was conceivable that, within a year, as Skylar entered his 5th year, he could potentially reach the status of a junior Auror. In comparison, his peers like Harry and Ron, who started their magical education alongside him, would merely be scratching the surface of the upper grades by that time. Reflecting on the original book, Skylar mused about the achievements of Harry's squad, who ventured into the Department of Mysteries and confronted Death Eaters in their 4th and 5th years. Despite facing formidable challenges, they managed to survive. Skylar recalled the heated discussions in his previous life's fan club, where members debated the plausibility of these events. Lucius Malfoy's command to kill, if necessary, had sparked debates on the protagonist's luck and the potential leniency of Death Eaters, casting a shadow over the authenticity of their victories. Aligning with his understanding of his father in this life, Skylar interpreted the command differently. To him, the phrase "kill if necessary" implied avoiding senseless killings and resorting to lethal force only when absolutely essential, especially when the targets were underage children. Despite the malevolence of Death Eaters, Skylar recognized that they, too, had families, children, and love. Unlike Voldemort, he believed that harming children was their last moral boundary. Reflecting on past events, Skylar recalled instances during the Department of Mysteries battle where restraint was displayed. Ron was affected by a smirk effect spell, a stunning spell struck Ginny, and to his astonishment, Antonin Dolohov, instead of causing harm, opted to play a prank spell known as Tarantella on Neville. This was a surprising deviation from the expected malevolence of Death Eaters, revealing a unique aspect of their character. Returning to Skylar's present situation, his magical capabilities had been significantly bolstered. He had mastered various uncommon and peculiar attack methods, coupled with intricate tactical strategies and acute combat responsiveness. Even when his magical power was at the level of senior students, he could challenge adult wizards of higher caliber. Now, armed with increased magical prowess, he felt confident enough to take on wizards at the junior Auror level. Moreover, Skylar sensed an overflow of magical power within him. His magic pool resembled a brimming reservoir, with small streams branching out in all directions, creating a complex network of magical flow. It seemed as if his body had developed a new network of blood vessels dedicated to facilitating the seamless circulation of magical power, nurturing every organ, tissue, and even every cell in his body. While Skylar continued to explore and contemplate the transformations in his body, a sudden warmth enveloped the back of his neck. Tusk, tusk, Aquila's phantom materialized, wearing a complex and human-like expression. It appears that I've acquired an extraordinary master. I must have slept for too long, missing out on some fascinating developments. When did your magic power awaken? Aquila inquired with genuine interest. Awaken? Aquila, are you suggesting that magic started flowing autonomously? It's been a while, Skylar responded, recalling the events after administering occupational cerebral surgery on Morag. The changes ensued when he removed the black energy, but deciphering the exact nature of these changes had proven challenging due to the personal emotions involved. It's hard to explain, it happened for some reason. I decided to unlock occlumency, and that's when I noticed a sudden shift in my magic. I still haven't grasped the underlying principle, Skylar explained. Interesting? Aquila's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable radiance. The fact that you stumbled upon it without intentional effort speaks volumes about your remarkable luck. You've reached a realm pursued by Master Ravenclaw throughout his life, a realm even the wise Lord Ravenclaw never successfully entered. Of course, Lord Ravenclaw faced her own challenges. She dedicated much time to unraveling her bloodline curse, Aquila asserted gravely. As per Lord Ravenclaw's deductions, the benefits of magic activation are myriad, countless. First and foremost, you must have noticed that your magic power has transformed into a conduit, connecting your spirit and soul. This state is referred to as the unity of spirit and soul. The soul and spirit can now blend and nourish each other. It is precisely this union that laid the groundwork for your current undertaking. Without having entered the realm of magic activation and unity of spirit and soul, Master Hufflepuff's inheritance would merely alter your body, at best. It might enable you to master a new secret or enhance your overall magical prowess. This might already be considered a significant adventure by others, but compared to what you've attained, it pales in comparison. Do you grasp how fortunate you are? Aquila still found it challenging to comprehend how Skylar had accomplished all of this. The entire process seemed riddled with too many coincidences. From Aquila's perspective, it was simply unbelievable, incredibly fortunate. Since you had already established the magic bridge within your body prior to absorbing the source of life left by Master Hufflepuff, the influx of a substantial amount of magic power squeezed into your body, meaning you've surpassed the limits of the human body. Aquila inquired promptly, "Do you recall the third question posed by the eagle door knocker?" Skylar nodded. He vividly remembered the intricate query that had to be put in words, "What is the true meaning of life?" which he answered with material, spirit, and soul. This response ultimately led to his acceptance as Ravenclaw's successor and candidate for the treasure. Aquila lapsed into a moment of recollection, then wore an expression of admiration. "Honestly, your response back then truly astounded me. Material, spirit, and soul. There's no better encapsulation than that. Essentially, the triad of body, mind, and emotion constitutes life." Continuing with his explanation, Aquila added, "Given your current state, having achieved unity of spirit, soul, and body, your magic power has progressed further, intertwining these elements into a cohesive whole. This aligns with the concept of 3 in 1. Strictly speaking, you've touched upon the true essence of life. It could even be argued that you can no longer be classified as a wizard, but as an entirely new species." "What? Is that even possible?" Skylar was taken aback, completely unaware of how extraordinary he had become. "You find it hard to believe?" Aquila observed Skylar's expression and scoffed. "Let me tell you, that's the untamed magic within you. Although your magic has been activated, it's akin to that of a newborn, still in the early stages of exploration. If you learn to guide it as a vessel of magic power, it will become your most formidable weapon." Skylar contemplated for a moment, then inquired slowly, "So, how do I guide it?" Skylar believed that Aquila had the knowledge, and it was merely awaiting Skylar to seek guidance. Otherwise, why share this information now? Aquila replied, "If you think you can get the answer from me without giving anything in return, that won't fly. You must offer something in exchange." Skylar pursed his lips, acknowledging that he had initially sought a shortcut without putting in the effort. Now that he grasps the importance of guiding magic, drawing from his understanding of spirit and soul magic, it's essential to delve into the subject himself, a matter of time and dedication. Skylar organized his mind's characteristics of spirit, soul, and magic. The soul, inherently fluctuating, can experience significant shifts under intense emotions, potentially leading to its division. The abatal soul chapter even suggests a controversial shortcut to fortify the soul, killing the love residing in the heart. Magic power itself is lifeless. It only becomes perceptible to the wizard during spellcasting, following a fixed one-way flow from the hand into the wand, transforming the magic power into a spell through specific wand movements before being released. Now, Skylar's magic takes on a new dimension. In essence, magic power can circulate to any part of his body. This prompts a realization: can Skylar cast spells using any part of his body? The mental image of waving a wand between his toes made Skylar shudder. The idea was almost unbearable. However, he soon realized he had fallen into a thinking trap. Who said a magic wand was a necessity for spellcasting? Wandless casting, while less potent than using a wand, was an option, as Dumbledore and Voldemort, even at their peaks, would not engage in a duel without their wands. Yet, certain spells did not require a wand. Transfiguration, for instance. Skylar's eyes gleamed with a sagacious light as he turned to Aquila, sporting a triumphant smile. "Aquila, I've got it." "Oh, really? Show me then," Aquila responded, a hint of disbelief coloring its words. This youngster had already proven to be remarkably fortunate. If he possessed such insight, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Aquila, created by magic in the 10th century, had witnessed the emergence of numerous exceptional talents during an era of heroes. From Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to Slytherin, and figures like Gryffindor, Nerida, Merlin, and Morgana Le Fay, each one a prodigy in their own right. Yet, Aquila couldn't help but feel certain that none of these luminaries had exhibited the same level of exceptional prowess at the age of 14. Skylar's accelerated growth was undeniably abnormal. Closing his eyes, Skylar mentally engaged the transformation technique on his body, comprehending the composition and alteration of matter, understanding the flow and fusion of magic, and embracing unyielding confidence and determination. Magic power coursed from the magic pool through his heart, traversing the brain, and ultimately permeating every corner of his body. "Absolutely, that's it," Skylar exclaimed as he felt the newfound power inside his body surge from his core. Magic power slowly surged through Skylar's body, yet lacking proper guidance, it remained confined. He sensed every part and cell of his body brimming with potent magical fluctuations, accompanied by a subtle swelling sensation and a touch of a paper-cutting-like discomfort. Drawing in a deep breath, Skylar decided to release the pent-up magic power from his body. As he did so, he felt every part and cell undergo distortion and transformation. Suddenly, Skylar's stature increased, his hair turned a deep black, his pupils darkened, and his facial features underwent a complete overhaul, revealing the visage of Carter Yang from his previous life. Indeed, Skylar's speculation was spot on. He had mastered a new ability, Disguise Magus. The secret technique of the Black family has been learned, Disguise Magus. Aquila's beak fell agape, rendering it speechless. Skylar not only comprehended the art of guiding magic power, but also grasped its application in actual combat. Capitulo 115. Chapter 114, The Ripple from the Past. Nocturne Alley bore a worn and desolate facade, its interior cloaked in a thick layer of dust, suggesting long years of abandonment. Underneath the seemingly vacant shop lay an obscure secret room, unbeknownst to any casual observer. The confines of the basement secret room were quite cramped. A mere 10 people would render it as congested as a can of sardines. In the absence of any light, darkness pervaded the underground chamber. Amid the obscurity, an elderly figure sat at the room's center, his appearance unmistakably aged. His skin resembled weathered deadwood, etched with profound wrinkles and lines. The old man appeared in a state of repose, his eyes shut, and his breath so shallow it verged on imperceptibility. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the secret room illuminated, as if his gaze alone could dispel the darkness. His scarlet-red eyes glowed ominously, lending a somewhat eerie quality. The vertical pupils mirrored those of a cold-blooded reptile, exuding an air of otherworldly intensity. As the old man contemplated movement, a force swiftly intervened. At this very moment, anyone present would observe 8 snake-shaped chains of diverse hues binding the old man's body. Emitting an unseen power, these chains came to life upon the slightest movement, hissing and writhing like living serpents, trapping the old man more tightly. One of the snake heads spoke, its voice carrying a sinister tone. "Ancient One, after all these years, you should abandon any futile attempts to break free from my seal. You know it's an impossible endeavor." The old man retorted with a cold snort, his voice resonating with vigor that contradicted his aged appearance. "You treacherous, rebellious scion. Were it not for the injury inflicted by Andro's patron Saint Curse, I would not have endured your insolence. You dared imprison even your own ancestors. You will meet your end for this betrayal." With a bitter edge, he added, "Your talents and bloodline are mine. You've betrayed your ancestry and kin. Death is an inevitability for you." The snake emitted a grotesque, anthropomorphic ha-ha-ha that echoed in a prolonged fashion. Devouring the snake-shaped letter, its eyes gleamed with a striking aquamarine light. "I'm already beyond the grasp of death. Not everyone fears it as you do. The sole reason I tethered my soul to this realm is to activate the 8 snake seal array, a ritual demanding life and soul at its cost. Otherwise, what do you take me for?" The serpent's voice abruptly turned icy. "Do you believe I enjoy lingering here with you?" Swaying its snake head from side to side, a tinge of melancholy appeared in its eyes. "My friends, my companions, they've already departed, embarking on new adventures in the realm of the dead, leaving me stranded in this sorrowful world. And it has nothing to do with you." The old man scoffed disdainfully. "Your worthless associates, hardly worth mentioning. Noble and pure-blooded, yet willingly entangled with muggles. Associating with them is an insult to your lineage. Pity for your blood." Softening his tone, the old man continued, "Listen, Salazar, they are undeserving of you. Leaving them behind is their loss. Godric is obsessed with Muggle swordsmanship despite being a wizard. Helga is gifted with financial and pyrokinetic prowess, squandering it on cooking with fire. Rowena, she showed promise. I held high hopes for her, only to find her entangled with the Albanian Raven family. A failure in inheriting the eagles and aligning a goshawk with her is inconceivable. Birds of prey don't mix like that. It's absurd. Salazar, trust me, you've done nothing wrong. Once you unlock this cursed seal, we can fulfill the dream of pure-blood supremacy together. I retain some influence beyond these confines, you know. I can still find my way to sway the Walpurgis." The colossal snake erupted into hearty laughter, causing its snake head to sway even more vigorously. If snakes possessed tear ducts, they might have shed tears at that moment. "Come now, old man, relying on your inferior pure-blood families," Orachi sneered disdainfully. "I'm aware that your headquarters, the Nightshade Mystic Market, was recently pilfered." The serpent's voice abruptly turned frigid, a glint of icy resolve in its eyes. "I'm not dead. You don't need to attempt to deceive me. I erred once, lost my family, my friends, and all ties. This time, I won't repeat those mistakes. Just endure the apocalypse with me here." "Ignorant fool, the market itself, let alone the pure-blooded families in Great Britain, is a mere fraction of the Walpurgis iceberg." The old man's mouth curled into a sneer. I've buried power in other countries. How could you possibly know everything? Also, do you wonder why I stirred just now? Orach's pupils contracted slightly. The old man continued. That's because an entirely new power has suddenly manifested between heaven and earth. I fear another remarkable wizard is emerging in this world. The intensity of that induction today is extraordinary. It's not ordinary. Has someone truly succeeded in reviving the ancestral bloodline? Who the hell is it? I'm quite curious. A complex expression flickered in the eyes of the colossal snake. Although transformed into a snake-like soul, disconnected from the sense of heaven and earth, it recognized that the old man should not be lying about this matter. After all, the old man hadn't stirred for nearly 50 years. Without an external reason, the sudden exchange today would be peculiar. Orachi sighed anthropomorphically, as if musing to himself, I can't believe there are people in this world who can trace their ancestry back. The last time was 50 years ago, and that person only possessed less than 10% of the bloodline power, yet it wreaked havoc on the world. This time, I don't know if it's for better or worse. That's it, I can't do anything anyway. The future of wizards, let the living wizards handle it. Salazar replied with a bittersweet tone as he realized this was not his age anymore. Hogwarts' Slytherin dormitory housed a lavishly furnished bedroom. A strikingly handsome teenager stood with an air of unwavering poise, his gray pupils devoid of focus. He resembled a doll, bereft of soul and frozen in place. An odd occurrence unfolded in this enclosed room with its four walls. The gentlest of breezes wafted through, lifting the boy's lightly golden, neatly combed short hair. Suddenly, the young boy's eyes regained their focus, yet the expression was far from what one would expect from a boy his age. Perseverance, indifference, mercilessness, and unyielding tenacity filled his gaze. Has someone taken that step again? He murmured. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The world is forever rife with surprises. He scrutinized his hands, turning his palms up and down, and then examined his reflection in the mirror. He looks like a mere human, yet a touch too frail and delicate. His gaze shifted to the ceiling, eyes filled with depth, as if not fixed on the roof but on the boundless void beyond. Aquila flickers, Sirius dims, Draco shines, this is intriguing. Have you killed those dear to you? Truly, I am not lonely, heh. Your soul, it intrigues me greatly. With these words, he eerily licked his lips, and then his eyes gradually emptied, slowly emptied. Finally, the entire figure collapsed onto the bed. West London, Humbledon Village, Shaffick House. In this moment, Shaffick's aged residence no longer resembles the dilapidated villa of yesteryear. Instead, it has transformed into a glorious, pure white jade palace. Though only 2 stories tall, each wooden pillar and every wall boasts intricate detailing and sculptures, exuding an extraordinary style. A black carriage glided to a halt, and 2 women entered the villa, proceeding directly to the back garden. A black-haired girl with shoulder-length locks reclined on a mink leather chair in the white marble pavilion nestled within this garden. At first glance, she appeared to be around 14 years old, with red lips, a graceful demeanor, and a dignified presence. However, her mismatched eyes conveyed an ageless wisdom, as if capable of piercing through the veil of reality. The pupils of her eyes held distinct colors, turquoise in the left eye and sea blue in the right. On all 4 sides of the pavilion, masked wizards in snug black attire stood guard. The robe collars and cuffs were adorned with embroidered red dragons. Wands held firmly in hand as they secured the pavilion. The 2 arriving guests wasted no time. One, possessing a slender figure veiled lightly, sported a wizard's robe embroidered with the Selwyn family emblem, a powerhouse within today's wizarding world. Even the senior deputy minister of the United States Ministry of Magic, Umbridge, sought alignment with this influential family. This guest was none other than the low-key Mrs. Selwyn. The other displayed a curvy figure with an alluring gait and a captivating fragrance trailing her. Every movement she made exuded charm. If Schuyler were present, he would easily recognize her as the universally acknowledged beauty of the wizarding world, Mrs. Shabini. These 2 individuals stand as both formidable and affluent figures. Upon entering the pavilion, they adopt surprisingly modest and solemn postures, uttering, let us see your lord." The girl, lounging on the bed chair, gazes lazily at the midnight sky, a smile playing on her lips. She remarks, "Look at my hair, it's transformed from brown to black and my pupils have turned heterochromatic. How does it suit me?" Mrs. Selwyn and Mrs. Shabini, cautious in their responses, hesitate in the momentary silence. Observing them, the girl's lips lift slightly. "You don't have to be so reserved with me. I owe my return to your assistance." Mrs. Shabini, breaking the silence, inquires, "My lord, have you truly returned?" The girl replies faintly, "Not entirely. The physical transformation has been relatively smooth, but the soul's merging progresses sluggishly. The willpower of my descendant proves stronger than anticipated. She resists vehemently, though with her fragile soul, resistance is futile. It's merely a matter of time." Both Mrs. Shabini and Mrs. Selwyn express joy. "Congratulations, sir. We wish for your swift return." The girl dismisses their congratulations with a wave. "Regrettably, time is not on our side." Mrs. Selwyn inquires cautiously, "What do you mean, my lord?" After a brief contemplation, the girl responds, "I've been feeling restless lately, and an ominous sense of threat has emerged. I believe someone has taken that step again." Mrs. Selwyn couldn't contain her surprise. She understood the gravity associated with the "that step" mentioned by the girl. "Forgive my impertinence, my lord," Mrs. Selwyn asks with respect after regaining her composure. "Can you discern the identity of this individual?" The girl shakes her head, remarking, "I'm not omniscient, but the identity of this person is inconsequential. What matters is that time is running out. I must expedite the merging of my soul to truly return." Mrs. Shabini offers, "What can we do for you, my lord? Please enlighten us." The girl smiles, expressing satisfaction. "My descendant's tenacity surpasses my expectations. A 14-year-old girl doesn't naturally possess such fortitude. I suspect there's an obsession in her heart. The consciousness born from this obsession has given her the resilience to confront me. I presume she has someone she cares for, doesn't she?" Mrs. Shabini confirms, "Yes, according to my son's information, she shares a close bond with the young master of the Malfoy family at school, and their relationship is emotionally charged. I want my descendant to succumb to her confrontational mindset, and the quickest way—" The girl's eyes reveal a cruelty uncharacteristic of her age. "It's nothing more than to eliminate her obsession. Devise a plan to bring the Malfoy boy to me." In the heart of Borneo's jungle in Southeast Asia lies a concealed cave, teeming with fantastical creatures, entities unseen in the wizarding world before. Among them are the gorgon serpents entwined in its hair, the colossal centipede, 100 eyes, adorned with 100 vigilant eyes, and the naga, a female humanoid with 6 arms, a serpentine lower body, and a snake tail. Within this eerie cavern, a wizard immerses himself in a blood-red pool, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the peculiar creatures he has conjured. "Ha ha ha," he cackles maniacally, his eyes ablaze with madness. "Excellent! Godlot, you traitor, for stealing my wand, you merit death at the hands of your son. Gryffindor, that sword feud remains etched in my memory. Malfoy, you vile schemer, resorting to underhanded tactics. And Cleona Morrigan, each one of you, I remember, I won't forget, the disgrace you've heaped upon me. Centuries of seclusion." Rising from the blood pool, his robust frame bears the marks of numerous harrowing ordeals, evident in the shocking scars that mar his body. A monstrous arrogance emanates from him, and the grotesque creatures surrounding him sense the impending pressure, their shrieks and cries reverberating through the cave. "You, Great Britain, Hogwarts, Greengrass, wait for me. I, Egbert, have returned." Capitulo 116, Chapter 115, The Nightmarish Future. Skylar jolted awake, his breath catching as he emerged from the grip of a haunting nightmare. "What was that? Is it only a dream?" Skylar asked to himself with his hand grasping his chest tightly. His eyes opened to a dystopian landscape. What was once a serene blue sky now bore the gruesome hue of blood, marred by ominous gray clouds. The air reeked of death, and even the breeze carried a saline tinge. The ground lay barren, consumed by large black flames that devoured everything in their path. Above, a colossal black dragon wreaked havoc, its roars echoing with malevolence as it spewed black flames into the apocalyptic sky. Before Skylar stood a formidable figure, a wizard with a coat of thick, black fur that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Towering like a half-blood giant, he bellowed commands, leading a grotesque horde of monsters. Behind Skylar, a noseless man emitted a sinister, echoing laughter. In his wake, a legion of masked individuals, accompanied by dementors, werewolves, giants, and lifeless corpses, formed a nightmarish army. Skylar, alone and bewildered, looked down, only to find the lifeless bodies of Daphne, Astoria, Morag, Lucius, and Narcissa sprawled at his feet. The bloodstains on their motionless forms conveyed the stark reality of their demise. A visceral scream tore from Skylar's throat, his eyes ablaze with disbelief and despair. "No," he cried out to the heavens. "This can't be real." The nightmarish tableau shattered, dissolving into fragments. The black dragon, the half-giant wizard, and the noseless figure vanished. A nebulous black shadow lingered before him, its true form elusive. Abruptly, Dumbledore materialized, his face stained with blood, a look of anguish etched across his features. "Skylar, why is it like this? What have you done? What have you changed? It shouldn't be like this," he uttered, his words laden with pain and confusion. Before Skylar could respond, Dumbledore's visage transformed once again, this time into Meredith's face. 2 glistening trails of tears adorned her eyes. "Skylar, have you forgotten me? Have you always been lying to me?" "No, no," Skylar protested, but Meredith's countenance shifted once more, assuming Draco's face. Fear etched Draco's features as he implored, "Skylar, run, run, leave me alone, it's all my fault, I asked for everything. You don't care about me anymore. Run, run." "What are you talking about?" Skylar was still trying to comprehend when Draco's eyes suddenly blazed with fierceness. He shouted wildly, "Die, Astoria should have belonged to me." Skylar glanced down at his abdomen, where Draco had thrust the dagger. Blood oozed from the wound, causing pain, but the emotional anguish cut even deeper. Tears streamed down Skylar's face as he pleaded, "No, it's not like that. Brother, listen to me." A wave of weakness overcame him. Skylar, clutching his wound, sank to the ground. "You." "Why?" Unwillingness and anger surged within him. He felt the magic swirling around him, urging him to unleash it all. Release everything. Skylar gazed at his hands, witnessing them enveloped in a dark aura once again. "You forced me." "Avada Kedavra," Skylar roared with all his might, pointing his wand at the shadow. With a resounding blast, the shadow transformed into Hermione's face. Her eyes widened, brimming with bitterness and despair. "Skylar, so it's true, can't we be friends after all?" She collapsed into Skylar's arms, an inexplicable light in her eyes. With great effort, she raised her hand, touching Skylar's face. She spoke with anger, "Skylar, I don't blame you. I know your heart. To die by your hand, it's everything I ever wished for." Her eyes closed, and her arm dropped weakly. Uneasy, desperation, fear, helplessness, powerlessness, a myriad of negative emotions crushed Skylar. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, "Tusk, Tusk, have you killed your beloved and gained unparalleled power? How does it taste, my child?" Skylar abruptly looked up, attempting to discern the speaker. Then he woke up. It was just a dream. What kind of dream was that? Skylar felt the urge to throw the pillow across the room vigorously. Touching his sweat-drenched body, he decided to take a shower in the bathroom. Although a cleaning spell would be faster and more convenient, a warm bath could relax him, help him clear his mind, and allow him to organize his thoughts. Skylar hummed a tune as he lathered soap on himself, but a sense of indescribable unease lingered in his heart. He knew it must be connected to that dream. Can't let it go, huh? No wonder everything in the dream felt so real, and those negative emotions were akin to personal experiences. After putting on his nightgown, he glanced at the inviting bed, hesitating for a few seconds. Sighing, he recognized his own nature. Without unraveling the enigma of this inexplicable dream, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he retrieved an elixir from his suitcase space, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. Fortunately, Skylar had the support of Sister Giuliana and the Medieval European Wizards Association. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to squander such an expensive and rare potion. Reflecting on this, he felt grateful for accepting the invitation of the Medieval European Wizards Association. There wasn't much of the blessing potion left, and Skylar estimated that he would need more soon. Considering writing to Sister Giuliana again to inquire about obtaining another bottle seemed like a wise decision. Given that Professor Slughorn owed him a favor, asking him might be a good option. As for attempting to self-refine the potion, that idea seemed absurd. The materials were hard to come by, and the refining process was excessively time-consuming. After drinking the blessing potion, he closed his eyes, contemplating the dream. What crucial details had he missed? Abruptly, he opened his eyes, leaped up, and rushed to his private book bag. Indeed, there was an anomaly in one of the books. It seemed to come alive, with a faint brilliance flowing on the book cover, emanating powerful magical fluctuations. The Secret of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. Skylar vividly recalled that this book originated from the secret room of the Black family. It contained the secrets of Horcruxes, and Sirius brother Regulus had used it to unveil Voldemort's greatest secrets. Skylar had read this book a long time ago, learning the unforgivable curses from it. Could there be a detail in the book that he had missed? Turning the first page, he encountered the preface in a wicked manner. The entire side had a blank page, featuring a triangular fold in the lower right corner. Skylar opened the fold, revealing the author's name, Egbert, written in a fly-sized font. A thoughtful expression crossed Skylar's face. Was this what his dream wanted to tell him all along? The revival of the old dark wizard that brought chaos into the wizarding world. The blessing agent doesn't enhance luck. Rather, it heightens sensitivity to environmental changes, making it easier to spot overlooked details. Trusting his instincts, Skylar believed the agent had purposefully guided him to this revelation. Reflecting on his current circumstances, Skylar, like many Harry Potter enthusiasts, initially viewed Voldemort as the ultimate villain in the magical world. However, being physically present in this realm revealed the profound complexities hidden within magical society. Entities such as the Shadow Dragon, the Ghost Society, the Knights of Walpurgis, the Nightshade Mystic Market, and even the seemingly prestigious Malfoy family all possessed remarkable legacies. Skylar recognized that his thought process had been influenced by the so-called knowledge from his previous life, leading him into a conceptual misunderstanding. Who asserted that only Voldemort held the knowledge of creating Horcruxes? The method had become a lost mystery, but Voldemort's ability to study it demonstrated that others could as well. The author of the book, Egbert, was a testament to this fact. The great evil Egbert, a wizard known for combat prowess, had not only invented the method, but was still alive. An insight that Skylar needed to internalize, free from the biases of his past and present perspectives. One of the most renowned battles in history was the decisive encounter known as the Merrick the Villain Battle. This pivotal event unfolded towards the close of the 11th century, when the leader of the three Peveril brothers had just crafted the Elder Wand. Eager to test its might, he engaged in a duel, emerged victorious, and later revealed the wand's formidable powers in a drunken state at a bar. Tragically, that very night, he fell victim to an assassination, merely by touching a door. In the ensuing month, the Elder Wand became the focal point of a fierce struggle, sparking a chaotic storm that eventually placed it in the hands of the infamous dark wizard of the time, Emeric the Evil. Emeric, the villain, proved to be a formidable adversary, wielding the Elder Wand's power with the ferocity of a tiger. Several dark wizards seeking to claim the wand fell before him. Many believed that with his strength, Emeric would become the new master of the Elder Wand. Unexpectedly, the great evil Egbert entered the scene, boldly challenging Emeric. With astonishing strength, Egbert launched a one-sided slaughter against Emeric. This feat garnered global acclaim and established Egbert as the first to defeat the Elder Wand's possessor through sheer prowess. This record held for years until Dumbledore, in the aftermath of defeating Grindelwald, replicated the astounding achievement. However, Skylar was aware of Egbert's tragic fate. Egbert's violent actions, refusing to show allegiance to either side, led him to ruthlessly eliminate anyone who opposed him. Eventually, Gryffindor, driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, could no longer stand idly by, abandoning his duties at Hogwarts to challenge Egbert from a distance. The two engaged in an honorable duel, resulting in Gryffindor's defeat. Yet, Gryffindor not only managed to retreat under the Elder Wand's might, but also delivered a sword strike to the great evil Egbert's shoulder. However, the tragedy for the great evil Egbert was about to unfold. On his way back, he fell prey to an ambush orchestrated by several formidable wizards. These sorcerers concealed their identities behind a cunning disguise. Despite their attempts at secrecy, their diverse magical practices, ranging from black and white magic to elemental, transformation, and even druid magic, betrayed the fact that both dark and light wizards were involved. Already wounded and significantly drained, Egbert valiantly persisted through his severe injuries, forging a dangerous path. Seeking refuge, he made his way to his apprentice, Godlot, hoping to find solace and plan his revenge. Much to his dismay, his most trusted disciple turned out to be the ultimate betrayer. Hogwarts had just been established at that time, and the master-apprentice system still prevailed in the magical world. The bond between a master and apprentice was akin to that of a parent and child. Hence, the great evil Egbert never fathomed that his beloved apprentice would betray him for the Elder Wand. Godlot killed the great evil Egbert in a shocking turn of events. Not only did he seize possession of the Elder Wand, but he also shamelessly claimed the inheritance secrets as his own. Under a new guise, Godlot transformed the stolen knowledge into a work passed down under his name, known as the most poisonous magic. Certainly, now that Skylar is aware of the author of cutting-edge black magic revealed, he speculates further on the great evil Egbert's hidden agenda at that time. It's likely that Egbert, being the mastermind behind the creation of the Horcrux, kept at least one card up his sleeve. He deliberately withheld the knowledge of the Horcrux from his apprentice, Godlot, and maintained secrecy about his own invincibility. Despite losing his old wand, Egbert remains alive. Notably, Godlot, although aware of the existence of Horcruxes, omitted any mention of them in poisonous magic. This suggests an incomplete inheritance, as the level of black magic in poisonous magic is significantly inferior to that found in The Secret of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. This raises a critical question. If the great evil Egbert is still alive, where might he be hiding? The possibility of dealing with not only Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, but an additional one becomes a daunting prospect. Skylar is also reminded of another intriguing aspect regarding Horcruxes. In a past interview, J.K. Rowling mentioned an ancient Greek wizard named Herpo the Foul, notorious for being the first person in history to create a Horcrux successfully. Curiously, there's no record of the destruction of his Horcruxes. Skylar contemplates whether Herpo might still be alive and questions his whereabouts in silence with such formidable magical strength. This uncertainty leaves Skylar somewhat irritated, sensing that these ancient wizards might resurface sooner or later. What concerns him the most is their connection to the Shadow Dragon, the Ghost Society, the Knights of Walpurgis, and the Nightshade Mystic Market. These contemplations give Skylar a headache, anticipating the potential challenges ahead. Capitulo 117, Chapter 116, Deep-Fried Snails. The days unfolded in a routine manner for Skylar, revolving around attending classes, delving into academic pursuits, and actively participating in the Dragon Club's activities. While he gained a basic understanding of the Book of Ancient Dragon Language, the absence of ancient dragon power in his bloodline made him realistic about the feasibility of casting spells in the ancient dragon language. Recognizing the wisdom of avoiding biting off more than he could chew, Skylar abandoned the study of black magic, redirecting his focus toward transfiguration. Leveraging his disguise Magus bloodline power and the Black family secrets, including the taboo transfiguration and 100 change thousands of magic secret art, he secured a unique advantage in the realm of transformation art. Not to be forgotten was his commitment to assisting Chang Qiu with the Chang family's secret transfiguration technique. Additionally, Skylar remained dedicated to the study of space magic and Gyuruni spells, although scarce learning resources hindered notable progress in these areas. Amidst these academic pursuits, Serpentes Vigil, the clandestine organization he led, flourished with 4 successful exchange activities. Under Schuyler's guidance, members showed substantial improvement in academic performance and practical skills. Astoria and Carlo emerged as formidable second-grade students, contributing significantly to Slytherin College's points tally. As the calendar flipped to October 23, a notable event loomed on the horizon: a lesson in the protection of magical animals at Hagrid's hut. Standing tall with his characteristic houndtooth collar, Hagrid awaited his students, wooden boxes emitting curious sounds and faint explosions beside him. This semester, Hagrid has undertaken the fascinating task of instructing students about a magical creature he fondly refers to as fried snails. This unique species is a result of Hagrid's artificial cultivation, achieved through the intricate crossbreeding of manticores and fire crabs. These creatures resemble deformed, shelled, large lobsters, presenting a rather grotesque appearance. Colored in a dull gray, they exude a slimy texture and possess a disorganized arrangement of limbs, making it challenging to discern their heads. The air around them is tainted with a potent odor reminiscent of stinky fish and shrimp. Periodically, sparks emanate from their tails, followed by a faint pop, propelling them forward a few inches. Despite nearly 2 months having passed since the commencement of the school year, the students remain puzzled about the dietary preferences of these peculiar beings. Hagrid, however, is pleased about his involvement in this project. He encourages students to visit his cabin every other day to observe the snails and document their unconventional behaviors meticulously. Draco, expressing clear reluctance, declines Hagrid's suggestion, stating, "I've seen enough of these unpleasant things in class, thank you." Hagrid's initial smile fades as he insists, "Follow my instructions. This is part of your homework, and everyone must participate. What makes you think you have the privilege to exempt yourselves?" Blaise responds with a disdainful sneer, recalling the trouble he caused Headmaster Dumbledore last semester. Hagrid, feeling the surge of anger, glares at Blaise and demands an explanation. "What do you mean?" Draco supports Blaise's skepticism, questioning the purpose of raising these creatures. Blaise adds, "You had no choice but to answer as a professor. It's already a dereliction of duty. At the time, you claimed it was the content of the next class. We've been in school for almost 2 months, and despite these creatures having grown considerably, you still haven't figured out the answer. How did you even become a professor? Are you embarrassed?" Blaise remarked. "Just because they don't look appealing doesn't mean they're useless," Hermione couldn't hold back and retorted, standing up. "Fire dragon blood has magical effects, but would you keep a fire dragon as a pet?" Draco responded coldly, "Granger, I let you go last time because of my brother. Are you still picking fights? You can call Potter and Wesley whatever you want. Let's find a time. I'll take on the 3 of you one by one." Once again, the familiar scene unfolded, causing Schuyler a headache. He couldn't discern Draco's motives in deliberately bringing up events from the last semester. The passage of time had made those incidents seem distant, and Schuyler doubted Draco's sincerity, suspecting an attempt to tarnish his reputation. Before Schuyler could respond, Harry and the others grew restless. Ron, particularly sensitive about his perceived inferiority, felt insulted. His face flushed with anger as he drew out his wand, declaring, "If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of anyone. No need to delay it, draw your wands now." "Only you," Draco sneered coldly, slowly drawing out his wand. "Let Potter join you. I wouldn't want to be accused of bullying the weak." In the midst of the tension, Hermione felt a pang of panic, torn between her loyalty to Ron and Harry and the memory of the previous semester's events. Draco and Blaise were clearly provoking a confrontation, but her recollection of past incidents restrained her from making a hasty decision. She bit her lower lip, casting a glance at Harry and Ron, who awaited her response, a bitter feeling welling up within her. The words Schuyler uttered in defense against the dark arts class resonated in her heart. His familiar and resonant voice echoed, as if speaking directly to her soul. In order to protect those around her, she had to give up a friendship. "I wonder if I truly have become enemies with Slytherin," she mused, a sense of irretrievability settling in her heart. "It's nothing. This whole mess started because of me." My excessive talking caused all of this, and I'll bear the consequences, she thought, a pang of remorse coursing through her. Fueled by this realization, Hermione positioned herself in front of Harry and Ron, drawing her wand. Malfoy, this has nothing to do with Harry and Ron. If you want to fight, I'll face you alone. Her words projected dominance, but her trembling wand betrayed the uncertainty of a duelist. Draco wore a contemptuous expression, his gaze fixed on Hermione's wand. Slowly, almost in slow motion, he raised his own wand. Skylar frowned, sensing Draco's scrutiny. Though Draco seemed to be looking at the trio in front, he was, in fact, peering at Skylar himself. The once arrogant Draco now appeared hesitant, refraining from initiating the attack as he had in the past. He seemed to be waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Examining Hermione's stance, it became evident that Draco was compelling her to take the lead, likely intending to overpower her effortlessly. Hagrid's loud roar echoed, "What's the matter with you? Don't you recognize me as your professor?" He attempted to stride forward and intervene, but an imposing figure obstructed his path. Blaise toyed with the magic wand in his hand, speaking in a soft tone, "Professor Hagrid, while we address you as a professor, it seems our confidence in your knowledge and teaching prowess is under scrutiny. How about?" A mysterious glint shone in Blaise's eyes, and a wry smile played on the corners of his mouth. "I want to challenge you, Professor, to ascertain if you're truly formidable enough to hold this title." "It's Professor Hagrid for you, you jerk," Hagrid blurted out in frustration. Being questioned about his professorial qualifications was the last thing he wanted to deal with, especially given the potential consequences for Harry and the others. The Malfoy brothers were formidable adversaries, and in his anger and impatience, Hagrid struggled to find a solution. "Let's not quarrel. Regardless of what Professor Hagrid may have said, they are all professors, legitimately hired professors," Skylar interjected. "Brother Blaise, I believe we should maintain a more respectful tone. When a professor speaks, it compromises the nobility of our family." Skylar paused to take a bite and then continued, "Regarding the matter at hand, Miss Granger's words do carry some weight. I've learned some insider information from Professor Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic bred the snails for magical animal purposes, and the license issued by the Control Department indicates their use in the Triwizard Tournament. So, they're not entirely useless. I suggest we heed Professor Hagrid's instructions and raise them diligently." Indeed, as soon as the mention of the Triwizard Tournament's inside story surfaced, the attention of the young wizards immediately shifted. Several individuals began expressing interest in the snails, engaging in hushed conversations. Their curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover the role of the snails in the Triwizard Tournament and speculate on the events in which these magical creatures might be involved. Draco's eyes betrayed a mix of emotions, briefly displaying a complex look. He feigned a touch of dissatisfaction with a cold snort before turning away. Wearing a mischievous smile, Blaise said, "Certainly, Skylar, we're all ears." The other Slytherin students cast glances between Draco and Skylar, perplexed by the unspoken tension, rendering them momentarily silent. Skylar shook his head, directing the Slytherin wizards to employ the floating spell to separate half of the snails into individual boxes. This method aimed to minimize the risk of injury by allowing them to focus on feeding one snail at a time. Recalling the original book, Skylar noted that they had grown up to a substantial length of 10 feet despite not discovering the preferred diet of fried snails. Observing Slytherin's approach, Gryffindor's students attempted to replicate the method. However, their floating spells proved less proficient. Dean Thomas suffered a few stings, and Seamus Finnegan nearly triggered an explosive reaction from a fried snail. Quickly reacting, Hagrid intervened swiftly, grabbing the creature and tossing it away. After much hesitation, Hermione summoned the courage to approach Skylar, expressing gratitude. "Mr. Malfoy, thank you." Skylar sighed, meeting Hermione's gaze, and responded, "No need to thank me. I don't hold you responsible for this. I need to apologize for my brother. Let's not dwell on it." Skylar recognized the situation well. Draco initiated the provocation, ostensibly targeting Hagrid but likely aiming for the Potter trio or even himself. "If there's nothing else," Skylar heard Daphne's call and promptly excused himself, saying, My companions are calling me, I'll head over. Observing Skylar's departing figure, Hermione pursed her lips. Not one to overlook her own actions, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had once again caused trouble for Skylar, even if the specifics eluded her. Why do I always end up causing problems? Hermione's mood shifted to irritability in an instant. Recalling the last falling out with Skylar, she acknowledged her inability to control her emotions. Despite Skylar's seeming lack of sympathy at the time, she realized he had no obligation to protect her. Biting her lower lip tightly, Hermione internally vowed, "There will be no next time, absolutely. I've relied on you so much. Every time I'm in danger or hurt, you're there to help and comfort me," Hermione resolved silently. "I've had enough. Next time I'll handle it on my own. You owe me that." After the magical animal protection class concluded, the young wizards made their way back to the castle, where the hall buzzed with activity. A prominent notice caught their attention at the base of the marble staircase. "What are they looking at?" Daphne inquired curiously. Seeing the announcement, Skylar could clearly discern its contents and explained, "It's about the Triwizard Tournament. Let me read it for you. The representatives of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at 6 o'clock in the evening on Friday, October 30. Afternoon classes will conclude half an hour earlier. Students are expected to return their school bags and textbooks to the dormitory, assemble in front of the castle, greet our guests, and then attend the welcome banquet." "Only a week," Daphne's eyes sparkled. "Skylar, do you plan to participate in the competition?" Skylar couldn't deny it. "Let's see first. I need to understand how Dumbledore plans to select adult wizards. Honestly, I'm not confident about breaking the barrier set by the strongest wizards of our time. Will this going to be the right step for Skylar to take to prevent the nightmarish vision he just dreamt of? Or will this contribute to another step toward the destruction that he has been fighting hard to avoid of?"